The Great Qian Dynasty. The prince's residence. Li Xin awoke languidly from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a charming young woman beside him. Her large, watery eyes filled with concern gazing intently at him. In her bright gaze, a hint of surprise sparkled, rendering her extraordinarily enchanting. Especially her flawless visage, unmarred by any sign of artifice. Her exquisite features held a captivating allure. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, a harmonious blend of curves. For a moment, Li Xin found himself wide-eyed in astonishment. Who was this woman, rivaling a first-tier celebrity? "Your Highness, you have awoken," the woman inquired softly. "Your Highness?" Li Xin was taken aback. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth in his mind. In the 16th year of the reign of the Great Qian Dynasty, Prince Xin Li Xin and his consort, Ning Xiaoqian, had he traversed time? The overwhelming and chaotic information tore through Li Xion's mind, compelling him to cry out in pain. Ultimately, he could not endure the agony, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished. Your Highness, what is the matter? Please wake up. Do not frighten me." Consort Ning Xiaoqian, tearful, cried out. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Xin found his mind flooded with new information. He had indeed crossed over. This dynasty, the Great Qian Dynasty, was an unprecedented kingdom in a parallel universe. Li Xin was the third prince of the Great Qian Dynasty, Prince Xin. His biological mother was the crown princess before the emperor of the unified reign ascended the throne. Unfortunately, his mother passed away before the emperor could take the throne. After ascending, the emperor appointed his second consort, Lady Wang, as empress. However, not long after, Li Xion's elder brother suddenly passed away. His half-brother, relying on their father's affection for the empress, was named crown prince. Despite this, the crown prince and others did not spare Li Xion, the legitimate second son, from their relentless harassment and blame. Eventually, they persuaded the emperor to bestow upon Li Xion the title of Prince Xin, granting him a fief in Dongning City. Dongning City is situated on the shores of the Northern Sea. In his recollections, the journey had been exceedingly cold, desolate, and barren. Rather than being a fief, it felt more like exile. Such was the harshness of the imperial power struggle. After being granted the fief of Dongning City, Li Xion truly understood the meaning of cold. Frigid and biting, the icy winds pierced through him. After days of relentless snowfall, the frail Li Xion, who had suffered from ailments since childhood, ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. After several days of stupor, upon awakening, Li Xion was no longer the same. The Li Xion from another timeline had been a code worker at a technology company, enduring the grind of a 996 lifestyle day in and day out. Finally, one fateful day, exhaustion led to his untimely demise. Upon awakening, he had become Prince Xin of the Great Qian Dynasty. In his previous life, he had lived a miserable existence. In this life, as a prince with a fief, he intended to live fully. Most importantly, upon awakening, Li Xion found himself endowed with a remarkable asset. Intelligent technology. Was this not an app developed by his former company? It was an encyclopedia of technology, originally designed for educational purposes in remote areas. How had it arrived here? With an encyclopedic repository of intelligent technology, was prosperity not within his grasp? To wield power over the world and indulge in the embrace of beauty, he too would revel in a life of luxury. Let's go. Li Xion could not help but rally himself. Your Highness, you have finally awakened? Ning Xiaoqian, hearing his voice, quickly regained her composure and asked, Your Highness, how do you feel now? Does your head still ache? Hearing her concerned inquiry warmed Li Xion's heart. Consort Ning Xiaoqian hailed from a prominent family in Jiangnan. Her father, a government official in the capital, had chosen her to be Prince Xin's consort. Before their marriage could take place, her father passed away. Following the decree, she had accompanied Prince Xin to Dongning. Since Li Xion's unconsciousness, Ning Xiaoqian had remained by his side, never leaving his side. Her unwavering devotion and guardianship filled Li Xion with profound gratitude. With a wife like her, what more could a husband desire? It's nothing. Li Xion shook his head. Gazing at the bashful and lovely beauty beside him, Li Xion felt a surge of excitement.
This was his rightful wife. Surely, he could indulge in delightful pursuits come nightfall. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Consort, trouble. A man's voice called from the doorway. It was Li Xin, the steward of the prince's residence. Come in, Li Xin commanded in a deep voice. Li Xin entered, glanced at the prince reclining against the bed, and promptly knelt, offering his respects. I pay my respects to your highness. Is your health improving? Nothing serious. Li Xin waved his hand and inquired, Steward Liu, what is the matter? Reporting to your highness. Li Xin clasped his hands and replied, during your illness, I have been gathering intelligence on the activities of the northern bandits. Since the recent heavy snowfall, many villagers in the north have fled. Reports indicate that northern bandits have been pillaging villages, committing unspeakable atrocities. Displaced citizens have started arriving in Dongning City in droves. External threats? Li Xin was taken aback. He had not anticipated such matters to arise so soon after his arrival. The northern bandits. In his memories, they were nomadic tribes, wandering the northern mountains and grasslands, living off the land. In times of famine or disaster, they often descended southward to plunder the subjects of the Great Qian dynasty. As a result, the Great Qian dynasty had endured much suffering. Even the capital was not exempt. The court stationed troops to guard the capital and fend off the northern marauders. However, in recent years, the marauders had still breached defenses, raiding Shuafang, Yunzhong, and Yulin. Even the usually well-guarded Shuafang and Yunzhong were not spared, let alone the distant Dongning province by the northern sea. Dongning province, with its 3 prefectures and 17 counties, along with 8 local governments, appeared vast in territory. Yet, ever since the northern marauders had invaded year after year, the 8 local governments had all succumbed to them. Among the 3 prefectures and 17 counties of Dongning province, over half had fallen into the hands of the bandits. The remaining counties were largely defenseless. If the northern marauders were to strike again, they would likely fall as well. It was precisely because Dongning faced frequent external threats that the faction supporting the crown prince felt secure in granting the entire province to Prince Xin as a fief. The intentions of the crown prince's faction were all too clear. They sought to use the hands of the northern marauders to eliminate Prince Xin, Li Xin, the legitimate second son, ensuring no one would contest the throne with him. What a malicious scheme. What a daunting beginning. Prince Xin Li Xin could only laugh bitterly, feeling utterly helpless. Moreover, Steward Li Xin hesitated for a moment before continuing. Your Highness, based on various traces, it appears that the northern marauders have gathered over 1,000 troops, clearly aiming their forces at Dongning City. Your Highness, we must prepare for what lies ahead. Ah! Prince Li Xin was momentarily taken aback, and then he exclaimed, Damn it, we're a mere 1,000 horse bandits. With the strength of a province, can't we withstand them? Chapter 2. Strength in numbers. But indeed, we cannot withstand them. Standing atop the city walls of Dongning, feeling the biting northern wind slicing against his face like ice, Li Xion's heart sank into despair. Having left the prince's residence for just half an hour, he had already circled around Dongning City. The dwellings were low and dilapidated, hastily constructed with makeshift boards and grass. In the southern part of the city, most areas were still mere earthen huts. These huts, as the name suggests, were excavated spaces below ground, covered with tree branches and grass as roofs. In winter, they served as the most economical shelter for the impoverished. Except for a few affluent families in Dongning, the majority of the residents lived in such conditions. Even worse, some refugees who had fled from the north huddled together in corners, shivering. The knee-high snow further accentuated the chill in the air. Every refugee was enduring hunger, and amidst the freezing temperatures, some had succumbed to the cold, their appearances pitiful. The entire Dongning city bore no semblance of a prosperous provincial capital. It was a veritable ruin, a city on the brink of collapse. What chilled Li Xin's heart the most was the state of the city's guards apart from 100 elite guards from the prince's residence. The soldiers within the city were ragged and snot-nosed, their condition only marginally better than that of the refugees. Was this truly a garrison? Even so, there were barely over 200 guards in Dongning City. Their weapons were exceedingly rudimentary broadswords, spears, bows, and simple animal hide armor. How could such a force hope to withstand the seasoned horse bandits from the northern plains? At this moment, Li Xin finally realized he had been speaking recklessly. Given the current state of Dongning province, with just the strength of a single province, it was indeed impossible to fend off the battle-hardened horse bandits. Alas, was there truly no way to remedy this hellish situation? Prince Li Xin sighed repeatedly. Descending from the city walls, he wandered aimlessly within the city. Along the way, the refugees lining the streets remained indifferent upon seeing the prince. It was as if they did not even notice him. They were too famished to muster any strength. Your Highness, after a moment of hesitation, The governor of Dongning, Zhang Dian, said. As for the current situation, our only option is to temporarily evacuate Dongning City. There are several large ships in harbor while the sea has not yet frozen solid. We should take this opportunity to retreat. Once spring arrives and the horse bandits have retreated, we can return. Listening to Zhang Diyuan's words, Li Xin furrowed his brow, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Evacuate Dongning City? Indeed, your highness. The governor Zhang Diyuan clasped his fists and replied. This has been the customary practice in past years for Dongning City. I have heard that the Zhao and Qian families within the city are already packing their belongings. They will likely evacuate Dongning City in the coming days. Your highness, the horse bandits are advancing aggressively. It would be wise to avoid their onslaught. Shut your mouth. Li Xin erupted in anger. Yes, we have ships to flee, but what about the citizens within the city? Look at the refugees and common folk on the streets. They're my subjects. Do you expect me to abandon my people? I cannot do that. Li Xin's passionate declaration drew the gaze of the refugees around him, who turned to look at him. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance. These refugees understood that it was a common occurrence for the wealthy to flee when faced with adversity. As for them, they were hardly regarded as human. Your highness, lower your voice. The governor of Dongning, Chen Yun, glanced around and lowered his voice. In this dire moment, we have no other choice. Moreover, there are just a few refugees. There are more refugees than wild deer in Dongning province. If we lose them, there will still be other subjects next year. Utter nonsense. Upon hearing such absurdity, Li Xin's eyes widened in fury as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Dian, demanding, Zhang Dian, is this how you govern as the governor of Dongning? As a court official, how can you disregard the lives of the citizens? Are you even human? If you neglect these common folk today, how will we have citizens in Dongning province tomorrow? Are you suggesting I become a mere figurehead? Let me make this clear. I do not care how things were done in the past. But now, this is my fief, and I must take responsibility. I must ensure the safety of all the citizens in this city. Li Xin's impassioned words ultimately stirred the hearts of the surrounding refugees. Some looked at Li Xin with tears in their eyes, kneeling on the ground as they cried out, Thank you, your highness. Thank you, your highness. Seeing these earnest common folk warmed Li Xin's heart. They were living beings. When someone shielded them from the storm, they would offer their loyalty in return. This is the essence of the kind-hearted populace. Indeed, the common people are human too. If so many refugees could be organized to defend the city together, how could they not protect Dongning City? With this thought, Prince Li Xin stood atop a high platform, gazing at the kneeling, tearful citizens around him, and took a deep breath. Fellow villagers, citizens, rise. Li Xin focused his energy and proclaimed loudly, I am Prince Li Xin, the vassal ruler of Dongning. Dongning is not merely my domain. It is also the foundation of your lives. The land beneath our feet belongs to the people of Dongning. The city we inhabit is also ours. Behind us lies the homeland where generations have thrived. Now, as the bandits approach, can we stand idly by as our homeland crumbles and our families are scattered? Can we watch our wives and children be slaughtered and ravaged by these bandits? No, I cannot bear it, let alone you. This is my fief. Since I have come to Dongning City, I shall stand with the people of Dongning through thick and thin. I will do everything in my power to safeguard the welfare of all the citizens. Fellow villagers, are you willing to join me in defending Dongning City, protecting our homeland? We are willing. We are willing. We are willing. Gradually, more and more refugees echoed in agreement. Having fled from the north, with a vast ocean behind them, they had nowhere else to escape. The wealthy could still flee by ship, while their fate was all too clear. They feared they might not escape death. Yet today, the prince had chosen to forego his chance to escape and stood ready to defend the city with them. With such a prince, it was their honor. Moreover, it was their opportunity to change their destiny. Thus, the refugees and citizens rallied in response. Fellow villagers, Li Xin took a deep breath and continued. Some say that our city is poorly defended, with insufficient soldiers and resources. Indeed, that is the current reality. However, that is not the entirety of the truth. We may have few soldiers, but we have countless fellow villagers. Across the city, there are thousands upon thousands of us. To the esteemed counties and countless compatriots of Dongning province. If we unite and work together with a shared purpose, even a single spit from each individual could drown the marauders. Even a mere handful of mud from each could bury the brigands. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, strength lies in numbers. If everyone contributes their share, how can we not eradicate the bandits and safeguard Dongning City? Chapter 3. The landlord's granary has run dry. A stirring speech ignited fervor among the surrounding refugees. If everyone contributed, Dongning City could be defended, and they could survive. Thus, a glimmer of hope for existence emerged. In that moment, the eyes of the crowd sparkled with brilliance. gazing at Li Xin as if he were a sage. Feeling the intense gaze of those around him, Li Xin was moved. It was he who had bestowed upon these refugees the chance to endure. He understood in his heart that, at this moment, he was the savior of these destitute souls. With this thought, Li Xin became even more resolute in his commitment to protect the townsfolk. He could not betray their hopes. Villagers. Li Xin took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Those willing to defend the city, come register at the prince's residence." Although he could not offer military pay like the royal guards, Li Xin vowed to provide food and clothing for them. They would not suffer from hunger or cold. At this proclamation, the streets erupted with excitement among the refugees. Even some of the original residents of Dongning City felt a stir of emotion. In this bitter, freezing weather, what could entice the populace? Not wealth, not jewels. Rather, it was steaming hot meals and warm clothing. With food to eat and clothes to wear, the refugees would not face starvation or exposure. Their chances of survival would significantly increase. In that moment, the streets were filled with jubilant cheers from both refugees and townsfolk alike. Some astute refugees were the first to make their way to the prince's residence, eager to be ahead of the line. Observing the invigorated crowd, Li Xin felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Finally, there were people. With people, Dongning City could be defended. The hellish beginning could be resolved. With this thought, a radiant smile illuminated Li Xion's face. On his way back, he felt a surge of excitement. Wei Jun, Li Xion commanded, immediately notify the royal guards to register the villagers who come to enlist, selecting the strong and experienced individuals for training. Also, instruct the palace kitchen to prepare meals. Every villager who arrives shall have food. Wei Jun, the leader of the royal guards at the prince's residence, hesitated momentarily upon hearing Li Xion's orders, but eventually nodded in compliance. As you command. After Wei Jun departed, the steward Lu Jingxian lingered, rubbing his hands together, seemingly hesitant to speak. "Mr. Lu, what troubles you?" Li Xion inquired. "My lord," Lu Jingxian replied. "Your strategy to recruit the refugees is indeed brilliant. With such a multitude of individuals, coupled with training, Dongning City shall be secure. However," Lu Jingxian shifted the tone of the conversation and continued, "I believe the Wangfu has only recently been established. Though last month the capital graciously bestowed provisions such as grain, the people within the estate are consuming it rapidly, and now very little remains. Should we accommodate such a multitude of refugees, I fear that within 3 to 5 days, our supplies will be utterly depleted." Li Xion was taken aback. He had never anticipated that as a dignified prince, the food reserves in his estate could be so meager. It is essential to note that the entirety of Dongning province is predominantly his fiefdom, fertile fields, lush forests, and abundant mineral resources, a quintessential feudal lord of the era. How could it be that even a landlord's household is devoid of surplus provisions? Li Xion, bemused and skeptical, inquired, "Is the situation within the estate truly as dire as you describe?" "Indeed," Lu Jingxian sighed. "Last month, the capital dispatched winter supplies consisting of 100 shur of flour, 1,000 shur of rice, 2,000 shur of millet, 5,000 shur of sorghum, and 3,000 shur of soybeans." Listening to Lu Jingshuan's meticulous report, Li Xion's brows furrowed. That seems quite a substantial amount. At first glance, it appears plentiful, yet in reality, it is far from sufficient. Lu Jingxian lamented. The tally from the capital reflects such quantities, but upon transport from Liaoyang, the provisions were diluted with water, and losses occurred en route. By the time they arrived at the Wangfu, achieving 70% yield was already commendable. His Highness, the Prince of Liaoyang, is notoriously frugal. To withhold only 1 or 2% is rather generous. Yet, this 70% of grain must sustain nearly 200 individuals and 32 horses. This is not a matter of mere days or weeks, with heavy snow blocking the mountains and roads. This batch of grain was originally intended to last us until the spring of the coming year. As of now, nearly half has already been consumed. Moreover, with the influx of refugees, your words today will likely attract many more. 1,000 can be managed, but what if 2,000, 3,000, or even 4,000? If this continues, even the most prosperous of lords, such as the King of Shu or the King of Liao, would find themselves impoverished. Your Highness, for the sake of long-term strategy, preparations must be made promptly. Lu Jingxian, without a doubt, was an astute steward of the Wangfu, possessing a comprehensive grasp of the finances within the household. His words illuminated the true nature of the crisis to Li Xian. In his previous life, he often encountered the adage, in warfare, it is the resources and logistics that matter. Now, Li Xian genuinely comprehended the profound significance behind those words. A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Currently, Li Xian found himself in such a predicament. However, the words had already been spoken. To retract his command now would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the refugees. Should discontent arise among them, the defense of Dongning City would crumble, leading to utter ruin. Gathering refugees was essential. Food must also be procured. With the Wangfu's granaries empty, was there truly no alternative? The entirety of Dongning province is my fief. Throughout the year, substantial taxes are collected. Zhang Dayuan, Li Xian called out in a deep voice. At your service. Zhang Dayuan promptly replied. The prince inquired, gazing intently at Li Xian. Pray tell, how much grain remains in the granary of Dongning? In the Daiqian dynasty, the populace primarily contributed taxes through grain. Consequently, both the granaries and the Ministry of Revenue's warehouses were predominantly stocked with provisions. Zhang Dayuan, momentarily taken aback, responded, Your Highness, in recent years, The 8 local governments of Dongning province have successively allied with the marauding horse bandits of the grasslands, leading to a complete cessation of tax revenues. The remaining 3 governments and 17 counties have suffered from occupation and devastation. Even where the governments persist, the agrarian populace has been reduced to refugees. In the northern Xuanqing and Xingde prefectures, the number of displaced persons is substantial, and tax revenues have significantly dwindled. Even in our Dongning, the situation mirrors this. Thus, the granary of Dongning holds little grain. I have no interest in excuses. Li Xion's countenance darkened, his gaze icy as he fixed Zhang Den with an intense stare, demanding, I require only the figure of the remaining grain. The intensity of Li Xion's inquiry sent a shiver through Zhang Den, whose discomfort was exacerbated by the prince's frigid demeanor. Despite the winter chill, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Hastily, Zhang Deyuan replied, the granary of Dongning contains 36 stones of millet, 941 stones and 3 sheng of sorghum, and 6 sheng of rice. What? At this revelation, Li Xian erupted in fury. The landlord's household truly possessed no surplus grain. Chapter 4. The strong dragon cannot oppress the local snake? Nonsense. Dongning Prefecture is the capital of Dongning Province, the very heart of the province. In recent years, due to the severe banditry afflicting Dongning Province, the court has refrained from dispatching governors to manage the region. Consequently, the governor of Dongning has become the most pivotal official locally, overseeing the treasury and a portion of the province's tax revenues, all concentrated here. Yet now, the entire granary of Dongning is reduced to such meager rations. In an instant, Li Xian was incensed. Zhang Deyuan, he bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. As the governor of a prefecture, you are expected to collect over 10,000 stones of tax grain annually, and yet you are left with this paltry sum? Where has all the grain gone? Have you embezzled it? Upon hearing this accusation, Zhang Dian was taken aback, immediately kneeling and prostrating himself, fervently proclaiming, Your Highness, you do me an injustice. I have served as an official for over a decade, always remaining incorruptible and devoted to the people. How could I engage in such misconduct? Your Highness, please see reason. I find your claims hard to believe. Li Xian thought to himself, skepticism brewing within. In this remote region, the notion that all local officials are virtuous and devoted to the welfare of the people was utterly implausible. Moreover, Zhang Deyuan had previously attempted to persuade Li Xian to flee Dongning City. How could he genuinely prioritize the welfare and protection of the populace? Li Xian's expression remained grim. At present, even when combining the supplies of the prince's residence and the granary of Dongning, the provisions were still scant. Maintaining such a multitude of refugees, royal guards, and city defenders would prove exceedingly arduous. Grain. Where could he possibly procure grain? Li Xian lamented. Is it truly the case that Dongning City is devoid of substantial grain? His words prompted a glint of cunning in Zhang Deyuan's eyes. He stepped closer and replied, Your Highness, I am aware of where grain can be found in Dongning City. The Zhao and Qian families are among the prominent aristocratic clans here. Every winter, he would retreat to another place, and his estate remained unscathed by the banditry. In the current Dongning City, the grain reserves of the Zhao and Qian families must be substantial. Your Highness, might we consider borrowing some grain from the Zhao and Qian families to weather this crisis? Borrow grain. Li Xian furrowed his brow. It seems we have no other choice. Li Xian commanded, Zhang Deyuan, I permit you to redeem yourself through service. You shall handle the matter of borrowing grain. As you command. Zhang Deyuan promptly responded and then departed. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Wei Jun had already organized dozens of royal guards to assist in recruiting the displaced populace. Even some servants of the residence were aiding in the endeavor. At the entrance of the prince's residence, several robust and sturdy individuals had been selected and were standing by. Is this the selected group? Li Xian appraised their physiques, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. Let us not linger. He Yuan, take them to set up a fire for cooking. Yes. The servant He Yuan replied. Before long, large cauldrons were brought out and positioned on the broad, flat ground at the entrance of the residence. Some of the displaced individuals began to take initiative, moving bricks, assembling stoves, chopping firewood, and fetching water. At this moment, bags of grain were brought forth, dozens of bags of golden sorghum, and 2 bags of pristine white rice. The displaced populace outside the gates erupted in jubilation. Truly, His Highness cares for the people. As bags of sorghum and rice were poured into the cauldrons, the servants commenced cooking. Soon, the rich aroma of rice wafted through the air, causing the famished displaced individuals to turn their heads and swallow in anticipation. He Yuan, Li Xian instructed, we do not harbor idlers in our residence. Those selected by Wei Jun shall train after their meal. Others capable of assisting may also remain. When the time comes to prepare for the city's defense, we will need hands. Guards will receive 2 meals a day, 1 substantial and 1 light. The rest will have 2 servings of thin porridge. The same applies to everyone in the residence, myself included. Conditions are tough. We shall address comforts after we overcome this crisis. Li Xian's words once again moved the displaced individuals. Although it was merely 2 servings of thin porridge, it was far better than going hungry. The selected guards were particularly elated. Even during times of safety, they rarely experienced such provisions. His Highness is truly benevolent. In that moment, many were overwhelmed with emotion, their eyes brimming with tears as they cheered. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Seeing the people's gratitude touched Li Xian as well. It is said that one who wins the hearts of the people conquers the world, as long as the populace unites. How could Dongning City possibly fall? An hour later, nearly 100 robust individuals who had hunted before were selected from among the displaced. Under the guidance of Wei Jun and others, these individuals were integrated into the new guard unit of the residence. Watching the guard unit grow stronger, Li Xin felt a surge of exhilaration and joy. He was delighted that the defense of Dongning City was assured. However, the joy was short-lived as Li Xin soon received troubling news. What? Li Xin gazed at the meager supplies before him and inquired, Zhang Dian, you were asked to lend grain, and this is all you could muster? A mere few hundred stones of grain. Who could possibly be fed with this? In response, Zhang Dian lowered his head, saying, Your Highness, the Zhao and Qian families possess little grain themselves. This meager amount is merely half of what they were able to spare from their own storages. Nonsense. Before Zhang Diyuan could finish, a voice from the new guard team bellowed, He speaks falsely. Just yesterday, I witnessed the Zhao and Qian families loading grain onto ships at the harbor. They must have thousands of stones of grain. Indeed, I saw it too. Those ships are still at the harbor today. Yes, Zhang Diyuan is nothing but a corrupt official. His family certainly possesses more than this. The commoners among the new guard clamored in unison. Taken aback by their words, Zhang Diyuan was stunned. He never anticipated that he would be implicated. As he raised his gaze, he met Li Xion's grim, water-like countenance. Your Highness, forgive me, Zhang Diyuan pleaded. Suddenly kneeling before him, just as he sought to defend himself, Li Xion kicked him to the ground. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? This paltry grain is an insult. I cannot abide corrupt officials. Li Xion thundered. Wei Jun, bind this rogue and send men to ransack his home. Yes. Wei Jun sprang into action. Li Xion's expression darkened as he commanded. Immediately seal off the harbor and confiscate the ships. Not a single vessel must set sail. The rest of you, accompany me to the Zhao and Qian families. Since they refuse to lend grain, I shall resort to force. The new guard team buzzed with excitement. The Zhao and Qian families were the aristocracy of Dongning City, notorious for their misdeeds, deeply resented by the populace. The commoners, defenseless and at their mercy, now found hope in someone who would stand up for them, cheering in support. Meanwhile, Lu Jingxuan's expression changed dramatically. He stepped forward, leaning close to Li Xian, and whispered, Your Highness, exercise caution. The Zhao and Qian families hold considerable power in Dongning City, their roots entrenched and tangled. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. It would be wise to proceed with care. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Nonsense. Li Xian retorted fiercely. I shall press down upon them regardless. Chapter 5, Is this sulfur? A solution has emerged. In Dongning City, within the Zhao residence, logs crackled in the fire basin, filling the air with warmth reminiscent of spring in this northern realm. In the main hall, Zhao Youheng sat elegantly in a high-backed chair, sipping tea with grace. Father, the young Zhao Delying scoffed. Does His Highness the Prince not consider our standing in Dongning City? Does he dare to rob from us? Enough. Zhao Youheng furrowed his brow. After all, he is a prince. We must afford him some respect. Let us set aside other matters for now. Delying, we must expedite our preparations for the ships. Aim for a departure by tomorrow. Understood. Zhao Delying responded promptly. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Before the arrival of the guests, voices echoed within the hall. Master, master, it is dire. It is dire. A servant, breathless and disheveled, rushed into the main chamber, his forehead and temples glistening with frost. What is the matter? Why the panic? Such behavior is unbecoming. Zhao Youheng's countenance darkened as he reprimanded sternly. The servant, taking a moment to catch his breath, replied, Master, it is grave. Just now, the royal guard arrived at the harbor and seized all our ships. The Qian family and other vessels within the city have also been detained. What? Zhao Youheng was taken aback by this alarming news. His graying eyes fixed intently on the servant, his voice trembling slightly. What does the princess intend to do? The servant swallowed hard and stated, It is said they plan to confiscate our grain supplies. A chill ran through Zhao Youheng's heart. He had never imagined that the royal household would act in such a manner. To seize the grain of noble families was a blatant declaration of enmity. What does His Highness intend to accomplish? Yet, before Zhao Youheng could regain his composure, a flurry of hurried footsteps resounded from outside. Master, the royal guard is here. The cold announcement struck Zhao Youheng like a death knell, rendering him momentarily speechless. How dare they? Zhao Delying reacted quickly, his indignation flaring. They have crossed the line. Zhao San, assemble the household guards. Let us go and see. By the time Zhao Youheng and Zhao Delying reached the courtyard, the royal guard had already surrounded the Zhao residence. At the forefront stood the young prince, Li Xian. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Youheng's pupils constricted as he gravely inquired, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? What is the meaning? Li Xian scoffed. We have just confirmed that the Zhao family, the Qian family, and the city magistrate Zhang Diyuan have colluded in nefarious activities. They have embezzled public funds, exploited women, and oppressed the common folk. You slander us. Zhao Delying exploded in fury. Zhang Diyuan has already confessed, Li Xian retorted with a sneer. The Zhao family has conspired with the nomadic bandits, betraying our nation. This is a crime of the highest order. Wei Jun, apprehend them at once. The royal guard advanced menacingly. Who dares? Zhao Delying shouted. Stop them. With a wave of his hand, the household guard stepped forward. Observing the unfolding events, a glimmer of cold determination passed through Li Xian's eyes. As someone who had traversed time, he understood that to win the people's hearts, it was essential to punish those who perpetrated wrongdoing against them. Only by eradicating these tyrants could he truly earn the support of the impoverished populace. Furthermore, most of these noble families were indeed tainted with corruption. Their removal would serve as a boon to the people. Resolving this in his mind, Li Xian inhaled deeply and stated calmly, Should there be any resistance, show no mercy. His voice was frigid, yet underscored with unwavering resolve. Wei Jun, momentarily taken aback, knew that as the leader of the royal guard, his duty was to obey the prince without question. Brandishing his sword, he stepped forward, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. To ascend to the position of the leader of the royal guard and attain the rank of a third-grade military officer, Wei Jun carved his path through the battlefield with sheer tenacity. The glinting blade of his large sword emanated a chilling aura, instilling a sense of dread in Zhao Delying. Nevertheless, mustering his courage, Zhao Delying straightened his posture and retorted with a quivering voice. I do not believe you would dare to kill me. Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, Wei Jun raised his sword high above and brought it crashing down in an instant. A sharp sound cut through the silence as the blade severed Zhao Delying's neck, warm, viscous blood gushing forth. With a look of terror in his eyes, Zhao Delying collapsed onto the snow-covered ground. The abrupt turn of events startled everyone in the courtyard. Zhao Youheng stood frozen, unable to comprehend the shocking scene before him. While he remained in a daze, Wei Jun advanced, positioning his sword against Zhao Youheng's neck. The blade, still stained with the thick, foul blood of Zhao Delying, dripped onto Zhao Youheng's skin, carrying a hint of warmth. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhao Youheng's pupils widened in fear as he promptly cast down his weapon and surrendered. Spare your life, Wei Jun commanded in a deep voice. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. The dynamics shifted drastically. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Youheng, was now in custody, and Zhao Delying lay slain. The surrounding Zhao family servants, gripped by panic, hesitated to advance. After a brief moment, they relinquished their weapons, and the entire Zhao household fell under the control of the royal guard. Simultaneously, a new guard led by He Chaojun had successfully subdued the Qian family. Their actions were as swift as lightning. Before the Zhao and Qian families in Dongning City could react, the forces of the Xian Wangfu had thoroughly seized control of the situation. At this time, Xian Wang Li Xian appeared pale, even with his resolute spirit. Witnessing murder at such close quarters instilled a sense of dread within him. Fortunately, the ordeal had passed, suppressing his discomfort. Li Xian examined the supply list presented by his subordinates. Indeed, as expected, remarked the steward Lu Jingxian, astonished as he perused the account book. The Zhao and Qian families of Dongning City are truly prominent clans. The accumulated grain amounts to several thousand stones. This development ensured that their food supplies would sustain them for a considerable duration. Yes, transport everything back to the royal residence, Li Xian directed. The harbor is sealed. No ship shall set sail. After glancing over the ledger, Li Xian felt a surge of excitement. The issue of grain was no longer a concern. Upon entering the courtyard, he observed the plethora of resources unearthed from the Zhao residence. An astonishing variety lay before him, a testament to the wealth of the noble families. Amongst the clutter, a pile of yellow objects caught Li Xian's attention. Upon closer inspection, he stood in awe. Your Highness, this is sulfur. Lu Jingxian replied nonchalantly. Sulfur? Li Xian's eyes widened as a thought flashed through his mind. He had found a solution. Chapter 6. The ultimate weapon, Black Gunpowder. Dongning Prefecture, situated by the Northern Sea, is surrounded by several active volcanoes within a few hundred miles. Due to its advantageous geographical conditions, Dongning Prefecture is renowned for its abundant production of sulfur, a valuable medicinal herb. The high-quality, reasonably priced sulfur has become a significant commodity in domestic trade. The two prominent families in Dongning, along with several smaller clans, frequently engage in the sale of sulfur to the inland areas, Silla, and Yizhou. However, Li Xian perceived an alternative opportunity hidden behind sulfur. In this epoch, sulfur is merely regarded as a medicinal material. Yet, its most widespread application has yet to be revealed, black gunpowder. Through recent discoveries, Li Xian comprehended that the technological advancement of this era is comparable to that of the Tang dynasty in later times. Black gunpowder has not yet been invented. This realization presents a golden opportunity for Li Xian. Even the fiercest horse bandits of the grasslands would pale in comparison to my technological prowess that transcends time. Contemplating this, a smile of excitement blossomed on Li Xian's face, while his steward, Lu Jingxian, appeared momentarily dazed. What has come over the prince? Is it merely sulfur? It is everywhere in Dongning. Could it be that the prince intends to profit from the sulfur trade? Indeed, as a prince of Dongning province, the mines and forests of the entire province are his private domain. Should he monopolize the sulfur trade, the prince of Xian's residence could become immensely wealthy. It seems the prince is quite astute. Lu Jingxian could not fathom the prince's true intentions. At that moment, Li Xian instructed, Mr. Lu, please arrange for all the sulfur to be transported back to the royal residence and well guarded. As you command. Lu Jingxian promptly nodded. Not to mention, such a quantity of sulfur could yield substantial wealth. By the way, Li Xian inquired once more, do you know where in Dongning City I can find saltpeter? Saltpeter? Lu Jingxian responded with some confusion. Your Highness, what do you require saltpeter for? Although Dongning City does not produce it, the esteemed families and even common folk possess some. The technique of making ice with saltpeter has been known in Dongning for decades, especially during the scorching summer months. There is even some found near earthen houses. That is excellent, Li Xian said with a satisfied smile. I entrust you with a task. Collect all the saltpeter within the city. Additionally, organize people to produce charcoal, as I have a use for it. Despite some confusion, Lu Jingxian agreed, for it was not a difficult task. Within a few days, he had mobilized the populace to gather over 1,000 pounds of saltpeter, which was stored within the Prince of Xian's residence. In a secluded storage room, Li Xian held a balance rod, carefully measuring the weights of saltpeter powder, sulfur powder, and charcoal powder. The proportions were set at 70% saltpeter powder, 15% sulfur powder, and 15% charcoal powder. This ratio was gleaned from intelligent technology and is considered one of the optimal formulas for black gunpowder. After measuring the weights, Li Xin cautiously mixed the three powders together. In no time, the dark brown gunpowder was before him. Li Xin meticulously used a wooden spatula to transfer the gunpowder into a ceramic jar. After loading halfway, Li Xin placed a finely woven hemp rope soaked in oil into the earthen jar, subsequently filling the remaining space with gunpowder. Sealing the jar's opening with yellow clay, he allowed a substantial length of the hemp rope to remain exposed. Observing this rudimentary landmine on the wooden table, a faint smile crept across Li Xin's lips, tinged with excitement and curiosity about its potency. Silently, he made his way to an open area outside the Wang residence, where he buried the powder-filled jar in the earth. Taking advantage of the absence of onlookers, Li Xin ignited the hemp rope with a torch. The feeble flame flickered in the chilling wind. Hastily retreating behind a wall, he covered his ears, patiently awaiting the inevitable. In a moment of reverie, Li Xin found himself transported back to his childhood, to the joyous celebrations of fireworks during the spring festival. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from a distance. Boom! Smoke billowed skyward as the earth and snow were violently upheaved. Shortly thereafter, dirt began to rain down. In the desolate outskirts, the deafening sound of the explosion reverberated, leaving even Li Xin momentarily stunned. After all, a jar brimming with gunpowder naturally held tremendous explosive power. Emerging from behind the wall, Li Xin stood astonished at the sight before him. A deep pit, approximately a foot in diameter, marred the ground, with the snow-covered earth thrown chaotically about, even tainting the snow black. The acrid scent of gunpowder lingered in the air, igniting a spark of exhilaration within Li Xin. He had finally succeeded. The power was indeed substantial. Although it appeared rather rudimentary, if produced in greater quantities, it could effectively deter the marauding horsemen of the plains. After all, this was a formidable weapon. Lost in thought, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and others arrived, drawn by the sound of the explosion. Upon witnessing the devastation, Wei Jun's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly inquired, "Your Highness, what has transpired? Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Li Xin reassured, waving his hand. Observing the growing number of guards, he stated, "Send them back to continue their training. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, you remain." After dismissing the guards, only Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Lu Jingxian, and a few others remained in the room. Lu Jingxian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Your Highness, in recent days, the collection of sulfur and nitrate has been for the purpose of creating this?" Lu Jingxian found himself at a loss for words to describe the spectacle he had witnessed earlier in the open area. It had indeed astonished him. If such substances could be produced in greater quantities, he felt confident in the ability to defend Dongning City. Presenting a pouch of powder before the assembly, Li Xin declared, "This is gunpowder. The large pit you observed outside was the result of its explosion. With this gunpowder, no matter how formidable the horsemen of the plains may be, they shall not prevail against Dongning City. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, the Royal Guard must intensify their training during this period. Additionally, we need to select a group of loyal, reliable, and capable individuals to oversee the manufacturing of gunpowder. We must strive to produce as much as possible before the marauders arrive." After issuing these instructions, Wei Jun and He Chaojun began the task of identifying suitable candidates within the Royal Guard. Gunpowder, as a revolutionary weapon of mass destruction, holds immense significance. Thus, the paramount criterion for selecting personnel is unwavering loyalty and dependability. After all, the technology of gunpowder must remain confidential for the time being. Following a day of preliminary screening, over 20 individuals with families in Dongning City were meticulously chosen. These individuals would serve as the foundational workforce for the Dongning Gunpowder Bureau. On the following day, within a tightly guarded residence in Dongning City, Li Xin personally instructed this group in the intricate techniques of gunpowder production. The workforce was divided into 4 groups: grinding saltpeter, grinding sulfur, grinding charcoal, and, most critically, mixing the gunpowder components. With the technical guidance imparted, the Dongning Gunpowder Bureau commenced its official operations. Observing the bustling workers, Li Xin felt confident that it would not be long before they could produce gunpowder sufficient to withstand the marauding horse bandits from the steppes. Chapter 7. The steppe bandits arrive. A group of about 20 workers toiled diligently, and within just a few days, the Dongning Gunpowder Bureau had already produced several hundred pounds of gunpowder. Concurrently, an assortment of ceramic jars, collected from within the city, had been filled with this explosive material. Some jars even contained iron nails and shards, transforming them into rudimentary shrapnel. As preparations for the gunpowder progressed, the expanded Royal Guard, numbering 400 to 500, commenced rigorous training. Even those in the city who had not joined the Royal Guard were engaged in various activities. Prominent families dismantled their brick houses, transporting the bricks to the city walls as fortification supplies. Collected tung oil and logs were neatly stacked atop the walls. A few carpenters were even busy constructing catapults. The weather in Dongning province was exceptionally frigid, with heavy snow falling persistently for days, blanketing the land in a wintry white. One morning, as snowflakes danced in the distant forest, the once quiet city outskirts erupted into commotion. Inside the Xian Wangfu, a guard rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "The steppe bandits have arrived." Li Xian, who was preparing documents, felt a jolt of realization. What was inevitable had finally come to pass. "Let us ascend the city walls to observe," he responded gravely, donning a fur cloak as he strode purposefully outside. "My lord, you." Just as he stepped out, he encountered Princess Ning Xiaoqian. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and she gazed at him with palpable urgency. "My lord, please take care. I await your safe return." Ning Xiaoqian's tightly furrowed brow could not conceal a flicker of fear and concern. Understanding her sentiments, Li Xin felt warmth in his heart, recognizing that he, too, had someone to care for him. He approached Ning Xiaoqian, gently tucking a strand of her hair, tousled by the wind, behind her ear, and softly kissed her cheek. "Do not worry. We have yet to wed and consummate our marriage. I have no intention of perishing," he responded with a smile before striding confidently towards the outside. In that moment, Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed crimson. Watching Li Xin depart, her clear eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as Ning Xiaoqian twisted the hem of her garment, silently vowing, "I await your return." At the northern gate of Dongning City, upon ascending the battlements, Li Xin immediately beheld the ominous throng of prairie bandits beyond the walls. Each warrior sat astride formidable steeds, clad in full armor. Their predatory gazes fixed hungrily upon Dongning City. They resembled ferocious tigers descending from the mountain or ravenous wolves emerging from the forest, poised to seize the opportunity to devour the city whole. The numbers swelled to the hundreds, a chaotic multitude. With over 1,000 prairie bandits gathered, Li Xin felt a flicker of trepidation. After all, in his previous life, he was but an ordinary man, born under the red banner and raised in peace. Having never personally experienced the harrowing clash of battle, as he stood at the precipice of war, he realized he had overestimated his own fortitude. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" inquired Wei Jun, the captain of the royal guard, his expression grave. "This place is exceedingly perilous. For your safety, it would be wise for you to return to the palace and rest. We shall ensure the safety of Dongning." Wei Jun's concern was palpable, echoed by Lu Jingxian, who added, "Your Highness, General Wei speaks wisely. It is unwise to linger here. Besides, the powder kegs, tung oil, and rolling stones are all prepared. Under General Wei's command, the safety of Dongning is assured. There is no need for your worry." Yet, Li Xin remained resolute, unwilling to retreat. Though a flicker of fear stirred within him, he understood that this was the defense of Dongning City, the inaugural battle following his recruitment of the refugees and the expansion of the royal guard. Many civilians would also be facing battle for the first time. If he were to falter in fear, what reason would the people have to protect Dongning? What face would he have left to safeguard the citizens of the city? No. A glimmer of determination ignited in Li Xion's eyes. He declared with unwavering conviction, "Today, I shall stand with my brothers to defend the city. As long as the city stands, so shall I. If the city falls, we will all perish together." His voice, though not loud, resonated with a firmness that warmed the hearts of the royal guards. With such a prince fighting alongside them, they felt a renewed sense of confidence, akin to a solitary boat braving the stormy seas, bolstered by hope. "The city stands, we stand. The city falls, we fall." A flicker of admiration shone in Wei Jun's eyes as he clenched his fist high into the air, bellowing, "We vow to protect Dongning City with our lives. The city stands, we stand. The city falls, we fall. We vow to protect Dongning City with our lives. The city stands, we stand. The city falls, we fall. We vow to protect Dongning City with our lives." His resounding voice echoed across the skies of Dongning City, invigorating the guards as if they had been infused with adrenaline. "Move out," Wei Jun shouted urgently, pacing swiftly along the battlements. "Prepare the oil cauldrons. Heat the tung oil. Get the rolling stones ready. Archers, check your bowstrings. Quickly. We must act swiftly." Having battled bandits before, Wei Jun possessed a well-honed strategy for command. Furthermore, Li Xian had the formidable weaponry of gunpowder at his disposal. Li Xian firmly believed that as long as gunpowder could prove useful, it would surely catch the prairie bandits off guard. At that point, securing Dongning City would undoubtedly be within reach. Observing Wei Jun and others busily directing operations, Li Xian remained diligent himself, under the protection of several guards. He walked along the city walls, occasionally patting the shoulders of the soldiers stationed there, offering encouragement with simple yet heartfelt words. "Do well. Slay more foes. Stay safe. Keep it up." Though his words were few, they instilled a sense of warmth in the hearts of the soldiers. The guards atop the walls looked upon Prince Xian with a sense of solace. It was indeed a blessing to serve under such a leader. "I will certainly fight valiantly to defend Dongning City." As Li Xian and his companions were occupied, the prairie bandits outside the north gate began their advance. A man clad in animal hides rode forth, approaching to within 10 paces of Dongning City. Gazing at the walls, he raised his voice and shouted, "People within Dongning City, heed my words. Our commander has declared that if you lay down your arms and surrender, you shall be spared. Should you remain obstinate and resist, you will surely meet a fate worse than death." "Huh, quite the bravado," Wei Jun scoffed, his gaze sharp and menacing. Meanwhile, Li Xian furrowed his brow and remarked, "This man speaks Mandarin remarkably well. He must be a traitor. General Wei, do you have confidence in eliminating this man? Leave it to me." Wei Jun replied with a cold smirk, retrieving a tough boxwood bow from the side. He knocked an arrow and aimed directly at the man on the open ground. In a brief moment, he released the arrow with precision. Thud! The arrow sliced through the air, striking the man squarely in the chest. He gasped, falling helplessly from his horse, blood flowing and staining the pure white snow. "Glorious General! Glorious General!" Cheers erupted from the soldiers atop the walls. The single arrow had invigorated the morale of the royal guard. Meanwhile, the prairie bandits in the distance were thrown into disarray. The leader, Naha Tai, wore a grim expression, his eyes glinting with malice as he declared, "These detestable Dongning people dare to hold their ground. If that is the case, let us not hold back. Send the order to attack the city. Once breached, all troops are permitted free rein for 3 days. Naha Tai's words ignited excitement among the prairie bandits behind him. The implication was crystal clear. Should they breach the city, they would have 3 days to plunder at will. Treasures, provisions, and beautiful maidens. Whatever they could seize would belong to them. In an instant, the prairie bandits erupted in cheers. Charge! Charge! With Naha Tai's command, thousands of prairie bandits vigorously spurred their horses onward. The sound of thundering hooves echoed as they charged forward, kicking up white snow in their wake. They're coming! They're coming! Witnessing this scene, Li Xin narrowed his eyes, a flicker of seriousness crossing his features. Prepare for defense, he shouted, his voice ringing out across the battlements. Meanwhile, Wei Jun, He Chao Jun, and others commanded the royal guard in their final preparations. Outside the northern gate, the cavalry of the grassland bandits surged forward, thousands of war horses trampling upon the snow, causing the earth to tremble. The onlookers atop the city walls were gripped by fear. Even Li Xin held his breath in trepidation. In contrast, Wei Jun's expression darkened as he shouted, "Archers, ready! Catapults, prepare!" With his commanding voice, the royal guard snapped back to attention, springing into action. Soldiers placed barrels of gunpowder upon the catapults, while another stood ready with a torch at the side. They were drawing near. In the blink of an eye, the grassland bandits were only 200 paces from Dongning City, an exceedingly short distance. For the valiant steeds of the bandits, it was merely a matter of a few breaths before they would reach the walls. As they approached, the bandits drew their bows, aiming at the defenders on the battlements. Ignite! Wei Jun bellowed. The soldiers, already prepared, ignited the barrels of gunpowder on the catapult with the torch. The oil-soaked fuses burned brightly. Launch! The catapult operator swiftly triggered the mechanism, and in an instant, the device whirled into action, hurling several barrels of gunpowder into the air. Simultaneously, more than a dozen makeshift catapults on the wall launched dozens of barrels skyward toward the approaching bandits. What is this? The bandit leader, Naha Tai, squinted at the spectacle before him, perplexed. Clay pots. Could it be that these detestable Dongning people intended to use these pots to thwart our cavalry? A fool's dream. Naha Tai scoffed disdainfully. The grassland bandits continued their charge, oblivious to the clay pots overhead. However, just then, the pots descended. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, deafening explosions echoed through the air. The pots shattered, sending iron nails and shards flying. The high-velocity shards tore through the bodies of the grassland bandits, severing an arm from one unfortunate warrior. Stunned by the excruciating pain, he tumbled from his steed. More nails scattered, piercing the bodies of other bandits and their horses. The air was filled with the cries of horses and the wails of men. The thunderous explosions startled some horses, causing them to rear up and unseat their riders. The galloping war horses behind trampled the fallen bandits into the ground. The sudden turn of events left Naha Tai aghast. His face was a mask of terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. What in the world is this? How can it explode? He stood frozen, especially shocked to witness countless grassland bandits plummeting to their deaths. The sight was beyond his comprehension. Not only the bandits, but even the royal guards atop the walls were left in stunned silence. Despite their prior encounters with the formidable power of gunpowder barrels, Wei Jun, He Chao Jun, and their companions were nonetheless rendered speechless by such immense casualties. It was only now that they comprehended the source of His Highness the Prince of Faith's confidence. Taking a deep breath, Wei Jun bellowed, "Ignite! Launch!" Another round of gunpowder barrels descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions resonated across the vast plains outside Dongning City. The lethal shrapnel scattered widely, claiming countless bandits' lives. "Wow! Incredible!" exclaimed the guards atop the city wall, their faces filled with astonishment. "This is akin to heavenly thunder." "Heavenly thunder? Ha ha ha." Li Xin chuckled. "This is thunderous destruction. Let it obliterate those bandits." "Heavenly thunder? What a splendid name." Wei Jun laughed as well. "Brothers, let us rain down heavenly thunder upon those brigands." Another barrage of heavenly thunder soared skyward, descending towards the prairie bandits. In just a few rounds, the siege on the city had inflicted catastrophic losses upon the marauding forces. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, their appearances horrifying and heartbreaking. Commander Naha Tai could scarcely believe his eyes. By the heavens, what sin have we committed? Why must we be punished with such divine wrath? His heart ached with anguish as he cried out in despair. Yet, the deity they had relied upon for faith offered no response, while the heavenly thunder continued its relentless onslaught. Observing this scene, Commander Naha Tai's eyes reddened with fury, his expression twisted with rage. "Sons, slay them. 100 beauties and 100 slaves await the destroyers of the city. Courage shall surely accompany great rewards." With Naha Tai's command, the prairie bandits surged forward with fervor, completely disregarding the lifeless comrades around them. "Charge! Charge!" The bandits screamed, brandishing their curved blades and striking their steeds. The war horses galloped fiercely. Before long, the front line of prairie bandits hurled grappling hooks onto the city wall, climbing with all their might. Despite the overwhelming power of the heavenly thunder, a significant number of bandits managed to reach the base of the wall. This sight astonished Li Xin. Indeed, war was a brutal affair. Chapter 9. A resounding victory. "Come, let us bathe together. Pour the tongue oil. Quickly." With Wei Jun's urgent call, the soldiers on the city wall lifted massive iron cauldrons, pouring scalding tongue oil down upon the climbing prairie bandits. Instantly, those attempting to scale the wall were seared and met their demise. Meanwhile, from a distance, bandits on horseback drew their bows and released a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several arrows soared through the air, and some soldiers atop the wall were caught off guard, struck by the projectiles. Blood splattered, painting the ground crimson. Feeling the brutal reality of war up close, Li Xin was momentarily taken aback. However, it was only a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. He understood that this was no longer the era of peace he once knew. This was Dongning City of the great Qin dynasty. If these marauding horse bandits are not eliminated, the people of Dongning City will surely perish, and he too will meet his demise here. In the face of life and death, one's potential is boundless. Li Xin took a deep breath and calmly declared, "Thunderous explosives, continue to hurl them. Annihilate these wretches." As Li Xin directed the onslaught, He Chaojun commanded the archers on the city walls to retaliate. In that moment, a flurry of arrows filled the air, weaving through the sky. The thunderous explosives ignited, forcefully cast from the ramparts. The resounding explosions inflicted heavy losses upon the marauders. The battle commenced in the morning and persisted until past noon, yet the horse bandits could not scale the walls. Outside, the open field was strewn with nearly 400 corpses of the marauders. After suffering significant casualties, the horse bandits could no longer endure. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Commander Nahatai bellowed. One by one, the horse bandits fled the battlefield, racing towards the horizon. "Huzzah! Huzzah! The bandits have retreated." Cheers erupted from the walls. Even Li Xin, drenched in blood, felt a surge of joy and inhaled deeply, instructing, "General Wei, do not let your guard down. Be wary of another assault from the bandits." "Rest assured, Your Highness, I am aware," Wei Jun promptly replied, beginning to direct the soldiers on the walls to clear the bodies and transport supplies. Although they had repelled this incursion, the horse bandits remained a formidable force. Any lapse in vigilance could render Dongning City perilously vulnerable. Fortunately, the marauders did not launch another reckless attack. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, Commander Nahatai's eyes were bloodshot, filled with ire as he gazed at the distant Dongning City. In that expanse, they had lost nearly half of their soldiers. Such a devastating toll was a humiliation Nahatai had never before experienced. Cursed Dongning people, he seethed, his countenance darkened with fury, despite his unwillingness to accept defeat. Nahatai found himself without alternative recourse. After all, the thunderous explosions had wreaked havoc upon their ranks. "No, I must report this to the Khan." Resolutely, Nahatai commanded, "Immediately send word to the Khan's tent, detailing the situation here." As afternoon descended, the snowfall intensified, threatening to block the roads entirely. Reluctantly, Commander Nahatai ordered a retreat, and thus the plan to assault Dongning City was irrevocably dashed. After the horse bandits withdrew, Li Xin remained incredulous. "Have the bandits truly retreated?" he inquired, skepticism lacing his voice. "Indeed, Your Highness," Wei Jun affirmed with a nod. "The scouts dispatched have confirmed it. In the northern snowfields, there are clear signs of their departure. No bandits remain in the vicinity. The horse bandits have definitively retreated." "Your Highness," Lu Jingxian interjected with a furrowed brow. "The horse bandits have sustained grievous losses, and coupled with the frigid weather, if they do not retreat, they likely will not survive the night." Listening to Lu Jingxuan's analysis, Li Xin nodded slightly. Situated by the shores of the North Sea, this place experiences an exceptionally frigid winter. During this period, each evening, the room of Li Xin is warmed by a brazier and covered with several layers of bedding, providing a semblance of warmth. In contrast, the prairie bandits outside the city, relying solely on their tents, would find it exceedingly difficult to endure. It appears that this opportunity is quite favorable. At the very least, these prairie marauders will be hard to encounter again for a considerable time after their retreat. Wei Jun, reflecting on this, instructed, "The royal guard must remain vigilant. Scouts are to continue monitoring enemy movements. Ensure the sentinels on the city walls are well positioned. There shall be no relaxation, whether by day or by night." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Wei Jun promptly replied. After issuing his orders, Li Xin descended from the city walls and made his way towards the royal residence. The prolonged battle had left him somewhat fatigued. Although he had not personally engaged in combat, the tension had taken its toll. Upon returning to the royal residence, the Princess Ning Xiaoqian hurriedly approached him. Seeing Li Xin covered in blood and grime, she could no longer contain her tears. "My lord, you." Ning Xiaoqian reached out with her delicate hands, seemingly searching for any signs of injury. Her tear-streaked face was particularly heart-wrenching. Sensing her concern, Li Xin affectionately brushed her forehead and reassured her, "I am fine, unscathed. Do not worry." While saying this, he patted his chest. "As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters." Ning Xiaoqian took a deep breath and instructed a nearby servant, "Quickly, prepare hot water for His Highness to wash." Before long, the room was filled with steam, and a large wooden tub was brimming with hot water. "Your Highness, the water is ready. You may wash now," Ning Xiaoqian gently said. "Let us wash together." Li Xin replied with a smile. "Your Highness, what are you saying?" Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, her ears tinged with red. "Come on, let's wash together." Li Xin chuckled, adding, "With so much hot water, it would be a waste for just one person to bathe." As he spoke, he grasped Ning Xiaoqian's delicate wrist. "Don't!" Ning Xiaoqian exclaimed, breaking free and running outside, her face still flushed. Watching her retreating figure, Li Xin stroked his chin, murmuring to himself, "Am I being too hasty? Hee. Being eager is not a problem. After all, she is my future bride. It seems I should find a day to marry her first. Once wed, we can. Hee. Moreover, the notion of bathing together and a little training should not be out of the question." Lost in pleasant thoughts, Li Xin shed his garments and stepped into the tub. The warm water enveloped him, washing away his fatigue. It was a comforting and delightful experience. After enjoying a hot bath, Li Xin, feeling refreshed, donned his clothes and, upon stepping outside, encountered the steward Lu Jingxian. Your Highness, Lu Jingxian quickly bowed, saying, the spoils from outside the city have been thoroughly gathered. We have achieved a bountiful harvest. In this battle, we eliminated 379 prairie bandits. The amount of bows, leather armor, saddles, and other materials captured is incalculable. Moreover, there are approximately 400 injured warhorses. Chapter 10. How could one possibly dine on meat without wine? What a splendid harvest. Li Xin tightened his garments around him and made his way indoors. Upon lifting the heavy curtain and stepping inside, he immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop him. Bows, leather armor, and horses, the supplies were perfectly suited to equip our royal guard. Leaning close to the brazier, Li Xin spoke while warming himself. Please catalog these supplies and hand them over to Wei Jun and He Chaojun for proper handling. Understood. Lu Jingxian nodded in agreement. As for the injured warhorses, Li Xin licked his parched lips and inquired, is there any hope for their recovery? Alas, no, Lu Jingxian shook his head. The power of the thunderous explosive was too great. Many of the horses are grievously injured and unlikely to survive. Even those with lesser wounds are struggling to breathe in this frigid weather. Most of these 400 injured steeds are beyond saving. What a pity for such fine horses. What is there to lament? Li Xin remarked, seemingly unconcerned. A dead horse can serve as meat. Regardless of their quality, they are merely beasts. Once deceased, they can be repurposed for sustenance. The mere thought of meat caused Li Xin to lick his lips once more. During this period, with meals consisting of little more than a meager ration twice a day, he felt as though he might go mad from hunger. Not only was meat scarce, but even vegetables were a rare find. Now, with so many injured warhorses, a feast could be arranged. He commanded with a grin, prepare half of the dead horses for tonight's stew. Let each citizen of the city receive a portion to savor. It is a reward for everyone's hard work during these trying times. Thank you, Your Highness. Even Lu Jingxian felt a surge of excitement, swallowing hard at the prospect of tasting meat. By the way, Li Xin chuckled softly, be sure to save me some ribs. Ribs are a delicacy. Horse meat tends to be tough, and if improperly prepared, can carry an unpleasant tang. However, the ribs are among the most delectable parts of the horse. He learned this during a trip to the grasslands. Thus, he placed a direct order for the ribs. Understood, my lord, Lu Jingxian replied with a knowing grin. Before long, the entire city buzzed with activity. Upon hearing of the horse meat stew, everyone sprang into action. Some slaughtered, while others cut the meat. Pots were set to boil, and all were bustling about. 100 or 200 horses provided an ample quantity of meat. Even with the large number of refugees in the city, everyone would be able to receive a portion. Shortly thereafter, a rich aroma wafted through the streets. The citizens, having long been deprived of the scent of meat, found their throats tightening as they swallowed in anticipation. In these tumultuous times, simply having a meal was a blessing, let alone feasting on meat, a notion that seemed almost unimaginable. As night fell, the horse meat was ready. Li Xin emerged from the building, surveying the gathered citizens with a smile. He raised his voice, exclaiming, Dear villagers, today we have driven off the marauding horse bandits, and your contributions have been invaluable. Tonight, this horse meat is a reward for your efforts. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. The citizens erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted. Within her gaze, glistened crystalline tears, brimming with genuine emotion. In times of turmoil, human lives are as fleeting as grass. To find a wise sovereign amidst such chaos is indeed a fortune accumulated over generations. Observing the fervent townsfolk around him, Li Xin felt a rush of excitement within his heart. Dear villagers, he inhaled deeply, though we have driven away the marauding horse thieves from the steppes. The trials of Dongning City are far from over. After tonight, we must join forces and safeguard our beloved city. With that, the townspeople began to feast heartily, savoring the horse meat and relishing the meat broth. Even the members of the royal guard, who were off duty, indulged in the feast. Soldiers stationed on the city walls were also treated to horse meat and broth. The entire city resonated with joy and warmth. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Li Xin wore a radiant smile. Before him lay a grand platter of ribs, and he could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Your Highness, is there not enough? There is more, Lu Jingxian said with a mysterious smile as he presented a steaming bowl before Li Xin. What is this? Li Xin asked, inhaling the fragrant steam rising from the bowl. Ah, he exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with delight. Lu Jingxian chuckled. Your Highness, how can one enjoy meat without wine? This is the local brew from Dongning City. Do have a taste. At the mention of wine, Li Xion's palate awakened. He lifted the bowl and took a small sip. Curious about the flavor. Is this wine? He pondered, momentarily taken aback by its sourness, devoid of any alcoholic essence. It was even inferior to the beer of later times, let alone when compared to stronger spirits. I must find the time to brew a fine wine for them to truly understand what real wine is. Your Highness, having this local brew is already a blessing. Lu Jingxian sighed with resignation. In Dongning, we barely have enough grain to eat, let alone brew wine. A little grain mash, simmered into a pot of local brew during winter, is quite commendable. These mashed grains were scavenged from the Zhao and Qin families. Li Xian was momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, he understood the harsh reality of this era, where the common folk struggled merely to fill their stomachs. How could ordinary families possibly have wine? This was not the capital. The conditions remained exceedingly harsh. Never mind. Li Xian shook his head. I shall ensure that you all taste true wine in the future. The local brew was sour and left a slight buzz after excessive consumption. After finishing the ribs and the large pot of local brew, Li Xian felt a gentle haze enveloping him. Time passed unnoticed until a pair of soft hands assisted him back to his chamber. Collapsing onto the bed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his dreams, Li Xin envisioned an unparalleled beauty seated beside him, her charming smile and enchanting eyes captivating his heart. Their gazes locked, and Li Xion's lips curled into a smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. He reached out, grasping the arm of the enchanting lady, pulling her into his embrace. By the bedside, the Princess Ning Xiaoqian blushed deeply, struggling to free herself from his hold. However, how could the petite and delicate Ning Xiaoqian possibly break free? Your Highness, please don't, she softly called out. Yet, Li Xian remained fast asleep, a smile gracing his lips, his hand still tightly holding onto her. Unable to extricate herself, Ning Xiaoqian resignedly leaned against Li Xian's broad chest, her gaze fixed upon the prince, whose smile was so near. Unbeknownst to her, weariness overtook her, and she drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Li Xian stretched languidly, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Ning Xiaoqian sprawled upon him. How did you end up here? He inquired with a chuckle. Did you miss your husband? You still dare to say that? Ning Xiaoqian retorted playfully, immediately springing up and dashing outside. Witnessing her panicked escape, Li Xian was left bewildered. What a scoundrel! We spent the entire night together, and yet, nothing happened? Chapter 11. Reflections post-battle. Stepping outside, the biting cold compelled Li Xian to draw his garments closer around him. He looked up to find that the wind and snow from the previous night had intensified. The courtyard was blanketed in over a foot of snow. The household servants were busily clearing the snow, a flurry of activity. Upon seeing the prince emerge, a servant promptly brought forth warm water to attend to Li Xian's morning routine. After breakfast, Li Xian checked the time and instructed, He Tong Yuan, please summon Lu Jingxian, Wei Jun, and He Chaojun to come here. Before long, the three arrived at the residence. In the main hall, a fire blazed in the brazier, the wood crackling cheerily. Your Highness, we pay our respects. The three exclaimed, bowing quickly. Do not stand on ceremony. Come sit and warm yourselves. Li Xian urged them to take a seat. For this frigid weather was best spent indoors by the fire. As he rubbed his hands together, the three exchanged glances filled with curiosity, pondering the reason for the prince's summons. Lu Jingxian chimed in. Indeed, in such cold, little else can be accomplished. I fear even those marauding horsemen from the plains will not dare to venture forth. With the heavy snow blocking the mountains, it seemed unlikely they would come. Li Xian nodded slightly, saying, We've certainly weathered a small trial, haven't we? It hasn't been easy. Indeed, it has not. Wei Jun exhaled deeply, reflecting on the previous day's battle. Had it not been for the thunderous cannon fire, Dongning City might have faced dire consequences. With the snow burying the mountains and the cold gripping us, Li Xian continued, we must not grow complacent. Scouts must still be dispatched to closely monitor the movements surrounding Dongning City. Should any signs of the marauding horsemen appear, they must report immediately. Rest assured, Your Highness. I have already instructed the scouts to patrol continuously, Wei Jun promptly replied. That is reassuring. Li Xian nodded slightly, appreciating Wei Jun's capabilities. He was indeed a commendable strategist, a rare talent in the realm of command. Looking at Wei Jun and He Chaojun, Li Xian inquired, now that the battle has concluded, what are your thoughts? Do not hold back. Let us engage in casual conversation. As the leader of the Wangfu Guard, Wei Jun replied, indeed, the prairie bandits are remarkably formidable. Were it not for our thunder bombs, it would be exceedingly challenging to ensure the safety of Dongning City. Indeed, Li Xian responded with a grave expression, nodding in agreement. The prairie bandits are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. In contrast, most of our Wangfu Guard are merely newly armed civilians. How can we possibly compare ourselves to the prairie bandits? This time, we repelled them thanks to the thunder bombs, which was a stroke of luck. However, should the prairie bandits come prepared next time, it will not be so easily dealt with. As the saying goes, a fall into a pit, a gain in your wit. After this battle, we must thoroughly analyze our experiences and lessons learned to address our shortcomings. Indeed, there are lessons to be gleaned. Wei Jun articulated first, the prairie bandits are predominantly cavalry. The strength of cavalry lies in their prowess in open field combat. With the agility of their fine steeds, they excel in such engagements. Meanwhile, our forces in Dongning City are mostly infantry, whose advantage is the fortification of the city itself. Therefore, we should capitalize on our strengths and avoid open confrontations with the prairie bandits until our Wangfu Guard can match their might. Instead, we should focus our efforts on defending the city. In defense, we possess thunder bombs, oil, and rolling logs and stones. No matter how fierce the prairie bandits may be, we can still hold our ground within the city walls. Quite right. Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. Wei Jun's words had elucidated the current dynamics between the prairie bandits and the Wangfu Guard, thoroughly analyzing both strengths and weaknesses. The next step would be to engage in targeted training. Emphasize strengths while mitigating weaknesses. Patience is essential. At present, what Li Xian lacks most is time. With advanced technology at his disposal, given sufficient time, Li Xian believes he can transform Dongning City into a fortress of steel. At that point, even if thousands of prairie bandits were to launch an assault, he would not flinch. However, time is scarce. Thus, we must bide our time. This has been the most prudent strategy Li Xian has deduced after reflecting on the writings of the founding emperor. Contemplating further, Li Xian continued. Now that we have thoroughly analyzed our respective advantages and disadvantages, we can proceed with targeted training. Although the prairie bandits may not return this winter, we must not grow complacent. As the adage goes, train in the heat of summer and in the cold of winter. The frigid conditions are perfect for fortifying our resolve. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, the Wangfu Guard must seize the time for training without the slightest hint of laxity. Understood. Wei Jun and He Chaojun promptly responded. Let us strive diligently. Li Xin affirmed. Our Dongning province encompasses 3 prefectures, 17 counties, and 8 local administrations. Such an extensive territory has largely fallen into the hands of the prairie bandits. Once our Wangfu Guard has been adequately trained, it will be time for us to march north and reclaim our lost lands. At that juncture, the vast expanse will depend on your vigilance to guard it. Your Highness, He Chaojun furrowed his brow. This Dongning province spans thousands of miles. Relying solely on the few hundred of the Wangfu Guard is far from sufficient. Should we not make early preparations and commence the recruitment and training of soldiers? Your suggestion is indeed commendable. Li Xin chuckled and replied, I share the same intention. At present, our royal guard comprises merely over 500 men, which is insufficient. The defense of the city was barely adequate. Therefore, we must endeavor to recruit more soldiers. Due to the turmoil caused by the prairie bandits across Dongning province, there is a significant influx of refugees. We should select the strong and robust among these displaced individuals to bolster our royal guard. This is the foundation upon which we must firmly establish ourselves. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, this matter shall remain under your purview. Both Wei Jun and He Chaojun promptly acknowledged their responsibility. Recruiting refugees and expanding the royal guard is an urgent task. After all, no one can guarantee that the prairie bandits will not resort to desperate measures in the spring, launching a military assault on Dongning City. Should that time arrive, it would be too late for last-minute efforts. We must prepare in advance. We need to actively recruit and train soldiers. The Gunpowder Bureau must not cease its operations. We must continue producing gunpowder and thunderous explosives for unforeseen emergencies. Even the craftsmen and blacksmiths within the city have been organized by Li Xin. Bows, arrows, and weaponry are being produced with great urgency. All preparations have been meticulously outlined. However, there remains a significant issue yet to be resolved, the matter of food supplies. Gazing at Lu Jingxian, Li Xin inquired, Mr. Lu, how much food do we currently have stored in Dongning City? Will it suffice to sustain the populace through this harsh winter? Chapter 12. The weighty responsibilities of sustenance and shelter. The question of winter survival is presently the most pressing issue at hand. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation all pertain to the very survival of Dongning City. Especially now, with tens of thousands residing within its walls, how will they endure? Food is of paramount importance. After a moment of silence following Li Xion's inquiry, Lu Jingxian responded, Your Highness, since the recent confiscation of grain from the Zhao and Xin families, the royal guard has also penalized corrupt officials within the city, resulting in the acquisition of over 10,000 stones of grain. While this may seem plentiful, the population of Dongning City is considerable. Each person requires at least 5 to 6 taels of rice daily, and the able-bodied soldiers require even more. With over 20,000 individuals currently in the city, we need to consume at least 14,000 jin of rice daily, equivalent to 140 stones of grain. Given that Dongning province experiences bitter cold and a long winter, there are 4 to 5 months until spring arrives, approximately 150 days. This amounts to 21,000 stones of grain. This does not even account for the additional consumption by our soldiers. Moreover, during this period, we are actively recruiting more soldiers, which further escalates our needs. When all is calculated, we must prepare at least 25,000 stones of grain to barely sustain ourselves until next spring. However, our current reserves, including what has been confiscated within the royal residence in the city, amount to just about 20,000 stones. This leaves us with a shortfall of 5,000 stones, making it exceedingly difficult to endure until next spring. What a significant deficit we face. Li Xin was momentarily taken aback. Lu Jingxian, true to his role as the steward of the palace, calculated the gravity of the situation, causing Li Xin to realize the seriousness of the issue at hand. Particularly during winter, when heavy snow seals the mountains, rendering the roads impassable and the seas frozen, the food supplies from outside cannot be brought in, not to mention compensating for the shortages from other regions. Moreover, there is another matter Lu Jingxian has yet to mention. In recent days, a steady influx of refugees from the northern provinces has been fleeing to Dongning City, leading to a continual increase in its population. Consequently, the food scarcity will only intensify. This is indeed a daunting predicament. Li Xin rubbed his temples, reclining in his chair by the fire. Although he possessed a golden finger of sorts, it merely aided him in technological matters and could not truly provide food. Thus, he needed to devise a solution to this dilemma himself. How should he proceed? Your Highness, I have an idea. He Chaojun, displaying his cleverness, interjected. I have heard that the mountains of Dongning province are abundant with wild boars. The heavy snow does not render the mountains inaccessible. We could organize seasoned hunters to venture into the mountains for a hunt. This has been a traditional method employed by the locals in past years. Furthermore, we could enjoy some hearty game meat. Hunting in the mountains? Li Xion's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In fact, this method seemed quite promising. Dongning province lies along the coast of the northern sea, with Liaoyang thousands of miles to the west, the kingdom of Silla to the southwest, and the Ezo nation to the south and southeast. From this deduction, Li Xian gained a clearer understanding of Dongning City's general location. This region is situated in the northeastern part of the country. There is a saying that describes the northeastern region. With sticks, one beats the roe deer, and with ladles, one scoops fish. Wild chickens fly straight into the pot. Li Xian recalled this lesson vividly. In the depths of winter, one could catch wild rabbits in the grasslands and chase after roe deer. The colder it got, the better it was, as the wild chickens would be so frozen that they could barely open their eyes. When they were extremely cold, they would bury their heads in the snow, and one could approach them as if pulling up a radish, effortlessly extracting them from their hiding spots. Despite the roe deer's swiftness, they would struggle in the snow, their legs trapped in the drifts, allowing hunters to capture them easily. In a moment, this lesson became increasingly vivid in Li Xion's mind, further solidifying his resolve to pursue the idea of hunting in the mountains. Indeed, Li Xion exclaimed, pointing at He Chaojun with a smile, your suggestion is splendid. Hunting in the mountains is indeed an excellent idea. Let us organize a group of seasoned local hunters along with our palace guards who are skilled archers to venture into the mountains together. Regardless of the yield, it will certainly alleviate some of our food shortages. Moreover, through practical experience, we can enhance the archery skills of our palace guards. A twofold benefit, indeed. Let it be decided then. He Chaojun, you shall oversee the hunting affairs. Organize the hunting party and commence actions at the earliest opportunity. Understood. He Chaojun promptly responded. Remember to take along some locals, Li Xin advised. The deep mountains and forests can be fraught with danger. It is imperative to have locals with us for safety. Rest assured, Mr. Liu, I understand, He Chaojun replied quickly. After arranging the hunting party, Li Xion felt a weight lifted from his heart. Regardless of the outcome of the hunt, it would address a portion of the food supply issue. As long as we can endure this winter, everything will improve. However, beyond the matter of sustenance, there are other pressing issues to address: clothing, shelter, and transportation. Each aspect holds considerable significance. Aside from the concern of meals, warmth and accommodation are paramount. Contemplating this, Li Xion gazed at Li Xin and remarked, Mr. Liu, the issue of food seems to be resolved. Yet, with the multitude of refugees within the city, how we ensure warmth and shelter to shield ourselves from the biting cold is equally vital. These matters also require your attention. Mr. Liu, at this moment, Li Xin had undeniably assumed the role of chief administrator for the entire Dongning city. Every facet of daily life rested upon his capable shoulders. Li Xin, a proficient steward from the royal manor, was indeed well equipped for this responsibility. Your Highness, Li Xin pondered briefly before responding. The accommodation issue is relatively easier to tackle. In the absence of proper housing, we can construct earth shelters. Since the royal manor began providing meals, some of the refugees have started digging earth dwellings in the open spaces. Recently, He Yuan from our manor led a group to excavate a large earth shelter to serve as a communal sleeping area. Although the conditions are somewhat rudimentary, it spares us from enduring the elements. Earth shelters? Li Xion mused internally. This could be considered a temporary measure. When spring arrives and circumstances improve, it is imperative that the common folk have access to decent housing. Li Xion silently vowed to himself. As for the issue of clothing, Li Xin shook his head slightly and said, this indeed presents a significant challenge. Fortunately, most of the refugees who fled here arrived with some clothing. Following the recent skirmish, many of the prairie bandits suffered casualties, and their fur coats and garments were stripped away. These have been distributed to those in dire need. For others, they will have to remain in the earth shelters for now. Sighing, Li Xin could not help but express his concern. The road ahead is fraught with challenges. Li Xion took a deep breath, acutely aware of the burdens he bore. To be well fed, warmly clothed, and comfortably housed, though these phrases appear simple, achieving them in their entirety is indeed a formidable task. Reflecting on the efforts of those in future generations who strive to alleviate the plight of the populace truly invokes a sense of admiration for their endeavors. One must cherish such splendid times. Chapter 13. The High Discourse of Prince Xian as the hunting team in Dongning City prepared to venture into the mountains. An unsettling piece of news arrived from the northern regions of Shuangqing Prefecture and Xinda Prefecture. After the prairie bandits retreated from Dongning City, they launched attacks on several counties in Shuangqing and Xinda. These areas, with sparsely populated citizens and a shortage of soldiers, saw several counties fall into peril. What astonished Li Xion further was the fact that the prairie bandits had reinforcements ready to assault Shuangqing Prefecture. Upon receiving this news, Li Xion was taken aback. He understood that even the capital of Dongning Province, Dongning Prefecture, had few soldiers, let alone Shuangqing Prefecture, Xinda Prefecture, and the surrounding counties. In his memory, many of the counties in Dongning Province resembled mere earthen fortresses. Do not speak of fortified stone walls. Even rammed earth walls are non-existent, replaced entirely by rudimentary wooden stockades. The ability of Dongning City to withstand attacks relies on the conscription of refugees, the royal guard, and the formidable power of explosive artillery. This indicates that the situation in other prefectures and counties is exceedingly dire. Your Highness, Wei Jun said, his brow furrowed with concern, to my knowledge, the soldiers in Shuangqing Prefecture and Xinda Prefecture number only a few hundred. The prospect of holding the city seems grim. Wei Jun did not finish his thought. Yet Li Xion understood the implication, that he harbored doubts about Xinda Prefecture and Shuangqing Prefecture's ability to maintain their defenses. Li Xion shared this skepticism. Very well, he said, gazing at Wei Jun, send word to Xinda Prefecture, Shuangqing Prefecture, and the subordinate counties and stockades. If they cannot hold their ground, they are permitted to abandon their cities and retreat to Dongning. I shall not hold them accountable for the loss of territory. Wei Jun paused, visibly conflicted. Your Highness, the court is notoriously harsh in matters of punishment, particularly regarding territorial loss, which can lead to execution. Such a decree warrants careful consideration. Li Xin, standing nearby, looked at Li Xion, puzzled by his intentions. Moreover, issuing such an order would evidently provide the enemy with leverage, potentially allowing those aligned with the crown prince to criticize and attack Li Xion. How could he conceive such a reckless idea? Li Xion could not stifle his agitation. The court was well aware of Dongning Province's predicament. Despite being a single province, how many soldiers could it muster? Combined, they would likely be outmatched even by our royal guard. Let alone the combat effectiveness of the soldiers in each prefecture and county. with their capabilities, they could hardly defend the city. Remaining in their locales would merely serve as a death sentence to the hands of the nomadic horse bandits. What else could this be but folly? In a fit of indignation, Li Xin stated, to preserve land while losing people results in the loss of both. To safeguard people while forfeiting land allows for the preservation of both. The paramount issue in Dongning province is the scarcity of population and insufficient military strength, which is further dispersed over a vast area. Consequently, we find ourselves vulnerable to the attacks of the horse bandits, easily overwhelmed and defeated. Why can we not alter this situation? He continued. If we can consolidate the populace of the surrounding prefectures and counties, after weathering this harsh winter, we shall be able to form a formidable army. When that time comes, not only will we reclaim Shuangqing Prefecture and Shinda Prefecture, but we shall also recover the 8 territories lost from Dongning Province. As Li Xin spoke, Lu Jingshuan's eyes brightened. To preserve land while losing people results in the loss of both. To safeguard people while forfeiting land allows for the preservation of both. These 16 characters illuminated Lu Jingshuan's understanding. He looked at Li Xin with newfound admiration, astonished by the depth of insight possessed by the Prince of Exile. The current plight of Dongning Province could indeed be transformed by these principles. Your Highness's profound insights are commendable. Lu Jingxian could not help but praise. Dongning Province is indeed plagued by a lack of people. With fewer inhabitants, our military strength is diminished, rendering us incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the nomadic horse bandits. Unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the marauding horse bandits, the frequency of their raids has only intensified, resulting in a further decline in our populace. This unfortunate scenario has spiraled into a vicious cycle. To unravel this predicament, we must augment our numbers and bolster our military strength. We must consolidate the population of Dongning Province into a formidable force to safeguard Dongning City and triumph over our adversaries. I wholeheartedly concur with your Highness's proposition. However, we might consider rephrasing our approach to avoid alarming the populace. Very well. Li Xin nodded slightly and declared, this matter must be addressed with utmost urgency. Wei Jun, the royal guard, should also disperse to ensure the safety of the surrounding refugees as they enter the city. Understood. The two responded promptly. It is straightforward to notify the citizens in the north to evacuate. The challenge lies in how these individuals will subsist upon their arrival in Dongning City. The gap in food supplies will only widen. It seems we shall need to increase our hunting expeditions into the mountains. This is indeed a daunting task. Despite his concerns, Li Xin was not daunted by the difficulties ahead. Throughout both his past life and the present, he has steadfastly believed that human determination can conquer the heavens. Reflecting on the sages of yore, who forged their paths through hardship and adversity to establish a life of happiness, he pondered how they persevered from nothing against numerous obstacles. Why should I not do the same? I, Li Xin, as the prince wielding military and political authority over Dongning Province, command the loyalty of my subjects. My starting point is far superior to that of those ancient sages. I possess confidence in overcoming these challenges. We must harness the wisdom of the masses. As the saying goes, if one labors, one will have ample provisions. It is essential not only to organize hunting parties, but also to mobilize women and children. Although they may not venture into the mountains to hunt, they can still forage for wild edibles nearby, perhaps beneath the snow. They might discover pine nuts or other nuts to alleviate hunger. Strength lies in numbers. Together, our efforts will yield greater results. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xin felt his melancholy dissipate. After entrusting this task to Lu Jingxian, he returned to the warmth of the brazier, reclining on a soft cushion while perusing knowledge from advanced technologies. Once Lu Jingxian, Wei Jun, and the others departed, they began summoning personnel to relay Prince Li Xin's evacuation orders to the various counties within Dongning Province. Furthermore, arrangements were made for royal guards to escort the surrounding refugees into the city. As orders were issued, Dongning City became a hive of activity. Even Lu Jingxian and He Tangyuan organized the citizens within the city to dig earth shelters. Amidst this flurry of work, in a secluded dwelling, a gaunt-faced man glanced at the note in his hand, revealing a smirk of derision. This is a piece of leverage. With this evidence, I wonder how Prince Xian will manage to rise again and contend for the throne. With that thought, the man stuffed the note into a cylindrical capsule attached to a homing pigeon. The pigeon took flight, soaring high and gradually departing from Dongning City, heading towards the distant west. Watching the pigeon vanish, the man smiled coldly and quietly slipped away. Chapter 14. Into the mountains to hunt wild boar. As the 12th month approached, the population of Dongning City had swelled by over 10,000 individuals. Most of these individuals have evacuated from the northern prefectures. As their numbers swell, the consumption of provisions has naturally intensified, placing additional strain on the hunting teams. Fortunately, it is not solely the hunting parties that have reaped abundant rewards. Even the women and children have gathered nuts in the snowy outskirts of the city, yielding a fruitful harvest. Pine nuts, hazelnuts, lion's mane mushrooms, and various nuts and fungi have significantly enriched the culinary resources of the townsfolk. Moreover, some individuals, unable to find wild fruits, have resorted to collecting twigs and firewood, as well as searching for Ural grass, thus compensating for their material deficiencies. The most promising news, however, is that the prairie horse bandits have retreated to their camps. As the 12th month approaches, the entire landscape is blanketed in white. The snow in the wild has accumulated to over half a foot, creating deep pits with every step, making movement arduous, especially for horses. The absence of the horse bandits heralds a period of tranquility and stability in the days to come. Consequently, the hunting and gathering teams have increased their frequency of excursions. Even Li Xin, unable to contain his restlessness after being cooped up in the city for a month or two. Decided to join He Chaojun and the others on their hunting expedition as the year-end approached. As the team progressed beyond the city, they headed towards the northeastern mountains of Dongning City. Clad in leather boots and a fur-lined coat, Li Xin found himself quite warm. Some members of the hunting team pulled sleds, while others, adept in their skills, glided effortlessly across the snow on makeshift wooden skis. This is splendid. Li Xin nodded in satisfaction. He Chaojun replied with a smile, these are used by local hunters. Many members of our hunting team have learned this skill during this time. Our speed in pursuing hares, pheasants, and wild deer has indeed increased significantly. The wisdom of the masses is truly commendable. Li Xin could not help but compliment. I shall learn it as well when time permits. Certainly. He Chaojun chuckled. Your Highness, I shall teach you then. After some time, Li Xin found himself struggling to continue. The uneven terrain was exhausting. In resignation, he took a seat on the sled, allowing the team to advance. The horses pulling the sled moved considerably faster. Sitting atop the sled, Li Xin curiously gazed at the surrounding scenery. Although he had visited the northeast in his previous life, he had never witnessed the pristine winter landscape of the mountains. Once they entered the mountainous region, towering pine forests surrounded them. Not long after, a vividly colored wild pheasant, startled by the group, began to run laboriously. Quick! Surround it! He Chaojun shouted excitedly. Xiao Wang, Lao Lu, you approach from the north. Lao Zhang Deji, you come from the south. Under He Chaojun's direction, several members adeptly maneuvered on their skis to encircle the bird. The exhausted pheasant, finally unable to continue, dove into a snowdrift, attempting to conceal itself. However, its long tail feathers remained exposed, quivering as if beckoning the group closer. Before long, the members of the hunting party surrounded and captured the wild chicken. It has begun, He Chaojun exclaimed with excitement. Lu Daiyou, Zhang Guangcai, according to our old custom, split up. The members of the hunting team divided into several groups and ventured into the forest. Once they entered the mountain, they indeed reaped a bountiful harvest. In just over an hour, several sleds were filled with wild chickens, hares, and foolish roe deer. It seems the saying beat the roe deer and scoop the fish. Wild chickens fly into the pot holds true. By afternoon, after the hunting party had just finished their rations, an unusual noise echoed from ahead. Silence! An old hunter quickly commanded, then began to sweep away the snow on the ground, pressing his ear to the earth to listen intently. What was happening? Li Xin felt somewhat puzzled, yet held his breath and surveyed the surroundings. The other members of the hunting team were on high alert, obeying the old hunter's words with utmost respect, indicating his esteemed status within the group. Before long, the old hunter stood up, gazing intently ahead while moving swiftly. Upon reaching another spot, he once again cleared the snow, pressing his ear to the ground to listen carefully. After a moment, the old hunter's face changed dramatically, and he shouted in terror, "Not good. It's a wild boar. Scatter." A wild boar. A young member of the hunting team frowned slightly and laughed. What is there to fear? If we take it down, it will provide us with enough food for a long time. The old hunter shot a glare at him and said in a deep voice, "There's an old saying here. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Wild boars are even more dangerous than black bears. If you don't want to die, follow my orders." Seeing the old hunter's cold and grim gaze, the young man immediately fell silent. At that moment, a commotion arose from the distant forest. On the hillside, the snow rolled as a tall, formidable shadow descended. The crowd soon realized it was a massive wild boar, glaring at them from 400 to 500 steps away. Its size was at least 400 to 500 pounds. The old hunter turned pale and said, "General He, watch your safety. Let His Highness retreat first. Xiao Wang, Xiao Sun, you two protect His Highness and take him back." Without hesitation, He Chaojun ordered, and the two took hold of the sled and began retracing their steps. Meanwhile, the wild boar charged forward, kicking up snow as it accelerated directly towards the hunting party. "Scatter!" The old hunter shouted calmly. "Archers, shoot!" Under the old hunter's command, each member of the hunting team with a bow and arrow spread out and aimed at the rampaging wild boar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the wild boar entered range, several archers released their arrows. The arrows soared through the air, piercing the boar's plump body. However, the wild boar merely hesitated momentarily before charging forward again, seemingly unfazed by the arrows embedded in its flesh. "Fire again!" He Chaojun shouted sternly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More arrows flew through the air, aimed at the relentless beast. In a fleeting moment, the wild boar had already been pierced by no fewer than 10 arrows. Yet its speed remained unimpeded as it charged relentlessly towards the crowd. 100 paces, 80 paces, 50 paces. The distance dwindled swiftly, and He Chaojun and the others held their breath, drawing their bows once more. At that moment, the old hunter gripped his dark bow tightly, gliding forward on his skis to position himself directly in the path of the boar. The creature surged forward with astonishing velocity, barreling towards the old hunter. "Uncle Zhao, be careful." He Chaojun's heart raced at the sight, prompting an urgent warning. However, the old hunter, Uncle Zhao, remained undeterred. As the boar charged, he released the arrow from his bow. Whoosh. Chapter 15, Assassination. Whoosh. The arrow sliced through the air, its sound suddenly crisp and clear. Even Li Xin, who had just distanced himself from the hunting party, heard the arrow's flight. Turning back, Li Xin caught a glimpse of a shadow on the other side, firmly gripping a bough. What was happening? With no time to ascertain whether the old hunter had struck the boar, Li Xin was momentarily dazed when an arrow hurtled through the air, embedding itself directly in his arm. Ouch! It hit! It hit! Cheers erupted from the hunting party behind him. However, Upon being struck, Li Xion's pupils constricted, and he began to collapse into the snow. His guards, Xiao Wang and Xiao Sun, were taken aback, watching warily at the source of the arrow, shouting loudly, "Assassin! There is an assassin!" The loud cries shattered the jubilant celebrations of the hunting party. He Xiaojun, unable to spare a glance at the boar that had fallen, turned to the direction where Li Xian had retreated. In an instant, he spotted a splash of crimson on the snow, alongside the figure of His Highness, Prince Xian. What? He Xiaojun's expression turned to one of horror as he cried out, "The prince has been attacked. Quickly, protect His Highness." His thunderous voice interrupted the revelry of the hunting party members. Even the old hunter, Uncle Zhao, was startled, glancing towards the distance. The hunting party members quickly converged towards Li Xian. At that moment, a figure draped in white cloth darted from behind a large tree in the forest, fleeing through the snow. The hunting party members behind, bow and arrow in hand, knocked their arrows and released. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew towards the figure in white, who dodged left and right to evade the onslaught. Amidst the chaos, a terrified He Xiaojun rushed to Li Xian's side, instructing a portion of the hunting party to ensure the prince's safety. Then, He Xiaojun assisted the fallen Li Xian, anxiously inquiring, Your Highness, Your Highness." Pain shot through Li Xian's arm, causing him to grimace. He opened his eyes to see the arrow lodged in his arm, and the snow beneath him stained with blood. "Damn it, this hurts like hell." Li Xian gasped sharply. "Your Highness, endure it." As a commander of the royal guard, He Xiaojun understood the urgency of the situation. He tore a long strip from his clothing and said solemnly, "Your Highness, bear the pain. I must extract the arrowhead." Li Xian was momentarily taken aback as He Xiaojun grasped the arrow and, with a swift and forceful motion, extracted it from his arm. The pain made Li Xian grimace, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He Xiaojun, demonstrating his expertise, skillfully bandaged Li Xian's arm. Once the wrapping was complete, He Xiaojun urged, "Your Highness, hold on. We shall return to Dongning City at once." He simultaneously commanded the hunting team members to ensure the safety of the prince, while also instructing the guards to apprehend the assassin. In the snowy terrain, the thick blanket of snow hindered swift escape, and soon the fleeing individual was panting heavily, exhausted, and unable to continue. Meanwhile, several members of the hunting team, equipped with makeshift skis, were relentlessly closing in on the assassin. As the number of hunters grew, the cloaked figure in white furrowed his brow, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his face. He realized that escape was futile. With determination, he withdrew a dagger and plunged it forcefully into his neck, his hands pressing down with desperation. Pain flickered in his exposed eyes before he collapsed weakly onto the snow, blood gushing from his neck and saturating the pristine white ground. Before long, the hunting team members arrived at the scene, only to find the assassin lifeless, their disappointment palpable. A few members remained vigilant, observing their surroundings, while others relayed the grim news to He Xiaojun. Upon hearing of the assassin's demise, He Xiaojun felt a surge of anger, cursing under his breath, "Damn it! This assassin was far too skilled. I underestimated him." He quickly inquired, "What of the search around us? Are there any other assassins?" "None," a hunting team member replied, shaking his head. "From the tracks in the vicinity, it appears this was the only assassin, and he seems to have been tailing us for quite some time. Maintain surveillance." He Xiaojun ordered in a grave tone. Meanwhile, Li Xian, though surprised, soon found clarity in his thoughts. If the assassin had chosen to act alone, it was clear he had resigned himself to death. Yet, Li Xian remained puzzled about who desired his life. The pain in his arm left little room for further contemplation. After a thorough search of the area, and confirming it was safe, He Xiaojun and his men began to escort Li Xian back to Dongning City. On the return journey, the hunting team members were on high alert, their earlier mirth replaced by a somber demeanor. Even the successful hunt of a large wild boar weighing 400 to 500 pounds failed to lift their spirits. The sled, drawn through the snow, moved swiftly, with scouts from the hunting team flanking Li Xian for protection. After more than an hour of travel, they finally glimpsed the walls of Dongning City in the distance. The guard stationed atop the walls quickly spotted the massive boar on the sled and shouted, "General, he has returned. It seems the haul is impressive." This exclamation drew the attention of the bustling crowds near the city gates, prompting everyone to rush out and gaze into the distance. As this unfolded, He Xiaojun and his companions drew closer to Dongning City. Upon catching sight of the colossal wild boar on the sled ahead, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. "What a magnificent beast! Surely it weighs 400 or 500 pounds. It is truly the king of wild boars." However, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the hunting party approached ever nearer. At that moment, the onlookers beheld the pale-faced, weakened figure of His Highness, Prince Xian, on the sled behind. Those with keen eyes even noticed blood seeping from the prince's arm. Is His Highness injured? This thought soon flickered through the minds of all present in Dongning City. The gasps of awe faded, replaced by a palpable sense of dread. All held their breath, fixated on the prince on the sled. "Your Highness, are you all right?" From within the crowd, someone even wept openly. They could not fathom that the noble prince, who had come to save their lives, was now wounded. "I am fine." Observing the concerned faces of the populace, Li Xian felt warmth in his heart. He slowly waved his hand, signaling that he was indeed unharmed. In a corner of the crowd, a gaunt man with a long face and sharp features narrowed his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his visage. Moments later, he spotted a familiar figure beneath the white cloth on the sled. The gaunt man's expression turned to one of horror, and he quietly slipped away from the throng. Chapter 16. Undercurrents. News of Li Xian's assassination attempt sent shockwaves through Dongning City. Upon returning to the Xian Wangfu, The princess, Ning Xiaoqian, rushed over, tears glistening in her eyes. Observing her adorable yet distressed demeanor, Li Xin forced a smile and affectionately said, "Silly girl, why are you crying? I am unharmed." Ning Xiaoqian wiped her tears but remained somewhat despondent. At that moment, the physician entered with a medical kit. Sitting beside the bed, he deftly unwrapped the makeshift bandage and examined the wound before solemnly reporting, "The injury is quite serious but thankfully does not affect the bones. Fortunately, the arrow was not poisoned and there is no grave concern. A topical application of wound ointment and a period of rest should ensure a full recovery." Hearing the doctor's words, everyone in the room exhaled in relief. After applying the ointment, the physician proceeded to dress Li Xion's wound. Once he departed, Wei Jun hurried in, declaring, "Your Highness, I have ordered the royal guard to mobilize entirely. Dongning City is now under complete lockdown, and we are meticulously scrutinizing suspicious individuals within the city. If the assassin has accomplices, I, Wei Jun, will unearth them, no matter how deep I must dig." "Well done." Li Xion nodded slightly, adding, "However, we must not disrupt the lives of the citizens. Moreover, we should allow the refugees from the north to enter the city and provide them shelter." "Your Highness is compassionate." Wei Jun promptly replied, "I shall certainly remember your instructions." After the others departed, Li Xion lay down to rest, while Princess Ning Xiaoqian remained steadfastly by his side. As night fell, the first round of inspections yielded no results, revealing no suspicious activities within the city. Nevertheless, the royal guard did not relent in their vigilance. Indeed, given the relatively small number of guards, conducting a thorough search within a city measuring 3 to 4 li in length and width is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, the citizens of the city, blessed by the grace of His Highness the Prince of Exile, have also joined the extensive search efforts. Upon discovering any suspicious signs, they promptly reported them to the royal residence. The following morning, Li Xian awoke languidly. Compared to the previous day, his complexion had greatly improved, and he was even able to rise from his bed and walk. As noon approached, Lu Jingxian, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and others collectively visited Li Xian's chamber. "Your Highness," the 3 subordinates exclaimed as they hastily paid their respects. "Please, sit." Li Xian beckoned, gesturing for them to take their seats. Turning to Wei Jun, he inquired, "What is the status of the search within the city? Have any assassin hideouts been discovered?" "Your Highness, we have made some progress." Wei Jun nodded, elaborating. Based on the corpse of the assassin, it appears that he was draped in white garments, clearly designed to aid in concealment against the snowy backdrop. The uniformity of his attire and the quality of his weaponry suggest that he required a secure hiding place. With these clues, our guard unit has conducted a comprehensive search throughout the city. With the assistance of the citizens, we have identified several suspicious locations. After preliminary investigations, we have pinpointed potential hideouts for the assassin. However, we found no useful leads inside the premises. Interestingly, one of the buildings seemed to have housed pigeons. Pigeons? Li Xian furrowed his brow, a troubling thought crossing his mind. In this era, long-distance communication heavily relied on carrier pigeons. The current discovery likely pertains to these birds. It appears that the assassin's background is far from ordinary. Who, indeed, is orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes, wishing to see him dead? Li Xian pondered this matter with a frown. "Moreover, Your Highness," Wei Jun continued, "we have also observed some unusual characteristics on the assassin's body. There are thick calluses between the thumb and index finger of his right hand, as well as on his left palm. Analyzing the area around his thumb, it is highly probable that the assassin was an archer. He wore a white cloak over a cotton jacket, and beneath that, a linen undershirt. Such garments are often seen among soldiers from regions like Yulin and Shuafang." Li Xian was taken aback. Soldiers from Yulin and Shuafang? According to the original host's memories, this area was precisely under the control of the faction loyal to the crown prince. The assassin's identity is indeed intriguing. The forces behind him are even more formidable. "Your Highness," Steward Lu Jingxian interjected with an analytical tone, "based on the information we have gathered thus far, the assassin's identity and background are remarkably significant. The capabilities displayed suggest that he is likely linked to someone of considerable power in the capital." Though Lu Jingxian did not explicitly state it, the implication was unmistakable. The someone referred to the current crown prince. Consequently, the situation has grown increasingly intricate. It seems this is a matter of imperial power struggles. As the rightful legitimate son, due to the premature death of his mother and the illness of his elder brother, the originally illegitimate second brother has ascended to the position of crown prince. During his time in the capital, the crown prince has consistently targeted him. Even in the fiefdom of Dongning City, it is unlikely that the crown prince would easily let them off the hook. After all, Li Xian is the legitimate second son. However, the current Li Xian is no longer the frail figure once seen in the capital. Now, he is a traveler from a future era, upholding the principle of "do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you." Li Xian will certainly not submit passively to be slaughtered. No matter how deep the waters behind him may run, or how turbulent the undercurrents may be, those who dare to provoke Li Xian shall not go unpunished. Contemplating this, Li Xian solemnly instructed, "Mr. Lu, General Wei, General He, there is something amiss behind this matter. On the surface, all seems calm, yet beneath lies a storm brewing. However, we need not fear. After all, Dongning City is my territory. I refuse to believe they can run rampant in my domain." As he spoke, a cold smile appeared on his face. Turning to Wei Jun and He Chaojun, Li Xian cautioned, "The search within the city must continue. If we cannot even sweep our own house, how can we hope to sweep the world? We cannot live in perpetual fear, always worried about hidden threats." Investigate thoroughly. I find the actions of the citizens within the city quite promising. As long as the people of Dongning City align themselves with my royal household, that is sufficient. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, I would not be afraid. General Wei, I entrust this matter to you. Understood. Wei Jun promptly replied. Furthermore, Li Xin continued. We must not be deterred by obstacles. The hunting party must still be mobilized. Continue preparing supplies to endure this long winter. After Wei Jun and He Chaojun departed, Li Xin called Lu Jingxian back. At this moment, only the two of them remained in the room. Mr. Lu, Li Xin began. The recent assassination attempt has failed, and even if there are still accomplices within the city, they will undoubtedly relocate and hide themselves anew. It will be quite challenging to uncover their whereabouts through a large-scale search. We cannot permit such a hidden danger to persist within the city. Therefore, I have decided to implement a household registration in Dongning City. Chapter 17. Household registration and the abolition of the population tax. Currently, Dongning City is a melting pot of refugees, merchants, soldiers, and spies. There are those fleeing from the northern counties of Dongning Province, merchants from Silla and the Amishur, as well as individuals loyal to the Prince of Faith. Moreover, there are spies who have followed in their wake. In such a turbulent environment, household registration is an excellent strategy. By documenting the domicile, age, profession, and family status of all individuals, we can focus on scrutinizing those who have come from the capital and the northwest regions. Particularly, individuals without families in Dongning City should be closely examined. This way, we can uproot the hostile forces hidden within Dongning City. This method is inspired by practices from the future. Lu Jingxian, being astute, showed a glimmer of insight as he listened to Li Xion's overview. Your Highness, once the household registration of all individuals in Dongning City is completed, the adversarial elements will be thoroughly revealed. At that time, I shall observe how they continue to conceal themselves in Dongning City. Lu Jingxian remarked with a smile. In this era, it is relatively easy to discern the ancestral origins of individuals. After all, the diverse accents from all corners of the land cannot be altered. Mr. Lu. Gazing at Lu Jingxian, Li Xian spoke. Ever since the Dongning prefect Zhang Deyuan was apprehended, Dongning City has been without a prefect. With the government officials incomplete, it becomes exceedingly challenging to govern Dongning City and conduct household registration. As the princely lord of Dongning province, I still possess the authority to appoint officials. Therefore, starting today, you shall assume the role of Dongning prefect, with full responsibility for these matters. Lu Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that His Highness would bestow upon him the position of Dongning prefect. It is essential to note that this is an official rank of the 5th grade. Thank you, Your Highness. Lu Jingxian hurriedly knelt in gratitude, proclaiming, I shall not disappoint Your Highness's immense trust. Rise, sit down. Li Xian continued. Since the royal residence established a porridge house to aid the displaced populace, my princely house has gained a certain standing in the hearts of the citizens of Dongning City. The people's sentiments remain on our side. Hence, the household registration should not encounter significant obstacles. The sole challenge lies in the lack of manpower. Currently, Dongning City houses tens of thousands, and to register the household information of all individuals in a short period is undoubtedly a monumental task. Therefore, I shall allocate some literate personnel from the royal residence for your management. This includes the maidservants, who should also be involved. Additionally, there are likely those among the common folk who are literate. As long as they can read and write, they may be summoned. Strive to complete this undertaking before the new year. Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand. Lu Jingxian quickly responded. Once the principles of household registration were established, Lu Jingxian prioritized the recruitment of literate maidservants and servants from the royal residence to form the registration office. Subsequently, he commenced household registration within the royal residence, placing particular emphasis on investigating the backgrounds of the royal guards. After preliminary registration, Li Xian, Lu Jingxian, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and others deliberated and decided to gradually promote some guards from the capital. Most of the guards within the royal residence were replaced with newly recruited personnel from the ranks of the displaced populace. These individuals had mostly received the royal residence's benevolence and had established families in Dongning City, holding a certain reverence and affection for Prince Li Xian. Naturally, their loyalty is assured. With these individuals, Li Xian felt a sense of security regarding his protection. However, the only drawback was that he could not venture out freely. Initially, he had planned to take advantage of the idle winter to hunt in the mountains and experience the pristine landscapes of the northeast. However, that plan has now fallen through. Nevertheless, Li Xian's responsibilities have recently increased. Certain matters concerning the household registration office require his oversight. Originally, Li Xian believed that household registration would be convenient and that the populace would not resist it. However, to his surprise, many individuals openly and covertly opposed this initiative. Upon discovering the reasons, Li Xian was taken aback. The most significant difference between this era and the future lies in the tax system. In this era, the primary purpose of government household registration is to collect the population tax. Consequently, many commoners resort to various means to underreport their numbers, thereby evading this tax. Upon discovering this reason, Li Xian found himself both amused and exasperated. It seems that to effectively manage the household registration, support must be provided from other avenues. After a brief contemplation, Mr. Lu suggested, in the name of the Xian Wangfu, let us issue a decree, effective immediately. All population taxes within the jurisdiction of Dongning Province shall be abolished. With the elimination of the population tax, the common people would likely no longer resist the registration process. He reasoned. Furthermore, the personnel at the registration office should engage in dialogue with the populace, explaining that the purpose of recording household information is to apprehend spies and criminals. By appealing to their emotions and rationality, it is believed that the citizens would not create difficulties for the government. Li Xin swallowed hard and continued. Now that I am established in Dongning, a transformation is imperative. The government must not maintain an aloof stance. The commoners toil in the fields, paying taxes, thus sustaining the livelihoods of government officials. The authorities should cultivate a closer relationship with the people, beginning with a gradual shift in approach starting with this household registration. His subordinate nodded in understanding. Indeed, after the decree abolishing the population tax was proclaimed by the exile Wangfu, the citizens of the city erupted in cheers, extolling the benevolence and compassion of His Highness Exile Wang. These commoners felt fortunate to have sought refuge in Dongning City. Not only had they preserved their lives, but they also found employment within the royal household, which provided for their sustenance. Now, with the abolition of the population tax, these measures significantly alleviated their burdens. Consequently, the citizens expressed immense gratitude towards His Highness Exile Wang, proclaiming him a reincarnation of a living bodhisattva. With His Highness present, the city of Dongning was truly blessed. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the populace no longer resisted the household registration. Conversely, some with ulterior motives began to feel anxious, particularly upon learning that the registration was intended to capture spies within the city, which heightened their trepidation. In a secluded dwelling, a gaunt-faced man nervously peered around, and only after confirming that no one was nearby did he exhale in relief. He understood that the recent large-scale searches and household registration measures were aimed at apprehending him. Living in constant fear had driven him to near despair. He resolved, I must escape the city. I can no longer remain here. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the people of exile Wangfu capture me. With this thought, the gaunt-faced man recorded the events that had transpired in the city during this time and concealed the notes within a cylindrical capsule attached to a carrier pigeon. The pigeon then soared into the sky, flying towards distant lands. Chapter 18. The Grand Wedding. As the year-end approached, the staff at the household registration office had completed the registration of all residents' information within the city. They also began to issue simplified identification cards, requiring citizens to carry them while outside. Simultaneously, the registration office commenced categorizing the populace into distinct groups. In the realm of Silla, the personnel from vassal states such as Ezo were segregated. Those hailing from the capital and the northwest were also distinctly set apart. Even the scions of noble families residing in Dongning City received particular attention. These individuals would soon become the focal point for the royal guard's urgent need for identification. Amidst the fervent undertakings, the new year quietly approached, bringing with it a rare sense of tranquility and harmony for the people of Dongning City. Not only were they spared from the marauding horse bandits of the grasslands, but this new year also heralded another joyous occasion, the grand wedding of Prince Exile. When Prince Exile, Li Xin, first arrived in Dongning City, he was yet to be wed, and Ning Xiaoqian was merely betrothed to him. Following the passing of her father, Ning Xiaoqian found herself alone and accompanied Li Xin to Dongning City. Throughout their journey, her selfless dedication to him did not go unnoticed. With such a gracious and gentle spouse, Li Xin felt as though he had been blessed with a fortune accumulated over lifetimes. Therefore, he resolved to grant Ning Xiaoqian the rightful status she deserved. The wedding day was set for the first day of the Lunar New Year. With the arrival of the new year came a fresh atmosphere. Dongning City was adorned with vibrant decorations, with the prince's residence aglow in resplendent red lanterns, exuding joy. As Ning Xiaoqian had lost her father and had no other kin, and with Li Xion's royal father far away in the capital, neither had any relatives to attend the wedding. Nevertheless, the townsfolk gathered in droves to witness the event, and even the servants within the royal household extended their congratulations. As midday approached, under the auspices of steward Lu Jingxian, the wedding formally commenced. Clad in a magnificent red gown and veiled by a crimson headpiece, Ning Xiaoqian emerged from her chambers, accompanied by her maidservants, and stepped into the courtyard of the prince's residence. Instantly, applause erupted from the gathering crowd, with some townsfolk stretching their necks in eager anticipation. Within the courtyard, Li Xin, adorned in a splendid dragon robe, radiated a brilliant smile as he beheld the approaching Ning Xiaoqian. As they drew near, the red embroidered silk ribbon was passed between them, each grasping an end and standing side by side, an auspicious union, a covenant forged in the presence of heaven and earth. The grand wedding ceremony was now underway. With Lu Jingshuan's resounding voice, Li Xin and Ning Xiaoqian stepped forward. They bowed to heaven and earth, then to the ancestral hall, and finally to each other as husband and wife, before being led into the bridal chamber. As they completed their ceremonial bows, Li Xin took Ning Xiaoqian's hand, and amidst the throng of maidens, they entered the chamber, greeted by applause and radiant smiles from all. Steward Lu Jingxian raised his hand to quiet the crowd and cheerfully announced, His Highness has decreed that today we shall make dumplings. Everyone shall partake. The flour, naturally, had been transported from the capital during the autumn and had lasted until the new year. Upon hearing that all in the city would be included, the townsfolk erupted in joyous cheers, extolling the prince's benevolence. Meanwhile, within the bridal chamber, Ning Xiaoqian sat at the edge of the bed, her heart fluttering anxiously like a startled fawn. Your Highness, I take my leave, she murmured. The maid performed a courteous bow before promptly exiting the room. Once the door clicked shut, Ning Xiaoqian, with her delicate hands, could not help but clutch the hem of her garment tightly. At that moment, Li Xin seized the scale rod bound with a red ribbon from the table and lifted the veil that shrouded Ning Xiaoqian's face. The candlelight illuminated her slightly blushing visage, captivating his gaze. Setting down the scale rod, Li Xin settled beside Ning Xiaoqian, intensifying her nervousness, especially as she felt the rugged cadence of his breath so near. Her heart raced like a startled fawn. Li Xin reached out, taking hold of her soft hand, and gently drew her supple form into his embrace. The fragrance enveloped him, soothing his senses. Resting against his broad chest, a rosy hue spread across Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks, cascading down to her neck. "My lord," she whispered. Her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of sweetness, stirring Li Xion's heart. The softness in his arms ignited a fervor within him, and he felt a delightful itch of longing. As his hands began to explore, Ning Xiaoqian's complexion shifted dramatically. Though she was untouched, she was acutely aware of her husband's intentions. "My lord, it's still daylight," she urged with urgency. Yet, Li Xian remained undeterred in his actions. Despite the layers of clothing, they could not withstand his deft hands. Gazing upon the beauty in his embrace, he leaned down. "Wait," Ning Xiaoqian began. But her words were silenced. The closeness of his breath rendered her face crimson, as if she might bleed from embarrassment. In mere moments, their garments lay discarded. The sight of her flawless, pale form before him sent a chill through her, and she realized there was no escaping the day's fate. However, since they were now wed, she would henceforth belong to His Highness, the Prince of Exile, devoted to him for all eternity. With this thought, Ning Xiaoqian ceased to resist. Shyly, she closed her eyes, her lashes trembling with anticipation. "My lord, I am still untouched. Please be gentle," she murmured, her enchanting words igniting a fire within Li Xion's heart. Before long, they found themselves entwined beneath the quilt. Outside, laughter and merriment danced in the air, while inside, warmth enveloped them like spring. From the afternoon's glow to the nightfall, a few stars twinkled in the cold night sky. The following morning, Li Xion awoke from his slumber, gazing at the charming beauty nestled in his arms. And he was assured of his extraordinary journey. To be cradled by such a lovely maiden was blissful. The subtle glimpse of her pale skin beneath the quilt only heightened his desire. As he stirred slightly, his beloved stirred awake. With her large, sparkling eyes, she looked at him and softly said, "My lord, you're awake so early. The sun is already high. It is quite late." Li Xion affectionately tucked a strand of Ning Xiaoqian's hair behind her ear, teasing, "Unlike you, my little lazy pig, who can sleep so soundly. It is still due to you that I was restless until midnight last night." Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing her shyness. As she spoke, she twisted her body. And in that moment, her smooth skin brushed against Li Xion's form. Instantly, Li Xion felt a surge of warmth, akin to a valiant general. This contact did not go unnoticed by Ning Xiaoqian, and as she recalled the events of the previous night, her cheeks grew even warmer. Chapter 19. Soap. As the sun rose high in the sky, Li Xion awoke refreshed, invigorated, and brimming with vitality. After completing his morning rituals and enjoying breakfast, he returned to his study. During this period, he had been diligently seeking knowledge in intelligent technology, pondering how to navigate the impending challenges. After the new year, the situation would become increasingly dire. As the ice melted, roads would open, and food supplies could be transported to Dongning City. However, financial constraints could thwart even the most heroic of endeavors. How could the meager stipend from the Wang residence sustain so many individuals? Furthermore, planting crops in spring would not yield a harvest until autumn, leaving several months in which the common people would struggle to survive. Consequently, the pressing matter before Li Xion was how to generate income. Earning money was essential to procure food and sustain the populace within the city. It was also vital for establishing industries, improving the living conditions of the citizens, and recruiting soldiers to fortify the city against marauding horse bandits from the steppes. Reflecting on the knowledge he had acquired about the Great Qian dynasty, Li Xion recognized that this era lacked many fundamental resources. Items such as glass, soap, distilled spirits, and coal stoves were non-existent, let alone steel, gunpowder, and firearms. The absence of these commodities presented Li Xion with lucrative opportunities for wealth accumulation. However, the choice of the initial venture to secure his first fortune was of paramount importance, particularly considering the current state of Dongning City. Situated by the sea and enduring a cold climate, Dongning City was rich in sulfur and limestone, though coal had yet to be discovered. Thus, the idea of coal stoves could be set aside for the moment. Presently, with the scarcity of resources, even food was in short supply, making the production of alcohol or distilled spirits impractical. Nevertheless, Dongning City was abundant in quartz sand, yet the high temperatures required for glass production remained elusive. Consequently, the prospect of glass manufacturing had to be temporarily shelved. On the other hand, sulfur was already in use. During this time, the local gunpowder bureau had produced ample quantities of gunpowder, sufficient for the horse bandits to be dealt with effectively. The utilization of limestone posed a scholarly challenge. According to his recent research in intelligent technology, limestone served not only to produce lime, but could also be transformed into cement, albeit with the addition of gypsum. Thus, Li Xion had instructed the servants of the Wang residence to gather gypsum within the city. The production of cement awaited this crucial ingredient. Among these materials, soap emerged as the most feasible product to manufacture at present. Despite the scarcity of fats in Dongning City, which are insufficient for the populace, there exists a locale nearby abundant in oil resources, the Endless Mountains. The northeastern forests predominantly feature species such as pines and hazelnut trees. Their fruits, pine nuts and hazelnuts, are not only edible, but also rich in oil. By extracting oil from these nuts and combining it with lye, soap can be produced. Without further ado, having determined his course of action, Li Xion made his way to a dwelling near the royal mansion, which would serve as his workshop. Inside, 5 or 6 young individuals in their 20s stood ready. These were carefully selected by Li Xin from Dongning City itself. They were destined to become the city's first cohort of skilled workers. Looking at the leader among them, Shihong, Li Xin addressed the group. I have summoned you here today for a significant task. We will be creating soap using these pine nuts, hazelnuts, and lye. Soap? Shihong furrowed his brow, puzzled. It was a term he had never encountered before, leaving him uncertain of its nature. Nevertheless, he refrained from further inquiries and listened attentively. Li Xin patiently elucidated the soap-making process, detailing everything from oil extraction to saponification and pouring into molds. Although Shihong and the others were somewhat bewildered, they followed Li Xin's instructions and began to divide the tasks at hand. They set about extracting oil, preparing large cauldrons, and organizing molds. Once all preparations were complete, Shihong commenced the process as directed by Li Xin, measuring the appropriate proportions of oil and lye water and combining them in the cauldron. Workers, donned in thick cloth masks, stirred the mixture gently with long wooden sticks, while kindling burned to gradually heat the cauldron. As the temperature rose, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Li Xin merely covered his nose and observed quietly. After a brief period, the heating ceased. A few workers carefully poured hot water into the cauldron, while the one with the stirring stick continued to agitate the viscous mixture. After some time, they lifted the cauldron and poured the thick liquid into saturated brine. Following another round of stirring, they let it rest. An hour later, the saponified soap floated atop the salt water. Shihong took a container and poured the soap mixture into the pre-prepared molds. After allowing it to set, the soap was completed. Observing the earthy yellow bar in his hands, Li Xin nodded slightly. Its appearance resembled that of the rustic soap used by farmers for laundry. Though unrefined, it marked a successful endeavor. With soap in hand, tasks such as laundry, disinfection, and sterilization could now be accomplished. Excellent work. Li Xin praised the workers. Following their initial success, he instructed Shihong and the others to produce several more batches of soap using smaller containers. This time, however, he added various ingredients such as rosin oil, agarwood, floral essence, and sulfur to the soap mixtures. With a simple alteration, he crafted rosin soap, agarwood soap, scented soap, and sulfur soap. It was not until nightfall that Li Xin, satisfied with his creations, departed from the workshop. Upon returning to his chamber, he found Princess Ning Xiaoqian indulging in a bath. Holding the fragrant soap, Li Xin stealthily approached her. My lord, what brings you here? Upon noticing Li Xin's arrival, Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she covered her body. Averting his gaze from her, Li Xin presented the soap to her, saying, Qianer, I have a gift for you. Wow, it smells wonderful. Ning Xiaoqian inhaled deeply and inquired, what is this? It's soap, Li Xin replied with a smile. When you bathe with it, your skin will be fragrant. You can give it a try. As he spoke, he moistened the soap and gently glided it across Ning Xiaoqian's fair skin. Feeling the smoothness beneath his broad palms, Ning Xiaoqian's face turned crimson. Moments later, she caught a whiff of the delightful fragrance wafting from the soap. Wow, it really does smell lovely. Forgetting her modesty, she caressed her arm, marveling at its silky texture, exclaiming how smooth. Yet, Li Xin appeared oblivious to her words, his attention captivated by her delicate skin and the allure it held. In an instant, water splashed, and a captivating scene unfolded. Chapter 20. Commerce on the 5th day of the first lunar month at the residence of Prince Xin. Several men clad in thick coats fidgeted nervously, glancing around. They were merchants of some standing in Dongning City. However, since the Zhao, Qian, and Zhang families were purged by the prince's residence, these merchants felt a palpable sense of dread and unease. The mere thought of being summoned for a meeting left them pale with fear, anxious that they might meet a fate similar to that of the Zhao and Qian families. In the midst of their trepidation, an announcement echoed outside. His Highness, Prince Xin, has arrived. Startled, the men hastily rose and adjusted their attire. Upon seeing a young gentleman enter, they promptly knelt, exclaiming in unison, We, the humble subjects, pay our respects to His Highness. Once seated at the head of the table, Li Xin waved his hand, saying, Rise. Do not be constrained. Please enjoy some tea. Shortly thereafter, servants brought forth tea and pastries. As they observed the refreshments, the merchants grew increasingly suspicious. What could His Highness possibly intend? Sensing their unease, Li Xin smiled reassuringly and said, Gentlemen, there is no need for apprehension. I have summoned you today to offer you an opportunity for wealth. Wealth? Merchant Hu Shuiyong inhaled deeply and asked, Pardon my ignorance, but what do you mean by wealth? Your Highness? Naturally, I refer to an opportunity for prosperity, Li Xin stated directly, without evasion. As you are aware, in previous years, the commercial sector of Dongning City was largely monopolized by the Zhao and Qian families. They feasted on the marrow while you were left with mere scraps. Now that the Zhao and Qian families have colluded with traders and have been eradicated by my residents, the commercial landscape of Dongning City is ripe for new ventures. As spring rapidly approaches, both maritime and terrestrial trade are poised to flourish once more. During this interim, we have ventured into the mountains for hunting, amassing a substantial bounty of furs, ginseng, and sable. Even the sulfur mine has been entirely appropriated by the House of Xin. However, despite the abundance of resources, our house lacks the manpower to venture into the provinces of the great Qian dynasty to sell these goods. Thus, we sought your assistance to deliver prosperity unto you. The question remains, are you bold enough to accept this offer? Upon finishing his words, Li Xin smiled broadly at the few individuals before him, who appeared momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Prince Xin would be so earnest. If they could secure the rights to sell sulfur, furs, and sable from the prince's estate. Their businesses would undoubtedly thrive. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. More significantly, by aligning with the prince, they would find themselves in close association with the House of Exile, facilitating smoother commercial dealings in Dongning City. Hu Shuiyong's eyes brightened, his heart racing with excitement. He took a deep breath and respectfully stated, "Your Highness is benevolent. With such wealth before us, how could we decline? Moreover, serving the prince is our duty, and we shall gladly accept. We are merely curious about how you wish us to proceed." Listening to Hu Shuiyong's words, the other merchants around them turned their gaze to Li Xin. Understanding that aligning with the House of Exile in Dongning City would surely lead to future riches, Li Xin could not help but regard Hu Shuiyong with admiration. He was indeed astute. "It is quite simple," Li Xin replied with a smile. "While Dongning City has successfully repelled the nomadic marauders, no one can guarantee that they will not strike again. Furthermore, the city currently faces a shortage of supplies, particularly food, which is in extreme scarcity. Even after spring arrives, sustaining such a large populace will necessitate a significant quantity of grain. Therefore, my request is to exchange food for the local products of Dongning City." Grain? Hu Shuiyong pondered for a moment, deep in thought. Another merchant, Sun Bin, furrowed his brow and responded, "Your Highness, when the nomads attacked last year, our trading houses donated all our grain. Presently, we possess little, and it seems you do not require grain at this moment, am I correct?" Hu Shuiyong raised his gaze and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, your Highness wishes to utilize our trading houses to procure grain from various locations within the Great Qian dynasty, transporting it to Dongning City in exchange for sulfur, furs, and sable." Indeed. Li Xin nodded with a smile. At this revelation, everyone suddenly understood. Hu Shuiyong was the first to declare, "Your Highness, our Hu family trading house is willing to serve you. Our Sun family trading house is also eager to assist." Sun Bin replied with a bow. With the essence of the proposition crystallized, several merchants quickly expressed their willingness to participate, for none would willingly ignore the wealth that lay before them. After an initial deposit of 3,000 guan, several trading firms signed commercial agreements with the Xinjing Prince's mansion. He Yuan was entrusted with the full responsibility of liaising with these merchants. Once the discussions concluded, the attendees dispersed. However, Li Xin instructed his servant to retain Hu Shuiyong. Through the morning's deliberations, Li Xin discerned the man's intelligence and acumen, deeming him a commendable potential partner. In truth, Li Xion's assembly of these merchants was not solely for the acquisition of sulfur, sable fur, animal skins, ginseng, and other such commodities. While these items could indeed be profitable, they were abundantly produced in regions like Liaoyang, Dongning, and Songjiang. Even the state of Silla would sell these products to the Qian dynasty. Thus, amassing substantial wealth through these means was implausible. Li Xion's primary objective lay in the sale of soap and scented soap, products that were virtually non-existent in this era. The Xinjing Prince's mansion possessed the secrets of their manufacture, and through monopolization, immense profits could be garnered. This principle was well understood by Li Xian, making the selection of a partner crucial. Fortuitously, Hu Shuiyong met Li Xion's criteria exceptionally well. Their subsequent meeting took place in the study of the prince's mansion, where the crackling of wood in the brazier rendered the atmosphere far cozier than the chill outside. Hu Shuiyong stood respectfully, quietly observing as Li Xian scribbled at his desk. After a considerable time, Li Xian rose from his writing and approached Hu Shuiyong. "Hu Shuiyong," Li Xian appraised him thoughtfully, "do not stand. Come, sit and converse." "Thank you, Your Highness," Hu Shuiyong replied with a bow. Once seated, Li Xian, wearing a smile, remarked, "Your name is quite pleasing. Shuiyong indeed. By your accent, I gather you hail from Jiangnan. Reporting to Your Highness, I am a humble citizen of Qiantang." Hu Shuiyong responded promptly. "Ah, that explains it." Li Xian chuckled. "Your accent bears some resemblance to the princess's. She is also from the Suzhou region of Jiangnan." Speaking of the princess, Li Xian continued with a smile. "We might as well consider ourselves half-fellow townsfolk." Hu Shuiyong laughed in agreement, albeit puzzled as to why the prince was engaging in such casual conversation. "The princess grew up in Jiangnan," Li Xian elaborated, "a land of fish and rice, with a temperate climate. Life there is exquisite. Even the capital pales in comparison. For instance, bathing is a daily ritual there, unlike in Dongning, where one can go 10 days or even half a month without a wash." "You jest, Your Highness," Hu Shuiyong replied with a smile. "Dongning is unlike Jiangnan. With the biting cold here, daily baths are hardly feasible. One must adapt to local customs." "Indeed, one must adapt." Li Xian chuckled softly. "However, while it may be acceptable for men to endure a bit of odor, it is quite another matter for women who cherish beauty. Thus, to help the princess acclimate to her new surroundings, I perused ancient texts and devised this contraption." As he spoke, Li Xian discreetly produced the soap and scented soap, placing them upon the desk. As soon as the soap was placed down, Hu Shuiyong was enveloped by a delightful fragrance that wafted towards him. Instantly, the items on the table captivated his attention. "Your Highness," Hu Shuiyong exclaimed in surprise, examining the soap closely while inhaling its aroma, silently pondering. "What is Your Highness intending to do?" Leaning back in his chair, Li Xian continued, "Since I have been conferred a fief from the capital, my health has been frail. Thankfully, the princess has remained steadfast, caring for me tirelessly. It is through her devotion that I have been able to reach Dongning City and achieve what I have today. In return for her sincere affection, I wish to create something small to ensure her well-being here in Dongning." This statement left Hu Shuiyong somewhat perplexed. However, moments later, he recalled what the prince had previously mentioned. Are these items intended for the princess's bathing needs? Such a fragrance is unheard of even in Jiangnan. If these products could be sold in Jiangnan, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous success. Could it be that your highness has summoned me today for this very purpose? With this thought, Hu Shuiyong's eyes sparkled as he gazed intently at Li Xin. Your highness, he mustered the courage to ask, how does one use this? Might I have a chance to try? Oh, it's quite simple, Li Xin replied, bringing a basin of water from the study. He elaborated, this is soap for bathing. Its scent is intoxicating and lingers long after use. The item beside it is laundry soap, which works remarkably well. As Li Xin explained, Hu Shuiyong eagerly took the soap and began to experiment with it. Upon contact, he was astonished by its smooth and delicate texture. After using it, he found himself lingering in the afterglow of the experience. Meanwhile, Li Xin sat nearby, sipping tea with a content smile, remaining silent. After a moment, Hu Shuiyong stood with cupped fists and spoke. Your Highness, I dare to suggest that if this soap and laundry soap could be introduced to Jiangnan, Qiantang, and similar regions, the market potential would be immense. Whether among the aristocracy or common folk, bathing and laundry are essential. Once the market is established, sales will inevitably thrive, leading to substantial profits. As he spoke with increasing enthusiasm, it dawned on him why the prince had kept him. Your Highness intends for me to market these products? He thought. Taking a deep breath, he asserted, Your Highness, I boldly wish to undertake the distribution of soap and laundry soap. To distribute soap and laundry soap? Li Xin looked at Hu Shuiyong with a smile, asking, do these items truly possess such significant profit margins? Your Highness, Hu Shuiyong explained, though I may not yet know the production costs of these soaps, their marketability is undeniable, particularly in prosperous areas like the capital, Jiangnan, Qiantang, and Lingnan. Where the wealthy are plentiful, they will surely spend lavishly on such products. For instance, each bar of soap could yield a profit of 10 to 21 without issue. Similarly, laundry soap, essential for every household, could replace soap pods and is far more convenient. Each bar could easily bring in 60 to 71. In the Grand Day Qian dynasty, with a staggering population of over 30 million, we thrive on volume. If merely half of these individuals were to purchase soap, it would yield tremendous profits. Listening to Hu Shuiyong's economic calculations, Li Xin could not help but chuckle. Hu Shuiyong, however, found himself momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the prince's laughter. Indeed, I did not misjudge your potential, Hu Shuiyong. Li Xin gestured for him to sit and remarked, today, I have summoned you specifically because I value your business acumen. My residence seeks a trustworthy partner for collaboration. You have observed how convenient soap is. Most importantly, each bar of soap costs merely a few coins, while the cost of soap is even lower, possibly around 6 or 7 coins. These figures are based on small-scale production. If we were to manufacture in larger quantities, the costs could decrease further. Hu Shuiyong was utterly astounded by Li Xin's words. He had not anticipated that the production costs of soap were so minimal. If a single bar could be sold for over 100 coins, it would be inconsequential for affluent households. If that were the case, the profit margins would be even more substantial. This was, without a doubt, a lucrative venture. Hu Shuiyong's eyes widened, his heart raced with excitement. For him, this was a fortuitous opportunity. If he could gain the prince's trust, he would surely amass wealth and rise to become one of the most prominent merchants in the De Qian dynasty. Suppressing his exhilaration, Hu Shuiyong knelt and clasped his fists, saying, Your Highness, if you would permit me to undertake the distribution of soap, I assure you that I will generate no less than 1 million coins in profit for you each year. You wish to handle the distribution of soap? Li Xin inquired, casting a glance at Hu Shuiyong. If I were to entrust you with the distribution rights, what pricing strategy would you employ? How would you market it? What steps would you take to swiftly open up sales channels? Hu Shuiyong understood that this was a test from the prince. After pondering briefly, he replied, Your Highness, soap is a household necessity, so the pricing should not be exorbitant. Setting the price too high would inadvertently alienate a significant portion of potential customers. Thus, I propose pricing the soap at 50 coins and the soap at 30 coins. Initially, we should target affluent households in the capital, Jiangnan, Qiantang, and Lingnan. For distribution, I suggest collaborating with local merchants to rapidly establish sales channels. This approach would avoid offending the local business giants while leveraging their influence to quickly penetrate the market. A mutually beneficial strategy. Chapter 22. Xinyu Trading Firm. Your thoughts are quite clear. Li Xin nodded slightly. He agreed with Hu Shuiyong's approach, recognizing that a newcomer in the trade sector would inevitably face challenges if they ventured into unfamiliar territory alone. Initially, collaboration with local merchants was essential to opening up the market. However, this was not the ultimate outcome Li Xin desired. Fixing his gaze on Hu Shuiyong, he continued to probe, what comes next? Your Highness, Hu Shuiyong continued, once we establish connections with the local trading houses, open up sales channels, and secure our footing, we shall then be able to establish our own trading house in the region. Ultimately, it is most prudent to have control over the trading house in our own hands. Moreover, the exchange of grain for sulfur and other materials, as you mentioned today, can also be facilitated through the trading house. When the time is ripe, we can utilize the trading house to procure other necessary supplies for Dongning City. Hu Shuiyong spoke in a rather veiled manner, yet Li Xin understood his meaning. Being a prince, he was aware that there were always eyes monitoring the royal residence in the capital. Certain matters that would be difficult to handle openly could indeed be addressed through the trading house. It seemed that Hu Shuiyong truly spoke in favor of the Xin Wangfu. Shuiyong, it brings me great comfort to see you on the side of the royal house, Li Xin remarked with a smile. I can transfer the sales rights for soap to you. As for the trading house, you shall take the lead. Thank you, Your Highness, for your gracious trust. Hu Shuiyong quickly rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. I will spare no effort in serving you. I have a humble request. 50% of the profits from the trading house should belong to the royal residence, while the other 50% will be used to expand the trading house's operations. What do you think, Your Highness? Very well. Li Xin nodded slightly. Let it be so. This matter must remain confidential. I understand. Hu Shuiyong nodded eagerly. He realized that from this moment onward, he was indeed a member of the exiled Wangfu, and all his efforts would be in service to it. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Shuiyong cupped his fists and said, "Please bestow a name upon the trading house." Your Highness, a name? Li Xin pondered, stroking his chin. After a while, he spoke. A family that accumulates virtue will surely enjoy lasting blessings. Let us name the trading house Qingyu Trading House. Thank you for the name, Your Highness. Hu Shuiyong expressed his gratitude promptly. Subsequently, the two discussed other matters regarding the trading house. To ensure confidentiality and stability, Li Xin decided to transfer the soap-making techniques and personnel under the Qingyu Trading House. Shi Heng and others would also join Qingyu Trading House. Yet they would remain directly under the command of Prince Xin, with the production processes fully managed by Shi Heng and his team. Qingyu Trading House would solely be responsible for sales, while Hu Shuiyong would be tasked with raising funds to accelerate the production of soap and scented soap. Having established the direction, Hu Shuiyong took his leave. Meanwhile, at the exiled Wangfu, Li Xin summoned Shi Heng. After giving him some instructions, Li Xin directed Shi Heng to begin recruiting trustworthy personnel to increase the production rate of soap and scented soap. On another front, under Hu Shuiyong's leadership, Qingyu Trading House commenced the large-scale acquisition of pine nuts, hazelnuts, caustic soda, and other materials within the city. As Qingyu Trading House thrived, in a grand courtyard to the south of Dongning City, two individuals sat solemnly in the main hall. Binner, the elder, a man in his 50s with graying beard, softly inquired, "Is this truly the only matter for which His Highness has summoned you?" "Father, indeed it is." In the lower seat, Sun Bin slightly nodded and said, "This time, not only my family, but also the Lu family of Dongning City, the Hu family of outside merchants, and the Yang family have all been invited. The requirements proposed by His Highness for us are identical. It is to exchange grain for sulfur, sable fur, and other materials." Upon hearing Sun Bin's words, Old Master Sun furrowed his brow, contemplating deeply. During the period before the new year, the exiled Wangfu suddenly took action, declaring that the Zhao family and the Qian family were traitors and confiscating their properties, which left all the merchant families in Dongning City in a state of trepidation. In fact, Old Master Sun even considered leaving Dongning City with his fortune as soon as spring arrived. However, now the exiled Wangfu had unexpectedly offered them such an opportunity, which truly caught Old Master Sun off guard. His Highness's arrangement indicated that the exiled Wangfu did not wish to eradicate the merchants entirely. After all, the exchange among merchants played a significant role. The only concern now was to maintain a close connection with the royal court. Reflecting on the past, it was precisely because of the royal court's grain borrowing that the Zhao and Qian families faced confiscation. It seemed that as long as they could work hand in hand with the exiled Wangfu, they might indeed be able to turn their fortunes around. Binner, Old Master Sun's cloudy eyes fixed upon Sun Bin. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Sun family. If we can board the grand vessel of the exiled Wangfu, our fortunes will surely change. Moreover, the exiled Wang possessed an unprecedented asset. Father, Sun Bin narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Are you referring to the thunderous explosive?" "Indeed." Old Master Sun stroked his beard, chuckling. "If our Sun family can procure the thunderous explosive from the exiled Wangfu and sell it elsewhere, how immense would the profits be? Just imagine, places like Shuafang, Yinchong, and Yulin, all of them would need this thunderous explosive. If we can secure it, how could we not earn a substantial fortune?" "Father, you are brilliant." Sun Bin's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "What shall we do now?" "What to do?" Old Master Sun pondered briefly before responding. "Though spring has not yet arrived, we cannot afford to wait idly. Thus, you must immediately send a message to the various trading houses, instructing them to sell off all their goods and focus on purchasing grain. Once the grain is loaded onto the ships, it must be transported to Dongning City. We must be the first to deliver grain to His Highness after spring arrives, thereby earning his trust. Once His Highness trusts us, acquiring the thunderous explosive for sale will become significantly easier." "Father, I understand." Sun Bin enlightened, nodding. "I will write to the merchants in Shila and Ezo without delay. We must prepare early for this matter." "Excellent, excellent." Old Master Sun beamed with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Looking at Sun Bin before him, Old Master Sun felt immense pride. With such a son, the Sun family will have a promising future. The Sun family's trading house will surely rise to prosperity from this point onward. "To all our ancestors, I have not let you down," Old Master Sun silently recited in his heart. Meanwhile, Sun Bin busied himself with preparations. After completing each letter, the carrier pigeons soared into the sky, heading towards territories such as Silla and Yizo. Chapter 23. Grain, Agricultural Development Teams. As the New Year festivities concluded, the month of February in the 17th year of Tongshu brought delightful news to the Wang residence. "Your Highness, Your Highness." He Tong Yuan rushed in, breathless with excitement. "I bear good news. Several large ships have arrived at the port." "Large ships?" Li Xin paused, then inquired, "Does this mean the port has thawed?" "Yes, Your Highness." He Tong Yuan nodded eagerly. "I've heard that the Lu family in the city is preparing to set sail. How swift their actions are." Li Xin chuckled. "Let us head to the seaside." Draped in a great cloak, Li Xin and his party made their way to the southern port of Dongning City. Upon exiting the city, Li Xin was momentarily taken aback by the bustling scene before him. So many people. Among the crowd, he noticed workers from the Qingyu Trading Company loading carts with sulfur, hides, ginseng, and other goods, all heading towards the port. Among them were boxes exuding delightful fragrances. Li Xin recognized that they contained soap. Upon reaching the seaside, Li Xin beheld a grand ship with its sails just lowered, prominently displaying several flags. The words Suanji Trading Company stood out conspicuously. Suanji Trading Company? Li Xin exclaimed in surprise. Is it the one from Dongning City? Indeed, He Tangyuan replied as he scanned the surroundings. At that moment, a young man hastily approached. Upon reaching Li Xin, he knelt and proclaimed, Commoner Sun Bin pays his respects to His Highness, Prince Xin. Sun Bin. It truly is the Suanji Trading Company of Dongning City. Please, rise. Li Xin assisted Sun Bin to his feet, smiling as he asked. Are all these ships from the Sun family? Yes, Your Highness. Sun Bin replied with a bow. Ever since you instructed us to exchange grain for goods, Suanji Trading Company has been diligently preparing. Our company has a long-standing trade route from Dongning to Silla, Yizhou, and beyond. Thus we have the advantage. Ha! Li Xin could not help but laugh. It is said that the early bird catches the worm. Your Highness, as the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. Sun Bin replied with a grin. All of this is thanks to your grace. Your Highness, with these 6 ships, we have brought a total of 14,000 stones of grain. I have instructed the people of Suanji Trading Company to ensure all the grain is delivered to the Wang residence. Excellent. Li Xin nodded. He Tangyuan. You shall be in charge of this matter. Yes. He Tangyuan responded promptly. I remember you, Sun Bin. Li Xin said, smiling as he looked at Sun Bin. Work diligently. The Wang residence will not treat you unfairly. Thank you, Your Highness. Sun Bin bowed deeply in gratitude. As Li Xin departed, Sun Bin felt a surge of excitement within him. In the Great Qin dynasty, merchants held a lowly status and often faced oppression from local authorities. To find support from a powerful entity was the dream of every merchant. Today, the Sun family finally glimpsed a ray of hope, filling Sun Bin with joy. It seems that my father's teachings hold great truth. Since we are engaged in business in Dongning City, it is imperative to forge an unbreakable bond with the Xinjuan Prince's residence. Only in this way can one amass considerable wealth. Sun Bin resolutely resolved that, in this exchange for goods, he would acquiesce to any price reduction proposed by the Xinjuan Prince's residence, as long as he could earn His Highness's trust. With this thought in mind, Sun Bin continued to instruct his servants to deliver bags of grain to the Xinjuan Prince's residence. Li Xin had no intention of deceiving the Sun family. After all, the Suanji Trading Company's efforts to please the Xinjuan Prince's residence could be regarded as exemplary. Establishing credibility through the Suanji Trading Company's transactions was Li Xion's goal, along with reinforcing the authority of the prince's residence. In Dongning Province, any business that collaborates with the Xinjuan Prince's residence can yield substantial profits. Otherwise, one should reconsider engaging in commerce within Dongning Province. After conveying this sentiment to He Tangyuan complied with the prince's instructions, calculating the prices based on the market rate for grain to exchange for sulfur, animal hides, sable fur, ginseng, and other commodities from the Xinjuan Prince's residence. Following this assessment, the Suanji Trading Company nearly completed the acquisition of all goods from the prince's residence. In the end, the Suanji Trading Company retained over 1,000 stones of grain, which Sun Bin generously offered as a gift to the princess residence. With a sudden influx of over 10,000 stones of grain, Li Xin felt a newfound confidence. After all, for the foreseeable future, he would not have to worry about sustenance. With food secured, it was time to prepare for the next course of action, spring plowing. Although grains could be procured from regions like Silla and the Ezhou, Dongning Province must achieve self-sufficiency in its food supply. Otherwise, the risks would be too great. If external trade routes were severed, how could the populace of Dongning Province survive without guaranteed access to food? Therefore, spring plowing became an urgent priority for the year. As the feudal lord of Dongning Province, Li Xin possessed ownership over most of the land and mineral resources in the region. Even if vast expanses were currently meadows, Li Xin recognized that this area is northeast China, renowned for its vast wilderness. With proper cultivation, these meadows could transform into fertile black soil for farming. In later times, a grain base was established on these meadows. However, this timeline lacks large-scale machinery, and the people's efforts in land reclamation, organized by families, progressed too slowly. Thus, Li Xin contemplated an alternative approach to cultivate the land, the formation of an agricultural reclamation team. Months had passed since the grassland bandits had attacked, leading to an influx of refugees into Dongning City, numbering around 10 to 20,000. Some were recruited into the prince's guards, while others contributed to the prince's residence. These individuals could be organized into an agricultural reclamation team, working collaboratively to cultivate the land. Many hands make light work. Once the land was reclaimed, they could sow and reap together. This method would expedite the development of agriculture. With these plans swirling in his mind, Li Xin began to jot them down on paper. After outlining the general direction of his strategy, he summoned Lu Jingxian, an agricultural reclamation team. Listening to Li Xin, Lu Jingxian furrowed her brows in contemplation. Realizing that this was indeed a commendable method, it was akin to the royal estate's farmland, where the laborers were essentially employed by the royal household. Your Highness, it is worth a try? She suggested. Li Xin nodded in agreement. During the process of land reclamation, collective effort would save both time and energy. Thus, Li Xin commanded, this matter shall be overseen by the Dongning Prefecture. Those who wish to join the royal household in cultivating the land will be registered into the agricultural reclamation team. The royal household will provide meals, and work shall be conducted punctually each day. The sole requirement is adherence to the management of the royal household. Those unwilling need not be coerced. Once the agricultural reclamation team is established, all necessary supplies will be meticulously outlined. As for farming tools and plowing oxen, I shall find a solution. Rest assured, Your Highness. Li Xin promptly replied. Chapter 24. The plan for cement production. The procurement of farming tools and plowing oxen must, for the time being, be entrusted to the various trading houses. After all, Dongning province is situated at the frontier, and iron implements and plowing oxen are scarce. The remaining iron is primarily allocated for weapon forging. It seems that it would be prudent to explore the vicinity for any iron ore deposits, should iron ore be discovered. It would enable the smelting of iron and steel, alleviating concerns over the scarcity of iron tools. Presently, however, Li Xin was not only troubled by the lack of iron implements, but also by the unsettling news from the north. Despite the thawing of the harbor, the northern forests remained shrouded in a blanket of white. The scouts dispatched had returned with disquieting tidings. The prairie bandits appeared to be gathering. What could their intentions be? Were they seeking vengeance? Li Xion's brow knitted in apprehension. He recognized that these prairie marauders hung over him like a razor-sharp sword, poised to strike at any moment. Even with the formidable thunderous roar and a royal guard numbering in the hundreds within Dongning City, should the prairie bandits assemble in great numbers to besiege the city, there would be little recourse. The retreat of the prairie marauders the previous year was not solely attributed to the assault of the thunderous roar. More critically, it was due to heavy snowfall that had blocked the roads, complicating logistical support. Thus, the marauders had retreated. However, with the arrival of spring and the roads now clear, the prairie bandits would find it far easier to traverse. It seemed wise to remain vigilant against their impending assault. Within the confines of the Xian Wangfu, Li Xian held a pen, lost in thought. The royal guard now boasted a strength of 600 to 700 men, undergoing rigorous training under the command of Wei Jun and He Chaojun, with the thunderous roar being adeptly wielded among them. This aspect need not be a source of concern for the time being. Yet, during the last defense of Dongning City, Li Xian had discerned another pressing issue. The city walls were low and lacked fortitude. Unlike the interior of the Daqian dynasty, the frontier location of Dongning City meant its walls could not compare in strength to those of the capital. Previously, the prairie marauders had nearly scaled the walls with mere grappling hooks. Should they possess siege equipment, it would be imperative to reinforce the city walls and expedite this matter. The construction of city walls necessitates bricks, stones, and binding materials. While the fabrication of bricks and stones is feasible, given the abundance of populace within the city to mobilize for the production of bricks and stones, the question arises, what binding material shall be employed? Based on contemporary practices, it is known that the construction of city walls typically utilizes slaked lime, clay, and fine sand, to which glutinous rice paste and egg whites are added and thoroughly mixed. This renowned mixture is known as Sanha-2, 3-in-1 soil. Historical accounts suggest that in later generations, Sanha-2 proved to be even more robust than cement. However, in Dongning City, such materials are scarce. For instance, where could one procure sufficient quantities of glutinous rice and eggs? It appears that Sanha-2 may not be a viable option. Cement. A sudden realization illuminated Li Xion's mind. In this era, cement has yet to be discovered. If he could devise a method to produce cement, substituting it for Sanha-2, the results would undoubtedly be splendid. Conveniently, there exists a limestone quarry and clay near Dongning City, both essential raw materials for cement production. Although coal is unavailable, charcoal may serve as a suitable alternative. Contemplating this, Li Xion delved into intelligent technology to research cement manufacturing techniques. While perusing the information, he diligently took notes on paper. After half an hour, Li Xion uncovered a relatively practical method for producing cement. The process appeared straightforward. Crush limestone into powder and thoroughly mix it with clay powder. If possible, iron powder could be added, but it was not essential. Following this, either a dry or wet method could be employed to calcine the mixture into clinker. The clinker, when finely ground with gypsum powder, would yield cement. While the method was uncomplicated, the primary challenge lay in the calcination process, which necessitates temperatures exceeding 1,200 degrees Celsius, sustained over time. Despite the formidable obstacles, Li Xion discovered a solution. Within intelligent technology, he found a book from the 1950s titled Traditional Methods of Cement Production. During that era, villages constructed cement kilns under conditions far less favorable than those in Dongning City. The book's accounts provided valuable insights regarding the fuel dilemma. Charcoal, a blower, a sealed kiln. With these components, one could elevate the furnace temperature. The blower and sealed kiln were relatively straightforward to fabricate, as the blacksmiths of the time were already employing similar devices. Moreover, charcoal was readily accessible. With this in mind, Li Xion instructed Li Xin to mobilize a contingent of young laborers to venture into the mountains to fell timber. Additionally, several large charcoal kilns were erected outside Dongning City. The region's forests are abundant, predominantly comprising quality pine and hazel trees, making charcoal production relatively convenient. This newly planned charcoal kiln not only provided fuel for cement production, but also catered to the needs of the Gunpowder Bureau. In the future, it could potentially supply fuel for the entire city. Until a significant coal mine is discovered, charcoal will be indispensable for various applications, including subsequent iron smelting. Having meticulously planned the location for the charcoal kiln, Li Xion also commenced the organization of personnel to extract limestone and clay, as well as to gather gypsum and other essential materials. In no time, the populace of Dongning City found themselves engrossed in a flurry of activity. In the present Dongning City, few remained idle. The royal guard, composed of 600 to 700 members, was diligently engaged in training. Furthermore, recruitment for soldiers was ongoing to expand the royal guard. Drills for infantry combat, city defense, archery, and explosive projectiles were being conducted with great intensity. On another front, Dongning City had also established a dedicated hunting team. Under the guidance of the seasoned hunter Uncle Zhao, this team was charged with venturing into the mountains for game. There was also a foraging team responsible for gathering wild fruits and nuts to supplement provisions. A logging crew was tasked with felling trees, while a carpentry team focused on crafting bellows, catapults, and more. An engineering team was responsible for constructing the charcoal kiln, cement kiln, and sealing furnaces, among other facilities. In addition, personnel from the Dongning Gunpowder Bureau continued their relentless pursuit of sulfur extraction, producing gunpowder and explosive projectiles. Workers at the soap factory were engaged in refining pine nut oil, hazelnut oil, and manufacturing both soap and scented soap. Meanwhile, a land reclamation team was strategizing their cultivation plans. Li Xin had also recruited a portion of workers for the cement factory, providing them with training. This encompassed the processes of grinding into powder, mixing raw materials, forming pellets, high-temperature calcination, secondary grinding, and blending of clinker. In time, these individuals would become the backbone of the cement factory. Workers across various trades were busily occupied, observing the bustling crowd within the city. A radiant smile graced Li Xion's face. Their enthusiasm was palpable. This was splendid. At this rate, it was certain that Dongning City would undergo a remarkable transformation one day. Chapter 25. Cement and city walls. As March arrived, the cement kiln had been completed. The workers at the cement factory had prepared the limestone powder, clay powder, and other necessary materials. Even the charcoal and bellows were in place. Mixing the materials, Dong Haibao directed the workers to blend the limestone powder and clay powder in precise proportions. The prepared raw materials for cement were then conveyed into the kiln. Once a kiln was filled, the workers transported charcoal inside, igniting it, and sealing the kiln. The adjacent bellows were actively supplying air into the cement kiln. This marked the inaugural batch for Dongning City's cement kiln. For safety, mass production would only commence after the success of this initial run. Meanwhile, He Tanyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Your Highness, is it true that this cement is so remarkable it can bond stones together?" "That is what the books claim," Li Xin replied with a smile, attributing all to the wisdom found in literature. This explanation diminished some skepticism. After sealing the cement kiln, it would not be opened until noon the following day. Following an entire night's calcination, success was anticipated. Upon arriving at the cement kiln, workers had already opened the kiln door and ventured inside. Before long, a handcart laden with gray plastic emerged. "Is this cement?" Lu Jingxian squinted, perplexed, and inquired. "Can this cement truly be used for constructing houses, bridges, roads, and city walls?" A well-read individual, Lu Jingxian had never encountered any mention of cement in his literary studies. Thus, he harbored a degree of skepticism. Indeed, its applications are vast. Li Xin chuckled and stepped toward the handcart. At that moment, nearby workers began to add pre-prepared gypsum powder in measured proportions, mixing it thoroughly. Once combined, the cement was produced. "Dong Haibao, let us test its effectiveness," Li Xin instructed. "Understood." Dong Haibao nodded and proceeded to gather sand, blending it with the cement, and then added water to commence mixing. After achieving a uniform consistency, several masons began to construct a wall with the cement. Before long, a low wall, half the height of a person, was completed. Observing the soft cement on the ground, Lu Jingxian remained somewhat incredulous about its remarkable capabilities. Although he felt doubtful, he understood that the true efficacy of the cement would only be revealed upon completion of the experiment. A day later, the cement wall had dried. Li Xian delivered a kick, and the wall stood firm and unwavering. Lu Jingxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that such a small amount of cement could bind the bricks so securely. It was nearly comparable to rammed earth. A nearby guard stepped forward and delivered several forceful kicks, ultimately toppling the cement wall. However, the bricks remained intact. The efficacy of this cement was truly astonishing. Realizing the significance of cement, Lu Jingxian exclaimed, "With cement, constructing city walls becomes significantly easier. The method of production is simple, and the materials are readily available. If we were to replace all the city walls in Dongning province with cement walls over a few years, I wonder how those marauding horsemen from the grasslands would dare to cause trouble here." "Ha!" Li Xian shrugged and remarked, "While cement walls are indeed robust, relying solely on them to fend off the marauding horsemen may not suffice. As the saying goes, the most formidable fortress often crumbles from within." The introduction of cement is not merely for building walls. Its primary purpose is to construct houses, ensuring that the citizens within the city dwell in comfort. Only when the populace is united can a sturdy city withstand internal strife. "How I long for vast mansions to shelter the downtrodden." Lu Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected His Highness to utter such words. "How I long for vast mansions to shelter the downtrodden." This line of poetry was indeed remarkably fitting. His Highness truly possessed a compassionate heart for the people. For a moment, even Lu Jingxian felt a sense of admiration. Following the successful trial of the first batch of cement, Li Xian instructed Dong Haibao to accelerate the production pace. The cement factory quickly fell into a regular rhythm. 4 or 5 kilns took turns firing, grinding the materials into powder, forming raw materials into balls, and placing them into the kiln for firing. With each step managed by dedicated personnel, one cement kiln after another tirelessly produces cement. The cement clinker is neatly packaged into bags and stacked alongside the city walls. As the quantity of finished cement increases, the restoration of the city walls can be placed on the agenda. Although spring has arrived, the frozen ground has yet to thaw completely, thus agricultural reclamation has not yet commenced. The idle populace has gathered at the construction site of the city walls. Some citizens have ventured into the nearby mountains to extract feldspar, transporting it to the base of the walls. On the other side of Dongning City, several brick kilns have been established to fire blue bricks. All efforts are directed towards preparing for the restoration of the city walls. Even Li Xin remains industrious. In recent days, accompanied by Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Lu Jingxian, and others, he has been inspecting the northern outskirts of Dongning City. Li Xin has also devised alternative plans for Dongning City, as the current expanse feels somewhat limited. The newly constructed cement kilns, brick kilns, and warehouses are all situated outside the city. Should the prairie bandits launch an attack, these enterprises would likely be obliterated. Therefore, Li Xin intends to seize this opportunity to expand Dongning City. 3 miles to the north of Dongning City lies a low hilly area that stretches from the eastern forest to the banks of the Shuaibin River in the west, extending about 1 to 2 miles. This location serves as a vital route connecting the northern part of Dongning City to Shuangqing Prefecture, Xinda Prefecture, and even the territories governed by the prairie bandits. The official road leading to Liaoyang City also traverses this area, bending towards the southwest. After a thorough reconnaissance, Li Xin, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Lu Jingxian, and others deliberated and designated the northern boundary of the city walls here. Utilizing the eastern forests and the western Shuaibin River as mutual fortifications, this will serve as the initial phase of the city wall project. In the subsequent phase, the walls will extend southward from the eastern forests to the coastline. For now, the priority is to complete the initial construction. Having determined the location, a specific day was chosen to officially commence the work. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month of the 17th year of Tongxiu, a propitious day, Li Xin stood in the cold wind at the site of the northern city walls, holding a shovel. Addressing the gathered citizens, he proclaimed, "Fellow villagers, this is the location of the new city walls of Dongning City. In the future, this vast expanse of land will become our home. Once this new wall is erected, even if tens of thousands of prairie bandits were to attack, we need not fear." He urged, "Let us begin, for the sake of our homeland and our future." Chapter 26. A sharp knife does not dull the woodcutter's work, although the city walls appear to extend only 1 or 2 miles in length. It is by no means a trivial undertaking. The walls will require the construction of watchtowers and city gates, with the top needing to be at least 10 meters wide, while the base will require a width of no less than 20 meters. The initial plans do not include a moat, necessitating a wall height of 20 to 30 meters. A rough calculation indicates that such a monumental project cannot be completed in a short time. Fortunately, the prairie bandits have yet to arrive, allowing for a gradual construction process. Following the commencement of construction, the 2 watchtowers situated on the eastern hillside by the Shuaibin River were the first to be erected. Bricks and cement were promptly transported to these locations. Even in the absence of a completed city wall, these towers would serve as small fortifications, forming a strategic angle with the old city of Dongning. Each watchtower occupies an area of approximately half an acre, resembling a miniature fortress. According to Li Xion's design, the interior of the watchtowers is equipped with warehouses, living quarters, and staircases, capable of accommodating several hundred inhabitants. Thus, the scale of the construction was considerable. Fortunately, the cement had been successfully produced. Once the foundation was excavated, Li Xian specifically instructed the workers to use a large Luoyang shovel to dig several deep holes at intervals. This shovel was crafted by the blacksmiths within the city at Li Xian's behest. In rural areas, such tools are quite practical for foundation digging. After the deep holes were created, prepared wooden cages were lowered into them, and the uniformly mixed concrete was poured directly in. Due to the scarcity of ironware in the city, steel bars were not employed. Instead, flexible tree branches were utilized as a substitute. While wooden reinforced concrete may not rival steel reinforced concrete in strength, it suffices for the time being. After all, the foundation work extends beyond these initial tasks. The watchtower features over 40 deep holes, interconnected by trenches approximately half a meter deep, also linked with wooden reinforced concrete. The foundation work alone consumed 4 to 5 days. Once the foundation was solidified, Li Xian adopted a frame structure. At crucial junctures, columns and beams were all constructed using wooden reinforced concrete to ensure stability. The internal columns of the watchtower were designed to be robust and closely spaced. The remaining structure was built using brick and stone. Although this brick mix structure is not as durable as steel reinforced concrete, it is undoubtedly superior to rammed earth walls. The most significant advantage lies in the rapid construction speed, necessitated by time constraints and material shortages. Under Li Xian's guidance, a man in his 20s quickly acquired the skills needed, becoming a proficient worker on site within a few days. Li Xian also appointed Xiao Junshin as the supervisor of the watchtower's construction, responsible for overseeing the project. In a mere fortnight, the first level of the watchtower was completed, and the wooden reinforced concrete had successfully reached its peak. Li Xian, He Xiaojun, and others arrived at the watchtower overlooking the Shuaibin River, standing atop it with radiant smiles on their faces. Remarkable speed. Li Xian praised. Xiao Junshin, keep up the good work, but do not rush. Once the first level is stable, we shall commence the construction of the second level. Rest assured, Your Highness. Xiao Junshin promptly replied, nodding in agreement. The walls of the second level are to feature lookout and firing ports. Li Xian, holding the blueprint, remarked at that time. We shall be able to shoot from various positions on the second, third, and fourth levels. Once these 2 watchtowers are completed, they will stand as the most formidable barrier in the northern part of Dongning. Xiao Junshin, you have a significant responsibility ahead. Give it your best effort. Your Highness can rest easy. I shall surely heed your instructions and fulfill my mission. Xiao Junxin responded earnestly with a cupped fist. During this period, the watchtowers of Shuaibin River and Dongshan have been entrusted entirely to Xiao Junxin for oversight. Outside the city, the extraction of limestone, grinding, charcoal production, cement firing, and brick firing are all progressing vigorously. Despite the investment of thousands of laborers, the pace of cement production cannot keep up with the demands of the watchtower construction. Dong Haibao and Li Xin furrowed their brows and inquired, "Is it a matter of insufficient cement kilns? If so, we must construct additional ones immediately. The cement output must keep pace. We are on the verge of running out for the watchtower construction." "Your Highness," Dong Haibao wiped the sweat from his brow and replied. "Currently, the cement kilns are able to meet the demand. Then why is the output so low?" Li Xin asked, somewhat displeased. "Your Highness," Dong Haibao explained. "The process of turning limestone and clay into powder is rather challenging, especially with limestone, which involves complex extraction and grinding. Despite many workers toiling day and night, the daily output remains limited." He sighed, a trace of sorrow etched on his face. Li Xin understood Dong Haibao's predicament, as in this era, all tasks were accomplished by hand. The grinding of limestone into powder was inherently slow, even with the ingenuity of some workers who had devised a wooden grinding machine. Progress remained sluggish. Indeed, the absence of mechanization in this age posed significant inconveniences. Upon arriving at the limestone grinding site, a cloud of dust enveloped the air, creating a rather noxious atmosphere. Working in such an environment for extended periods inevitably risks the onset of pneumoconiosis. Yet the industrious workers around remained blissfully unaware, diligently laboring with fervor. These villagers were truly simple and kind-hearted, which stirred Li Xion's emotions. He instructed, "Hitong Yuan, please inform the royal residents to prepare dinner tonight, with plenty of meat to ensure the workers are well nourished." "Yes," Hitong Yuan promptly responded. At present, Li Xion could only afford to improve their rations, ensuring that the common folk were not unduly deprived. After all, he was not a malevolent capitalist. After a brief inspection, Li Xion paused by a wooden grinding machine. This contraption was crafted from several enormous hardwoods, with a few individuals strenuously rotating the logs to crush the limestone into powder. The laborers nearby were panting heavily from exhaustion. "Who invented this?" Li Xion inquired, gesturing towards the wooden grinding machine. "Your Highness," the supervisor replied, pulling over a middle-aged man. "This is Luan Min, a refugee from Shuangqing Prefecture. In his spare time, he weaves mats and has experience with stone rollers and grinding pans. This is his improved design based on those tools." "Quite an innovative approach." Li Xion nodded in satisfaction. "However, will this hardwood not wear out over time?" "Indeed, Your Highness," Luan Min confirmed. "Currently, we have not found any larger stone rollers, so we must make do with this. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood." Li Xion spoke, "Gather some men to the mountains to procure some stone rollers. Once the tools are ready, efficiency will undoubtedly improve significantly. Moreover, relying solely on manpower is still too slow. Hitong Yuan, bring the mules and donkeys from the city for their use." Luan Min promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Chapter 27. The Crown Prince in the capital of the Great Qian Dynasty, within a private room of a tea house. A young man dressed like a wealthy scion reclined on a lounge chair, sipping tea and gently blowing away the froth from the teacup. This young man was none other than the current Crown Prince, Li Ming. On the table before him lay several small notes. "My younger brother truly is full of surprises." The corners of Crown Prince Li Ming's mouth curled into a slight smirk, his face revealing a hint of derision. How had he not noticed his brother's capabilities while they were in the capital? I wonder how you all monitored him back then." His tone was casual, yet it struck the hearts of those present like a droplet of water falling into a pot of hot oil, creating a sensation of turmoil. One man quickly bowed his head and explained, "I have failed in my duties. Please punish me, Your Highness." "Punish you?" Li Ming scoffed. "If punishing you could alleviate my concerns, would I need to hear it from you? Begone." "Thank you, Your Highness." The men who had been reprimanded hurriedly expressed their thanks before rising to leave the private chamber. Moments later, only Crown Prince Li Ming and a middle-aged man remained inside. "Mr. Song." Li Ming inhaled deeply, a grave expression forming on his brow. He had not anticipated that Li Xion could bring him so many surprises. "Your Highness," Song Shinsa replied calmly. "Back when we were in the capital, the third prince was frail and withdrawn, often stubborn in his dealings. Few knew he possessed such intellect. It seems he was merely concealing his talents." Observing the third prince's actions in Dongning City, one could not help but admire him. Opening granaries to attract the displaced and reinforcing the guard against the nomadic horse bandits. His ingenuity was indeed unexpected. "Initially, we intended to eliminate the third prince by the hands of the nomadic horse bandits, but it now appears that plan is fraught with complications." Crown Prince Li Ming gripped his teacup tightly, a cold glint in his eyes, filled with regret. Following the failure of the nomadic horse bandits, he had acted swiftly, issuing orders for assassination attempts in Dongning City. However, those efforts bore no fruit, instead prompting Li Xion to begin registering household records and conducting extensive searches for outsiders. Consequently, many of his original plans had become futile. Sighing helplessly, Crown Prince Li Ming remarked, "Mr. Song, the situation has escalated to this point. What should we do next?" "Quite simple." Song Shinsa stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "The advantage still lies with us. Although the third prince has repelled the first wave of attacks from the nomadic horse bandits, he has also incited their wrath. Consider this. How often have the nomadic horse bandits faced such a devastating defeat? They will undoubtedly seek revenge. At that time, when the armies are pressing in, how the third prince will respond remains uncertain. We could even stoke the flames further. The crown prince, Li Ming, brightened at this revelation, suddenly grasping the implication of Song Xiance's words. Mr. Song, I shall manage the matter of adding fuel to the fire. Feeling somewhat reassured, Crown Prince Li Ming declared, this time, we must utterly obliterate this threat. Indeed, Song Xiance nodded subtly, stating, the horse bandits from the grasslands represent an external force and a primary means of opposition. On another front, we can also exploit other avenues. For instance, he extracted a note, nonchalantly remarking, the third prince has ordered the northern counties of Dongning province to abandon their cities and retreat. This is undoubtedly a valuable lever against him. Even if it does not harm the third prince, it will certainly exhaust him and stretch his resources thin. Excellent. Crown Prince Li Ming nodded. I will instruct Left Minister Qian Ji and his colleagues to begin preparations immediately. The crime of abandoning cities is no trivial matter. Your Highness is astute. Song Xiance nodded in satisfaction. He had chosen to accompany the Crown Prince for several years precisely because of his wisdom and decisiveness. With such a sovereign, he would undoubtedly become a formidable ruler. The faction of reformers shall play the role of the critics, while the Crown Prince must adopt the role of the defender. The performance of brotherly respect is still necessary, as His Majesty delights in such spectacles. Song Xiance cautioned, furthermore, since we intend to employ the reformers to criticize the third prince, it must extend beyond just the issue of abandoned cities. Matters concerning the Zhao and Qian families in Dongning City should also be arranged. A multitude of petty annoyances may not be lethal, but they can be exasperating. As long as the third prince is preoccupied with these affairs, the incursions of the horse bandits will prove effective. We have previously missed an opportunity, and this time we cannot allow another to slip by. We must strike decisively. Li Ming attentively absorbed Mr. Song's teachings. The Crown Prince clasped his hands in gratitude. Your humility and willingness to accept counsel are commendable qualities, essential for a great sovereign. A warmth surged in Song Xiance's heart. It seemed that his decision to follow the Crown Prince had been even more astute. Mr. Song, please enjoy some tea. Crown Prince Li Ming prepared a cup and presented it with both hands, proclaiming, if I ascend to the throne one day, I shall surely appoint you as my chancellor. Thank you for your esteemed kindness, Your Highness. Song Xiance promptly knelt in gratitude. The master and servant exchanged laughter, seemingly catching glimpses of a radiant future beckoning them. Amidst their banter, the two had already devised a plan. 3 feigned attacks and 1 decisive strike, complete with a contingency for assassination. The strategy was crystal clear. Having missed the last opportunity, they could not afford to miss this one. The third prince had already unfurled his wings, now that he had the chance to soar. They must prevent him from taking flight. After ensuring all arrangements were in place, Crown Prince Li Ming solemnly stated, Mr. Song, I entrust this matter entirely to your charge. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall exert every effort. Song Xiance replied earnestly. After sipping tea for a while, Li Ming, filled with confidence, declared, with this, all preparations are complete. Indeed, everything is in readiness. Song Xiance smiled in agreement. In a moment of clarity, Song Xiance recalled a matter and remarked, Your Highness, recently there have been merchants in the city aggressively acquiring grain, seemingly destined for Dongning City. I noticed that merchants from Jiangnan and Xintang are also purchasing grain for Dongning City. Such a large-scale procurement, could it be orchestrated by my brother? Li Ming furrowed his brow and replied, it is better to wrongly execute 1,000 than to let one escape. Issue orders that no grain is to be sold to Dongning City. Mr. Song, is there anything else? Nothing else, Song Xiance said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he continued, in addition to acquiring grain, there is a merchant in Dongning City selling soap in the capital at a considerable price, and they are selling quite well. I have heard that this soap also originates from Dongning City. Soap? Li Ming's brow furrowed again as he inquired, is it indeed from Dongning City? Some was presented by the Chengtai merchant group not long ago, and my mother allocated a portion to my residence. Suddenly, a troubling thought crossed Li Ming's mind. He hoped that the soap did not belong to the Prince of Xian's household. Chapter 28, Training. A bitter yet joyful experience when Li Xin beheld the newly recruited guards of the Wangfu once more. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Although the physical condition of these individuals was markedly improved compared to the refugees, standing together, they did not exude the appearance of a proper army. Strictly speaking, they lacked the semblance of a military force as he remembered it. Having come from a future era, Li Xion's first impression of an army was one of disciplined ranks and spirited demeanor. Yet, the current Wangfu guards resembled factory workers more than soldiers. Standing on the platform, Li Xion surveyed the scene with a solemn expression, refraining from speech. Beside him, Wei Jun wore a smile and whispered, Your Highness, what do you think? We have invested a significant amount of time in training, and they have undergone considerable transformation since their recruitment last year. Just look at them, strong and agile. Even their archery skills have improved substantially. However, his words failed to capture Li Xion's attention. Noticing the lack of expression on Li Xion's face, Wei Jun's heart sank. Could it be that the training was insufficient? Yet, he felt he had exerted every effort. Even He Chaojun, standing nearby, was somewhat puzzled. They were all aware that the news of the prairie bandits' imminent attacks kept their nerves taut. Consequently, the training of the Wangfu guards had been rigorous, with little time for rest. Over the course of several months, the refugees had indeed gained strength, but why had it not brought satisfaction to His Highness? The Prince of Xian? Brothers, Li Xion suddenly declared, you have trained excellently. I can see your progress. I am aware of the hardships you have endured during this time, and I acknowledge your efforts. Well done. Upon hearing Li Xion's words of praise, Wei Jun and He Chaojun felt a weight lift from their hearts, their earlier worries dissipating. Even the soldiers in the ranks felt a warmth in their hearts. Yet, at that moment, Li Xin shifted his tone, adding, however, our adversaries, the prairie bandits, are formidable. Our forces have indeed increased, armed with the formidable thunderous strike, and our city walls have been reinforced. Yet, shall we remain perpetually confined within the walls of Dongning City? Are we to stand idly by while the likes of Shuangqing Prefecture and Xingda Prefecture fall victim to the ravages of the marauding horse bandits? Do we consent to our northern brethren being subjected to oppression? Are we content to live as timid turtles? The impassioned voice stirred the members of the Royal Guard, igniting their fervor. We do not consent. We do not consent. The soldiers of the Royal Guard shouted with zeal. Even Wei Jun and He Chaojun felt a surge of excitement, silently echoing, we do not consent. Indeed, no one wishes to live a life of cowardice. Especially these new recruits of the Royal Guard, most of whom are refugees from the northern counties of Dongning Province. They are even less inclined to endure a life of retreat, trapped in Dongning City, unable to reclaim their homeland. A few stirring words awakened the soldiers' fighting spirit. Li Xin continued, brothers, if you refuse to be timid, I too refuse. Therefore, we must seize the time to train. We have achieved significant results. But let us not become complacent. We have a long way to go. Only through diligent training, transforming ourselves into an army capable of vanquishing the horse bandits, can we reclaim lost territories and rebuild our homeland. Only then can we rid ourselves of this shame. The atmosphere became charged, and the soldiers of the Royal Guard grew even more fervent. Li Xin understood that he had achieved his aim. Next, he would begin to implement his methods within the Royal Guard. How could the soldiers' spirit and morale be swiftly trained? It required an ironclad discipline, and such discipline is forged through rigorous training and the cultivation of a steadfast lifestyle. Thus, it was imperative to fundamentally alter the training methods and habits of the Royal Guard. Efficient training methods are readily available, derived from the experiences of later generations. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Li Xin commanded, gather everyone. I shall personally instruct you. Before long, a vast assembly of individuals stood orderly in the training grounds. All present, Li Xin called out. Spread out 1 meter apart, front and back, side to side. The Royal Guard personnel complied methodically, silence enveloping the group. Attention! Li Xin shouted once more. Although the soldiers were somewhat perplexed, they did not question. Li Xin elucidated. Upon hearing the command of attention, swiftly bring your heels together. Toes angled outward, legs straightened, and gently draw on your abdomen. As he spoke, Li Xin walked among the ranks, occasionally patting the soldiers' bodies. Naturally lift your chest. Keep your torso upright, slightly leaning forward, shoulders level and slightly back. Allow your arms to hang naturally, fingers together and slightly bent, palms pressed against your thighs. Keep your head straight, neck erect, mouth closed, chin slightly retracted, and gaze fixed ahead with a fierce determination. Maintain this position for a quarter of an hour. Those who succeed shall be rewarded with an egg at noon. After a thorough instruction, all members of the Royal Guard stood at attention as required. Even Wei Jun and He Chaojun complied with the order. However, within a mere quarter of an hour, Wei Jun began to feel a numbing fatigue in his legs, akin to the exhaustion one might experience after a fierce battle. Nevertheless, as a veteran forged on the battlefield, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Others were not as fortunate. Some began to sway slightly, while many continued to endure, for the allure of a reward as modest as an egg was indeed enticing. At last, the 15 minutes elapsed, and only a few had faltered. Well done. Take a break. Li Xin nodded in satisfaction, observing that the recent training had borne fruit. The physical fitness of the Royal Guard soldiers was commendable. Yet, before they could savor their respite, Li Xin bellowed once more. All present, stand at attention. Another 15 minutes loomed ahead. This time, everyone managed to hold their ground, for the promise of a meat meal at noon was at stake. If anyone faltered, none would enjoy the meat. The mere mention of meat caused their eyes to sparkle with anticipation, and Li Xin could even hear the sound of saliva being swallowed. Meat was a far greater reward than mere eggs. Consequently, all stood resolutely, their focus unwavering. Time flowed quietly. Surprisingly, everyone endured this time. Time's up, Li Xin declared with a smile. Everyone shall enjoy meat for lunch. Upon hearing his words, the soldiers erupted in cheers. Yet, the aching in their legs caused some to grimace. Still, the physical discomfort could not overshadow the joy in their hearts. Each one of them experienced a bittersweet sense of fulfillment. Chapter 29. Reform of the Royal Guard. This state of bittersweetness did not persist for long. After 10 days of training, as the physical prowess of the Royal Guard personnel proved robust, Li Xin intensified the training regimen. Following their mastery of drill training, he introduced physical conditioning and combat skills training. Those with exceptional fitness were selected to form a separate unit, personally led by Li Xin, who also incorporated specialized skill training for them. In just half a month, the original Royal Guard had undergone a remarkable transformation. Alongside the increased training intensity, the quality of their meals had also significantly improved. Although eggs were scarce, the foraging team discovered numerous wild chicken nests, swan nests, and various bird nests in the meadows, yielding a bountiful supply of eggs that greatly enriched the soldiers' diet. Meanwhile, the hunting team prioritized supplying their game to the Royal Guard soldiers. With heightened training intensity and improved meal provisions, the physical fitness of the Royal Guard soldiers surged substantially. The excellent treatment and illustrious image further enhanced the Royal Guard's popularity throughout the city of Dongning. After the initial training concluded, Li Xin resolved to continue recruiting soldiers to expand the Royal Guard. Following a rigorous selection process, he successfully enlisted several hundred individuals. He also drew from the ranks of the Royal Guard, selecting a number of outstanding junior soldiers to instruct the new recruits in their training. With the increase in personnel, Li Xin decided to implement reforms within the Royal Guard. Currently, the Royal Guard was a heterogeneous mix without any functional division. Infantry, archers, and grenadiers were all jumbled together. When war approached, the varied weapons became cumbersome and difficult to manage. This situation necessitated reform. After extensive discussions among Li Xin, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and others, they resolved to reorganize the existing structure of the Royal Guard. Originally, Li Xin had personally selected 100 elite soldiers to form a personal guard unit responsible for the protection of both himself and the royal estate, aptly named the Tiger Bin Battalion. Additionally, a select group of cavalry and archery experts was formed into a cavalry unit, named the Brave Cavalry Battalion. Although this cavalry unit was small, comprising only around 50 members, it marked the establishment of the Royal Guard's own cavalry force. Li Xin was confident that, given time, this cavalry unit would grow. Furthermore, individuals with exceptional physical prowess, remarkable arm strength, and superior throwing capabilities were singled out. A total of 200 individuals were chosen to form the Grenadier unit. This unit would not only be responsible for launching thunderous projectiles, but, according to Li Xin's vision, in the future, they would also operate gunpowder and firearms. Thus, this unit was named the Divine Mechanism Battalion. 200 adept archers were selected to create an archery unit, named the Divine Strategy Battalion. Moreover, the remaining 600 individuals were organized into 3 infantry battalions, each consisting of 200 soldiers, named the Divine Martial Battalion, the Divine Might Battalion, and the Divine Valor Battalion. Following these structural reforms, the Royal Guard was divided into 7 distinct components: the Tiger Bin Battalion, the Brave Cavalry Battalion, the Divine Mechanism Battalion, the Divine Strategy Battalion, the Divine Martial Battalion, the Divine Might Battalion, and the Divine Valor Battalion. Each unit had its own unique responsibilities. Although the numbers in each battalion were relatively small, the framework had been firmly established. As more recruits were brought in, the strength of the Royal Guard would rapidly expand. Much like constructing a building, with a solid foundation, the structure above would be relatively straightforward to erect. Lu Jingxian remarked, now that the foundation has been laid, we can build upon it to enhance the strength of the Royal Guard. He envisioned that by next year, they could march northward to reclaim the lost territories of Dongning Province. Next year, Li Xin mused with a subtle smile. He found himself somewhat impatient. If circumstances permitted, he aimed to reclaim the lost lands within this very year. However, he chose to refrain from making grand declarations. After all, the population within Dongning City was not substantial, and the Royal Guard could only expand to a limited extent. Nevertheless, aspirations existed. Li Xin smiled and declared, very well. We shall strive to reclaim all lost territories of Dongning Province before next year. During this period, we must continue to gather the refugees and recruit new soldiers. All matters must be arranged accordingly. Rest assured, Your Highness. Lu Jingxian nodded and said, the hunting team, harvesting team, agricultural reclamation team, logging team, carpentry team, engineering team, and the Gunpowder Bureau are all operating systematically. Once spring arrives and the roads become more accessible, under the call of Dongning Prefecture, the populace from places such as Beifang Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiangda Prefecture will also come to Dongning City with their families. Once the population of Dongning City increases, it will be easier to expand the Royal Guard. Indeed, let us work diligently. Li Xin nodded in satisfaction. After confirming these matters, Li Xin made preliminary appointments for the commanders of each camp. In the Tiger Camp, he selected the most capable Wei Dahai to serve as the Tiger Lieutenant. In the Cavalry Camp, he appointed the former Royal Guard cavalryman Mu Yunyan as the Cavalry Lieutenant. He appointed He Chaojun as the Divine Strategy Lieutenant, overseeing the Divine Strategy Camp and temporarily managing the Divine Machine Camp. Wei Jun was appointed as the Infantry Commander, in charge of the Divine Martial Camp, Divine Might Camp, and Divine Valor Camp. Following the appointments of the camp commanders, Li Xin instructed each camp to initiate targeted combat skills training. Observing the soldiers training fervently in the drill ground, Li Xion's heart was filled with joy. The first step had already been taken. As for the road ahead, it must be traversed with care. The Royal Guard had undergone reform, and its strength had increased. Additionally, the lookout towers at Shui Bin River in the northern part of Dongning City and Dongshan Lookout Tower had been constructed with 2 stories. The moat surrounding the lookout tower had also been excavated. The moat was connected to Shui Bin River, forming a protective barrier outside the lookout tower. The foundation for the city wall between the 2 lookout towers had been completed. However, construction of the city wall would officially commence only after the 2 lookout towers were finished and put into use. The situation was undoubtedly improving. Even now, with the prairie bandits launching another attack, Li Xian felt no fear. After all, the Shui Bin River Lookout Tower, Dongshan Lookout Tower, and the old city of Dongning formed an advantageous triangle, providing mutual support. Within the city, there were over 1,000 royal guards, as well as thousands of Dongning citizens. Even if 3,000 to 5,000 prairie bandits came, Li Xian was confident in defending Dongning City. Most importantly, the current reserves of food and supplies within Dongning City were abundant, thanks to the combined efforts of Sun's Trading Company, Qingyu Trading Company, and other businesses within the city. Food, cloth, ironware, and other supplies transported from countries such as Silla and Ezo, as well as from other regions of the Great Qian Dynasty, were plentiful. With these resources, holding Dongning City would be significantly easier. At the very least, we need not worry about food shortages. Chapter 30. The lucrative soap trade. There was naturally no need to worry about food. Upon seeing the accounts presented by Hu Shuiyong, A broad smile spread across Li Xion's face. He had not anticipated that Hu Shuiyong would return from Jiangnan with such a substantial amount of grain. Your Highness, a total of 13,000 stones of grain, Hu Shuiyong said with a smile. This is the first batch of grain, and there are 3 more batches of food and cloth expected to arrive in Dongning City next month. Excellent, excellent. Li Xian smiled with satisfaction. Prepare for the rain with an umbrella, and stock up on provisions. He understood this principle well. Especially in ancient times, it was always prudent to accumulate grain, regardless of the circumstances. With provisions in hand, one can remain composed and unperturbed. It is only through thorough preparation that one can confront crises without succumbing to fear. Shuiyong, this batch of grain must be quite valuable, wouldn't you agree? Li Xian inquired with a smile. It seems that the fragrance soaps from Qingyu Trading Company have successfully penetrated the markets in Jiangnan and other regions. Your Highness, Hu Shuiyong replied, somewhat excitedly, you cannot imagine. These fragrance soaps have just emerged in Suzhou, Songjiang, and Taicang, and they have immediately garnered the attention of the local aristocracy. Many wealthy young ladies are clamoring to purchase them. Some of our partner merchants have even raised the price of the soaps to over 101, and there are instances of them being sold at a premium. I have heard that in the black market, some soaps have fetched as much as 300 to 501. The daughters of noble families are eager to try the fragrant soaps as soon as possible. Ha! Li Xian couldn't help but laugh. He had not anticipated that these newly introduced soaps would become so popular. Yet, upon reflection, it was not surprising. In later times, the pursuit of beauty among affluent young ladies is an insatiable desire. Limited edition cosmetics, clothing, and handbags often ignite fervent demand. The fragrant soaps of this era bear a resemblance to the exclusive handbags of the future. It appears that this initial venture has achieved resounding success. Hu Shuiyong continued. Your Highness, our first batch of fragrant soaps and regular soaps is primarily destined for the capital and the provinces of Jiangnan and Qiantang. The sales data from Jiangnan and Qiantang has already been released. All the soaps have sold out completely, yielding a staggering profit of 123,400 yuan, an extraordinary gain. As Hu Shuiyong spoke with increasing enthusiasm, he added, in addition to purchasing over 10,000 stone of grain, we have also brought back some ironware and agricultural tools. Furthermore, we have established contact with merchants in Jiangnan and Qiantang. For the second batch of fragrant soaps and regular soaps, we will split the gross profit with the purchasing price evenly. Some merchants have even begun pre-sales. Even the Duke of Ronghua in Jinling has sent someone to reserve 100 fragrant soaps and 500 regular soaps. With the endorsement of the Duke of Ronghua, the entire market in Jiangnan and Qiantang will be thoroughly opened. It is indeed wonderful that the market is opening. Li Xian praised. Shuiyong, you are a true benefactor. Your Highness overestimates my contributions. Hu Shuiyong quickly demurred. All of this relies on the fragrant soaps and regular soaps of your Highness. I merely facilitated the distribution of goods from Dongning City. It is hardly noteworthy. Contributions are duly recognized, and I shall not hesitate to reward those who merit it. Li Xian responded. The fragrant soaps and regular soaps are merely a small facet of Qingyu Trading Company's enterprise. Moving forward, any other new products will naturally also be represented by Qingyu Trading Company. Other new products? Hu Shuiyong raised an eyebrow, his eyes lighting up with intrigue. The astute merchant quickly grasped the core of the matter. It seemed that the Prince of Xion's ambitions extended beyond just fragrant and regular soaps. If truly there were products that could rival soap and scented soap, the profits would be unimaginable. Reflecting on recent events, the Xian Wangfu has already introduced thunderous innovations, including scented soaps, regular soaps, and cement. These commodities are poised to yield substantial profits. It appears that my decision to follow Xian Wang was indeed a most astute one. From now on, I shall resolutely dedicate myself to supporting Xian Wang. Hu Shuiyong silently vowed. Although business is thriving, that is not the most crucial aspect. Li Xian turned to Hu Shuiyong and stated, the market has opened, and so must the reputation of the Qingyu Trading Company. In Jiangnan and Qiantang, we must still collaborate with local trading houses and families. However, we must also establish our own trading company at the earliest opportunity. This year's objective is to expand Qingyu Trading Company throughout the various prefectures and counties of Jiangnan and Qiantang. Your subordinate will dutifully adhere to your Highness's directives. Hu Shuiyong promptly rose and clasped his fists in respect. The ambition to extend the Qingyu Trading Company to every province and county is also Hu Shuiyong's dream. At that time, his name will resonate throughout Jiangnan and Qiantang. Who among my family would dare to underestimate Hu Shuiyong then? After reporting on the sales of scented and regular soaps, Hu Shuiyong instructed the warehouse to commence loading for shipment. The second batch of soaps began its journey towards Jiangnan and Qiantang. This time, Hu Shuiyong's vision extended beyond Jiangnan and Qiantang to the regions of Lingnan, Manhwa, Huguang, and Xuanyang. With an expanded market, profits are bound to soar. In addition to dispatching the second shipment, Sun Bin of Sun's Trading Company sought out Hu Shuiyong. Although Sun's Trading Company primarily engaged in trade with Silla and the Woku, as a businessman, Sun Bin had certainly caught wind of the lucrative opportunities in Jiangnan and Qiantang. The profits from Qingyu Trading Company's soaps are substantial. Adhering to this principle, after conducting some inquiries, Sun Bin brought gifts and paid a visit to Xian Wang Li Xian. Aware that the success of the soaps was bolstered by the support of Xian Wangfu, Sun Bin hoped to explore potential avenues with him, following some expressions of gratitude. Although Xian Wang did not explicitly state his intentions, he nonetheless introduced Sun Bin to Hu Shuiyong. Armed with this message, Sun Bin prepared ample gifts and arrived at Hu Shuiyong's modest residence. The simplicity of Hu Shuiyong's abode belied his status as the owner of Qingyu Trading Company. Upon entering the main hall, Sun Bin promptly bowed and said, I am Sun Bin, here to pay my respects to Master Hu. There is no need for such formalities. Please take a seat, Hu Shuiyong replied with composure. Naturally, Hu Shuiyong was already aware of Sun Bin's intentions from exile Wangfu. After a cordial exchange, Hu Shuiyong agreed to Sun's request, granting them some scented and regular soaps to be sold in Silla and other nations. Of course, the sale of these soaps would still involve bartering with scarce resources from Dongning City, such as grain, ironware, agricultural tools, and textiles. As the young master of Sun's trading company, Sun Bin readily acquiesced. Although the exact moment when Hu Shuiyong became a trusted confidant of His Highness the Prince of Exile remains unknown, Sun Bin understands that their collaboration with the Qingyu Trading Company signifies that the Sun family has successfully allied themselves with the formidable power of the prince's residence. At last, the Sun family has established a solid foundation in Dongning City. Chapter 31. Striking at the root with an abundance of food and resources, spring has also arrived. During this period, Li Xin wears a constant smile upon his face. Even the construction sites outside the city buzz with fervent activity. The situation improves day by day. Recently, Li Xin has been diligently exploring intelligent technologies, seeking products akin to soap that are easy to produce and yield substantial profits. As he browses through the innovations, he meticulously records his findings. Some products, currently unfeasible for production, are noted for future consideration when conditions are ripe. While Li Xin immerses himself in this work, news from the north brings further delight. A coal mine has been discovered in Shuaibin County, located 30 miles northeast of Dongning City. Coal. This is precisely the resource Li Xin has long coveted. With coal, the chilling winter will no longer pose a threat. Coal brings forth a new fuel source, making the production of cement, bricks, and tiles far more convenient. Coal is an essential commodity of the first industrial revolution. With coal, new avenues of development become available. Hence, Li Xion's excitement is palpable. After thorough inquiries, Li Xion marks the precise location of the coal mine on the map. This coal mine lies over 30 miles from Dongning City, nestled within a basin of the Dongning mountain range. The surrounding terrain is expansive and connects seamlessly with Dongning City, facilitating transportation with the construction of roads. All conditions are remarkably favorable. It appears that the extraction of coal must be prioritized. With this thought, Li Xion solemnly writes the characters for coal mine in his notebook, encircling them. However, this joy is short-lived. A message from the capital of the Duqian dynasty leaves Li Xion momentarily speechless. An imperial edict? Furrowing his brow, Li Xion inquires, Mr. Liu, what does the edict state? The governor of Dongning, Lu Jingxian, responds with a wry smile. The edict rebukes your highness for unilaterally ordering the abandonment of Shuangqing and Xingshu counties. You are ordered to explain why such rash actions were taken. As punishment for this conduct, your salary has been suspended for 3 years, to serve as a cautionary example. Li Xion sneers derisively. When he initially made this decision, Lu Jingxian had already cautioned him about the associated risks. Yet, he did not anticipate the punishment would arrive so swiftly. A 3-year salary suspension. In the past, such a penalty would have been catastrophic for Li Xion. After all, the citizens of Dongning City are displaced, farmlands lie fallow, and marauding horse bandits frequently invade. Without the court stipend, how would the prince's residence sustain so many people? This punishment, seemingly moderate, is in fact a direct blow to the very lifeblood of the prince's household. Fortunately, the current prince's residence has stockpiled ample food supplies and is no longer fearful of such penalties. Your Highness, Lu Jingxian hesitated for a moment before speaking. The eunuch who came to convey the decree mentioned that the crown prince had interceded on your behalf, pleading with the emperor, who, out of consideration for familial bonds, refrained from imposing severe punishments upon you. Pleading? Familial bonds? Humph. Li Xion scoffed repeatedly. In this, he perceived not a trace of familial affection. The royal family knows no such ties. This truth he understood well. In the past, when they assigned Li Xion to the fief of Dongning City, intending to eliminate him through the hands of the nomadic bandits, did they ever consider familial bonds? Now, on the surface, they impose a 3-year salary reduction. In this desolate Dongning City, devoid of income, how could one sustain their people? Did they ever regard familial ties? Ultimately, their intention was to see Li Xion perish in Dongning City. Such love from the crown prince is indeed like a needle hidden within silk. Li Xion sneered and asked, do you believe such words? Alas, Lu Jingxian sighed. Regarding the struggle for imperial power, he felt it unwise to elaborate. However, having followed his highness for many years, Lu Jingxian knew that some words needed to be conveyed. Your highness, Lu Jingxian began, the waters in the capital run deep. Fortunately, we in Dongning City have gained some confidence. Such punishment is still bearable. After all, we have other means to procure food. Moreover, the royal guards are continuously expanding, and our strength is gradually increasing. What we lack most is time. If we could secure 2 or 3 years of stability, what fear would we have of the nomadic bandits? Thus, it is paramount that we learn the virtue of patience. Enduring for a moment brings tranquility. Taking a step back opens up vast horizons. Once Dongning City flourishes, those who wish to target your highness will have to weigh the consequences. Mr. Lu's words are indeed reasonable. Li Xion exhaled deeply and nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, at present, this is the only path left. The current Wang family estate is still a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. If one does not soften, one risks being crushed. However, if one bides their time until the soft persimmon hardens, those who wish to squeeze it will have to consider whether they possess the strength to do so. Time. We still require time. For now, let us endure. With this thought, Li Xion took a deep breath and furrowed his brow, saying, Mr. Lu, I entrust you to convey my response to the capital. As you command. Lu Jingxian promptly clasped his fists. Yet, the difficulties do not end here. Shortly after the edict for the 3-year salary reduction arrived, news from the capital surfaced once more. Merchants across various districts in the capital unanimously prohibited trade with Dongning City. This behavior gradually spread from the capital to places such as Shuafeng, Yinchong, Yulin, Taiyue, and Jiangnan. The fleet of the Qingyu Trading Company returning from the capital brought this news back. Furthermore, the grain they intended to procure was seized at the estuary of the Haihe River. Even in Jiangnan, certain merchants began to halt grain sales to Dongning City. With no salary, and now a cessation of grain supplies, it appears they intend to completely starve Dongning City. This is truly a malicious scheme. Inform Hu Shuiyong. Li Xin inhaled deeply and commanded to exercise caution. Do not venture to the capital for now. We must also be vigilant in Jiangnan and Qiantang. If open transactions are prohibited, let us explore clandestine dealings. I refuse to believe that in the vast expanse of the great Qian dynasty, any merchant house would turn away from lucrative profits. With a cold smirk, Li Xin continued. Moreover, we must significantly increase our procurement of grain, farming tools, and other supplies from countries such as Silla and Ezo. Additionally, we should instruct the Qingyu Trading House to establish maritime routes to Annam, Kampa, Chinla, Siam, and Malacca. We must acquire resources from these regions to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Since the capital is employing every conceivable method against us, we cannot remain passive. We too must prepare with various strategies, employing a multifaceted approach. While Li Xin was organizing these matters, an unwelcome report arrived from the north. The prairie bandits were assembling, rallying nearly 10,000 vassals from 8 localities in Dongning Province, marching southward toward Dongning City. Chapter 32. Preparing for war. The prairie bandits are gathering? Upon hearing this news, Li Xin was visibly taken aback. After all, it was merely the onset of spring, and the bandits sought to descend once more. Did they aim to seize Dongning City in one fell swoop, thereby obliterating the great Qian dynasty's influence in the region? Li Xin furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. Over 10,000 bandits were advancing with ferocity, while Dongning City currently had merely 1,000 royal guards combined. In terms of sheer numbers, they were no match for the prairie marauders. Mr. Liu, Li Xin inhaled deeply and stated, the forces at Xuanqing and Xingda must withdraw swiftly. We can no longer afford to disperse our troops, nor can we allow the populace to scatter. In the name of the Prince of Xian, issue orders for all surrounding prefectures and counties in Dongning Province to retreat southward to Dongning City. Your Highness, Lu Jingxian hesitated momentarily, a bitter smile crossing his face. Just recently, a decree from the capital had reprimanded Prince Xian for his previous commands. Now, before even responding to the imperial edict, the prince was issuing yet another directive that seemed to defy the capital. Do not hesitate. Li Xin turned to Lu Jingxian and declared, those who aspire to greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. Our forces in Dongning Province are already inadequate. If each prefecture and county possessed thousands of troops, would we be reduced to abandoning the city? As for our response to the capital, let us not conceal anything. In the name of this prince, I will reply to my father, elucidating our rationale and the stakes involved. I trust my father will comprehend the gravity of the situation. Understood. Lu Jingxian nodded in agreement. That very night, the study of the Prince of Xian was ablaze with light. Lu Jingxian, He Tangyuan, and the various commanders of the royal guard gathered together. After all, the impending assault by the prairie bandits marked a critical juncture for Dongning City, one that was even more perilous than the previous year's attack. Gentlemen, Li Xin cleared his throat and began, I trust you are all aware that the prairie bandits are currently operating with alarming frequency in the north. It has come to our attention that the marauding horse bandits from the steppe have amassed thousands of cavalry, allied with the vassal troops of the surrounding territories, and over 10,000 are poised to strike. Their objective is, quite evidently, our eastern Ning city. This marks yet another critical juncture for our city's survival. Therefore, I implore you all to join me in a unified effort to repel foreign aggression and safeguard eastern Ning city. Rest assured, Your Highness, it is our duty to respond. The commanders, including Wei Jun and He Chaojun, promptly affirmed. Wei Jun, the commander of the infantry, along with Li Xin, nodded slightly and instructed Wei Jun to deploy scouts to closely monitor the movements of the steppe bandits. It is imperative to observe their troop compositions, leaders, positions, and actions. Any intel gathered must be reported without delay. Indeed, Wei Jun promptly replied. Intelligence work is an indispensable component of warfare, akin to the eyes of a person. Possessing prior knowledge of enemy movements allows for targeted preparations. As the military adage states, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Thus, intelligence gathering is of utmost importance. Furthermore, Li Xin furrowed his brow and continued. The recruitment for the Royal Guard's infantry must be expedited. Currently, there are merely over 1,000 personnel, far too few for our needs. We must continue to expand the Royal Guard. In addition, we must organize the hunting, gathering, agricultural, and carpentry teams within the city to undergo corresponding combat training. When the enemy arrives, these individuals will serve as reserve forces. Our eastern Ning city is sparse in population. To endure the disturbances caused by the steppe bandits, we must adopt a Qingjibing mentality. Only then can we triumph over the marauders. Wei Jun, Lu Jingxian. This matter requires your urgent attention. Understood. Wei Jun and Lu Jingxian responded in unison. Turning to He Tangyuan, Li Xin instructed, the construction of the Bin Watchtower and the Dongshan Watchtower must be prioritized. For the time being, all construction activities should focus on these two watchtowers. We aim to complete their construction before the arrival of the steppe bandits. Only with these two watchtowers, positioned strategically in conjunction with eastern Ning City, can we assure our defenses. When the bandits strike, our chances of repulsion will be significantly enhanced. Therefore, the construction of the watchtowers must be accelerated. Rest assured, Your Highness. He Tong Yuan pounded his chest confidently and declared, grant me 10 more days, and I assure you both watchtowers will be completed. I will toil day and night to ensure their timely construction. The pace must be swift, yet the quality must not falter. Li Xin reiterated his insistence. The plans for the expansion of eastern Ning City have yet to be fully realized. Consequently, these two watchtowers are vital supports for the city's safety. The quality must be far from subpar. After all, these structures are positioned at the northern protrusions of eastern Ning City. When the steppe bandits launch their assault, these watchtowers will undoubtedly become prime targets for their attacks. Should they falter, the pressure will wholly shift onto eastern Ning City. A single thread pulled may unravel the entire fabric. If there are any shortcomings in quality, it will impact the entire battlefield situation. Hence, Li Xin has repeatedly emphasized the importance of ensuring the quality of the watchtower. Fortunately, the citizens of Dongning City are now united with the Xian Wangfu. It is the Xian Wangfu that has saved their lives, and they are willing to stand alongside Li Xin to jointly defend Dongning City, a community of shared interests. Only through the collective efforts of the entire population can we repel the enemy and safeguard Dongning City. Just like the event from years ago, Li Xin took a deep breath and continued to address He Chaojun. The training of the Divine Strategy Camp and the Divine Machine Camp must be expedited. Preparations for the Gunpowder Bureau and the Thunderclap must also commence promptly. These will serve as our vital tools for city defense. Once the watchtower is completed, we shall transport a portion of the Thunderclap to these two watchtowers. Rest assured, Your Highness. He Chaojun responded with a fist salute. Since the Thunderclap demonstrated its might last year, the production speed of the Gunpowder Bureau has significantly increased. In these past few months, Dongning City has stockpiled thousands of Thunderclaps. Even if tens of thousands of prairie bandits were to attack, we would not be the slightest bit fearful. Confidence resonated in He Chaojun's voice. Fearless of the enemy, excellent. Li Xin nodded slightly and stated, however, we must not become complacent because of this. The Thunderclap is merely an auxiliary means. Ultimately, the defense against the prairie bandits relies on all of you present here, on the soldiers of the Royal Guard, and on the united efforts of the citizens of Dongning City. I hope everyone will continue to maintain their fighting spirit and jointly resist external foes to protect our homeland. Rest assured, Your Highness. The crowd hurriedly responded. We shall do our utmost to safeguard our homeland. Chapter 33. Steel, Backbone. The Elder in the 17th year of Tongshu, April. Despite Dongning Province being situated in the frigid northeast, the mountains and forests have begun to sprout with green buds, exuding a vibrant vitality. The long winter has passed. The broad Schwabing River flows tumultuously. The melting ice and snow from upstream converge into streams, flowing into the Schwabing River and mingling with the soil, rendering the entire river murky, roaring, and rampaging. The populace fleeing south from Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiting Prefecture has also entered Dongning City. With the help of construction teams, they began to establish shelters within Dongning City to accommodate these people. The Dongning government has also commenced the process of screening and registering the populace. Those with experience have joined hunting teams, foraging teams, carpentry teams, and construction teams to commence work. Amidst the busyness, there is a sense of urgency. Even Li Xin within the Xian Wangfu is perusing intelligent technology. Although aided by the Thunderclap, other weaponry remains far too rudimentary. Broadswords, spears, and bows and arrows are still too primitive. However, enhancing weaponry remains a formidable challenge. Li Xin has discovered the methods for producing flintlock and matchlock guns. Yet the current conditions are not yet mature. After all, steel is still too scarce, and forging weapons without steel is impossible. This is currently the greatest shortcoming of Dongning City. There are no iron mines. After much contemplation, Li Xin ultimately directed his attention towards the bow and crossbow. Currently, the Royal Guard predominantly employs rudimentary birchwood bows, with bowstrings fashioned from deer sinew, featuring a recurve design that boasts a mere range of approximately 100 meters. Should there be an opportunity to enhance the bow and arrow, it could significantly bolster the strength of the Royal Guard. After extensive research, Li Xin successfully identified several methods for improving the bows and arrows. He opted for a double recurve bow design and refined the bowstring manufacturing technique. This new design yielded an increase in range for the existing bows, albeit modest. Nonetheless, prior to industrialization, such improvements were commendable. Upon submitting this design to the Armaments Bureau, production commenced. In addition, Li Xin dedicated his efforts to the crossbow. Before the advent of firearms, crossbows were among the most formidable weapons in city defense. Large bed crossbows and three-bow crossbows could inflict significant casualties upon the enemy. At present, the lumberjacks had felled numerous trees, and the hunting party had procured deer sinew, which served as excellent materials. After further exploration, Li Xin discovered the design methodologies for bed crossbows and three-bow crossbows, documenting them for submission to the Armaments Bureau for manufacturing. These weapons would subsequently become standard equipment for the Divine Strategy Camp and the Brave Cavalry Camp. After a long day of toil, Li Xin could not help but sigh. Without steel, nothing could be accomplished. It appeared that following the repulsion of the grassland bandits, it would be essential to dispatch personnel to survey iron ore locations. Until iron ore was discovered, procuring iron goods in bulk from merchants such as the Qingyu Trading Company and the Sunji Trading Company would be imperative. Steel is the backbone. Without steel, there is no backbone. With steel, not only would weaponry be enhanced, but even cold weapons could gradually be phased out, allowing for the attempt to manufacture flintlock guns. Once flintlock guns were available, the strength of the royal guard would ascend to a new echelon. With steel, various machines and equipment could also be constructed, including diverse machine tools and power machinery. With machinery, one could stride into the industrial age. That would bear epic-making significance. Contemplating this, Li Xin silently made a note. While Li Xin was busily engaged, a servant hastened to the study and softly announced, "Your Highness, there is someone outside the mansion who wishes to meet with you, claiming to have urgent matters to report. They have already come 3 times. Oh, Li Xin, setting aside his pen, inquired, "What is the matter?" The servant shook his head, replying, "The individual stated that they would only disclose their intent upon meeting you in person." Huh, quite the demeanor they possess. Li Xin mused, rubbing his sore shoulders and stretching his neck before saying, "Then please invite them in." Before long, an elderly man, aged around 50 or 60 with graying beard, stepped inside. This man appeared slender, donning a faded but clean garment. However, his gaunt frame made the loose clothing seem draped and empty. "Commoner pays his respects to your highness." The old man greeted, bowing but not kneeling. "Huh, this one possesses quite the presence," Li Xin remarked. "So, it is you who seeks to meet with me?" Li Xin leaned back in his chair and raised his head, inquiring, "I am somewhat occupied. If there is something of significance, do not hesitate to speak. Should it be trivial, I shall have you dismissed." "Your highness," the elder replied, "neither obsequious nor arrogant. I have come today regarding matters of Dongning. May I ask, given the recent assault by the prairie bandits numbering in the tens of thousands, can Dongning withstand such an onslaught? Is that a boast?" Li Xin could not help but chuckle. He had not anticipated such a grand question from the elder. This man was rather presumptuous. With a smile, Li Xin shook his head and replied, "No matter how many prairie bandits there may be, what of it? Our Dongning possesses the thunderclap, and we have the unwavering support of our citizens. Repelling the prairie bandits and safeguarding Dongning will be effortless. A mere band of prairie bandits is hardly a concern. If you seek to inquire whether I have confidence, I advise you to return home early." "Your highness," the elder said, clasping his hands, "perhaps this time, it may be so. However, if the prairie bandits muster tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, and descend upon Dongning continuously over the course of a month or 2, will Dongning be able to withstand such a siege?" Upon hearing the elder's counter, Li Xion's brows furrowed slightly. Previously, he had given no thought to such matters. After all, he possessed advanced technology. Given time, he could innovate and enhance the strength of the royal guard. In due course, no matter how many prairie bandits came, they would be inconsequential. However, if they were to descend in quick succession, that posed a different predicament, and Li Xion's brow tightened in contemplation. "Your highness," the elder continued, "I do not know what you rely upon, but having journeyed from Xinda Prefecture to Dongning over the past 3 to 5 days, I have come to understand the situation of Dongning. The population is merely a few tens of thousands, and the military force consists of only 1,000 or so. Even with the thunderclap, cement, watchtowers, and other advantageous tools, what of it? If the prairie bandits encircle without attacking, how long can the small Dongning endure? You must understand. At present, the entirety of Dongning province consists solely of Dongning city and a few scattered prefectures that remain under the control of the Deqian dynasty. All other regions have fallen into the hands of the prairie bandits. Even Liaodong province is in a similar plight. The lands governed by the Liaowang are affluent and boast considerable military strength, yet they can barely defend against the assault of tens of thousands of prairie bandits. I ask you, your highness, what shall we do if indeed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of prairie bandits descend? Chapter 34. Zhao Bingzhang hearing such a counter once more, Li Xion's brow furrowed, his expression displaying some displeasure. "Huh," Li Xion scoffed coldly, expressing disdain. "Indeed. If tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of prairie bandits were to descend upon Dongning, we would undoubtedly be unable to hold our ground. After all, our population is merely around 60 to 70,000. However, dear elder, how could such a small city as Dongning attract the full attention of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of prairie bandits? We are not worthy of such an effort." "Not worthy?" The elder smiled faintly and inquired, "The thunderclap, an unparalleled weapon not found in other regions of the Deqian dynasty, exists solely in Dongning. Is that not worthy of their attention? Moreover, the solitary city of Dongning stands firm beyond the borders, akin to a rock amidst the sea, constantly threatened by the daggers held by unseen foes from the grasslands. Should this precarious situation persist, the marauding horsemen of the steppe would inevitably harbor fears of ambush, whether they advanced southward towards Liaodong or Yulin, or towards the regions of Yunzhong, Dingxiang, and Yanshan. Such a dire concern, could it truly escape the notice of the horsemen? Furthermore, if there were to be instigators among them, the prospect of the horsemen mustering tens of thousands to descend upon the south becomes a tangible reality. At such a juncture, one must inquire how His Highness would defend Dongning City. This line of questioning left Li Xion's scalp tingling, his expression transforming dramatically. Until now, Li Xion had relied on the advantages conferred by intelligent technology, harboring no trepidation regarding the threats posed by the horsemen. As long as he could endure, victory would eventually be his. However, the elder's words struck him like a revelation, illuminating the gravity of the situation. Indeed, observing the dynamics beyond the borders, one could see Dongning City as a mere reef in a vast ocean, a precarious existence that could not persist indefinitely, especially for the horsemen. Should they desire to march south, they must first secure their flanks. If the scenario described by the elder were to manifest, how could Dongning City withstand the onslaught? In that instant, Li Xion's countenance shifted, and he slumped helplessly into his chair. In a fleeting moment, he envisioned tens of thousands of horsemen encircling Dongning City. If such a scenario could be delayed, perhaps there would be a chance for salvation. Yet, if it were to transpire in the near term, time would be of the essence. Li Xion exhaled deeply, gazing at the lean elder before him, who wore a smile, exuding an air of confidence and assurance. Indeed, since this elder had visited thrice with the intent to meet Li Xion, he must possess not only awareness of the problems, but also solutions. Li Xion inhaled deeply, rising to clasp his fists in respect, inquiring, "May I ask for your esteemed name, sir?" "Not at all." The elder returned the gesture, replying, "I am but an old man, Zhao Bingzhong." Zhao Bingzhong. Li Xion furrowed his brow. This name did not appear in the memories of the original host. Who might he be? "Mr. Zhao, please take a seat," Li Xion offered. "Let us have tea." Before long, a servant arrived with fine tea and refreshments. "Mr. Zhao, I humbly seek your guidance." Once seated, Li Xion posed his question. Zhao Bingzhong, unreserved, savored a sip of tea, relishing the experience. "Excellent tea. It has been ages since I have enjoyed such quality." After a moment of indulgence, Zhao set down his cup and remarked, "Your Highness, this represents the gravest dilemma for Dongning City. Moreover, I am certain this is an inevitable scenario. For the marauding horsemen, Dongning City is not merely a target of allure, but a dagger in their rear. It is even possible that someone is stirring the pot from behind the scenes." Stirring the pot. Li Xion's brow furrowed in contemplation. "What do you mean by that?" "Surely, your Highness understands," Zhao Bingzhong replied with a knowing smile, causing Li Xion to feel a sense of unease. Stirring the pot. Could it be that Zhao Bingzhong is implying someone wishes to use another's blade to strike? Indeed, initially, when Li Xion was stationed in Dongning City, the Crown Prince and others intended to leverage the hands of the prairie bandits to eliminate him. Now, with the situation in Dongning having escalated to this extent, such a scenario may indeed come to fruition. The struggle for imperial power is, after all, ruthlessly brutal. Li Xion couldn't help but inhale sharply. Gazing at Zhao Bingzhong, he inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Zhao, how shall we navigate the current predicament?" Zhao Bingzhong, casually nibbling on a pastry, appeared as if he had not dined adequately in a long while. "Your Highness," Zhao Bingzhong mumbled indistinctly. "The art of war states, one who does not contemplate the overall situation is unfit to strategize for any single aspect. Thus, the solution for Dongning City must not solely focus on this one locale, but should encompass the entirety of the great Qian dynasty." Li Xion remained silent, quietly observing Zhao Bingzhong. Lifting his teacup, Zhao took a sip before continuing. "In recent years, the prairie bandits have risen from the grasslands. In just a few short years, they have swept across the land, unstoppable. From Hushi and Yulin in the west to Liaodong and Dongning in the east, numerous prefectures have succumbed to their control. However, despite this, the total strength of the prairie bandits remains limited. After all, the grasslands are exceedingly barren, even less hospitable than Dongning province. At most, they can muster around 20,000 troops. Yet, it is precisely these 20,000 that have rendered the great Qian dynasty powerless to retaliate. Why is that?" Zhao Bingzhong answered his own question. "It is because the prairie bandits often concentrate their forces and strike at a single point. Even though the great Qian dynasty has a vast army, how could they contend against tens of thousands of prairie bandits in a single military town? This is precisely why the prairie bandits have been so successful. Whenever conflict arises, they pillage and conquer with the swiftness of the wind. Dongning City is poised to confront a similar fate. Pray tell, your Highness, how many prairie bandits can Dongning City withstand? 5,000, 8,000, or perhaps 10,000? Presently, 10,000 seems feasible." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xion replied, "If given a year and a half, even if 30 to 50,000 prairie bandits were to come, I would not waver." Zhao Bingzhong's pupils constricted, evidently taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he continued, "As your Highness has indicated, should 8 to 10,000 prairie bandits descend, Dongning City can hold its ground. However, if a substantial force of prairie bandits were to march southward, the situation would become exceedingly dire. Thus, our immediate strategy must be to prevent the gathering of the prairie bandits' main force. As long as their attention is diverted from us, Dongning City shall remain unscathed. This is what I meant by one who does not contemplate the overall situation is unfit to strategize for any single aspect. We must engage with other provinces of the great Qian dynasty to collaboratively turn the tide." Li Xion was somewhat astonished and questioned with a perplexed expression. "May I inquire, Mr. Zhao, how shall we engage with other provinces to alter the situation?" Chapter 35, Discussion at the Prince's Residence. "Your Highness," Zhao Bingzhong began. "Imagine if the garrisons in Yulin, Shuafang, and Yinsheng were to unite and battle against the prairie bandits. Can the marauding horse bandits of the grasslands still muster a considerable force to launch an assault on Dongning City? This is the strategy one have devised to break the stalemate, drawing from various provinces." Li Xion was taken aback. "Mr. Zhao, it is quite challenging to have the troops from these provinces march together. Though I am a local prince, I cannot command the armies of these regions." "Negotiation," Zhao Bingzhong interjected. "We shall leverage the advantages of Dongning City to negotiate with the imperial capital, the sovereign, and the armies of various provinces to secure their participation in a northern expedition." "Advantages? What advantages?" Li Xion asked, increasingly perplexed. "Furthermore, will these individuals comply with our arrangements simply because we negotiate?" "Not necessarily," Zhao Bingzhong replied, shaking his head slightly. In the more than 10 years since the ascension of our emperor, the power of the northern grassland marauders has burgeoned, leading to repeated incursions and the loss of provinces. This is a significant humiliation for the sovereign. Now, if there exists an opportunity to reclaim our lost territories, would not the emperor seize it? This opportunity is intricately connected to us in Dongning City. That is the thunder of heaven. I may be lacking in merit, yet I have heard many commendations of your highness's deeds since my arrival in the city, especially last year, when your highness repelled the grassland marauders with the might of the thunder of heaven. It was nothing short of miraculous. The entire Dongning City praises the power of the thunder of heaven. A few days ago, I had the fortune of witnessing the testing of the thunder of heaven near the gunpowder bureau, and I recognize it as a formidable weapon. If the court's army is equipped with the thunder of heaven and proceeds with the northern expedition, our chances of success would significantly increase. This is the negotiation I propose, exchanging the thunder of heaven for the court's commitment to the northern expedition. As long as the court is prepared to march north, it can constrain the forces of the grassland marauders. The marauders will inevitably be distracted by threats in Yulin, Yinchong, and Shuafang. At that time, how many troops could the grassland marauders afford to send against Dongning City? As your highness has stated, if we are granted time, in a few years, we shall fear not the grassland marauders. In this moment, Li Xin fell into contemplation. To arm the armies of the great Qian dynasty with the thunder of heaven in exchange for the court's declaration of a northern expedition, such a strategy was undeniably audacious. Its success remained uncertain. Moreover, if the provincial armies acquired the thunder of heaven yet failed to act according to plan, the consequences would be dire. Seemingly sensing Li Xion's concerns, Zhao Bingzhang continued, Your Highness, I understand your apprehensions. The key military stronghold is heavily fortified, with considerable forces gathered therein. Most of these troops are aligned with the crown prince. Even in Liaodong, Yulin, and Heshi, these territories belong to the princes of Liao, Qing, and Su. Each of these princes has their own ambitions, and if they do not act, our strategy will falter. Indeed, Zhao Bingzhang continued, these are indeed instability factors. However, there are still opportunities. Take Liaodong, for instance. In recent years, due to the repeated incursions by the grassland marauders, several counties have fallen into their hands. Last year, Guangning Prefecture on the west side of the Liao River was lost, and the situation in Liaoxi became perilous in an instant. Should the horse bandits from the steppe assemble their forces and march south towards Jianzhou and Ningyuan, Liaodong would swiftly find itself severed from communication with the interior. Such a threat, for the king of Liao, would amount to closing the door and striking the dog. At that juncture, would the king of Liao's fief remain unscathed? I think not. The king, stationed in Liaodong, with keen insight, must certainly recognize this peril. If we elucidate the stakes involved, it is likely that the king would not remain idle. Furthermore, we are presenting the king with an opportunity to reclaim Guangning Prefecture. Once Guangning is recovered, Jianzhou and Ningyuan would be secure, and the king's territory would naturally rest easy. Your Highness, can one afford not to take action? It is indeed reasonable. Li Xian nodded in silence. As for the capital, Zhao Bingzhang continued, it can be rationalized as well. After the horse bandits have grown in strength, the regions of Yinshan, Yinchong, and Shuafang have seen over 10 prefectures and counties fall. Last year, the horse bandits advanced directly towards Gabiku and Zuanfuku, merely a step away from the capital. Such a threat, can His Majesty truly be oblivious to it? Should we gain the support of the thunderous roar, it would not be impossible for the court to mobilize troops for a northern expedition. Moreover, we have no intention of the court genuinely waging war. As long as the court demonstrates the intention to march north and mobilizes the local garrisons, it would be a boon for us. It is akin to a sword hanging over our heads. Although it has yet to fall, we must still prepare our forces to counter its descent. With such apprehension, the horse bandits will undoubtedly be unable to divert their focus, fully committing to the assault on Dongning City. The same applies to the regions of Prince Qing and Prince Su. Mr. Zhao, your discourse is enlightening. Li Xian could not help but applaud in admiration. As long as there is even a slight movement of troops in the 9 border strongholds, the horse bandits would not launch a full-scale attack on Dongning City. Thus, Dongning City would be spared from catastrophe. Time would be granted. Given time, once Dongning City grows stronger, it could reverse the tide and stand undaunted against the horse bandits. Indeed. Li Xian could not suppress a smile. Mr. Zhao, you are truly talented. Your Highness, you flatter me. Zhao Bingzhang humbly replied. The world is an entirety. Success and failure must naturally be considered from the perspective of the whole. This embodies the principle that one who does not strategize for the larger picture is unfit to plan for a small corner. I have been enlightened. Li Xian spoke. Mr. Zhao, the conditions of the prince's residence are quite humble, and the strength of Dongning province is rather meager. I hope you will forgive this. If you do not mind, might I request that you temporarily grace the prince's residence to deliberate on matters? The affairs of the residence will greatly rely on your expertise. Would you be willing? At this moment, Li Xian was in dire need of a strategist, someone who could consider issues comprehensively, identify gaps, and fill them. The abilities Mr. Zhao displayed today are more than sufficient for this role. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhao Bingzhang gratefully acknowledged. It is indeed my humble desire, and I dare not impose. With Zhao Bingzhang on board, Li Xian entrusted him with the responsibility of liaising with the capital, the king of Liao, and the princes Su and Qing. The two continued to discuss numerous details until the night grew deep and quiet. Li Xian instructed the servants of the residence to prepare a late-night meal. The two engaged in delightful conversation. After enjoying their supper, Li Xian instructed the servants to find a guest room in the residence to accommodate Zhao Bingzhang for the night. The following day, Li Xin discreetly sought information regarding Zhao Bingzhang as per Li Xian's instructions. After all, this seemingly out-of-the-blue individual, poised to assume a significant position within the royal court, certainly warranted thorough investigation. This was also in alignment with Li Xian's perspective. After a diligent inquiry, Li Xin finally unearthed the details concerning Zhao Bingzhang. Your Highness, Li Xin quickly entered the study and announced, I have gathered information regarding Zhao Bingzhang. Chapter 36. The trench within the study. The two sat facing each other. Your Highness, Li Xin began. I was momentarily bewildered at first, as the name seemed vaguely familiar. After conducting a thorough investigation, I discerned the identity of Zhao Bingzhang. During the reign of the late emperor, Zhao Bingzhang passed the imperial examination and was appointed as a scholar in the Hanlin Academy. Following the ascension of the current sovereign, he was transferred to the Zhan Shifu as a left assistant, serving as a reader in the Eastern Palace. He had risen to the position of left secretary in the Zhan Shifu. Over a decade ago, due to a crime, he was dismissed from office and exiled to Dongning Province. Zhan Shifu, Eastern Palace reader? Li Xin furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. The Crown Prince's circle? Your Highness, Li Xin softly reminded. The current Crown Prince was only recently in theft over a decade ago, when Zhao Bingzhang served as a reader in the Eastern Palace. It was during the tenure of the previous Crown Prince. Li Xin's pupils constricted as he suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that Zhao Bingzhang's exile is somehow linked to the former Crown Prince? Indeed, over a decade ago, the Crown Prince had passed away unexpectedly. Coincidentally, it was also around that time that Zhao Bingzhang faced exile, and the current Crown Prince was established. This realization hinted at a potential connection. With this thought, Li Xin fixed his gaze on Li Xin and inquired, Mr. Liu, does Zhao Bingzhang's exile have any correlation with the former Crown Prince? Li Xin shook his head, stating, as of now, I have not heard any news. The specifics may only be understood by Zhao Bingzhang himself. Li Xin fell into silence. Although he had not uncovered the causal relationship, he was aware that Zhao Bingzhang's rapport with the current Crown Prince was strained, whereas he seemed to have been closer to the late Crown Prince. This suggested that Zhao Bingzhang was not an envoy sent by the Crown Prince, which was a relief. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin chose not to pursue the matter further. Mr. Liu, he said, Zhao Bingzhang has proposed utilizing the thunderous explosives to persuade the princes of Jingqing, namely the kings of Liao, Su, and Qing, to mobilize their forces for a northern expedition, thereby restraining the marauding horsemen of the grasslands and alleviating the pressure on our Dongning city. What is your opinion on this proposal? Oh, Li Xin pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. This proposal is indeed brilliant. If we can restrain the grassland marauders, Dongning city will be secure. Zhao Bingzhang's suggestion is truly exceptional. Li Xin nodded slightly in agreement. In truth, Li Xin perceived not only the advantage of relieving Dongning city's burden, but also the opportunity to amass considerable wealth through the trade of thunderous explosives. It was a twofold benefit, and why not seize the opportunity? However, while contemplating the transaction, it was imperative that the current formula for gunpowder utilized in Dongning city remained undisclosed. Even the thunderous explosives produced from the existing formula would require some modifications. The current formulation of gunpowder consists of a scientifically balanced ratio, 70% saltpeter powder, 15% sulfur powder, and 15% charcoal powder, yielding the greatest potency. This particular recipe is intended solely for personal use. Immediately, Li Xin made some adjustments to the proportions of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal powder. The following day, he presented the new formulation to Pan Yi, the head of the Gunpowder Bureau, instructing him to prepare it according to the revised ratios. The resulting thunderclap would serve as a specialized product for trade. Simultaneously, Zhao Bingzhang began to establish communication with the Liao Wang, and the draft for the memorial to the capital was initiated. Upon confirming Zhao Bingzhang's general identity, Li Xin placed considerable trust in him, delegating these matters for him to handle. Li Xin himself was not idle. By late April, with spring upon them, the earth that had been frozen throughout the winter began to thaw. Li Xin recruited a number of displaced persons to commence the excavation of trenches between two watchtowers. The trenches, half a person's height, connected the Shuaibin River watchtower with the Dongshan watchtower, with the excavated earth heaped at the trench edges. In certain passage positions, tree trunks were employed for support. In addition to the primary trench, several more were dug behind it, interconnected, drawing inspiration from the trench designs found in advanced technology. Although heavy artillery positions were absent, the width of the trenches had been increased. Their distribution and spacing were meticulously calculated. Even the elite cavalry of the grassland bandits would only be able to leap across a single trench. Upon crossing the first trench, they would be confronted by the second and third. The dense arrangement of trenches was strategically devised to impede the cavalry's charge. Furthermore, infantry soldiers were stationed within the trenches to exploit this advantage, maneuvering to inflict maximum casualties on the grassland bandits. Thus, another layer of preparation was set in motion. On the Shuaibin River watchtower, Wei Jun furrowed his brow, surveying the interconnected trenches, deep in thought. Your Highness, Wei Jun inquired, can these trenches truly withstand the onslaught of the grassland bandits' cavalry? The effectiveness of the trenches would ultimately depend on the actual circumstances. Li Xin smiled slightly and replied, one thing is certain, with these trenches in place, the cavalry's charge speed will be significantly diminished. If they are to halt between the trenches, can your infantry eliminate the grassland bandits? Halt. Wei Jun paused. Then his eyes brightened as he grasped the purpose of the trenches. Your Highness, I understand now. He clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, these trenches are over 3 feet wide, and the distance between each trench is merely 5 or 6 feet, piled high with earth. Even the most elite cavalry of the grassland bandits would struggle to maintain speed in such terrain. Once they come to a stop, I assure you, they will perish here. As he spoke, Wei Jun became increasingly animated. Even those around him, including He Xiaojun, comprehended the strategic significance of the trenches. The grassland bandits were indeed a formidable force. The royal guard of Dongning City comprises merely over 1,000 individuals. Even though the citizens unite with unwavering resolve, their strength pales in comparison to the overwhelming numbers of over 10,000 marauding horsemen from the steppes. Thus, alternative methods must be relied upon to safeguard Dongning City. Thunderous artillery is one such measure. Watchtowers serve as another. The introduction of modern bows, crossbows, and siege crossbows also plays a pivotal role. Currently, the trenches stand as yet another crucial element. Interconnected, these trenches link with the watchtowers. Additionally, there exists a passageway leading to Dongning City from the rear. This arrangement effectively connects the two watchtowers, positioned at strategic angles, with the old city of Dongning. Infantry can traverse these connections, providing mutual support and enhancing their rapid mobility. By utilizing the trenches, the cavalry advantage of the marauding horsemen can be mitigated. The numerous infantrymen of Dongning City, alongside the armed citizens within, possess the capability to confront the marauders effectively. This forms the foundation of Li Xion's confidence in resisting the steppe marauders. Wei Jun, He Xiaojun, Li Xion instructed. During this period, the infantry, along with the elite troops of the Shun Su camp and Shenji camp, should make full use of the trenches for training, striving to become adept in trench warfare at the earliest opportunity. The order was acknowledged. Chapter 37, Curved Plow. Currency. With the successful excavation of the trenches, the defensive framework of Dongning City has begun to take shape. The subsequent focus, aside from hastening the training of the royal guard, involves the construction of the new city of Dongning. The wall between the watchtowers of the Luanbin River and Dongshan has commenced its construction. Concurrently, scouts of the royal guard have been extensively deployed throughout Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiangda Prefecture, closely monitoring the movements of the marauding horsemen. Although the marauders are still gathering, they have yet to advance southward. Within the royal palace, Lu Jingxian spoke. The steppe marauders pose a significant threat. Yet we cannot allow their presence to hinder all other endeavors. With spring upon us, it is the season for sowing. If we delay our planting now, we may find ourselves reliant on external sources for grain this year. He continued, in my humble opinion, should we not prepare for both war and the spring sowing simultaneously? Spring sowing. Li Xion slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this critical matter. Our agricultural reclamation team has been established. We can reassign them from the wall construction to immediately commence preparations for spring sowing. During this time, various commercial establishments have already procured a portion of iron farming tools, plow oxen, and seeds. Moreover, the blacksmith has crafted a new plowshare, significantly more efficient than the current models. You should have the reclamation team give it a try. Lu Jingxian promptly agreed. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop and observing the new plowshare on display, Lu Jingxian was momentarily taken aback. In this era, plowshares are predominantly straight, making turns cumbersome and farming laborious. The new plowshare before him, however, is a curved plow. This design was sourced from intelligent technology and refined based on the plowshares used in later generations. Its shape closely resembles the plowshares of his rural childhood. Were it not for the fact that the primary power for tilling the land is still oxen, Li Xion might have considered a triple-share plow. The three-shank plow boasts remarkable efficiency, yet it seems that the current farming oxen may struggle to pull it. His Highness, Lu Jingxian glanced at the curved plow, then turned to Li Xion with a hint of astonishment. Don't just stand there, Li Xion chuckled. Let the agricultural team give it a try to see if it's effective. Moments later, the agricultural team arrived with their oxen, harnessed to the curved plow, and commenced their work in the fields. The shouts of the team resonated as the plow carved the first furrow into the dark soil. The turned earth was neatly pushed aside, showcasing its lightweight and labor-saving design. Lu Jingxian stepped closer and scooped up a handful of the freshly turned, fragrant soil, his face revealing a trace of surprise. It digs quite deeply, he remarked with a smile. The speed has certainly improved significantly. The most notable feature of the curved plow is its ease of use and efficiency. Li Xion smiled as he pointed out, look at this plow frame. It is far more compact than the previous straight plow, allowing for agile maneuvering and easy turning. The straight plow requires at least 2 people to operate, while the curved plow can be skillfully handled by just one, thereby conserving manpower. The speed of tilling will undoubtedly increase substantially. Excellent. Wonderful. Lu Jingshuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he offered his praises. After witnessing the advantages of the curved plow, the other members of the agricultural team eagerly led their oxen, harnessed the plow, and began their tasks. Each member stood in succession, plowing the black earth in unison. In no time, they cultivated several dozen acres of land. Dongning City is vast, yet sparsely populated, with ample arable land. The current agricultural team operates under the auspices of the Prince of Xian, tasked with the responsibilities of tilling and planting. Regardless of the harvest, the agricultural team members are provided with food and lodging by the princess residence. These individuals have thus become part of the prince's establishment. Moreover, it is not just the agricultural team. Even the engineering and hunting teams in Dongning City share a similar fate. The prince's residence has evolved into a large-scale enterprise, with all personnel functioning as employees of this extensive organization, adhering to a daily work schedule. Different job categories are assigned specific work points, akin to attendance records, which determine the standards of food, lodging, and wages. This policy is modeled after corporate standards. Although this system is not without its flaws, such as the issues arising from communal dining and the tendency for some members to slack off during work hours, Dongning City still suffers from a relatively low population. The various construction and operational tasks necessitate a substantial labor force. Only by mobilizing all available manpower and resources can the city thrive. After several days of diligent exploration within intelligent technologies, Li Xin devised a relatively equitable remuneration system, establishing distinct hierarchical standards for various job roles. Based on these standards, he planned to implement differentiated wage and accommodation benefits. However, at present, Dongning City faces a scarcity of copper coins, which are also required for procuring supplies from the provinces of the Great Qian dynasty, making them exceedingly rare. Thus, the compensation scheme devised by Li Xin adopted a novel format. He instructed the personnel of the Wangfu to cut sheets of white paper in various sizes. A mere sheet of white paper, printed with denominations such as 1, 5, 10, 50, and 101, bore the official seal of the XN Wangfu. Seemingly simple. This marked the inaugural form of circulating currency in Dongning City. Workers received different denominations of salary notes according to their work points. However, these notes were exclusively valid within Dongning City. During this period, Li Xin also commanded He Tongyuan to establish several trading houses in Dongning City under the auspices of the Exile Wangfu. These establishments were responsible for selling essential goods such as cement, soap, and food supplies. Although limited in variety, these commodities were indispensable for daily life. Furthermore, Li Xin requested the governor of Dongning to designate a plot of land within the old city for the development of modern housing. A portion of the engineering team was assigned to commence the construction of these new residences, built with bricks and cement. Each dwelling measured 1 zhang in depth and 3 zhang in length, featuring 2 rooms, a living area, and a spacious courtyard complete with a rudimentary kitchen. The design of these houses bore resemblance to the rural cottages of later generations. Upon completion, these residences were listed for sale at the trading houses. Any personnel working under the Exile Wangfu could utilize their rank to obtain installment loans for purchasing these modern homes. Notably, some of the more affluent citizens were among the first to acquire these new abodes, allowing families to transition from their humble dwellings to new, comfortable homes. Through these various measures, Li Xin successfully managed the circulation of currency, ensuring its value remained stable and preventing rapid depreciation that could lead to inflation. Even the tax revenues from certain trading houses within the city began to be settled using the new currency. Chapter 38. The Happy Life of Zhang Hong. Congratulations, congratulations, exclaimed a middle-aged man, clenching his fists in celebration. Zhang Gong, no, from today onward, you shall be addressed as Zhang Tu. As a 4th-level technician and team leader, you are the first among us to rise above. Zhang Tu, today you must treat us. The crowd chorused in agreement. All right. Zhang Hong responded with a smile. Unfortunately, the restaurants in the city have yet to open, so tomorrow I shall treat you all to sweets. Such a miser, a familiar friend teased. Are you planning to buy a house? Hee. Zhang Hong chuckled, opting for silence. After a few playful jests, everyone returned to their homes. Zhang Hong was a worker at the arsenal, having fled from the north in his youth. Coming from a lineage of blacksmiths, he possessed considerable skill in metallurgy. Upon arriving in Dongning City, he joined the arsenal as a worker. Recently, as various engineering teams began to categorize their ranks, Zhang Hong was promoted to a 4th-level technician, becoming the leader of his group, which included 3 3rd-level technicians, 6 2nd-level workers, and 13 1st-level apprentices. As a skilled technician, aside from 2 hearty meals each day, Zhang Hong also receives a monthly allowance of a stone of sorghum rice, 10 pounds of preserved meat, along with 800 cash coins. Such provisions are considered exceptionally generous within the entire Arsenal Bureau. There is no concern for sustenance, clothing, or drink, and occasionally, they even receive the benevolent attention of their superiors. The only lamentation is that, despite the abundance of funds, there seems to be no immediate opportunity for expenditure. Wandering through the shops in the southern city, Zhang Hong purchased a bar of soap, 3 more bars, and a large bag of candy from Jiangnan, before returning home. Currently, he resides in a humble earthen dwelling, which, fortunately, has been allocated to his family by the Arsenal Bureau. Having fled from the north to Dongning City the previous year, Zhang Hong brought along his entire family, his elderly mother, in her 70s, his wife, in her 30s, and 2 children, aged 8 or 9. The family, crammed into this small abode, found it somewhat snug. During the day, the children played outside, but as evening approached, they rushed to greet their father upon his return. Father, father, they exclaimed joyfully. Good boys, come here and see what treats I have brought for you. Zhang Hong smiled as he unwrapped the candy, taking a handful to share with his 2 sons. Here, taste this. The boys eagerly tore open the wrappers and delightedly savored the sweetness. It's so sweet, Zhang Wenxuan shouted as he dashed home. Mother, father is back and he brought candy. It's so sweet. Wenxuan, slow down. Zhang Hong called after him. Wenjung, let us go. He patted his younger son's shoulder and headed towards their dwelling. Upon entering, he found his wife and mother still engaged in spinning thread. Though darkness had fallen outside, the 2 women skillfully operated the spinning wheel. Amidst the creaking sounds, his mother expertly wound the spun thread onto the spool. In one corner of the room lay several spools, all filled with the day's labor. Mother, it's dark now, let us take a break, Zhang Hong said as he set down his belongings. Wenjung, take some candy to your grandmother and mother, quickly now. Okay, Zhang Wenjung replied, taking 2 pieces of candy and scampering to his grandmother. Grandmother, have some candy. Good boy. His grandmother affectionately ruffled his hair and sweetly accepted the treat. Before long, Another spool was filled and removed from the spinning wheel. The room was now completely dark. After a long day of toil, they finally concluded their work. Zhang Hong moved the spinning wheel aside and said, "Mother, I'll have your daughter-in-law prepare some food for you." "No need. I'm not hungry," his mother replied, waving her hand. Xian had brought back some food from the cafeteria this afternoon. "I've already eaten and I'm not hungry now. After sitting all day, I feel a bit tired. I'll rest now." With that, his mother unsteadily rose and made her way to the bed, lying down. Soon, soft snores emanated from the bed, marking the end of a long and laborious day. After soothing their two sons to sleep, Zhang Hong and his wife lay down on the bed. The dwelling was small, a single large sleeping area accommodating 3 generations of 5 people. The conditions were somewhat harsh, yet there was no alternative at present. Fortunately, they had food and drink, and the entire family was alive, which rendered their lives relatively content. "Why did you buy these things today?" his wife, Zhou, complained. "Soap, detergent, and this bag of candy. It's all just unnecessary spending. With the money saved, in due time, we could move into a new house," Zhang Hong responded. "I heard that the captain of our harvesting team has already purchased a new house in the eastern part of the city. He is a level 4 technician." "A level 4 technician?" Zhang Hong paused, quickly turning to his wife in the darkness and inquiring, "How much did that new house cost?" "It seems he took a loan from Wang Fu." Zhou reflected for a moment before adding, "He pays back 800 coins a month for 5 years. Right? He earns 800 coins a month." Zhang Hong exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Is it truly possible to afford a new house with that? In a flash, a new plan began to form in Zhang Hong's mind. If that were the case, their family could also acquire a new home. Level 4 technician, 800 coins. Why? I am a level 4 technician too. Zhang Hong envisioned a scene of his family residing in a spacious house. "Darling," he said excitedly, "why don't we buy a new house as well?" "Huh?" His wife, Zhou, was taken aback. "But that is 800 coins a month. Where would we get that much money? Have you lost your mind?" "Sweetheart, today we received our ranks at the armory. I am also a level 4 technician." "Earning 800 coins a month," Zhang Hong cautiously explained. "What did you say?" In the darkness, Zhou's eyes widened with astonishment, glimmering with an unusual light. After a moment, that light dimmed. "Dear," she reminded him, "what about our home in Xiangdefu? Should we not return?" "Return? Why would we go back?" Zhang Hong replied. "Last year, the horse bandits from the grasslands came and killed our father. What purpose would it serve to go back? Besides, look at us now, in Dongning City. We have food and drink, and we earn money every month. Life is far better than it used to be. What would we return to? Well, not returning is fine. But the repayment period is too long. It's 5 years. 5 years is not excessively long." Grasping his wife's calloused hand, Zhang Hong declared, following Prince Xin. "Our lives will only improve. Who knows, perhaps in 5 years, I could become a level 5 supervisor. Trust me, we shall remain in Dongning City. Tomorrow is a day off. Let us go house hunting." Chapter 39. The new home, the abode. Early the next morning, Zhou had prepared the yarn spun by her mother the previous day and headed towards the weaving workshop. At the workshop, she submitted the yarn and received some materials for spinning. Along the way, she detoured to the harvesting team to request a temporary leave. "Why take a leave?" The captain of the harvesting team chuckled. "A day's wages are quite substantial. My husband and I wish to view some houses." Zhou responded with a smile. "By the way, how is your new house?" "Buying a house, you say?" The leader of the third picking team replied. "I advise you to purchase without delay. The new houses in the eastern part of the city boast a splendid environment, ample space, and are of excellent quality. Moreover, they are ready for occupancy. With only 30 units completed, if you arrive late, I fear you might miss out on the first batch. Do not procrastinate today, go early." Expressing their gratitude, Mrs. Zhou took the spinning materials and returned home. After a brief discussion with Zhang Hong, the couple, accompanied by their children, set off towards the eastern part of the city. The new residential area is located in the eastern sector of the old city of Dongning. This area was once the warehouse of the prestigious Zhao family of Dongning. A year prior, in anticipation of marauding horse bandits from the grasslands, the bricks and tiles of the warehouse were dismantled and repurposed as defensive materials. Consequently, this location transformed into an expanse of vacant land. Following the onset of the new year, plans for the construction of a modern housing district commenced, with this site selected as the first to be developed. The initial batch of 30 housing units had been successfully delivered just days prior, with a substantial workforce on site. The construction progressed swiftly, and the sale of these homes moved even faster. After the labor teams were organized and their ranks and wages established, numerous families with skilled workers rated level 4 and above eagerly purchased homes here. Even families with level 3 skilled workers, despite tightening their belts, managed to acquire a unit. By the time Zhang Hong and his group arrived at the sales office, the first batch of homes had already sold out. "Mr. Zhang," began Lu Yunming, a staff member at the sales office, "the first batch of houses is sold out. However, we have a second batch available. The second batch comprises 60 units adjacent to the first, still under construction, and is expected to be ready in a month. We have already commenced pre-sales. Mr. Zhang, would you like us to reserve one for you?" Pre-sale? Zhang Hong was momentarily taken aback. This was a novel term to him. In an instant, he grasped the meaning of pre-sale. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang," Lu Yunming continued to elaborate. "The construction standards and dimensions of the second batch are identical to those of the first. If you are uncertain, I can accompany you for an on-site visit. We can also take a look at the completed homes from the first batch." "Dad, I want to see the new house." "Dad, I want to see too." Zhang Wenxuan and Zhang Wenjun clamored. All right, let's go see the houses." Zhang Hong smiled as the group headed towards the first batch of homes. The sales office was adjacent to the housing area, and upon entering a courtyard, Zhang Hong was immediately captivated by its spaciousness. The courtyard was expansive, nearly rivaling the one they had at their former residence in Shinda Mansion. What astonished Zhang Han further was that the houses were constructed entirely of bricks and tiles, a far cry from the earthen structures of old. Between each house, walls were erected, delineating separate courtyards. The brand new red brick houses were a delight to behold, and even the small kitchen within the courtyard exuded comfort. "This is the courtyard," Lu Yunming explained as they walked. "It is quite spacious, allowing for a small vegetable garden to be cultivated for personal use. To the left is the kitchen, which provides meals during work hours, though it is currently not in use. I have heard some families use it as a storage room for now. Later on, if you desire to cook, you can prepare meals here." Upon concluding their inspection of the kitchen, the group stepped into the main hall. From the exterior, the house appeared modest in height. However, upon entering, the space seemed to expand significantly. This was due to the floor being recessed, excavated by over a foot, creating an interior space that appeared nearly 10 feet tall. This design choice was made in consideration of the region's northeastern location, where winters are harsh and frigid, thus ensuring warmth during the cold months. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was quite empty. 2 earthen walls partitioned the area into 2 vacant rooms. Large wooden windows in the walls allowed light to stream in, preventing the interior from feeling dim. Despite the emptiness of the house, Lu Yunming continued her explanation. Some families had taken it upon themselves to procure timber from the nearby forests, crafting their own tables, chairs, beds, and other furnishings. For those who preferred not to create their own or lacked the skills to do so, they could purchase items from the Qingyu Trading Company to the north. Recently, the company had begun selling tables, chairs, and wooden beds at reasonable prices. Moreover, with a rank certificate in hand, they also offered installment payment options. The house they were viewing had been purchased by the company's accountant, who had yet to move in his complete set of furniture acquired from the same establishment. Observing the layout of the new home, Zhang Hong and his companions felt a surge of excitement. Even the 2 children were bouncing with joy, their happiness evident. "Zhang Gong, what do you think?" Lu Yunming inquired with a smile. "If you find it satisfactory, I recommend securing it promptly. There is a scarcity of new houses. The first batch sold out within 3 days. The second batch has already seen 12 units sold within a single day of pre-sale. Should you delay your decision, the second batch may well be gone." Listening to Lu Yunming's words, Zhang Han took a deep breath and turned to his wife, Zhou Shi, asking, "What do you think?" "My dear, it is quite nice," she replied with a nod, "though we can only move in a month." "A month is not too long," Lu Yunming chimed in. "If you miss the second batch, the third may take over 2 months before it is ready for occupancy." "Very well, let us proceed with the reservation," Zhang Hong declared. Subsequently, the group made their way to the construction area of the second batch of homes. After inspecting the site, Zhang Hong's family selected a new house in a favorable location. "Xianer, Zhou Shi said with a beaming smile, pointing at the house still under construction. "This will be our new home. Hooray, we have a new home." Zhang Wenxuan and Zhang Wenjing cheered. Upon returning to the sales office, Zhang Hong presented his rank certificate as a level 4 technician from the Armory Bureau and signed the pre-sale contract for the house. With all formalities completed, Zhang Hong exhaled deeply. "In a month, in just a month, I will have a new home." Observing the laughter and joy of his wife and children beside him, Zhang Hong felt a sense of joy blossoming within. Just a year prior, he had mourned the loss of his father to marauders, feeling despondent after barely escaping to Dongning City, where he had lost all hope in the world. Yet now, having joined the Armory Bureau of the Prince's Mansion, he not only had a place to call home, but also a daily meal and several sets of clothing. A family has managed to survive in Dongning City once again. They have now acquired a new property in Dongning City, which will henceforth be their home. All of this is attributed to His Highness, Prince Xin. It seems that following Prince Xin was indeed a most prudent choice. Chapter 40. Lucrative ventures in real estate, sold out so soon? Li Xin exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It's only been a few days." 7 days, He Tangyuan replied. "The first batch of houses sold out in 3 days. The second batch was pre-sold in less than 4 days. Even the third batch, which hasn't even begun construction, already has inquiries coming in." "Is that so?" Li Xin inhaled deeply. "Your Highness," He Tangyuan continued, "Dongning City now has a population of 60 to 70,000. The first and second batches combined only amount to 90 units, which is scarcely enough to accommodate the populace. Just among the 4th-level workers alone, we have over 1,000 individuals." Li Xin nodded in silence, understanding that this 1,000-plus individuals represented a significant potential buyer base. Not to mention, there are also 3rd-level workers and families with 2 or 3 second-level workers, all of whom constitute a formidable pool of prospective homeowners. It is evident that the real estate market is indeed vast. Moreover, considering that the majority of the populace in Dongning City still resides in cramped and dilapidated dwellings, the demand for spacious and well-lit new homes is considerable. Those with any financial means tend to purchase new houses in advance. Thus, the sales of new-style housing in Dongning City have been exceedingly robust. As Li Xin pondered these matters, He Tangyuan added, "Your Highness, not only are the new-style homes selling quickly, but the profits are substantial as well." "Profits?" Li Xin was taken aback and asked, "Have you calculated the profits?" "Indeed, Your Highness." He Tangyuan nodded. "We have an accountant in the palace, and I had him assess the profits from the new-style homes. Would you like to see the results?" "Certainly." Li Xin nodded with keen interest. He was eager to learn just how lucrative the real estate market could be. Before long, a young man in his 20s entered the room. "Su Xin," He Tangyuan said, "please report to His Highness what you shared with me yesterday." "Yes." Su Xin nodded and began, "Your Highness, the first batch of homes sold out in just 3 days. During this time, We have recorded all the data regarding the materials and labor used for the first batch. The bricks, tiles, cement, and wood for the initial construction were all sourced from dedicated kilns. The brick and tile production involved 367 workers, taking half a month and totaling 5,505 worker days. The cement production required 421 workers over 16 days, amounting to 6,736 worker days. The logging and processing of timber involved 212 workers over 20 days, totaling 4,240 worker days. The actual construction of the houses utilized 360 workers over 30 days, resulting in a total of 10,800 worker days. In addition to various miscellaneous workers, there are a total of 27,773 laborers. The majority, over half, are classified as secondary workers, with a portion being tertiary skilled workers and 12 as quaternary skilled workers. When calculated, the average wage per worker is slightly over 15,100. Consequently, the total wage expenditure amounts to 420,001. Furthermore, including the daily sustenance and clothing expenses for these workers during this period, the total sums to 280,001. Thus, the grand total is 700,001. As for the first batch of housing, there are 30 units, each requiring a monthly repayment of 800 when over a 5-year period, totaling 48,001. Altogether, the 30 units amount to 440,001. After deducting the costs, a profit of 740,001 remains, which is slightly over half. Half of the profit? Li Xin was utterly astonished. Prior to this calculation, he was aware of the high profitability in real estate, but he never anticipated that the profit would exceed 50%. It is indeed astonishing. No wonder there are so many real estate developers in later generations. Your Highness, Su Xin interjected, the reason for this profit exceeding half is that, currently, the majority of the materials used for constructing houses, such as bricks, tiles, cement, and timber, are produced in-house. Moreover, apart from materials and labor, there are no other costs involved. This is why the profit margin appears somewhat inflated. If we were to purchase land in the capital, it would require a substantial financial outlay. Oh, I see. Li Xin realized. In the present Dongning city, all the various trades are comprised of individuals under the Duke's command. The land incurs no cost, and the materials are self-produced. The houses sold are purchased by these individuals using their own wages and installments. Hence, such a significant profit is attainable. In later generations, it is unlikely to be as high. However, this is in Dongning city. Given that this industry is so lucrative and that the potential home-buying demographic is vast, it is imperative to nurture and develop this sector further. Contemplating this, Li Xin took a deep breath and said, Hitong Yuan, Su Xin, since the sale of new houses is flourishing, should we not hasten our construction pace? Therefore, let us recruit additional personnel within the city to join the construction team, fully engaging them in the housing development plan. You too should consult with Lu Jingxian to expedite the planning for the third and fourth batches of housing. If space within the city is limited, we shall expand towards the eastern side of the old city, where ample space awaits. Yes, Your Highness, Hitong Yuan promptly replied. After a brief pause, he expressed, Your Highness, it may prove somewhat challenging to recruit skilled workers within a short time frame. I believe we should not rush the housing construction matters. Indeed, we must exercise patience. Li Xin nodded in agreement. There are numerous tasks within the construction team. The housing development must not impede the fortification efforts. Therefore, we shall separate the construction teams, distinguishing between the wall construction and housing development. Since the housing project has begun generating profit, it shall be established as a separate entity. The housing construction team will be under the dual leadership of you, Hitong Yuan, and Su Xin. Workers, kilns, and all materials such as bricks, cement, and wood required for housing construction shall be allocated to the housing construction team. Su Xin, henceforth, all expenses and costs associated with the housing construction team will be accounted for separately. Monthly reports are to be compiled. As I wish to assess the profitability of this project, the subordinate promptly complied. The housing construction team represents another profitable venture for the Prince of Xion's estate that can operate independently. Li Xian also intends to amass wealth within this industry. Although most individuals purchase homes in installments, it will still facilitate the circulation of currency and stabilize monetary value. This project holds significant importance. Beyond this factor, it will also enhance the loyalty of core employees to the Prince of Xion's estate. By nurturing this group of key personnel, the prospects for prosperity in Dongning City will flourish. Therefore, Li Xian places great emphasis on it. Chapter 41. A community of shared interests. Double entry accounting. To forge a community of shared interests, the well-being of the citizens of Dongning City must be intertwined with that of the Prince of Xion's estate. Only then will the populace willingly serve the estate. This is a fundamental principle. The Prince of Xion's estate will always strive for the paramount interests of the citizens of Dongning City. Only in this manner will the populace collectively safeguard Dongning City. The interests of core members, grassroots members, and all constituents must be assured. This is also the purpose behind Li Xion's recent reforms to the compensation systems of various work teams, aiming to enhance the remuneration framework. Establishing stores and constructing modern housing are all directed toward this goal. However, the pace of constructing new housing remains unacceptably slow. After all, it takes 1 to 2 months to merely complete around 100 units. For the tens of thousands of citizens in Dongning City, this is merely a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, most of the populace consists of refugees from the north, making their resettlement relatively straightforward. Contemplating this, Li Xian stated, the housing needs of different tiers of citizens must be met. The new housing is designated for families of employees at level 4 and above. the housing requirements for other families must also be addressed. The housing construction team is tasked not only with building new residences, but also with constructing dormitories. Specific areas within the city will be selected for the construction of dormitories. The style of the dormitories will resemble that of the new housing, eliminating the living room, with each room featuring a separate entrance. The furniture within will be provided, and the bunk beds will be crafted by the carpentry team according to the previous design used in the earth shelters. Each dormitory is to accommodate 12 individuals. The first dormitories will be built for the soldiers of the estate's guard. The exact location will be discussed with Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and others before informing you. Furthermore, dormitories will also be constructed for the citizens of other work teams. Understood. He Tanyuan nodded in agreement. Improving the living conditions of the citizens must begin with the soldiers of the estate's guard. According to Li Xion's plan, a separate barracks will be constructed, encompassing not only dormitory buildings, but also a dining hall, training grounds, and shooting ranges. In the entirety of Dongning City, it is imperative to construct at least 2 military barracks. Once these arrangements were made, Li Xion instructed Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Wei Dehai, and Mu Yunyan to scout for suitable locations for the barracks. Meanwhile, Li Xion, He Tanyuan, Su Xion, and others engaged in discussions regarding various matters. After careful consideration, Su Xion recognized Li Xion's keen interest in profitability. Presently, within the royal enterprises of Dongning City, the housing construction team has already begun to yield profits. The soap factory and Qingyu Trading Company are also experiencing financial success. Following the conclusion of negotiations with the capital and the Prince of Liao, the Gunpowder Bureau is expected to achieve self-sufficiency. Even industries such as cement, charcoal, and textiles have potential profit margins. Furthermore, the hunting team can serve as a reserve of manpower while ensuring food production through the agricultural reclamation team. The only harvesting team, however, appears to be of lesser significance, having invested considerable human and material resources with minimal returns. The exact extent of potential profits remains uncertain. Pondering this, Li Xion addressed Su Xion, saying, "You are an expert in accounting. Henceforth, you must not only provide monthly profit reports for the housing construction team, but also dedicate some of your leisure time to cultivate a cadre of accounting talent. I happen to possess a new accounting system that is far more rational than the one currently in use. When you have a moment, I would like you to review it and gradually transition all accounts to this new system." As he spoke, Li Xion handed a thick stack of papers to Su Xion. This innovative accounting system is, in fact, the double-entry bookkeeping method, which Li Xion discovered through intelligent technology. It operates on the principle that for every debit, there must be a corresponding credit, ensuring equality. Double-entry bookkeeping facilitates the detailed examination of each transaction, making it clear and straightforward. In later times, Li Xion encountered numerous variations of this method and found that, in comparison to the current accounting practices, the reports generated by the double-entry system are more precise and comprehensible. Certain accounting categories within this new system were also streamlined to better suit the characteristics of the era. Categories such as held-to-maturity investments, trading financial assets, and long-term equity investments were entirely omitted, as they are not applicable in this time. The revised accounting categories are relatively simple and appropriate for this period. After providing the materials to Su Xion, Li Xion briefly explained the essence and methodology of this accounting system. Su Xion, being exceptionally astute and proficient in financial matters, quickly grasped the concepts. "Your Highness," he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with insight, "this method of accounting is indeed exceedingly rational. Each income entry is recorded under 2 categories, allowing for cross-referencing and verification. Consequently, the process of auditing becomes far more straightforward." It is evident that Su Xion possesses remarkable intelligence. As he swiftly comprehended the crux of the system, it is worth noting that this double-entry bookkeeping method has transcended time, becoming a universally adopted practice across various industries on a global scale. Even in specialized sectors such as agriculture, banking, and insurance, the variations in accounting categories are minimal. In other respects, the situation remains largely unchanged. Su Xion, Li Xion instructed, "First, thoroughly comprehend this set of accounting principles. Once you master it, I shall assign you another task. In Dongning City, you are the sole individual managing the accounts, which is undoubtedly insufficient. Therefore, I intend for you to train a cadre of accounting professionals who will all learn this new accounting system. In due time, all engineering teams and the commercial establishments under the Wangfu will adopt this modern accounting method." Su Xion, "Do you possess the confidence for this?" "Rest assured, Your Highness," Su Xion promptly declared, thumping his chest in assurance. "I guarantee the task will be completed." "Good." Li Xion nodded, turning his gaze to He Tanyuan. "When time permits, you should also attend the training. In the future, the Wangfu will also require accounting. Additionally, instruct Dongning Prefecture to recruit individuals for this purpose. The establishment of a modern accounting system aims to ensure that all industries within Dongning City adopt it. Only in this manner can I accurately grasp the financial data of Dongning City. Accounting is fundamental. When the data is precise, we can better determine developmental needs." At that moment, while Li Xion and the others deliberated on these matters, a soldier from the Wangfu's guard hastened outside. "Your Highness, urgent military news," the soldier announced loudly. Li Xion furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is it the Prairie Marauders? Have they made a move southward? How many troops are involved? What is their current position?" Li Xion posed a barrage of questions. However, the soldier shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, it is not the Prairie Marauders." Li Xion was taken aback. "What is the matter?" "Your Highness," the soldier responded, "it is bandits." "Bandits?" Li Xion was momentarily stunned. After a round of explanations, he finally grasped the situation. It turned out that following the incursions of the prairie marauders in previous years, the populace of Dongning province had been displaced. Coupled with the actions of corrupt officials exploiting the common folk, many had turned to banditry, claiming dominion over the mountains. These bandits typically ventured out in the spring to pillage, raiding homes, and stealing. Recently, under the Wangfu's announcements, the citizens of Beifang, Shuangqing, and Xinda prefectures had returned home, leaving these bandits without a place to plunder. Thus they began to move southward. Some bandits even trailed the displaced, raiding on the outskirts of Dongning City. Hunting and gathering parties have been consecutively attacked and slain by these bandits. Such behavior left Li Xin somewhat astonished. Damn it, Li Xin scoffed. They dare to raid right under my nose. They must be tired of living. Anger surged within him as he immediately summoned the Wangfu's guard for assembly. Before long, Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Wei Dahai, Mu Yunyan, and others had gathered. What is the situation? Li Xin asked with a grim expression. Your Highness, Wei Jun replied. We have just received news that several groups of bandits have emerged from the Dongning mountain range. 6 or 7 members of hunting and gathering parties have already been killed, and all their supplies have been completely looted. As he spoke, Wei Jun unfolded a map and pointed at specific locations, continuing. According to reports from the hunting and gathering teams, traces of bandits have been discovered in the Erdeo Guzi, Sadeo Cha, Zhangjiao Yangzi, and Wangjiatun in the Dongning mountain range. Analyzing the intelligence, it is highly probable that these bandits are part of several active groups in the Dongning mountains, totaling around 2,000 to 3,000 individuals. 2,000 to 3,000? Li Xin scoffed. That's quite a number. They presume to stir trouble on the very doorstep of Dongning City with such a force? They truly have no regard for their lives. Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Mu Yunyan. Li Xin called out robustly. Here at your service. The three responded promptly, clasping their fists in respect. Immediately assemble the warriors of the Shunwei camp, Shunsu camp, and the Xiaoqi camp. Li Xin commanded solemnly. Follow me. We shall venture into the mountains to eradicate these bandits. What? Lu Jingxian exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide. Your Highness, you must not. You are of invaluable worth. How can you take such a risk? Moreover, the bandits of Dongning Mountain are numerous, with 2,000 to 3,000 armed men. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the citizens of Dongning City? I implore you to reconsider. Indeed. Your Highness, Wei Jun added, clasping his fists. Leave the task of eliminating the bandits to us. You need only secure Dongning City. Li Xion's gaze darkened as he coldly surveyed the two. Who are the hunting and gathering teams toiling for? They labor for my sake. Those fallen citizens stood in front of me. As the Prince of Dongning, must I cower within the city walls forever? No. I shall lead by example and prioritize the safety of the citizens of Dongning. But, Lu Jingxian shook his head helplessly. Your Highness, the Royal Guard's forces are ultimately too few. And what of it? Li Xion shot a cold glance at Lu Jingxian. The Royal Guard has undergone extensive training. They are no longer comparable to those bandits. Merely bandits. Do they truly believe they can defeat my Royal Guard? He Chaojun, Mu Yunyan. Do you possess the confidence to vanquish the bandits? Yes. They both affirmed, clasping their fists. Very well. Li Xion nodded slightly. Lu, refrain from further discussion. Focus on safeguarding Dongning City. The remaining warriors shall defend Dongning City. Wei Jun, you are in charge of the city's defense. Understood. Wei Jun responded promptly. Lu Jingxian found no further argument to make. Once the decision to dispatch troops against the bandits was finalized, the warriors of the Shunwei camp, Shinsu camp, and Xiaoqi camp began their assembly. Under the leadership of Li Xion, He Chaojun, and Mu Yunyan, hundreds of soldiers marched toward the Dongning mountain range. Though their numbers were few, the Royal Guard was no longer what it once was. After extensive training, each soldier now exuded an air of formidable dignity. Under strict military discipline, they resembled elite troops. Alongside Li Xion's contingent was also a portion of Wei Dahai's Tiger Ben camp, tasked with ensuring the safety of Prince Xion. Naturally, they would accompany the mission into the mountains to confront the bandits. Exiting Dongning City and journeying eastward for over an hour, one enters the Dongning mountain range. Local hunters have gathered to report news. Your Highness, there are about 300 bandits in Erdeaguzi. They are from the bandits of Mazong Mountain, one hunter spoke. It was they who slaughtered our hunting party. Is that so? Li Xion's pupils narrowed. A flicker of ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes as he coldly declared. Let them pay blood for blood. He promptly arranged the battle strategy. Mu Yunyan, you will lead the cavalry to flank from the rear and cut off the retreat of the Mazong Mountain bandits. He Chaojun, take the Divine Strategy camp and launch an assault from the right flank. Zhang Cheng, you will lead the Divine Might camp and advance with me in a frontal attack. Ensure not a single bandit escapes. Yes, the generals responded in unison. Following the orders, the three leaders set forth with their respective troops. Li Xion, along with Wei Dahai, led the Tiger Ben camp and the soldiers of the Divine Might camp into the dense forest. Upon entering the woods, everyone fell silent. Shortly after, they spotted hundreds of Mazong Mountain bandits resting on a hillside. Your Highness, look. An old hunter pointed ahead, saying, those are the bandits of Mazong Mountain. Good. Li Xion squinted, scrutinizing the scene. The distance made it difficult to see clearly. It seems I shall have to attempt to create a telescope upon returning. Shadows of hundreds sat scattered across the hillside. Though indistinct, the cacophony of their voices reached them. Boss, how about that girl? Not bad. But she's a bit too old. Boss, once we reach outside Dongning City, I'll find you some younger girls to enjoy. Amidst their laughter, lewd chuckles echoed, igniting Li Xion's fury. He was appalled to discover that these bandits not only murdered the hunting and gathering teams, but also captured and violated some of the women from the gathering party. Such actions were utterly despicable. Damn it. They are worse than beasts. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin waved his hand gently, commanding, "Wait a high, Zhang Cheng, stealthily advance. Eliminate these brutes." Chapter 43. Initial victory. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Cheng led the brothers of the Divine Might camp, quietly advancing towards the front. Simultaneously, on the flanks and from the rear, He Chaojun, Mu Yunyan, and others were also in motion, like a net descending from the heavens. They enveloped the bandits in the forest. The resting bandits remained blissfully unaware that they had become fish in a barrel. Gradually, Zhang Cheng's unit crept closer. Spread out, spread out. Zhang Cheng signaled with his hands, softly urging. The soldiers of the Divine Might camp remained silent, quietly dispersing, their bows drawn and aimed at the bandits ahead. Kill. Zhang Cheng swiftly gestured, and the archers beside him released their arrows. Whoosh. An arrow flew forth, piercing the air. Thud. In an instant, an arrow pierced the body of a bandit, thick blood oozing forth. The surrounding brigands were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Some of them, filled with trepidation, leaped up and cautiously scanned their surroundings. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, the soldiers of the Divine Might camp simultaneously released their bowstrings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A relentless torrent of arrows descended upon them. In a brief span, dozens of bandits were struck by the arrows, akin to a droplet of water falling into a boiling pot of oil, causing a chaotic eruption. Curse it, there are soldiers ahead. One of the bandit leaders spat, raising his voice. Boss, the newcomers mean trouble. The chief, equally incensed, bellowed, how dare they interrupt my affairs? Strike them down. The bandits, now regaining their senses, brandished their sabers and spread out, seeking refuge behind the towering trees while vigilantly watching the front. Following the first volley of arrows, the soldiers of the Divine Might camp, armed with swords and spears, charged forward. Kill. Their battle cries echoed as the soldiers, exuding an air of valor, surged from all directions. The gleaming blades shimmered menacingly. Lieutenant Zhang Cheng led the charge, deftly wielding his sword. As he reached the forefront, he brought his blade crashing down. A bandit, eyes wide with terror, hastily raised his saber to block the blow. The resounding clash reverberated, and the bandit's countenance shifted dramatically, shocked by the unexpected strength of his foe. Before he could react, Zhang Cheng delivered a powerful kick, sending the bandit sprawling, and followed through with his sword. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced the bandit's chest. Blood splattering as the bandit fell, lifeless, his eyes staring blankly. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers of the Divine Might camp roared, their voices resounding like thunder. The chief, witnessing the unfolding chaos, recognized the uniforms, dark blue attire, standardized equipment. His expression shifted as he comprehended the implications of seeing a dozen men clad in identical garb. Could it be the army from Dongning City? Indeed, recent reports from scouts indicated that the Royal Guard had changed their uniforms to this very style. Had the Royal Guard dispatched such a force to hunt them down? The chief's complexion paled. He hadn't anticipated that their petty plundering on the outskirts of the Dongning Mountains would provoke such a formidable response from the Royal Guard. Curse it, he muttered, spitting in frustration. This is the Royal Guard of Dongning City. Everyone, be cautious. Fear not, boss, replied the crafty strategist beside him, his slanted eyes narrowing. By the looks of their numbers, they can hardly muster 200 men. It's hardly worth our concern. We, the brothers of Mazong Mountain, number over 300. Even if we cannot defeat them, we can certainly retreat safely. Indeed, the strategist speaks wisely. The chief steadied his nerves and declared, inform the brothers to hold their formation. Block these soldiers. Under the command of the chief, the bandits of Mazong Mountain rallied, brandishing their large blades and spears with a fierce determination. Yet, these brigands were merely a disorganized rabble. Despite their numbers, they stood no chance against the well-trained warriors of the Divine Might camp. The Royal Guard was no longer the ineffectual force it once was. It had undergone rigorous training, instilled with strict discipline and unwavering combat spirit. Confronting these bandits was akin to slicing through vegetables. Blades and spears descended mercilessly, toppling several bandits to the ground. Even the bulliest among them fell within a single exchange, causing those behind to tremble in fear. As more bandits perished, the remaining ones began to quiver, unable to resist the instinct to retreat. Advancing meant certain death. Only by fleeing could they hope to survive. When this thought crossed the mind of one bandit, it spread like wildfire, swiftly engulfing all. Gradually, an increasing number of bandits began to falter. Even the chief of Mazong Mountain appeared taken aback. Damn it, this is tough. Retreat. Quickly. The chief, astute enough to recognize the shifting tides, swiftly ordered a withdrawal. In the forest, 100 or 200 bandits, laden with their plunder of food and women, retreated frantically. However, the dense trees slowed their escape. As they fled, they were relentlessly pursued by the soldiers of the Divine Might camp. At that moment, the chief could no longer care for his dignity. He dashed through the woods, desperate to escape. Upon reaching the road below, he let out a sigh of relief. Finally, he was out. Quickly, back to the stronghold. Just as he spoke, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. Clop, clop. The earth reverberated with the rhythm of hooves. The chief paused, and as he looked up, he saw clouds of dust rising ahead. As the dust settled, a cavalry of warhorses raced toward him. Attack! The cries rang out, and the chief clearly saw a banner at the forefront, emblazoned with a single character, trust. Trust, Royal Guard. It was over. As this thought flitted through his mind, the chief sought to flee. However, the warhorses charged forth with incredible speed. Leading the charge was the valiant cavalry officer, Mu Yunyan, wielding a saber that glinted ominously. In no time, the bandits found themselves encircled. Realizing the dire situation, the chief's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, pleading loudly for mercy. "Spare me, noble soldiers. Spare me." The dog-headed strategist and the other bandits, witnessing the chief's capitulation, understood their fate was sealed, and they too knelt in supplication. At that moment, the soldiers of the divine might camp surged forth, surrounding the remaining 100 or 200 bandits. Like a whirlwind, the battle was decisively won. Chapter 44. Have the bandits united? Your Highness, we have captured the chief of Mazong Mountain. The guard hastened back, delivering the news. Is it true? So soon? Li Xin was momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a sense of relief. After all, the royal guard had transformed significantly. Such feeble bandits could hardly pose a challenge to the might of the royal forces. Let us proceed to investigate. Li Xin commanded, leading the guards onward. Alongside the road, Li Xin encountered a group of 100 to 200 captured bandits. Kneeling in the center, bound in ropes, were the principal members of the Mazong Mountain bandits. Your Highness, upon seeing Li Xin's arrival, Zhang Cheng hurried forward and reported, "We have completely annihilated the Mazong Mountain bandits. The captured bandits have been thoroughly screened. All the primary offenders have been apprehended. How shall we deal with these individuals, Your Highness?" Casting a calm gaze over the captured bandits, Li Xin spoke. "The method of screening is commendable. Excellent. Let us escort all these captives back to Dongning City. The primary offenders should be imprisoned, and I shall decide their fates upon my return." "Yes," Zhang Cheng replied promptly. After the eradication of the Mazong Mountain bandits, Zhang Cheng, guided by the surrendering bandits, made his way towards the Mazong stronghold. With the main force defeated, the entire stronghold resembled a desolate city, with the elderly, weak, and infirm captured and brought back to Dongning City. Within the stronghold, some gold and jewels were seized, yet provisions were scarce. It appeared that the bandits were not faring well. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to the perilous act of pillaging Dongning City. Following the destruction of the Mazong stronghold, Li Xin and his party continued their advance northward. The Dongning mountain range stretched for miles. In recent years, natural disasters and human calamities, along with the incursions of bandits, had driven many displaced peasants to take refuge in the mountains and become outlaws themselves. Consequently, this region was rife with bandits of various sizes, numbering in the dozens. Some bandits had even seized abandoned county towns, villages, and farmland, extorting grain and plundering as if they were local warlords. The news of the Mazong Mountain bandits' demise sent ripples of fear through the ranks of these outlaws. Particularly, the formidable presence of the royal guard instilled trepidation among the mountain dwellers. What? The Mazong stronghold has been entirely wiped out? The leader of the Black Tiger's stronghold widened his eyes, his beard trembling in disbelief. Indeed, it is true. The messenger nodded, stating, "News has reached us from King Kong stronghold, Nipple Mountain, and Old Camp stronghold. How can this be possible?" The leader of the Black Tiger stronghold remained incredulous. Although the Mazong Mountain was not vast, it had 300 men. How could they have vanished so swiftly? What had become of the 300 warriors of Mazong Mountain? He harbored doubts, yet he recognized the undeniable strength of the royal guard in Dongning City. "Leader," the messenger continued, "I have come bearing a message from Chief Zhao." Chief Zhao? The leader of the Black Tiger stronghold's eyes brightened, surprised to learn that even Zhao, the head of the notorious bandit group, had reacted. It is well known that within the entire Dongning mountain range, the most formidable bandit stronghold is none other than Zhao's. Zhao commands a substantial force of nearly 1,000 bandits and maintains close ties with several other strongholds in the vicinity, firmly establishing his dominance over Dingli County. The various strongholds within a 100-mile radius all heed Zhao's authority. Naturally, his prestige is unparalleled. Upon receiving a message from Zhao, the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold eagerly inquired, "What did Zhao say?" The messenger replied, "Zhao has warned that the royal guard from Dongning City comes with ill intent. They aim to eradicate us entirely. We must proceed with caution. Currently, the government forces are robust and well-equipped. If we act alone, we may find ourselves outmatched." Zhao suggested that all strongholds unite to collectively resist the government. Once we repel the government's siege, the spoils can be shared among us. All unite. The leader of the Black Tiger stronghold was taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. Very well. Before he could voice his agreement, the strategist at his side promptly responded, "Return and inform Zhao that we of the Black Tiger stronghold will heed his command." Splendid. The messenger acknowledged with a bow and took his leave. After the messenger departed, the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold furrowed his brow and turned to his strategist, asking, "Must we be so cautious?" "Better safe than sorry," the strategist replied, stroking his beard. "Zhao has attained his current status due to his keen insight. If we do not respond to his call for unity against the government, how can we coexist with him in the future? Moreover, should the government decide to attack our stronghold, how would we fare? It would be prudent to acquiesce and adapt as circumstances unfold." "Wise counsel," the leader of the Black Tiger stronghold exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Under Zhao's proposal, all the strongholds within 100 miles began to establish connections. Some strongholds, loyal to Zhao, even dispatched a portion of their forces to Dingli County. In no time, the situation in the entire Dongning mountain range grew increasingly dire. The news of the bandits' alliance could not be kept entirely secret. A few days later, the tidings reached the ears of Li Xin, who was on the march. "Bandits have united?" Li Xin was momentarily taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. "How clever these bandits are. They actually believe they can band together to oppose us? Their calculations are indeed astute." "Your Highness," He Chaojun, standing nearby, frowned slightly and remarked, "It seems there are indeed formidable figures among the bandits. Their alliance significantly enhances their strength. allowing them to avoid being defeated in detail. Your Highness, Zhang Cheng said, narrowing his eyes. I have heard that this proposal originated from Zhao of Dingli County. Zhao's bandits are already numerous and powerful. This time, the various bandit factions have united, making them even more formidable. But what is there to fear? Li Xin remained utterly unperturbed. Does a greater number necessarily equate to greater strength? Just because so many bandits have banded together, does that mean they will act in unison? I think not. We possess an abundance of trump cards and have no reason to fear their trivial tactics. Huh? Li Xin scoffed, his disdain evident as he declared, since they have united. We too must take action. We are representatives of the Xiong Wangfu, embodying the authority of the government. Naturally, we shall extend a gesture of diplomacy before resorting to force. Relay my command. Inform all bandit factions that they should lay down their arms and surrender, given the natural disasters and calamities that have befallen us. I shall overlook past grievances. However, should the royal army arrive and they continue to resist, they shall have no one but themselves to blame. Yes, the crowd responded promptly. Chapter 45. The troops arrive at Dingli County City. Diplomacy before force. With diplomacy in place, we must not neglect the use of force. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. This principle was not lost on Li Xin. Therefore, alongside relaying the orders from the Xiong Wangfu, he also sent a message to Dongning City, instructing the Divine Machine Camp to bring a portion of the thunder bombs and rendezvous outside Dingli County City. Since the bandit leader Zhao had rallied numerous nearby bandit factions, it warranted a cautious approach. Li Xin aimed to conclude the eradication of bandits in one decisive strike, allowing him to return to Dongning City sooner. After all, the Northern Prairie Horse Bandits still eyed Dongning City with malicious intent. At Dingli County City, within the old county office, Zhao, the bandit leader, held the letter in his hand, giving it a casual flick as he remarked coolly, "Is this the ploy of that young Xiong Wang to sow discord among us? If we fall for his divisive strategy and each pursue our own interests, we shall certainly be picked off one by one. Such a scheme to disband us is truly laughable. Do any of you wish to surrender?" Saying this, Zhao surveyed the faces of the various bandit leaders before him, a smile playing on his lips. The leaders exchanged glances but remained silent. After a moment, one of the leaders spoke up. "Rest assured, Zhao, we would never fall for such underhanded tactics. You can trust us. This time, we shall follow your command in defending Dingli County City. Indeed, we all shall heed your command, Zhao." The other leaders echoed. "Let us hope we can unite in purpose," Zhao said indifferently. He then began to organize the defenses of Dingli County City. Nestled within a valley between the mountains, Dingli County City is flanked by mountain ranges and traversed by a small river, making it a location that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. Its geographical position is exceptionally advantageous. However, it presents a challenge for the government. The narrow terrain and scarcity of farmland, compounded by natural disasters and calamities, have rendered the lives of the common folk unbearable, leading to a surge of refugees and banditry. Ultimately, Dingli County City was captured by the bandits. And prior to the Xiong Wang's establishment in Dongning, the remnants of the military in Dongning province were powerless to reclaim Dingli County City. It is precisely for this reason that the city of Dingli has fallen under the dominion of Chief Zhao for over a year now. During this time, Chief Zhao has managed to cultivate a certain air of authority in the governance of Dingli. Although the city walls remain rudimentary, constructed of rammed earth and not particularly tall, numerous wooden watchtowers have been erected on the adjacent mountains, serving as the outer defense of Dingli. It is through these robust defenses that Chief Zhao has successfully annexed other strongholds, expanding his influence. Following Chief Zhao's strategic arrangements, the nearby watchtowers have been manned with soldiers, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the army of King Xin. This formidable defense is the source of Chief Zhao's confidence. However, when the army of King Xin approached, a flicker of trepidation crossed Chief Zhao's mind. Upon learning the total strength of the royal guard, he gradually composed himself. Only 400 or 500 men. Chief Zhao burst into laughter, addressing his comrades. The imperial troops number only 400 or 500, and they wish to conquer our city? Surely, they must be dreaming. United, we stand with nearly 2,000 warriors. This time, let us show those imperial troops that we are not to be trifled with. The surrounding leaders readily echoed his sentiment. Following the arrival of the royal guard, the defenses of Dingli and its surrounding watchtowers were significantly reinforced. Yet, in Li Xion's eyes, all these efforts seemed futile. Once stationed in a valley, Li Xian instructed He Chaojun to lead the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp into the surrounding mountains and forests for reconnaissance. Meanwhile, Li Xian analyzed the information relayed by the scouts to devise a strategy for assaulting Dingli. Since the royal guard had expanded, they had engaged in both city defense and mountain warfare, but this would be their first experience in a siege. Therefore, Li Xian approached the situation with caution. "Your Highness," Zhang Cheng gestured to a large stone on the ground, saying, "This represents Dingli, and nearby are the watchtowers. There are over 10 of them. Some of these towers are strategically placed, overlooking and protecting the flanks of Dingli. If we were to launch a hasty attack on Dingli, we would likely face assaults from these towers on our flanks. Thus, I propose that we first eliminate the watchtowers surrounding Dingli. Once they are cleared, we can proceed with the siege. By then, Dingli will be completely encircled, allowing us to achieve our objective in one decisive strike." "That suits me perfectly." Li Xian nodded slightly. "In that case, let us first deliver a warning to them. Zhang Cheng, Wei Dahai, let the bandits witness our might. We must intimidate them." "Yes." Zhang Cheng and Wei Dahai promptly responded. Immediately, the two led a contingent of soldiers into the flanking forests. Before long, Zhang Cheng's unit approached the perimeter of a watchtower. Observing a tower approximately 100 or 200 paces away, Zhang Cheng waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to halt. Despite Chief Zhao being a bandit, the watchtower was well constructed, and the surrounding trees had been entirely cleared. A surprise attack would undoubtedly expose them to the archers stationed in the tower. Securing the watchtower proves to be quite a formidable challenge. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Cheng commanded in a deep voice, "Bring forth my thunderous explosive." The thunderous explosive, as articulated by Li Xin, serves as a powerful deterrent. Following a meticulous arrangement, Zhang Cheng and his comrades constructed a rudimentary launching device within the forest. The thunderous explosive was also securely fastened to several cans of pine oil. Once everything was in place, they aimed at the watchtower ahead and launched the device with precision. The bandits atop the watchtower noticed the commotion below. "Be cautious," one of them cautioned. However, before they could react, the thunderous explosive struck the ground beneath the watchtower. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Instantly, one of the pillars was severed, causing the structure to sway violently. The pine oil erupted, splattering at the base of the watchtower, and the sparks ignited the oil. The bandits on the watchtower, momentarily disoriented, regained their balance only to witness a raging inferno igniting below. The fire blazed fiercely, rapidly climbing the pillars of the watchtower, fueled by the pine oil. Panic ensued among the bandits. "It's over. It's over." They found themselves trapped, unable to flee as the flames intensified. Ultimately, the watchtower, with its 3 legs, could no longer withstand the onslaught, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, the valiant soldiers of the Shanwei camp surged forth, unleashing a wave of carnage. The bandits, overwhelmed, were forced to surrender. Thus, Zhang Cheng and his companions effortlessly seized the first watchtower. Chapter 46. Dread and Diverse Intentions. Boom. Boom. The muffled sounds from outside the city left General Zhao puzzled. "What is that noise?" he inquired. The individuals in the Great Hall exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the events unfolding outside. Just then, several bandits hurried in, kneeling on one knee, exclaiming, "General, it's bad. The Imperial troops are assaulting the watchtowers outside the city. 4 or 5 have already been taken down." "What?" General Zhao furrowed his brow, a ripple of concern stirring within him. The Imperial troops moved with remarkable swiftness. Could that noise have originated from outside the city? What was that sound? The bandits, equally perplexed, replied, "It came from the direction of the watchtower. It sounded like an explosion. Let us go have a look." General Zhao, still troubled, led a group towards the city walls. Upon reaching the battlements, he glimpsed a peculiar light flickering in the western forest, near one of the watchtowers. What could that be? He wondered. Before he could gather his thoughts, a fierce explosion reverberated nearby. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke billowed from the base of a distant watchtower. And as the smoke cleared, General Zhao observed that the structure had begun to tilt precariously. Flames were engulfing the base, and the watchtower appeared on the verge of collapse. In that instant, he comprehended that the sounds he had heard within the city were undoubtedly the result of the attack on the watchtower. What manner of weapon is this, capable of such explosive force and fire? Why had these weapons never been mentioned before? Chief Zhao was momentarily perplexed. At that moment, the distant watchtower trembled and collapsed. From the forest emerged over 100 fully armed Imperial soldiers, who swiftly occupied the watchtower. Simultaneously, explosions continued to erupt at several other watchtowers on the eastern side of Dingli County, leading to their destruction. In a mere span of time, 8 or 9 watchtowers surrounding Dingli County had been breached by the Imperial forces. It is worth noting that the entire perimeter of Dingli County comprised only about 20 watchtowers. At this rate, it would not be long before the watchtowers encircling Dingli County vanished entirely. The defensive system of watchtowers that Chief Zhao relied upon would also crumble to dust. In that moment, Chief Zhao stood frozen, unable to utter a word. Not only he, but also the other bandit leaders who had accompanied him to the city wall remained speechless. After the annihilation of the Black Tiger stronghold, these leaders had become acutely aware of the might of the Imperial troops. However, hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand stirred a tumultuous wave of emotions within them. If even Chief Zhao, entrenched in Dingli County, was so easily overwhelmed by the Imperial forces, what hope did they have? A wave of anxiety washed over everyone's minds. The sea breeze sweeping in from the distant southeast carried a hint of saltiness. They stood on the walls of Dingli County, gazing out as the explosions outside gradually ceased after more than an hour. Nearly 20 watchtowers had been eradicated. Chief Zhao could only watch helplessly as this scene unfolded before him. After all, the Imperial cavalry, lurking outside the walls, had their eyes fixed on Dingli County. He understood that if they dared to venture out to rescue the watchtowers, they would likely face the relentless pursuit of the Imperial cavalry. Before long, the Imperial soldiers had reached the outer perimeter of the stronghold. They swaggered arrogantly, mocking their adversaries, and Chief Zhao could feel their disdain. Had he made a grave mistake in choosing to defend the city against the Imperial forces of Dongning? Doubt began to creep into Chief Zhao's mind. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the walls. "Abandon the city and surrender, and you shall be spared. Resist, and the fate of the watchtowers shall be yours." The resounding shouts reverberated throughout the valley. Everyone atop the walls heard them clearly. Some bandit leaders wavered, but upon glancing at Chief Zhao, quickly buried their thoughts. Enraged, Chief Zhao glared furiously. At that moment, he comprehended the intentions of the Imperial forces outside. They sought to intimidate him, arriving with a ferocious assault. They had swiftly dismantled all watchtowers surrounding the city, leaving no time for a response. This rapidity instilled a sense of unease and fear among all the bandits in Dingli County. For a brief moment, General Zhao regained his composure. resolute in his determination to thwart the desires of the imperial forces. He commanded in a deep voice, "Summon the archers. Let us show them our true colors." "But General, the imperial troops are out of range," a leader reluctantly replied. Before he could finish his sentence, he met Zhao's icy gaze, compelling him to swallow his words. The leader hastily gestured for the archers to advance. Meanwhile, outside the stockade, the royal guards commenced their operation. Under Zhang Cheng's command, the soldiers of the Divine Might Battalion ignited and hurled explosive projectiles beneath the walls of Dingli County. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless explosions erupted in rapid succession. Smoke enveloped the air as earth and debris flew in all directions, accompanied by iron nails and shrapnel spinning wildly. Occasionally, a nail would ricochet off the stockade, piercing the body of a bandit and instantaneously impaling his skull. The continuous detonations resonated like thunder from the heavens, striking terror into the hearts of the bandits. In that fleeting moment, General Zhao was utterly stunned. It dawned on him that these weapons possessed formidable power indeed. As the smoke began to clear, he could discern the vast craters left on the ground. Not only he, but everyone atop the stockade was rendered speechless. They could hardly fathom the catastrophic consequences had these weapons been unleashed upon the walls. Surely, the casualties among their ranks would be catastrophic. Even with a couple of thousand bandits in Dingli County, how could they withstand such a ferocious assault? Anxiety gripped the hearts of all, each harboring their own thoughts. At that moment, a voice resounded from outside the stockade. The inhabitants within listened intently as Prince Exile declared, "Surrender the city and you shall face no wrath beyond the leaders. Should you continue to resist, these explosive projectiles will rain down upon you by tomorrow." This blatant threat echoed outside the city walls. Instantly, everyone atop the stockade fell silent. Some of the bandit leaders exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Even General Zhao's lips trembled, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 47. "Let the bullets fly for a while, Your Highness," Zhang Cheng inquired, glancing at Prince Li Xin beside him. "The message has been delivered. Do you think it will have any effect? Shall we bombard them with a few more explosive projectiles?" Zhang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to capture Dingli County swiftly. "Patience," Li Xin replied calmly, shaking his head as he gazed thoughtfully at the distant city. "Let the bullets fly for a while." "Bullets? What bullets?" Zhang Cheng appeared bewildered, lost in confusion. Li Xin suppressed a wry smile, opting not to elaborate further. After lingering briefly outside Dingli County, the group returned to their camp to rest, while the soldiers of the Divine Might Battalion and the Cavalry Battalion took their positions in shifts. That night, Li Xin enjoyed a restful slumber, while within Dingli County, countless souls lay restless, tormented by sleeplessness. One bandit leader tossed and turned in bed, unable to find repose. Uncertain of the hour, the chieftain of the stronghold arose and sat upon his bed, his bright eyes gazing into the pitch-black night, enveloped in silence. After a brief period of stillness, a sense of restlessness stirred within him. He donned his garments and ambled into the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he discerned a cluster of shadows in the distance, stealthily making their way toward the stockade wall. The chieftain paused, pondering if they were assassins. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, he silently followed them, refraining from uttering a sound. Before long, the group of shadows reached a secluded corner. "Old Zhang, have we gathered everything?" One voice inquired. "Indeed, but we have yet to contact Shan Hu and remain unaware of his intentions. Regardless, fate governs life and death, while fortune resides in the heavens. Let us proceed." With that, the group vanished into the darkness, scaling a vulnerable section of the wall and heading into the forest. The chieftain stood frozen, bewildered by their actions. Watching the figures disappear beyond the stockade, he retraced his steps. That night, the chieftain found little solace in sleep. The following morning, he awoke to disconcerting news. Several chieftains from Leogwa Ridge and Black Wind Mountain had fled under the cover of darkness. Though their banditry numbered merely a couple of hundred, and were considered insignificant by the standards of Dingli County, the event nonetheless stirred a commotion within the town. Chief Zhao, visibly irked, summoned all the chieftains and proclaimed, "I have heard that a dozen or so have fled last night. Are they so fearful, so cowardly, that they wish to surrender to the imperial forces? Do not be deluded into thinking that by siding with the imperial army, they will ensure their survival. Do they think the imperial troops are so accommodating? Beware lest your heads end up on the chopping block." After issuing his threats, Chief Zhao's demeanor softened as he continued, "Is there anyone among you who wishes to follow their lead? Fear not, I am still merciful. If you desire to leave, I shall not impede your departure. You may go at any time. Why hide in the shadows? Those wishing to depart may step forward now, and I shall open the gates for you." As Zhao's words echoed, the gathered chieftains exchanged glances, yet remained silent. No one dared to take the initiative. Thus, the assembly remained stagnant. After a prolonged silence, Zhao resumed, "Since no one intends to leave, let us defend the fortress diligently. Should anyone attempt to escape furtively, rest assured, I shall not show mercy." His ominous warning, however, failed to resonate with the seasoned bandit leaders. That very night, yet another group of chieftains fled from various locations. Notably, some of their subordinates quietly slipped out of the town to join the royal guard stationed outside. The chieftains who escaped took their respective bands and pledged allegiance to the royal forces. In just a few days, 34 strongholds of varying sizes near the Dongning Mountains surrendered to Dongning City. For these individuals, Li Xin honored his commitment, forgiving past grievances and providing them with resettlement. Additionally, he instructed the surrendered bandits to continue their proclamations outside the city of Dingli. When those who had escaped from Dingli appeared outside its walls, it undoubtedly stirred a commotion. The inhabitants atop the walls were taken aback. Who would have thought these individuals had chosen to align with the imperial forces? Especially upon witnessing their safety and the apparent trust bestowed upon them by the soldiers, doubts began to creep into their minds. After a round of proclamations, uncertainty permeated the crowd. Once the speeches concluded, Mu Yunyan urged his horse forward, proclaiming loudly, "His Highness has decreed, we shall assault the city at noon tomorrow. Those willing to surrender must do so swiftly. After the deadline, there will be no further opportunities." This ultimatum struck each heart like a soul-seizing talisman, causing a palpable tremor among them. Initially, they had felt a sense of relief, as the imperial forces had not launched an assault for some time, which had lent an air of calm. However, the sudden announcement of an impending siege genuinely startled them. In comparison, the leaders of many bandit factions found their resolve wavering increasingly. Meanwhile, General Zhao was in a state of distress. Damn it! Damn it! Within the confines of his quarters, General Zhao could hardly regain his composure. Outside the city, the leaders of the bandits who had submitted to the imperial troops were making their proclamations. Furthermore, the siege order had been issued, unmistakably signaling that the imperial forces would not hold past transgressions against those who chose to surrender. Failure to submit now would likely result in the use of force. Under such circumstances, it was probable that many within Dingli would begin to harbor dissent. Realizing this, General Zhao inhaled deeply, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Inform the men to seal the walls. No one is to enter or exit. Additionally, prepare for battle." After relaying the orders, General Zhao remained uneasy, dispatching trusted confidants to oversee defenses across various locations. Outside, at the Royal Guard's encampment, His Highness, Zhang Cheng, furrowed his brow and remarked, "In recent days, we have neither attacked the city nor issued proclamations. Yet, dozens of bandits have defected. If this continues, we may capture Dingli without a fight." Is this what His Highness meant by letting the bullets fly for a while? Indeed, Li Xin nodded slightly, stating, "Sometimes, a siege does not necessitate brute force. Compelling the enemy to submit without conflict is the most astute strategy." "I understand," Zhang Cheng replied thoughtfully. "The art of war teaches us that winning hearts is paramount, while sieging a city is secondary. Your Highness truly possesses exceptional wisdom. Enough with the flattery." Li Xin waved his hand dismissively. "Prepare diligently. We cannot afford further delays. Let us commence the siege tomorrow. It is time to apply some pressure, to let them know that our royal guard does not merely speak empty words." "Rest assured, Your Highness," Zhang Cheng quickly assured, "we will accomplish the task." Chapter 48. I enter the city with 3 objectives. When we speak of besieging the city, it is indeed our intention to do so. The bullets have flown for quite some time. It is time to reel in our net. At noon, when the sun shone directly upon the earth, Li Xin issued the command to attack. A strong sense of urgency was a fundamental requirement that Li Xin imposed on all members of the Wangfu Guards. As the assault commenced, the soldiers of the Shenwei camp swiftly erected makeshift catapults outside the city. However, these catapults were not designed to hurl stones. Once completed, the catapults were loaded with explosive projectiles known as thunder bombs. Fire! At the command of the valiant officer Zhang Cheng, the soldiers beside the catapult immediately ignited the thunder bombs, and soon after, grappling hooks were deployed. Under the immense power of the twisted ropes, the catapults launched the thunder bombs toward the city of Dingli. One after another, the dark projectiles soared over the city walls. The bandits atop the walls gaped in wide-eyed trepidation. Even Zhao, the chief at the city gate, found himself holding his breath. "Defend! Defend!" The bandit leader shouted loudly from the ramparts. Yet, at that moment, the thunder bombs began to descend. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions erupted instantaneously upon the walls. The thunder bombs detonated, sending a shower of iron nails and shards into the flesh of the nearby bandits, instantly creating a mist of blood, while the whirling metal fragments reduced their bodies to a gruesome pulp. Boom! 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 Another round of thunder bombs fell from the sky. The explosions ignited the pitch oil carried by the bandits. Most of the walls of Dingli were constructed of wood, and upon contact with the pitch oil, they ignited like dry tinder, meeting a fierce flame, crackling and blazing to life. Fueled by the valley winds, the fire spread rapidly across the battlements. In an instant, the bandits on the walls were thrown into utter chaos. The once fiercely determined bandits stood frozen in fear. Even Zhao, the chief, was completely stunned. Though he had previously witnessed the might of the thunder bombs from a distance, experiencing their power at such close range left his heart racing uncontrollably. If this continued, they would likely have no chance to retaliate. Was opposing the imperial forces truly a grave mistake? Zhao stood there, speechless and in shock. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of yet another thunder bomb soaring toward his position at the city gate. "Chief, watch out!" His trusted aide shouted loudly. In an instant, he lunged toward Zhao. Zhao squinted, fixating on the dark silhouette in the sky. The figure grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly overhead. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and the sparks instantly ignited into flames. Zhao, who had been gazing upward, had no time to react before the shrapnel from the blast struck him. He let out a muffled groan, his eyes wide with shock. But before he could comprehend the situation, the burning pitch oil had already cascaded upon him. Moments later, Zhao had transformed into a figure engulfed in flames. The trusted confidant nearby, unable to intervene in time, was engulfed by the flames, becoming a living torch. The inferno blazed fiercely, and in an instant, the entire city gate tower ignited. Not far away, several bandit leaders, witnessing the raging fire, widened their eyes in disbelief. "Zhao, the leader!" one of the bandit chiefs exclaimed. momentarily stunned, before shouting, "Quick! Save Zhao the leader!" However, beneath the overwhelming blaze, it was evident that everyone was struggling in the sea of flames. After a brief struggle, they vanished completely, and the flames spread further. It was over. It was over. The bandit leaders stood frozen, realizing that under such a colossal inferno, no one could escape. "Zhao, the leader is dead. Zhao, the leader is dead. Let us surrender." At that moment, a chorus of shouts arose from the other side. A flicker of anger crossed the bandit chief's face. As he turned towards the source of the noise, another thunderous explosion struck down. The bandits atop the city walls were gripped by sheer terror. "This is horrifying. We cannot defeat the Imperial forces. Run." The cries of fear multiplied, and increasingly more bandits fled the city walls in a frenzy. Some of the bandit leaders recognized that resistance was utterly futile, especially with Zhao, the leader, dead on the spot, leaving no chance for a comeback. Surrender became their only option. Perhaps, in doing so, they might cling to a slender hope of survival. "Quick! Open the city gates and surrender." More and more chose to capitulate, watching the city of Dingli, with its side gates flung wide open. As bandits discarded their weapons and raised their hands in surrender, Zhang Cheng was somewhat taken aback. "Damn it! This is just the beginning, and these bandits are already surrendering?" Zhang Cheng cursed in discontent. Nevertheless, he ordered a cessation of the bombardment. By then, the majority of the bandits in Dingli had exited the city to surrender. In a flash, thousands of them knelt on the open ground by the small river outside Dingli County. "Enter the city," Mu Yunyan commanded in a deep voice. Immediately, he led the valiant cavalry into the city, followed closely by He Chaojun and his Divine Strategy Battalion. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng's Divine Might Battalion remained on high alert. The bandits showed no signs of inconsistency. After being thoroughly petrified by the previous rounds of bombardment, they had lost all resolve. Once all the bandits within the city were gathered outside, Li Xin ordered a portion of them to dismantle the burning city walls and begin extinguishing the fire. They toiled until the afternoon before finally isolating the flaming section from the rest of the walls, allowing the fire to gradually diminish. By that evening, Li Xin, along with the Tiger Ben Battalion and the Divine Might Battalion, entered Dingli County. Mounted on a magnificent steed, he rode past the kneeling bandits, chest out and head held high, wielding his whip at an angle towards the sky, and proclaimed loudly, "I am the prince of the great Qin dynasty, Xin Wang. This day, I lead my forces into the city to accomplish 3 tasks." As he spoke, Li Xin extended 3 fingers. The bandits, kneeling on the ground, lifted their heads, their eyes wide in astonishment, gazing at Li Xin. Li Xin cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "The first matter at hand is to reclaim lost territories. The second is to pacify the populace. The third is to establish a new homeland. If you sincerely repent for your past transgressions, I shall not hold any grievances against you. From this day forth, you are permitted to reside peacefully in Dingli County and to build your new home. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness." The bandits kneeling on the ground expressed their gratitude in unison. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin felt a surge of pride within him. His dominion had finally expanded. "Let us proceed," Li Xin declared, "into the city." Chapter 49. Bandits must be eliminated at all times that night. Li Xin and his companions spent the night in Dingli County. Since departing from Dongning City to quell the bandits, this was their first time setting up camp within a city. Although Dingli County was not particularly prosperous, and the remnants of the midday bombardment still lingered in the air, it was indeed the first night following the reclamation of the county, and it was necessary to take such measures to reassure the citizens. The residence of the bandit chieftain had been fortified and transformed into the lodging for Prince Li Xin. Early the next morning, the commanders of the royal guard arrived at Li Xin's quarters. "Greetings, Your Highness." They all bowed in unison. "Please, take a seat." Li Xin gestured for them to sit down. "Zhang Cheng, how goes the identification of the bandits?" "Your Highness," Zhang Cheng replied with a clasped fist. "We commenced the arrangements last night. Our camp lacks sufficient clerical personnel, which has slightly slowed the identification process. However, rest assured, we have begun to group and categorize them. Additionally, we have encouraged the surrendering bandits to come forth and report their accomplices. Those who have recently defected have also joined in the identification process. As a result of last night's revelations, we have already identified 67 key figures among the bandits in Dingli County, including their leaders. They have been detained, and we are currently gathering evidence regarding their crimes. Should any of them be found guilty of severe offenses, they will face the full extent of the law. Your Highness, we have also conducted identifications on those bandits who were recently coerced into joining. As per your command, those who have been bandits for less than a year are to be held separately, while those who have been in the ranks for 1 to 3 years and over 3 years are to be categorized into 3 groups for detention. How shall we proceed with these 3 groups of bandits? How many individuals are we looking at?" Li Xin inquired. "In response to your question, Your Highness," Zhang Cheng continued, "there are approximately 800 to 900 individuals who have been bandits for less than a year, along with their families, totaling around 1,400 people. Upon preliminary investigation, it appears that most of these individuals fled here after the incursions by the prairie horse bandits last year. Their offenses are relatively minor." Li Xin nodded slightly and stated, "Once they have been identified and registered, let them cultivate the land nearby Dingli County and live there. They are ordinary folk, we must reassure them. Having reclaimed Dingli County, we naturally need the citizens to till the land. If there are no people here, how can it be considered a county?" "Yes, Your Highness," Zhang Cheng promptly acknowledged. He licked his lips and then spoke. "The second batch consists of 400 to 500 bandits, along with their families totaling over 1,200 individuals. These bandits are key members under the command of General Zhao in Dingli County and various mountain strongholds. Most of them have committed relatively minor offenses, such as following their leaders in acts of robbery. Some, however, involved in murder and the violation of women, are currently under investigation and held separately. Well done. Li Xin nodded and inquired, Zhang Cheng, how do you believe these individuals should be dealt with? Your Highness, Zhang Cheng replied, I have an immature suggestion. Dingli County has only recently been reclaimed, and given its considerable distance from Dongning City, the walls were damaged in yesterday's battle. If this situation persists, the grassland bandits may raid Dingli County once more. Therefore, I propose we organize these individuals, allowing them to redeem their crimes by contributing to the construction efforts, similar to the engineering teams in Dongning City, to rebuild the walls of Dingli County. What do you think, Your Highness? Ah, splendid, Li Xin exclaimed, pointing at Zhang Cheng with a smile. Your idea is quite commendable. Let us proceed as you suggest. Yes, Your Highness, Zhang Cheng affirmed and continued. As for the third group, those who have been bandits for over 3 years, there are around 100 of them, along with about 300 family members. These individuals are also core members of their respective strongholds, and their crimes are not particularly severe. For this group, I propose, similar to the wall construction plan, that they engage in quarrying stone and undertake more labor-intensive tasks. This way, they too may atone for their misdeeds. Currently, Dingli County has just been reclaimed and is in dire need of manpower and resources for its reconstruction. I believe that if we can effectively utilize these resources, we shall achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Your proposal is excellent. Li Xin nodded. The construction of Dingli County should indeed proceed in this manner. Your reflections indicate your seriousness in addressing these matters. Thus, I have another task to entrust to you. As you mentioned, Dingli County has just been reclaimed and is in urgent need of revitalization, and how we govern this area remains a challenge. After some consideration, I have decided not to appoint a county magistrate for the time being. Instead, the royal guards will directly oversee the administration. Zhang Cheng, you will be in charge of all military and civil affairs in Dingli County, with the Divine Might Camp stationed there. Are you confident in this responsibility? Rest assured. Your Highness. Zhang Cheng promptly rose, saluted, and declared, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your trust without hesitation. Good. Li Xin waved his hand. Please sit down. The identification and screening of bandits must indeed be conducted. Additionally, we must attend to farming, housing, mining, and construction. I will arrange for personnel from Dongning City to assist you here. Furthermore, Li Xin added, beyond these construction tasks, there is another critical mission to undertake, the eradication of bandits. The campaign against bandits must be relentless and cannot be overlooked. As you contemplate a journey outside the city with your beloved wife, relishing hot pot and singing merrily, you are suddenly beset by bandits. Hot pot, singing? Zhang Cheng is somewhat perplexed. Clearing his throat, Li Xin continues, in our campaign against the bandits, we must balance both suppression and conciliation, especially the latter. As long as the bandits wish to surrender, we shall adhere to our policies, punishing only the ringleaders while allowing the rest to atone for their misdeeds. We are in dire need of personnel. After reiterating his points, the meeting concludes. Following the annihilation of Zhao's faction in Dingli County, only a handful of minor bandit encampments remain scattered throughout the Dongning mountain range. These matters can be entrusted to Zhang Cheng's Divine Might Battalion. Meanwhile, Li Xin has a significant mission to undertake, to guard against the marauding horse bandits from the plains. After leaving a portion of supplies for Zhang Cheng's troops, Li Xin leads the Tiger Bravery Battalion, the Brave Cavalry Battalion, and the Divine Strategy Battalion back towards Dingli County. Not long after departing, they encounter a procession on the road. At the forefront rides a woman clad in fitted attire, her figure graceful and poised, brandishing a sword with an air of confidence. Upon spotting the royal guard, she calls out, Is anyone from the house of Prince Xin ahead? What is it? A sudden, thunderous shout from the front causes the royal guard to heighten their vigilance. Upon closer inspection, Mu Yunyan is momentarily taken aback. He cannot help but scoff. How audacious to obstruct us. Do they not recognize who we are? Truly overestimating themselves. With this thought, Mu Yunyan spurs his horse forward, while the soldiers of the brave cavalry tighten their grips on their sabers, ready for conflict should the situation demand it. Who are you? Upon halting before the woman, Mu Yunyan calls out. The woman, however, remains silent for a moment, appraising him before responding. Indeed, you are from the house of Prince Xin. I have heard that you have reclaimed Dingli County without resorting to indiscriminate slaughter, allowing the townsfolk refuge. Is this true? The house of Prince Xin has always acted with integrity and honor. Mu Yunyan replies, still on guard. That is commendable. The woman beams. Since the house of Prince Xin is so benevolent, I, Bai Fenglan, can no longer continue living as a bandit. Please convey to His Highness that I, Bai Fenglan, wish to pledge my allegiance along with all the inhabitants of Qingfeng Village. Bai Fenglan, Qingfeng Village. Mu Yunyan is momentarily taken aback, as if recalling the name from somewhere. What is happening? At that moment, a soldier from the Tiger Bravery Battalion rushes over, inquiring, Xiao Yi, what has transpired? His Highness is asking why we have halted. Nothing of concern. Mu Yunyan waves his hand dismissively. Continue your vigilance. I shall meet with His Highness. With that, Mu Yunyan turns his horse around, heading back. Upon his arrival, Li Xin asks, General Mu, what has occurred ahead? Reporting to your Highness, Mu Yunyan dismounts and bows respectfully. There is a woman ahead who claims to be Bai Fenglan of Qingfeng Village. Upon hearing of your Highness's virtuous deeds, she wishes to submit her village to your Highness. Qingfeng Village, Bai Fenglan. Li Xin ponders thoughtfully. A guide beside him brightened with excitement, and said, Your Highness, Qingfeng Stronghold is actually surrendering. This is indeed good news. Li Xin turned to the guide and inquired, "Are you familiar with Qingfeng Stronghold?" "Your Highness," the guide replied. "Qingfeng Stronghold is renowned far and wide. Its leader is a woman named Bai Fenglan, who has been a bandit for 4 to 5 years. Though her strength is not formidable, even the former leader Zhao did not dare to provoke her. She commands 100 female warriors, each as imposing as men. The stronghold houses nearly 1,000 individuals, engaging in farming and labor to sustain themselves, never resorting to robbery or plunder. They are indeed a breath of fresh air among the bandits of the Dongning Mountains." Indeed, Li Xion's eyes sparkled with interest. "So, Bai Fenglan is quite a remarkable figure. How did a woman come to lead Qingfeng Stronghold?" "Your Highness," the guide continued. "It is said that 5 years ago, Bai Fenglan's family was a prominent household in Xuanqing Prefecture. The Bai family owned dozens of acres of fertile land and employed thousands. The patriarch, known for his benevolence, took in many dispossessed peasants as workers. However, his kindness incited the ire of the then prefect of Xuanqing. The prefect, accusing the Bai family of maliciously harboring the displaced, frequently harassed and oppressed them. Despite the Bai family's patience, matters only worsened. Eventually, when marauding horse bandits invaded Xuanqing, the prefect, under the pretense of colluding with the bandits, sent agents to confiscate the Bai family's possessions. Everything they had saved, grain and wealth, was ruthlessly plundered, and the patriarch was imprisoned, leading to the family's downfall. With the horse bandits growing in power and the prefect being killed for his betrayal, the surrounding counties suffered greatly at the hands of the marauders. Unable to bear the injustice, Bai Fenglan rallied the former servants and retainers of the Bai household, forming a militia to resist the horse bandits. Lacking strength, they retreated to the mountains and became outlaws, thus establishing Qingfeng Stronghold. Since its inception, Bai Fenglan has adhered to the principles of her father, practicing benevolence and aiding the common folk. Consequently, Qingfeng Stronghold has gained an excellent reputation within 100 miles, becoming a favored refuge for the people. Unfortunately, other strongholds, unable to tolerate their virtue, have set traps to hinder their growth. Yet even so, no other stronghold dares to harbor ill intentions against Qingfeng. "I see," Li Xian mused, enlightenment dawning upon him. "It appears Bai Fenglan is indeed a righteous bandit." The presence of such a heroic figure, and a woman at that, piqued Li Xian's interest. "Let us go and see," he declared nonchalantly. Accompanied by Wei Dehai and Mu Yunyan, he advanced to the front of the group. Upon arrival, Li Xian's gaze was immediately drawn to a striking woman astride a horse ahead, exuding a commanding presence in her fitted attire. Her figure was curvaceous, and her attire accentuated her graceful form. With a distinctly sculpted face, unadorned by makeup, she possessed an innate beauty. Grasping a large blade, her bright eyes were fixed intently on Li Xian. Impressive, truly impressive. Li Xian could not help but nod in admiration, recognizing her as a match for the female warriors of later generations. "I am Prince Li Xian." Li Xian, with a smile gracing his face, addressed her. "Might you be Bai Fenglan of Qingfeng Village?" "Indeed I am," Bai Fenglan replied with a resonant voice. "A woman of valor who stands shoulder to shoulder with men. You are truly a heroine." Li Xian praised her, adding, "I have heard that the female knight intends to pledge allegiance to my Dongning city from Qingfeng Village. It is an honor for my city. I, Li Xian, am profoundly grateful." "Your Highness," Prince Xian, Bai Fenglan stated candidly, "we have indeed come to submit to the House of Xian. However, I, Bai Fenglan, have conditions." "Conditions?" Li Xian was momentarily taken aback, appreciating her forthright nature. "Pray share them. I shall accommodate you as far as I am able." Bai Fenglan, unreservedly, outlined her terms. "First, most of the people from Qingfeng Village are my kin and friends. Therefore, upon our descent, we ought to remain together. That is only natural." Li Xian nodded in agreement. "I shall designate a plot of land outside Dongning City for your collective residence." Secondly, Bai Fenglan continued, "the household guards of Qingfeng Village must be preserved to protect our people. Thirdly, the government shall not impose harshness upon the common folk. Lastly, I hope that your Highness will soon reclaim lost territories and restore our homeland. If you cannot, then we of Qingfeng Village would rather take to the mountains as outlaws." Hearing Bai Fenglan's demands, Li Xian could not help but chuckle. All these conditions were quite agreeable. These were not merely the stipulations of Qingfeng Village, but mirrored my own aspirations. To reclaim lost lands and restore our homeland. This is my pursuit. The people of Dongning Province are my subjects. I, Li Xian, shall certainly ensure their safety. Rest assured on this matter, noble knight. Excellent. Bai Fenglan nodded. From this day forth, Qingfeng Village shall pledge allegiance to the House of Xian. Chapter 51, The Women's Guard on the Return Journey. Bai Fenglan and her entourage from Qingfeng Village accompanied them. The number of men, women, and children from Qingfeng Village was considerable. What astonished everyone even more was the presence of many women among them, most of whom wielded weapons, exuding an aura of heroic spirit. Qingfeng Village, indeed, was exceptional. Li Xian found himself stealing glances at them, feeling a sense of admiration for Bai Fenglan's prowess. It was no small feat for a woman to rally such a formidable force in tumultuous times. Even more remarkable was that the majority of this force comprised women. In chaotic times, when lives are as expendable as grass, it is challenging for even able-bodied men to survive, let alone frail women. The fact that Qingfeng Village could unite so many vulnerable women into a cohesive force for self-defense speaks volumes of Bai Fenglan's exceptional capability. Women are not to be underestimated. They can indeed hold up half the sky, especially now, in Dongning City, where the population is sparse and various undertakings require manpower. There is much to learn from Qingfeng Village to harness the strengths of women. While on the road back, Li Xin contemplated. Although these women cannot be sent to the battlefield, having them serve as guards in Dongning City would be a splendid alternative. Youthful and vibrant. A refreshing change. Indeed, a women's guard. If it were possible to design a uniform to wear, how delightful that would be. Li Xin secretly noted this intention. Upon returning to Dongning City, he instructed Lu Jingxian and He Tangyuan to arrange accommodations for the people of Qingfeng village. Looking at Bai Fenglan, Li Xin remarked, currently, Dongning City is in dire need of revitalization, and the conditions are somewhat harsh. It truly is a slight against the brothers of Qingfeng village. That's all right. Bai Fenglan casually waved her hand and replied, the people of Qingfeng village are not delicate, having endured many hardships. We are not concerned about such matters. In truth, Qingfeng village's decision to ally with Dongning City was not solely due to Prince Li Xin's display of benevolence towards the populace. More importantly, after last year's invasion by the prairie bandits, the resources of Qingfeng village had become exceedingly scarce. Coupled with the limited resources in the mountains and forests, their future was uncertain if this continued. With the welfare of the villagers in mind, Bai Fenglan chose to descend the mountain and ally with Dongning City. Regarding Dongning City, Bai Fenglan had gained some understanding and recognized Li Xin as a compassionate official. Rest assured, Fenglan, Li Xin explained, after spring arrives, all affairs in Dongning City will be on a steady course, and the previous makeshift residences will gradually be phased out. We are currently planning the construction of new houses in the eastern part of the city. Soon, everyone within the city will reside in decent homes. I trust in your highness's capabilities. Bai Fenglan nodded slightly, having obtained a preliminary understanding of Dongning City. Your highness, she pondered for a moment before asking. Everyone in Dongning City has tasks, and as newcomers from Qingfeng village, we cannot disrupt the established order. Your highness, you may assign us work, hunting, gathering, farming, or even warfare. We from Qingfeng village are capable of it all. I understand. Li Xin waved his hand to signal her not to worry. Fenglan, I have an idea. Our Dongning City is growing in population. With an increase in people, it is inevitable that there will be a mix of characters. And various individuals will arrive seeking survival and employment, thus making social security a pressing issue. I find your group of female warriors to be quite competent. I wish to form a women's guard to oversee the public order and patrol duties of Dongning City, and I would like you to take charge of this matter. Bai Fenglan was clearly taken aback. She had not anticipated Li Xin would assign her such a task. Your highness, Bai Fenglan said cautiously, her brows furrowing slightly. Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? There is nothing inappropriate about it. Li Xin reassured her with a wave of his hand. You are indeed unfamiliar with the area upon your arrival. But that is an advantage. Being newcomers, you lack entanglements with local interests, allowing you to maintain order with impartiality. Regardless of whether they are officials, soldiers, merchants, or common folk, anyone who engages in unlawful acts should be held accountable without favoritism. This is precisely why I entrust this responsibility to you. Fenglan, what are your thoughts? Your highness, Bai Fenglan replied cautiously. I fear we may not be up to the task. There's no rush. Take your time. Li Xin consoled. As long as you uphold your principles, what is there that you cannot achieve? Women are no less capable than men. Are you still fearful of these challenges? Is this truly the Bai Fenglan of Qingfeng village? Now let us work diligently. Bai Fenglan had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, Li Xin instructed Lu Jingxian, He Tangyuan, and others to collaborate with Bai Fenglan in drafting a series of legal provisions. Regulations concerning brawls, theft, and other offenses were established. Once these regulations were promulgated, the Women's Guard could officially commence their duties. Meanwhile, Li Xin pondered an unrefined idea regarding the design of the Women's Guard uniform. After much contemplation, he decided it should mirror the design aesthetic of the newly styled uniforms of the Wangfu Guard, tailored blue-black suits. However, some modifications were made to the arm insignia. The rationale behind this design was simplicity. Given the present scarcity of resources in Dongning City, any elaborate designs would have to wait for a more opportune time. Once the uniform design was finalized, it was sent to the Weaving Bureau for production. As the campaign against bandits neared its conclusion, a promising news arrived from the west. A coal mine had been discovered. After multiple explorations since the spring, it was confirmed that the coal reserves were abundant and worth exploiting. Li Xin officially organized the Mining Bureau to oversee coal extraction. He also instructed the engineering team to construct a road from the mining site to Dongning City, as the extracted coal would need to be transported for use. Coal, an essential source of energy for the rise of the Industrial Revolution, would significantly enhance productivity, whether in steel production or in the manufacturing of steam engines, thus ushering in a new industrial era. At the very least, with coal, warmth would be assured in the frigid Dongning province. Consequently, Li Xin took a keen interest in this matter. After the farming season concluded, he, under the protection of the Tiger Bend camp, personally visited the coal site. Standing amidst the vast expanse of forest, he firmly stepped upon the ground, questioning, "Is there coal beneath this land?" "Indeed, your highness," a responsible officer affirmed. "We have conducted explorations within several dozen miles of this vicinity and excavated mines, revealing deep coal seems not far from the surface. The first, second, and third mines are all currently being excavated. It is anticipated that the third mine will yield coal by summer." "Excellent, excellent." Li Xin nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak further, a soldier rushed towards him in haste, exclaiming, "Your highness, trouble is brewing. The prairie horse bandits have returned." The world had indeed not granted him a moment's peace. Upon receiving this news, Li Xin hurried back to Dongning City overnight, with swift horses galloping. He learned of the situation regarding the prairie horse bandits. Since the onset of spring, these marauders had roamed the northern regions of Dongning province. amassing a force of 3,000 horse bandits, alongside 5,000 to 6,000 local militia, totaling nearly 10,000 troops marching southward toward Dongning City with great ferocity. The momentum surged like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, seemingly poised to swallow Dongning City whole. Li Xin remained vigilant in the face of this formidable beast. As spring approached and the prairie bandits became active in the north, Li Xin had been closely monitoring their movements. On the eastern side of Dongning City, he employed every possible means to prepare for war. Measures such as watchtowers, new city walls, trenches, thunderous explosives, triple crossbows, and advanced weaponry were all implemented to guard against the southern advance of the prairie marauders. Even as the royal guard expanded and restructured, it remained insufficient, with barely over 1,000 soldiers. However, since the establishment of various work teams for the construction of Dongning City, Li Xin had envisioned transforming these teams into a militia reserve. Thus, groups such as the hunting team and engineering team constituted the second batch of Dongning's military strength. The entire city, regardless of age or gender, was nearly a citizen army, all for the sake of warfare, all for the sake of survival. The main forces, combined with the militia reserves, equaled the strength of the prairie bandits. Upon returning to Dongning City, it was already the early hours of the morning. Although spring had arrived, a chill still lingered in the air. Entering the grand hall of the royal palace, all the military and political leaders of Dongning City had gathered. Among them were royal counselor Zhao Bingzhong, governor Lu Jingxian, chief steward He Tangyuan, infantry commander Wei Jun, tiger bin captain Wei Dehai, cavalry captain Mu Yunyan, divine strategy captain He Chaojun, guard commander Bai Fengwan, as well as the heads of the hunting and engineering teams. Li Xin shook off his garments and hurriedly stepped inside. The assembled individuals promptly rose, speaking in unison. "We pay our respects to your highness. Please, be seated." Li Xin gestured for them to take their places without hesitation. He turned to Wei Jun and inquired, "What is the current situation with the prairie bandits?" "Your highness," Wei Jun responded with a fist salute. "Yesterday, our scouts in the north reported that the prairie bandits have completed their assembly and are advancing south along the official road. They are over 300 miles from Dongning City, and based on our estimations, they may arrive as early as this evening or tomorrow morning." After receiving this news, I instructed the scouts to continue gathering intelligence, but more detailed reports may not return until later this morning. Initially, we estimate that the combined forces of the prairie bandits and their northern allies amount to around 10,000. Additionally, scouts near the Susen prefecture have reported that the prairie bandits are currently constructing siege weaponry. Oh, upon hearing Wei Jun's words, Li Xion's brow furrowed deeply. He had not anticipated that the prairie bandits were so well prepared. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Over 2 months had passed since the onset of spring. The prairie bandits had been lingering in the northern territories, undoubtedly preparing for an assault on Dongning City. It seemed this battle was more perilous than the previous year. "Mr. Zhao," Li Xian took a deep breath, turning to royal counselor Zhao Bingzhong. "Is there any progress regarding the negotiations? With the prairie bandits advancing southward, should other marauders also mobilize, the pressure on us will increase significantly." At that time, it remained uncertain whether we could preserve Dongning City. "Your Highness, rest assured," Zhao Bingzhong replied with a slight nod. "During this period, we have been in constant communication with the king of Liao. If we were to lose Dongning, the next target of the marauding horse bandits from the grasslands would undoubtedly be Liaodong, which falls under the king of Liao's jurisdiction. The king understands the principle of mutual destruction. Furthermore, having promised to exchange our thunderous explosives for provisions and weaponry, the king has agreed to join forces with us, dispatching troops northward to divert the attention of the grassland marauders. Just a few days ago, we received news regarding the king's military movements. As for the capital, Zhao Bingzhong shook his head slightly and said, "The crown prince's faction holds too much power. Our memorials submitted to the court have been collectively rebutted by officials under the crown prince's command. The court is embroiled in disputes, rife with contention and discord. Even if his majesty were to agree, it would likely take some time. The crown prince employs a strategy of delay, seeking to undermine us." "Indeed, your highness." He Tangyuan chimed in, stating that during this time, the Qingyu Trading Company has faced numerous obstacles in trade across various provinces. In regions dominated by the crown prince's faction, the Qingyu Trading Company can scarcely gain entry, restricted to trading only in certain southern provinces. Even so, procuring provisions and ironware has become exceedingly difficult. According to rumors, the crown prince's faction is obstructing us from behind. Their intent to see us fail is unwavering. Li Xian furrowed his brow. As the saying goes, too many lice won't bite. Given the current situation, we cannot be deterred by additional challenges. It appears we can place no hope in the court. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian turned to Zhao Bingzhong and inquired, "How are our communications with King Su and King Qing progressing?" "Your Highness," Zhao Bingzhong responded, "regarding King Su and King Qing, the situation is rather favorable. After all, in recent years, both their territories have suffered greatly at the hands of the grassland marauders. With their lands continuously seized, they too wish to defend their cities. Both kings have consented to ally with us and send troops northward. However, given their remote locations in the northwest, even with their agreement, it will be exceedingly difficult to transport the thunderous explosives." This, Li Xian paused for a moment and said, "Can living beings truly perish from holding in their urine? If we cannot transport the completed thunderous explosives, does that mean we are at an impasse? We can provide them with the formula, as long as they can dispatch troops northward to contain the grassland marauders. Mr. Zhao, I will divide the thunderous explosives formula into 2 parts and send them in batches to King Su and King Qing. This matter will be handled by you." "Excellent." Zhao Bingzhong nodded in agreement. However, Lu Jingxian, who stood nearby, frowned and said, "Your Highness, is this not somewhat unwise? If we give away the thunderous explosives formula, how will we?" "Short-sighted," Zhao Bingzhong replied nonchalantly. "Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivialities. Consider this. If we share such a crucial formula with Kings Su and Qing, would they not perceive our sincerity? Should we forge an alliance with them? We shall undoubtedly reap benefits in due time. I, too, support your Highness's course of action." "Yes, indeed," Li Xin nodded. "Even if we provide the formula, it must certainly be amended to ensure that the version used in Dongning province possesses the greatest potency." Upon confirming the matter, Li Xin inquired about the logistical preparations. Chapter 53, The Imminent War. Fortunately, during this time, the Qingyu Trading Company and the Suanji Trading Company had been diligently procuring grain and supplies. Despite the Crown Prince's persistent obstruction, they managed to acquire a portion of grain from regions such as Jiangnan, Qiantang, and even from territories like Silla and Niezo. The Suanji Trading Company even established trade routes to Annan and Kampa. Thanks to the assistance of these trading firms, the supply of grain within Dongning City was relatively ample. Moreover, due to the robust sales of soap, cement, and other goods, there were profits to be made. With logistics secured, Li Xin felt a surge of confidence in defending the city. He immediately ordered the infantry under Wei Jun to take position at the lookout towers of Shui Bin River and Dongshan, as well as along the trench defenses, to guard day and night. The soldiers of the Shun Su and Shun Ji battalions began to set up catapults and prepare materials such as thunderbolts. The hunting teams, foraging parties, and engineering brigades within the city were also mobilized to participate in the defense. Even the cavalry battalion was not idle, utilizing the mobility of their steeds to monitor the movements of the prairie marauders in the surrounding forests. The entire Dongning City was operating with a sense of urgency. In Dongning City, the populace was united in arms, although the royal guard was few in number, with the support of tens of thousands of civilians. Defending Dongning City was more than sufficient. Mu Yunyan, keep a close watch on the movements of the prairie marauders. Li Xin recalled a crucial matter and hastily commanded. We must not allow the prairie marauders to divert and attack Dingli County. Their forces were already limited, and having just regained control, an attack there would spell disaster. Understood, Mu Yunyan quickly responded. Once the entire Dongning City was mobilized, Li Xin deliberated and ultimately decided to have Zhang Cheng lead the Xinwei battalion along with the residents of Dingli County back to Dongning City. Currently, their numbers were not substantial. If they were further dispersed and faced the marauders individually, the consequences would be dire. It was better to consolidate their strength into a single, formidable force. After relaying the order, the residents of Dingli County began their movements. Along Zhang Cheng's retreat, scouts from the north reported the latest movements of the prairie marauders. The marauders were splitting into 3 routes, converging towards Dongning City, expected to arrive in 2 days. Heighten the vigilance. With this new information, Li Xin felt a certain calmness wash over him. What was destined to come would inevitably arrive, with a relatively precise timeline. He could approach the situation with less anxiety and more composure, arranging for preparations with a sense of ease. In these 2 days, all logistical preparations were underway. The trenches were reinforced and repaired. The materials for defending the city, including thunderbolts, gunpowder, rolling logs, tung oil, and crossbows, were all meticulously prepared. Even the frontline soldiers began to rest adequately. This was the last tranquil night before the great battle. Although spring had arrived, the evenings in the northeastern late spring remained somewhat brisk. The night was cool as water. A crescent moon hung in the distant sky, casting its silvery glow upon the earth. In the trenches, some new recruits found themselves unable to sleep, their eyes fixated on the moon, unaware that their thoughts had drifted far away. Gradually, dawn broke, and the city sent forth delectable meals. The royal guards in the trenches, along with various work teams, were each provided with appetizing dishes that even included meat and eggs. With the impending battle, ensuring that the soldiers were well fed was a priority. After the soldiers had finished their breakfast, as the sun hung low in the branches of the trees, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the north. The lookout tower sounded a mournful horn. In an instant, the trenches, the city walls, and all the soldiers and citizens of Dongning City sprang into action. Even Li Xin made his way to the city wall, his gaze intense and unwavering as it fixed upon the distant mountains and forests. A cloud of dust arose from the woodland, startling countless birds into flight. Shortly thereafter, a fully armed band of prairie marauders appeared on the open field ahead. Each of these marauders brandished curved sabers, their faces twisted in menacing terror. Unlike last year, their numbers had swelled, and their formation was far more formidable. Upon their emergence in the open, the marauders did not immediately advance but instead lingered at the forest's edge. Gradually, the retinue soldiers arrived, comprising the local troops who had succumbed to the prairie marauders in the north. This retinue was numerous and bore provisions, including siege engines and ladders, clearly indicating their preparations to seize Dongning City in one fell swoop. However, this time, the prairie marauders were taken aback. Is this the dilapidated Dongning City? The commander in Boke remarked with a furrowed brow, pointing coldly at the distant lookout tower and trenches. What is this before us? Nahatai, equally astonished, recalled that when they had last departed from Dongning City, it had merely been a broken, small fortress. To their surprise, in just 6 months, it had transformed so drastically. A wall and lookout tower had been erected to the north. Were they attempting to expand Dongning City? Nahatai stood in disbelief, murmuring, Commander, these are likely newly constructed. Last year, during their assault on Dongning City, they had not observed such fortifications. Humph. Commander Inbok scoffed, commanding, immediately scout the troop deployments in Dongning City and report back. We shall convene a strategy meeting tonight. Yes, the surrounding generals replied promptly. Subsequently, the prairie marauders began to establish their camp at the forest's edge. The movements of the marauders astonished Li Xin. He had not anticipated that they would alter their battle strategy and commence camping outside the city. Clearly intent on taking Dongning City in a single confrontation, Li Xin took a deep breath and calmly instructed. Inform Wei Jun and He Zhao Jun to hold the front lines steadfastly. We must not allow the prairie marauders to circumvent and attack Dongning City. Additionally, we must ensure the safety of the harbor. Recognizing that the marauders were preparing for a protracted engagement, it was imperative to make comprehensive plans. The present harbor dock serves as the sole entry point for grain and supplies into the city of Dongning, and it stands as a crucial passage for its citizens. Should the tides of war turn unfavorable, this will be the route for the evacuation of Dongning. Thus, ensuring the safety of the harbor dock is of paramount importance. Fortunately, it is situated at the rear of Dongning, with the city itself acting as a formidable barrier in front, while the trenches of the Shuabin River flank the sides, and the eastern mountain trenches provide additional protection. It is no simple task for the marauding horsemen of the grasslands to launch an attack. Nevertheless, Li Xin remained somewhat apprehensive. That evening, under the watchful guard of the tiger camp, he ventured to inspect the various trench defenses. Addressing the soldiers and the townsfolk, he remarked, "The safety of Dongning rests upon your shoulders." Chapter 54, The Defense of Dongning, Part 1. The following morning, just as the sun began to rise, a commotion erupted from the north. The mournful sound of the horn once again echoed across the sky. In the trenches, atop the watchtowers, and along the city walls, all were roused from slumber. An enemy attack. The clarion call resounded. From the Shuabin River watchtower, Commander Wei Jun squinted into the distance, where armed bands of grassland marauders approached. In the forefront, soldiers wielded bows and arrows, while behind them, spirited warhorses galloped. Among the ranks, one could also spot attendants bearing siege engines and ladders. The preparations appeared to be exceptionally thorough. As the marauders drew nearer, a grave expression crossed Wei Jun's face. Immediately, rally yourselves, he commanded with a somber tone. Send word to the Eastern Mountain Watchtower and to Dongning City, he continued, instructing Lu Zheng of the Divine Might Camp and Wang Zhong of the Courageous Camp to ensure that the trench defenses were ready. Commands were dispatched in rapid succession. Atop the Shuabin River Watchtower, red flags fluttered, signaling to the nearby Eastern Mountain Watchtower and Dongning City. This method of signal transmission was devised by Li Xin, employing 2 red flags and 1 blue flag as communication tools, encoding frequently used words into various motions for swift relay. It bore resemblance to a beacon tower, yet conveyed information with greater accuracy, particularly in the vicinity of Dongning, where messages and battle orders could be quickly disseminated. At that moment, atop the walls of Dongning, Li Xin observed the signals from the Shuabin River watchtower. Wei Jun had completed the necessary arrangements. With a slight nod, he remarked, "Now, we shall see how He Zhao Jun and his forces fare. Prepare the Divine Mechanism camp for battle." The banners waved, and orders were transmitted forth. At the rear of the first trench, He Zhao Jun led the troops of the Divine Mechanism and the Divine Strategy camps, standing ready for action. Siege engines were set up, alongside barrels of explosive ordnance and containers of oil, all positioned on the catapults. Even the chief archer gripped his torch tightly, ever ready for the command. In the distant fields, the grassland marauders were drawing ever closer. On the watchtower overlooking the Ruabin River, the flags fluttered with increasing urgency. As the prairie bandits approached the range of the catapults, 3 flags were simultaneously lowered from the watchtower. He Zhao Jun observed the signal and shouted urgently, "Release." The main archer ignited the fuse of the thunderbolt, while the assistant archer pulled the lever of the catapult. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the thunderbolts shot into the sky, tracing arcs as they descended towards the prairie bandits. Upon seeing the black projectiles in the air, the bandits were instantly reminded of a previous encounter outside Dongning City. "Raise shields," Commander Natai bellowed. The wooden shields were swiftly raised above their heads. Learning from past mistakes, they were determined not to repeat the fiasco they had experienced outside Dongning City. Natai, being a shrewd leader, understood the importance of preparation. Thus, he had instructed each cavalryman to carry a shield, hoping it would provide some defense against the falling thunderbolts. However, this notion proved to be rather laughable. No sooner had the prairie bandits lifted their shields than the thunderbolts began to descend. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the thunderbolts erupted violently, enveloping the sky in smoke. The sparks that scattered ignited the tung oil, transforming the battlefield into a blaze of fire. The flames cascaded onto the shields, igniting them. Meanwhile, the shrapnel, nails, and metal fragments pierced through the gaps in the shields, striking the prairie bandits and instantly creating a fountain of blood. One bandit, overwhelmed by pain, collapsed to the ground. The galloping warhorses trampled through, creating a void in their ranks. Simultaneously, the burning tung oil spread over the shields, horses' backs, and the ground, rendering the battlefield chaotic. Steady the formation, Commander Natai yelled. Having experienced the onslaught of the thunderbolts, he was acutely aware of their destructive power. To capture Dongning City, they needed to evade the thunderbolt strikes. Once we reach the walls, let us see how those in Dongning City can wield the thunderbolts against us. Charge, Commander Natai urged, raising his shield as he charged forward, the prairie bandits following closely behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another round of thunderbolts rained down, exploding on the battlefield and scattering countless shards of metal into the bodies of the prairie bandits. In a brief moment, The ground bore witness to the lifeless forms of over 100 prairie bandits, amidst countless fallen steeds. Not only were their bodies, but wherever the prairie bandits tread, blood flowed freely and flames danced. The burning shields lay strewn across the ground, crackling as they burned. Yet, the prairie bandits, undeterred, continued their reckless charge forward, disregarding the thunderbolts raining down from above. It was evident that Not I had gained experience. Although the thunderbolts were formidable, they could not strike incessantly. As long as there is an interval of time, we shall charge forward with our war steeds, rendering the thunderous explosions ineffective. That is the moment of opportunity. With the watchtower within reach, Nahatai recognized that the chance was at hand. He urged his steed forward with vigorous strikes to its flank. And the warhorse neighed as it galloped ahead, braving the thunderous blasts, racing towards the trench. The prairie bandits drew ever closer, and Wei Jun, the commander of the infantry atop the Bin River watchtower, furrowed his brow and let out a cold snort. Quite the speed indeed. After a moment of reflection, Wei Jun promptly commanded, "Send a message immediately. Inform He Chao Jun that the Divine Strategy Camp may commence action." Flags waved, and the message was swiftly relayed. Upon receiving the news, He Chao Jun hastily ordered, "Divine Strategy Camp, prepare." One by one, archers drew their bows, knocking arrows aimed skyward. Fire! At the command, a torrent of arrows was unleashed upon the heavens, descending like a torrential rain upon the prairie bandits. Thud! 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 The arrows struck shields, steeds, and the prairie marauders. However, the barrage merely delayed the advance of the prairie bandits, failing to completely thwart their progress. Moreover, the bandits ahead lowered their shields and retrieved their bows, returning fire. The skies above became a chaotic tapestry of arrows, intermingling and clashing in midair, tracing graceful arcs before plummeting to the earth. In a brief span, several soldiers from the Divine Strategy Camp fell victim to the arrows, suffering injuries or death. Take cover. Chapter 55, The Defense of Dongning City, Part 2, Take cover. With the command given, the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp hastily sought refuge in the trench. Meanwhile, the prairie marauders had already closed in on the first trench. "Defend," commanded Lu Zhong, the valiant officer. The soldiers within the trench gripped their bows tightly, taking aim through the edges of the trench. The sporadic arrows posed little threat to the prairie bandits, yet they inadvertently slowed the marauders' charge. Nahatai remained undaunted. After all, they were nearly at the trench. He understood that once they breached it, it would be their time to unleash carnage. "Charge!" Nahatai bellowed, brandishing his curved blade that glimmered with a chilling brilliance. The steeds surged forth, and as they approached the trench, Nahatai forcefully struck the horse's flank, urging it to leap over the trench. The prairie bandits following closely behind mirrored this action. At that moment, the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp sprang into action. Up! With a thunderous roar, the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp raised their long spears. The spears suddenly stood tall, forming a formidable barrier above the trench. Some prairie marauders, caught off guard, were impaled through their mounts' bellies by the spears. Thick blood gushed forth, cascading down the spear shafts. With immense inertia, the steeds collapsed onto the ground behind the first trench. "Kill!" shouted several members of the work team, thrusting their spears forward relentlessly. The prairie bandit had yet to register the situation when he was pierced to death by a flurry of blows. The long spears erected in the trench caused the demise of several prairie marauders on the spot. Nevertheless, a significant number of these bandits managed to surpass the initial trench and reach the open ground behind. However, upon encountering the second trench, Nahatai was utterly taken aback. This trench was not only wider but also deeper than the first. Even the most finely bred steeds would find it exceedingly challenging to leap across such a formidable chasm. In an instant, the prairie marauders who had crossed the first trench found themselves at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. Just then, the members of the hunting party stationed in the second trench, bows in hand, took aim at the marauders within close proximity and released their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrow after arrow sliced through the air, targeting the prairie bandits. Although the hunting party members were not soldiers of the Royal Guard, they had spent months honing their skills in the wilderness and were seasoned hunters, battle-hardened and experienced. Their accuracy was remarkable, and the power of their shots was tremendous. Each arrow pierced the bodies of the marauders, instantly claiming the lives of several of them. "Damn it!" Nahatai bellowed. "Kill them!" He swung his curved blade and charged forward, seeking vengeance. Yet, as these prairie marauders made their move again, a sudden rope appeared on the ground, ensnaring the legs of their horses. The horses, in pain, collapsed, sending their riders tumbling to the ground. In a matter of moments, the prairie bandits' formation was thrown into disarray. The momentum of their charge was thoroughly diffused. Between the first and second trenches, the battlefield descended into utter chaos. Amidst the turmoil, some of the indecisive prairie marauders entered the second trench, hoping to exploit their cavalry advantage to carve out a bloody path. However, this notion was swiftly shattered as they stepped into the trench. Though the trench appeared level, hidden within the side catacombs were the common folk of Dongning, armed with long spears. As they observed the horses descending, they took advantage of the bandits' inattention and thrust their spears, striking with lethal precision. In an instant, one marauder was skewered, meeting a swift demise. The other prairie bandits who had entered the trench were thrown into a panic, hastily urging their mounts to flee. Yet, after only a short distance, the ground suddenly caved in, and the horses fell into a deep pit. The spikes positioned within the pit pierced the bellies of the horses, as well as the bodies of the marauders. The second trench was considerably wider and deeper, and it was also the most extensively fortified. Surrounding the trench were not only the catacombs for hiding, but traps were also laid out on the ground, all designed to counter the prairie marauders. Clearly, these preparations had taken the bandits by surprise. As Nahatai observed the gruesome fates of those marauders within the trench, his expression darkened. He had initially believed that crossing the trench would turn the tide in their favor. However, he had miscalculated. Nahatai could never have anticipated that breaching the trench would diminish their greatest advantage. Amidst the chaos, the archers' support from the rear had ceased. What awaited them was an unending melee from the trenches, where a multitude of Dongning warriors resided. Not only were there soldiers from the Divine Martial Camp and the Divine Bravery Camp, but also members of the hunting and engineering teams. In the distance, the soldiers of the Divine Strategy Camp continued to rain arrows upon the prairie marauders. Further still, He Chaojun observed the battlefield from afar. As the cavalry of the prairie marauders charged towards the trenches, their archers also halted their assault. However, from the rear, the marauders' retainers, wielding siege weaponry, pressed on, intent on providing support. Witnessing this scene, He Chaojun smirked coldly and commanded, Divine Mechanism Camp, unleash a barrage, free fire. Fire. With He Chaojun's command, the soldiers of the Divine Mechanism Camp began reloading their thunder cannons and oil barrels, aiming towards the marauders' retainers. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious explosions resonated across the battlefield once more. The retainers, laden with siege equipment, could not match the speed of the marauder cavalry. In mere moments, the ground was littered with corpses due to the detonations. Even the siege devices they carried were ignited by the oil barrels, a fierce blaze spreading forth and creating a fiery barrier on the battlefield. Nahatai, amidst the fray, was momentarily stunned by this spectacle. Why did they dare to fire such thunder cannons? Were they not concerned about hitting their own? Nahatai could not comprehend it entirely. Yet, he understood that with the bombardment of the thunder cannons, the reinforcements from behind would not reach them. They would soon find themselves stranded like an isolated island amidst an endless ocean. The ultimate outcome was all too predictable. No, the thunder cannon positions of the Dongning must be destroyed. With this thought, Nahatai furrowed his brow. He knew this was the only way for reinforcements to arrive and for their survival. Charge! Destroy the Dongning-s catapults. Quickly, Nahatai bellowed, disregarding the traps in the trench, leaping down and urging his steed to gallop a distance before attempting to leap over the second trench. However, the 5-foot-high trench wall, coupled with the 2 feet of earth piled above, was insurmountable for his horse. Kill. Chapter 56, The Defense of Dongning City, Part 2 Kill. The air erupted with shouts as soldiers of the Royal Guard, armed with broadswords and spears, surged forth. One fist cannot withstand 4 hands. No matter how elite the prairie marauder cavalry, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage against the countless soldiers of the Royal Guard. Nahatai gripped his curved blade with both hands, exerting all his strength to fend them off. In a fleeting moment, a spear pierced through his side. Nahatai's brow furrowed deeply, pain etched upon his face, causing his movements to falter momentarily. At that instant, several spears lunged towards him, and he was pierced like a hedgehog, collapsing heavily to the ground. As time slipped away, the marauder cavalry that had charged into the trench were swiftly eradicated. Meanwhile, at the observation tower overlooking the Ruibin River, Commander Wei Jun was steadfastly directing his troops. Commander, we have successfully captured the second trench. A soldier reported, his voice steady. Is that so? Wei Jun turned to glance at the defensive line of trenches, and upon assessing the situation, a smile crept across his face. Excellent. It appears this defensive system is quite effective. Inform the men that we shall now confront the prairie marauders and their cavalry. Let us strike with ferocity. Yes. From the observation tower, archers skillfully maneuvered their crossbows, aiming at the distant prairie marauders. Fire. The immense crossbows released arrows, each as thick as a forearm, which struck true, embedding themselves beside a siege ladder. The colossal projectiles pierced through several marauders, their momentum devastating the latter in the process. With the combined firepower from the archers in the towers, the bows in the trenches, and the explosive thunderclaps from the oil tanks behind the trenches, the marauders suffered catastrophic losses on the battlefield. These foot soldiers lacked the swift mobility of the prairie cavalry, and relying solely on their legs. How could they evade the falling thunderous blasts? In a brief span of time, the ground was littered with countless corpses, drenched in blood and dismembered flesh. At the edge of the forest, the Grand Commander in Boke stood in stunned silence, his eyes glazed as he gazed ahead, clearly unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. The prairie cavalry, once invincible across the plains, was now facing a fierce struggle beneath the walls of Dongning City. In a short time, they had already lost more than half of their forces. Where could Boke hide his shame? He had meticulously prepared for months to launch this assault on Dongning City. It was an outright humiliation. Commander, Commander! At that moment, a cavalryman approached from the battlefield. Before dismounting, he exclaimed, Commander, all of our cavalry has been annihilated. The whereabouts of Nahatai are unknown. What? Grand Commander in Boke was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the cavalry had been completely decimated, and that Nahatai was missing. Could it be? Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions from the battlefield echoed like heavy drumbeats, reverberating in Inboke's heart. Thud, thud, thud. As his complexion drained of color, Inboke's lips moved, yet no words emerged for a long while. Eventually, he could only weakly utter, let us retreat. The sound of horns signaled the gradual withdrawal of the prairie marauders. Despite the retreat order, the marauders found it anything but easy to escape the battlefield. The thunderous blasts fell relentlessly from above, each explosion claiming a significant number of their ranks. After suffering heavy casualties, the prairie marauders finally retreated from the battlefield, and the conflict momentarily ceased. Cheers erupted from the observation tower and the trenches. After a prolonged battle, the first wave of the assault was finally repelled. The faces of the soldiers of the Royal Guard and the citizens of Dongning City radiated with brilliant smiles. On the city walls, Li Xin observed the state of the battlefield. Victory. It was truly hard-earned. Taking a deep breath, Li Xin understood that although they had successfully fended off the initial onslaught of the marauding horsemen from the grasslands, who appeared to have suffered significant losses, the distant foe still loomed menacingly, showing no signs of retreat. This remained a threat. Contemplating for a moment, Li Xin instructed, inform the kitchen to prepare additional meals. Increase the meat supply, cook immediately, and send it to the front lines. Yes, a soldier promptly responded. Furthermore, Li Xin continued, notify Wei Jun and He Zhao Jun to assess the casualties, clear the battlefield, and report the losses. Instruct the gunpowder and armament departments within the city to ensure the supply of logistics. At this moment, Li Xin was stationed in Dongning City, primarily responsible for securing the logistical support, while the intricacies of battle were entrusted to specialized personnel. By that afternoon, the battlefield had been preliminarily cleared. The slain horses were dragged back to Dongning City by the citizens, destined to become provisions for the kitchen. Captured weapons and equipment were also returned to the city. As the battlefield was being tidied up, reports of casualties from various defensive lines were relayed back to Dongning City. Reviewing the reports in hand, Li Xion's brow furrowed with concern. This battle yielded considerable gains. Within the trenches alone, 476 marauders had been slain and 121 captured. This did not account for those who met their demise from the thunderous explosions and arrows at the forefront of the trenches. The bounty was indeed substantial. However, their own losses were equally severe. 37 infantrymen perished, 26 from the Divine Machine Camp, 6 from the Tiger Camp, and 3 from the Valiant Cavalry. Additionally, 372 personnel from various labor teams were also lost. The staggering casualties weighed heavily on Li Xion's heart. Sighing, Li Xion, with a troubled expression, shook his head, saying, whether they are soldiers of the Royal Guard or members of the labor teams, all shall be treated equally. Each fallen soldier shall receive a compensation of 10 guan, 10 shur of rice, 10 bolts of cotton cloth, 10 pounds of meat, and 10 pounds of eggs. For the fallen officers and team leaders, the compensation will be determined according to their ranks. The compensation must be generous. The families of all deceased soldiers shall see their household ranks elevated by 1 level. They must be well cared for. For those soldiers without families, they shall receive a dignified burial. Inform Lu Jingxian to draft a set of compensation standards. We must not dampen the spirits of our soldiers. Yes, the surrounding soldiers were somewhat taken aback. They had not anticipated such a generous compensation for the fallen. 10 guan was more than the annual salary of a 4th-level weaver. Such treatment was exceedingly rare in all of Dongning City. Not to mention the rice, cotton, meat, and eggs. These generous rewards were enough to warm the hearts of all. The soldiers around Li Xian gazed at him with teary eyes, fully aware that following such a leader was indeed their fortune. Chapter 57. Night Raid. How many? Over 1,000? When the Supreme Commander Enbo Ku heard this number, his eyes widened in disbelief, and his lips trembled slightly. It was evident that he struggled to accept the figure he had just heard. Indeed, Commander. The officer beside him nodded and continued. Over 1,000 cavalry have been lost, and an additional 1,700 personal guards have been killed or injured. In this battle, we have suffered tremendous losses. Enough. Enbo Ku waved his hand, his gaze icy. Get out. Leave. The officers within the tent dared not utter another word, bowing their heads as they retreated. Inside the tent, Enbo Ku's expression darkened, and he was momentarily speechless. Since the beginning of spring, he had been entrusted by the Khan to oversee the situation in Dongning, provided with over 3,000 elite cavalry and the military and political authority in the region. Enbo Ku had spent 3 to 4 months preparing for this campaign, gathering thousands of personal guards from various local lords, totaling over 10,000 troops. He had originally hoped that this formidable force would be able to capture Dongning City in one fell swoop, effectively eliminating the disturbances from the rear and fulfilling the Khan's strategic ambitions. However, unexpectedly, after just one battle, they had suffered such a devastating defeat. With nearly 3,000 soldiers dead or wounded, close to a third of his forces. Among these casualties were also 1,000 elite cavalrymen from the steppe. For Enbo Ku, this was a crushing blow. How could they continue to fight for Dongning City under such circumstances? He felt a deep sense of melancholy, rendered speechless for a while. What he did not realize was that this initial heavy loss not only exacted a tremendous toll in casualties, but also severely impacted morale. In the encampment at the forest's edge, spirits were low. Within the tents, silence prevailed, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. From the direction of the personal guards, faint murmurs of discontent could be heard. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight? We haven't even touched the outskirts of Dongning City, and so many have died. Indeed, what has happened to Dongning City? I have never heard of it being this formidable before. Sigh. I wonder what the commander is thinking. If this continues, A silent sigh permeated the encampment, echoing through the entire forest's edge. The night was cool as water, and the moonlight was like a cleansing wash. As the night wore on, the personal guards gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, in the forests surrounding Dongning City, a troop of cavalry quietly slipped into the darkness. This unit was the Valiant Cavalry led by Mu Yunyan. All the soldiers remained silent. All the steeds held their breath. Advance, commanded the Valiant Cavalry Lieutenant Mu Yunyan in a low voice. The troops stealthily approached the encampment of the prairie bandits. Gradually, the Valiant Cavalrymen neared the edge of the bandit camp. Action, Mu Yunyan commanded again. Immediately, the soldiers of the Valiant Cavalry drew out fire sticks and ignited the fuses of the thunderous explosives in the darkness. The horses galloped. and the thunderous explosives were hurled toward the bandit camp with great force. Boom, boom, boom. The dull thud of hooves suddenly echoed around the camp, alerting the prairie bandits to the impending danger. In the depths of slumber, the commander in Boke opened his eyes, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "What is happening?" Yet, before anyone could respond, he caught sight of a flicker of flame in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the deafening sound of explosions reverberated throughout the camp. A chill ran through Inboke's heart, his complexion transforming drastically as he hastily donned his fur cloak and exited the tent. Upon stepping outside, he witnessed the chaos of explosions near the encampment. Such detonations mirrored those encountered earlier in the assault on Dongning City. Could it be that the Dongning forces had launched a surprise attack? A surge of alarm coursed through Inboke, his expression darkening. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of thunderous blasts erupted, accompanied by the faint sound of glass and pottery shattering. In an instant, flames soared skyward as an oil canister ruptured and ignited. Fueled by the night wind, the fire spread throughout the camp. All were stirred from their slumber. The cacophony of violent explosions, the crackling of flames, and the piercing screams filled the air. In a moment, the entire encampment was engulfed in chaos, an uproar of confusion. "Quick! Assemble! Assemble!" The leaders of the prairie bandits shouted urgently. The assembled bandits surged forth from the camp, intent on tracking the whereabouts of the elite cavalry. However, at that moment, the cavalry, under the leadership of Mu Yunyan, had already distanced themselves from the prairie bandits' tents. "Do not linger. Retreat!" Mu Yunyan bellowed, and all soldiers of the cavalry galloped away towards Dongning City. Tonight, the mission assigned by Prince Exile Li Xin was to harass the prairie bandits' camp, avoiding any prolonged engagement. With the task successfully accomplished, a retreat was in order. After the prairie cavalry charged out, the elite forces had already departed. Damn it! Commander Inboke's face turned a deep shade of anger, his body trembling slightly. He had never anticipated that a mere handful of Dongning cavalry would dare to ambush them. Even more shocking was the fact that the ambush had succeeded, and the casualties appeared to be severe. Cursed be this. Commander Inboke could not restrain himself from cursing. Quickly extinguish the flames. Hurry. Clearly, the prairie bandits would have a restless night ahead. All were engaged in combating the fire and rescuing the wounded. Far away in Dongning City, Li Xin stood in the darkness, a grin of satisfaction gracing his face. "Ha!" The infantry commander Wei Jun pointed towards the distant flames, chuckling. "Mu Yunyan has succeeded. Tonight, they shall bear the brunt of it." "Indeed," He Chao Jun chimed in. "This is how it should be done. Let us see how they dare to assault Dongning City again." All right. Li Xin smiled, saying, "Today has been a fruitful day, both in the light of day and the dark of night. Give commendations to all the soldiers of the elite cavalry." "Yes." The nearby guards responded promptly. "Everyone." Li Xin beamed at the commanders beside him. "The show has concluded, so you should all return and rest early. Tomorrow, there may be another battle to face. Let us go to sleep." He Chao Jun and the others departed. However, Wei Jun did not return, for he bore the weight of duty, tasked with the vigilance of night watch. Despite the successful defense of Dongning City during the day and the nighttime ambush, the threat posed by the prairie marauders lingered, demanding unwavering attention. As the commander of the infantry, Wei Jun naturally embraced his responsibilities. He personally inspected the city walls, visiting the lookout tower and the front lines to assess the conditions of the soldiers on guard within the trenches. Observing the robust defensive system, Wei Jun sighed in relief. With such devoted comrades, Dongning City was secure. Chapter 58. The strategy of exhaustion. As dawn broke, the remnants of the prairie marauders' encampment lay in disarray, with a significant expanse of tents reduced to ashes. Clearly, the marauders had suffered considerable losses. On this day, the marauders refrained from action. Yet, from the city tower, one could still discern their bustling activity along the forest's edge, diligently repairing their camp and fortifications. Despite enduring severe setbacks, their leader, Inboke, remained resolute. Bound by a military oath to the Khan, a sardonic smile crossed Li Xion's face as he observed the scene. Did the prairie marauders believe that their inaction would spare them? He intended to demonstrate who truly commanded the battlefield. He promptly summoned the valiant cavalry lieutenant, Mu Yunyan. "Mu Yunyan," Li Xian began, "the cavalry performed admirably last night. Commendable indeed. How have you fared since your return?" "Your Highness," Mu Yunyan replied with a smile. "I slept exceptionally well last night after vanquishing so many prairie marauders." Laughter erupted among the gathered men. "Do you yearn for further combat?" Li Xian inquired, turning his attention back to them. "Absolutely." Mu Yunyan's eyes sparkled at the question. "Our cavalry eagerly anticipates another chance to engage the enemy." "Your Highness, are we to launch another raid?" "Indeed, we shall," Li Xian affirmed. "However, this time will differ from the last. You will target a larger objective by day, knowing that the prairie marauders will be vigilant. Your mission is straightforward. Harass the marauders, feigning an intent to attack without actually doing so. As long as we disrupt their rest, the task will be accomplished. This time, we aim to instill anxiety within their ranks. Once their morale crumbles, victory will be ours." The strategy of exhaustion. Zhao Bingzhong nodded slightly, acknowledging this strategy is astute. The prairie marauders have traveled far, suffered a crushing defeat yesterday, and endured a night raid. They are indeed a weary force. If we further disturb them, they are bound to collapse. "Quite so." Zhao Bingzhong stroked his beard, smiling with admiration. "Excellent." Mu Yunyan grasped the intent of the prince and readily consented. "Remember," Li Xian reiterated, "maintain constant mobility. Ensure that the prairie marauders remain oblivious to your true intentions. If the situation is not favorable, return immediately. The cavalry regiment is a precious asset of Dongning City. Safety first. Do not be reckless. After repeated exhortations from Li Xin, Mu Yunyin agreed. He then led over 60 soldiers of the cavalry regiment out of the city towards the encampment of the prairie bandits. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as they departed. Observing this contingent, Zhao Bingzhang shook his head slightly, remarking, Captain Mu is indeed adept at leading troops. However, the cavalry regiment is still too few in number. If we had 1,000 men, reclaiming the lost territories of Dongning province would be no arduous task. Indeed, the numbers are insufficient. Li Xin nodded in agreement, aware that building an effective cavalry unit is not an overnight endeavor. To develop combat capability is even more challenging. During the last reform of the Royal Guard, establishing a cavalry regiment of 50 to 60 men was already commendable. Although Mu Yunyin has been planning to expand the cavalry regiment during this period, it remains in training. Furthermore, acquiring quality warhorses must be achieved through various means. Hence, the current cavalry regiment can at most be considered a mobile reconnaissance and harassment unit, not a full-fledged operational force. The road ahead is long and arduous. Mr. Zhao, Li Xin took a deep breath and said, patience is key. We must proceed step by step. In the future, our cavalry will certainly surpass this number. As Li Xin and others expressed their sentiments, Mu Yunyin and his men had already reached the open ground between both parties. Though they numbered only a little over 60, they still instilled a sense of trepidation in the prairie bandit chief, Inbok. After all, the attack by the Dongning cavalry the previous night had left an indelible mark on them. If they remained complacent and allowed these Dongning cavalrymen to gain the upper hand again, the prairie bandits would suffer greatly. Inform Kunirtai to stay vigilant. Chief Inbok commanded in a low voice. Prepare Shimidi for battle. Should these Dongning cavalry dare to approach again, let them come and not return. Yes. His personal guards quickly responded. Instantly, the entire prairie bandit camp grew tense, as if drawn taut like a bowstring, ready for conflict. The prairie bandit cavalry stood at the ready, their steeds stationed outside the tents, glaring fiercely at the soldiers of the cavalry regiment. Inside the tents, the attendants heightened their alertness, bows and arrows in hand, their hearts filled with unease. For a moment, the entire camp resembled a bowstring pulled taut, poised to unleash its wrath. However, the soldiers of the cavalry regiment in the distant open ground did not charge forward directly. Instead, they ambled leisurely like sparrows in winter, meandering across the space. At times, they approached the bandit camp, and at other times, they withdrew. They would feign a charge and then retreat swiftly. This back-and-forth sequence only served to infuriate Chief Inbok. Damn it! Inbok spat in exasperation. What do these accursed Dongning cavalry think they are doing? Chief, his confidant remarked. Furrowing his brow, it seems they are attempting to harass us without any intention of launching a full-scale attack. Harass? Inbok fell into a momentary daze. Could it be that they intended to employ this strategy to exhaust us? Being a clever individual, Inbok swiftly grasped the reasoning behind the actions of the Dongning cavalry. Huh, quite a clever thought indeed. With a cold snort, he commanded, prepare the cavalry under Shimudi for battle. The rest may continue to rest. It is merely 50 or 60 cavalrymen. We have nothing to fear. The chief commander is truly astute. His confidant quickly gave a thumbs up in admiration. Huh. Without casting another glance at the Dongning cavalry, Inbok turned and returned to his tent. 50 or 60 cavalrymen were hardly worthy of his concern. Gradually, the morale within the entire camp of the prairie bandits began to wane. Observing the distant scene, the valiant cavalry officer Mu Yunyin scratched his head and chuckled. How these prairie bandits look down upon us. Since they have retreated, we cannot remain idle. Zheng Chuanjiang, take 2 men and let them experience a few thunderbombs. Understood. Zheng Chuanjiang replied, promptly retrieving several thunderbombs and galloping towards the camp of the prairie bandits. The sound of hooves thundering against the ground reverberated loudly, instantly alerting the prairie bandit cavalry. Shimidi grew tense and shouted, stop them. Chapter 59, Frantic Stop Them. Shimidi barked in a low voice, and the cavalrymen behind him immediately sprang into action. Hundreds of cavalrymen formed a half-circle, encircling Zheng Chuanjiang and his companions. However, Zheng Chuanjiang and his men showed no signs of fear. As the distance between the two sides diminished, they quickly grasped the thunder bombs, ignited the fuses, and hurled them forward with great force. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions erupted suddenly. Immediately, Zheng Chuanjiang and his companions turned their horses around and retreated. The sound of the explosions startled Inbok and those in the tent. Inbok raised an eyebrow and questioned in alarm, have the Dongning cavalry breached our defenses? No. His confidant shook his head. Inbok let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, the attendants within the tent could no longer rest peacefully. The violent explosions hung over their heads like the sword of Damocles, threatening to fall at any moment. All the attendants sat in a tense circle, gripped by a lingering fear. Damn it! Shimudi spat in frustration. By the time they charged forward, Zheng Chuanjiang and his companions had vanished without a trace. What infuriated Shimudi even more was that upon their arrival, the valiant cavalry had launched an assault from another direction. Boom, boom, boom. Several more thunder bombs detonated violently, causing the hearts of everyone in the camp to race with anxiety. Even Inbok found it difficult to rest, standing outside in his cloak, filled with anger. However, no matter how furious Inbok became, he was powerless to change the situation. Shimudi and his cavalry had made several attempts but had failed to intercept the valiant cavalry, who flitted about like sparrows, leaving the prairie bandit cavalry weary from the relentless onslaught. Shimudi and his companions encircled while the cavalry of the fierce cavalry camp had long retreated. As their pursuit ceased, the cavalry returned to harass once more. The enemy advanced, and we withdrew. The enemy retreated, and we advanced. It was akin to a stubborn affliction, inescapable. This stalemate persisted for the better part of the day, leaving even Shumyuti somewhat fatigued, let alone the others within the encampment. Damn it! Inbok exclaimed, his fury boiling over, exasperated. What is Shumyuti doing? Inbok vehemently commanded, gather all cavalry at once, and eliminate those damned Doning people. Unable to endure any longer, Inbok summoned the remaining 1,000-odd cavalry, preparing for a decisive battle. The atmosphere within the camp grew tense once more. Over 1,000 cavalry quickly assembled, dividing into several forces, advancing to encircle the troops of Mu Yunyan. Captain Mu, look! Zheng Chuanjiang alerted, the prairie bandits have mobilized. Ha! Mu Yunyan could not help but laugh. The prairie bandits had finally lost their patience. Informed the brothers to prepare for retreat. The 60-odd cavalry of the fierce cavalry camp stood ready to withdraw at any moment. Meanwhile, far away at the lookout tower by the Shuaibi River, the infantry commander Wei Jun was also closely monitoring the battlefield. Upon witnessing the full mobilization of the prairie bandits' cavalry, he too grew tense. They have finally revealed themselves. Wei Jun smirked coldly, commanding, instruct the Divine Martial Camp and the Divine Valor Camp to prepare for battle. In an instant, the soldiers of the Royal Guard in the trenches sprang into action once more. The rear forces of the Divine Mechanism Camp and the Divine Strategy Camp also began their preparations, with catapults on standby. The entire defensive system of Dongning City resumed its efficient operation. At this moment, the cavalry of the fierce cavalry camp had returned, entering Dongning City through the main entrance. The frustrated prairie bandits halted just beyond range. Damn it, what a bunch of cowards! Shumyuti cursed fiercely. Though anger surged within him, Shumyuti refrained from launching a direct attack. After all, the wounds from the previous day's battle were still fresh, with their commander Nahatai perishing and thousands of soldiers lost. Such severe losses were unbearable for anyone. Withdraw. After much hesitation, Shumyuti issued the retreat order. Upon returning to the camp, even Inbok, despite his furious disposition, found himself powerless. Simply a bunch of rabbits. Inbok muttered darkly, too cunning. After venting his frustrations, he pondered how to seize Dongning City. Within the entire encampment, the retainers were still preparing siege weaponry, particularly focusing on the thunderous explosive devices, trenches, wooden shields, and planks. However, it was evident that Li Xin had no intention of allowing them an easy time. Following the conclusion of the first harassment, after a brief respite, Mu Yunyan once again led the soldiers of the fierce cavalry camp out to harass, employing the same tactics. The prairie bandits found themselves powerless. That night, the fierce cavalry camp launched another attack. For 2 consecutive days, the prairie bandit encampment was thrown into disarray. No one can obtain a restful slumber. The commander, Inbok, was thoroughly enraged and sternly inquired, Kuntai, how prepared are the siege engines? Commander, a portion has already been readied. Kuntai responded, it matters not. Inbok declared with a grave tone, this time, we shall ensure the people of Dongning pay dearly. Immediately, Inbok issued orders for all personnel to commence their actions. He intended to launch a second offensive against Dongning City. As the valiant cavalry troops once again harassed them, Shumyuti took the lead, directing the prairie bandit cavalry in pursuit. Simultaneously, Kuntai and his comrades rallied the retinue, armed with siege engines, to initiate their assault. The entirety of Dongning City went on high alert once more. Your Highness, it appears the prairie bandits are serious. This news reached Li Xin. He chuckled softly, excellent. I wonder if they can endure this time. Let us go and observe. Upon reaching the city wall, Li Xin beheld the valiant cavalry entering the city. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield, the prairie bandit cavalry had also entered range. Shields were raised high, and hundreds, even thousands, of warhorses thundered forth. Prepare. He Chaojun shouted loudly. Fire. The soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp operated the catapults, launching a barrage of explosive projectiles towards the prairie bandit cavalry. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed across the battlefield once more. This time, the frantic prairie bandits, disregarding casualties, charged fiercely ahead. At that moment, on the eastern edge of Dongning City, a vast throng appeared, advancing towards the city. Commander, this is bad. The prairie bandits quickly reported to Inbok, to the east. We have spotted a large army from Dongning approaching. What? Chapter 60 Misunderstanding? Opportunity. What? Commander Inbok was taken aback. How could there be an army from Dongning to the east? Where did they come from? Inbok, astonished, gazed towards the east. Upon closer inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. A dark mass of people, numbering in the thousands, marched in an orderly fashion towards Dongning City, a formidable sight. When did Dongning City assemble such a significant force here? It dawned on him. Their recent cavalry assaults were designed to lure them into a siege, to allow this ambush to encircle their rear. Dongning City had played a clever game indeed. In an instant, Inbok grasped the crux of the situation, feeling a sense of admiration for his own astuteness. Commander, what shall we do now? An aide inquired. What to do? Humph. Inbok scoffed. Since the people of Dongning wish to encircle our rear and lure us into a trap, we shall not grant them their desire. Inform the brothers to retreat immediately. Move swiftly. At all costs, we must withdraw quickly. We cannot allow the enemy to encircle our rear. Understood. The confidant promptly responded, subsequently issuing an order to the charging cavalrymen of the grasslands to retreat at all costs. Meanwhile, atop the city wall of Dongning, Li Xin was equally perplexed by the emergence of this formidable army from the east. Where do these people hail from? Li Xin furrowed his brow and inquired. There are so many of them. Surely they cannot be the grassland bandits? Your Highness, Zhao Bingzhang replied, somewhat taken aback. His face a mask of astonishment. Isn't this the contingency you devised? My contingency? Li Xin felt a tinge of embarrassment, chuckling helplessly as he retorted, Mr. Zhao. You surely overestimate my capabilities. You are aware of the strength we possess in Dongning. From where could I possibly summon such a grand army? Just as he finished speaking, a soldier pointed towards the distant battlefield, exclaiming, Your Highness, look, the grassland bandits seem to be retreating. Retreating? A jolt of alarm surged through Li Xin. This cannot be. How could we allow these grassland marauders to escape? After all the effort expended over the past few days to lure them into our trap, only to let them slip away. Should they manage to flee now, opportunities such as this may never present themselves again. Li Xin furrowed his brow and commanded, Inquire with Wei Jun about what is happening. On the city wall, the red flags waved, transmitting the message to the lookout tower at the Reborn River. Concurrently, the contingent by the eastern forest had also spotted the red flags atop the city wall. Sir, look at the red flags on the city wall, boomed a robust middle-aged man. Could this be a signal? It seems so. Such a large banner fluttering could indeed signify an attack, asserted another middle-aged man. Certainly, he continued. Look at the grassland bandits to the north. They are beginning to retreat. This must be a signal for an offensive, an opportunity. The moment has arrived. The middle-aged man proclaimed, his gaze intense. In the midst of the ranks, the valiant officer Zhang Cheng frowned, observing the fleeing grassland bandits to the north without uttering a word. Recently tasked with an order, Zhang Cheng had led the local bandits and townsfolk from Dingli County to Dongning City. The journey was arduous, spanning several days, and they had only just returned when Zhang Cheng was confronted with this scene. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Cheng spoke decisively. Since the grassland bandits are in disarray and retreating, it is time for Dongning City to advance. Let us lend our support to His Highness. Dispatch orders. Everyone pursue them. Let us vanquish the grassland marauders and avenge our grievances. At Zhang Cheng's command, the soldiers of the Divine Might camp, along with the substantial force from Dingli County, totaling 5,000 to 6,000 men, surged forth towards the north with great fervor. Charge! The battle cries resounded, echoing through the eastern expanse of Dongning City. On the city wall, Li Xin was utterly bewildered. Who are these people? What is their intent? Your Highness, look. At that moment, the valiant officer Wei Dahan pointed towards the distance, his face alight with excitement. That appears to be the flag of the Divine Might camp. It is Zhang Cheng's contingent. Divine Might camp? Zhang Cheng. Li Xin gazed skeptically towards the east. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Recently, concerned that the marauding horsemen from the steppes would split their forces to besiege Dingli County, Li Xin commanded Zhang Cheng to lead all the citizens of Dingli to abandon the city and take refuge in Dongning City. Calculating the days, it turned out that they had just arrived in Dongning City. Alas, Zhang Cheng, why did you come at such an inopportune moment? Their arrival frightened the horsemen away. Li Xin found himself in a state of bemusement. Meanwhile, the shifting dynamics of the battlefield sparked the vigilance of those atop the city walls. Your Highness, look! Zhao Bingzhang exclaimed, his face awash with astonishment. Zhang Cheng's troops have launched a pursuit against the horsemen from the steppes. How cowardly of these marauders to retreat in such disarray. Li Xin, equally astonished, narrowed his eyes to scrutinize the battlefield. To his surprise, the once fiercely determined horsemen had transformed into a panicked deer, fleeing in utter disarray. Could it be that Zhang Cheng's forces had intimidated them? Indeed, Zhang Cheng's contingent, alongside the renowned Divine Might Battalion, comprised thousands of seasoned citizens. With an additional 10,000 citizens in reserve, they could easily intimidate the unaware. No wonder the horsemen were retreating in such chaos. What a delightful misunderstanding this was. Yet, it also presented an opportunity. Li Xin's eyes narrowed, and he turned to Zhao Bingzhang, declaring, Mr. Zhao, this is our chance. The horsemen are in retreat. We must strike while the iron is hot and drive them away. Your Highness is astute. Zhao Bingzhang nodded in agreement. Opportunities like this should not be squandered. We must act swiftly. With a decisive affirmation, Li Xin immediately commanded Wei Jun's and He Chaojuan's troops, along with the engineering teams, to advance northward in pursuit of the horsemen. Charge! A deafening battle cry erupted from Dongning City as tens of thousands of citizens surged forth, a chaotic mass heading towards the northern edge of the city. Emerging from Dongning were two battalions, merging with Zhang Cheng's forces to form a formidable three-pronged army, all advancing upon the horsemen. At the forest's edge, Inbok was utterly stunned by this turn of events. It was as if his worst fears had been confirmed. The Dongning army intended to annihilate him here. This was unacceptable. A retreat was imperative. Without a moment's delay, Inbok issued a command. Dispatch orders to the entire army. Retreat at once. Withdraw to Xuanqing Prefecture. Move quickly. In that moment, Inbok longed to distance himself from the impending carnage, fearing substantial losses outside Dongning City. In an instant, the horsemen outside the city became increasingly disordered and chaotic, all hastily fleeing northward. Chapter 61. Defeat like a landslide. When did Dongning City amass such a formidable force? Indeed, it was almost unbelievable. Had they been concealing their strength, waiting for the perfect moment to strike? As they fled, the retainers murmured among themselves, each feeling a twinge of despondency. Upon their arrival, each individual was brimming with arrogance, envisioning the conquest of Dongning City and the subsequent acquisition of wealth and women. However, they were met with an unexpected turn of events. Not only did they fail to capture Dongning City, but they also retreated in disgrace. Alarmingly, the Grand Commander fled with his cavalry. A piece of news that spread like wildfire among the ranks of the prairie bandits. It was akin to a drop of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, causing an immediate uproar. The cavalry, mounted and swift, had the advantage over the foot soldiers laden with siege equipment and supplies, who now found their pace considerably hindered. The sight of their leader abandoning them was a bitter blow, rendering them mere pawns in his eyes. In a moment of desperation, many foot soldiers discarded their burdens in a bid for swifter escape. Yet, chaos ensued, and the disarray of their ranks severely impeded their withdrawal. Before long, the royal guard was upon them, the sound of explosive ordnance resounding in the air, heightening the panic among the fleeing soldiers. They wished fervently for additional legs to hasten their flight, yet such a wish was futile. In the tumult, they trampled over one another, leaving behind dozens of lifeless bodies in their wake. The encroaching royal guard bellowed, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." Their commanding voices echoed across the plains. With no refuge in sight, some foot soldiers knelt in surrender. The engineering teams swiftly captured those who yielded. Simultaneously, the forces led by Wei Jun, He Chaojun, and Zhang Cheng pursued the fleeing prairie bandits from 3 different directions. The remnants of the once formidable band were now akin to a flock of sheep, helplessly slaughtered by the royal guard. From the northern woods of Dongning City, the sight of panicked bandits stretched for miles, their weapons long discarded as they fled in disarray, slipping further from the grasp of their commander. In the absence of leadership, they scattered like headless dragons, each fleeing in their own direction. The disarray was palpable. The phrase "a defeated army collapses like a mountain" aptly described their plight. Pursuing the remnants from the north of Dongning City to the vicinity of the official road 20 miles away, the once thriving band had dwindled significantly. Most of the foot soldiers, exhausted and breathless, sank to the ground, facing the inevitable path of surrender to Dongning City. It was evident that figures such as Inbok, Shumudir, and Kuntai were fortunate. As elite cavalry of the prairie bandits, they possessed exceptional steeds, facilitating their escape from the relentless pursuit. In a northern forest, Inbok and his companions took a moment to rest, pondering the situation behind them. Inberg furrowed his brow and inquired in a somber tone. Even without receiving an answer, he understood the gravity of their predicament. After all, they had galloped for a couple of hours, and the pursuing retinue of soldiers would surely not catch up. "Commander," a trusted aide replied helplessly, "there has been no news from the retinue, and we still have over 300 cavalrymen remaining. What shall we do next?" "Over 300? Inberg could not help but let out a bitter laugh. They had set forth from the grasslands with more than 3,000 elite cavalry and amassed 7 or 8,000 retinue soldiers, presenting a formidable force. Yet now, they faced utter defeat. From over 10,000 troops, only a mere 300 cavalry remained. How could he possibly explain this to the Khan upon their return? In that moment, despair enveloped Inberg, chilling him to the bone. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the forest behind them. Commander, it's bad news." A trusted aide rushed forward, exclaiming, "The Eastern Ning army has caught up. What should we do?" "Damn it." Inberg ground his teeth in frustration. "They truly are relentless. Withdraw at once." Without hesitation, he led the remaining cavalry further north in flight. The royal guards pursued them relentlessly until dusk, finally ceasing their chase. The hunt that began in the morning had yielded significant results. They had captured around 4,000 of the grassland bandits, not to mention countless horses and weapons. When the battle report was presented to Li Xin, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, Zhang Cheng truly arrived at the perfect moment. Had it not been for his return, would we have achieved such a resounding victory?" Hearing Li Xin's words, those present joined in laughter. At that moment, Li Xin had completely forgotten his earlier grievances about Zhang Cheng's untimely return. Naturally, he would never admit such thoughts. Li Xin then ordered the frontline units, "Bring back the captives." After this battle, the grassland bandits would surely think twice about returning. "Our Eastern Ning city shall finally enjoy a period of tranquility." "Your Highness is wise." Everyone present echoed in agreement. That night, all within the city enjoyed a restful sleep. The battle concluded, and Eastern Ning city remained as it had always been. On the streets, Wei Jun, accompanied by the infantry, escorted the captured retinue soldiers outside the city for confinement. Members of the engineering and hunting teams, along with some citizens, began to clear the battlefield. Wei Dahai, Zhao Bingzhong, and others were busy assessing the casualties. The losses were still compensated according to the previously established standards, while the fallen soldiers were given a unified burial. To honor the deceased, Li Xin decided to construct a memorial hall for heroes at the foot of a mountain east of Eastern Ning City. All those who perished in the 2 defense battles would be interred there. On holidays, Li Xin would personally lead the military and political leaders of Eastern Ning City to pay their respects. The proposal for the memorial hall received unanimous support from all military and political personnel in Eastern Ning City. The news spread throughout the city, evoking profound gratitude among the populace. After all, the personal commemoration by His Highness, Prince Xian, was an extraordinary honor. Following the establishment of the Martyrs' Shrine, the outcomes of the recent battle were meticulously compiled. "Your Highness," Wei Dahai inquired as he handed the report to Li Xin, "what shall we do with these prisoners? Should we execute them all?" "Execute them?" Li Xin shot a stern glance at Wei Dahai and reprimanded. "What are you thinking? These prisoners represent invaluable labor. To kill them would be a grave mistake. Our city of Dongning requires labor for various constructions, walls, housing, and mining. The coal mines in the west also need workers. Why would we kill them? Instead, we should categorize them and assign them to the mining bureau to extract coal." "Your Highness is correct," Wei Dahai quickly acknowledged. Moreover, Li Xin continued, These captive soldiers are not like those from Dingli County. We need not pay them wages, simply ensure their meals are provided each day. Additionally, those from Dingli County have made contributions. Instruct Zhang Cheng to compile a list of those who have served honorably and reduce their service terms accordingly. For other participants, let their service terms be shortened based on their achievements, and have Zhang Cheng draft a report for submission. In Dongning, we reward merit and penalize transgressions. Whether they are recent joiners or veterans, all shall be treated equally. This policy, once announced, garnered the admiration of the citizens of Dingli County. Originally, many of them hailed from bandit backgrounds, fearing severe punishment from the authorities. Unexpectedly, not only did His Highness grant them clemency, but he also allowed them to redeem themselves through service. Such benevolence moved them to tears, and in time, the surrendered bandits began to see themselves as integral members of the Dongning community. In addition to these rewards, Li Xin resolved that any individuals meeting the recruitment standards for the Royal Guard would be exempted from all service restrictions and permitted to join the Royal Guard. Following the battle, Li Xin recognized that the Royal Guard's numbers were still insufficient, with only around 15 to 1600 soldiers. They paled in comparison to the cavalry of the steppes. Li Xin decided to seize the opportunity presented by the battle's conclusion to expand each battalion of the Royal Guard to 5 to 600 soldiers. The Tiger Camp, Cavalry Camp, Divine Mechanism Camp, Divine Strategy Camp, Divine Might Camp, Divine Valor Camp, and Divine Courage Camp would all be reinforced, bringing the total force to approximately 4,000. However, this was still far from adequate. After careful consideration, Li Xin resolved to establish 2 new infantry battalions, the Divine Bravery Camp and the Divine Protection Camp, each also comprising around 5 to 600 soldiers. Thus, the Royal Guard would be expanded to approximately 5,000 members. While this number was still modest, it would suffice for self-defense. Should they rally the entire populace of Dongning, they might even mount a counteroffensive. Such a significant expansion of the Royal Guard would naturally involve recruiting soldiers from across the entire city of Dongning. As long as one is willing to join the Royal Guard, can pass the assessments, and obey orders, all applicants are welcomed with open arms. The generous benefits of the Royal Guard have sparked an enthusiastic response among the townspeople. In no time, numerous young men have expressed their desire to enlist in the Royal Guard, particularly those who have previously distinguished themselves in hunting teams, engineering squads, or through military achievements. Soldiers who demonstrated valor during the recent defense of Dongning City have also been promoted. With the expansion of the Royal Guard, there is a pressing need for a substantial number of grassroots corps members to fill these ranks. Consequently, Li Xin awarded commendations to Wei Jun, He Chaojun, Mu Yinyan, Zhang Cheng, Lu Zheng, and Wang Zhong. Following the expansion of the Royal Guard, Li Xin entrusted the management of this initiative to Wei Jun and He Chaojun while he focused on addressing the construction issues of Dongning City. Having successfully repelled the nomadic horse bandits, the task of construction has become paramount. At present, Dongning City is merely a rough outline. The northern wall has only just begun its foundation, and completion is still a distant prospect. With the expansion of the Royal Guard, many personnel from the engineering team became available, coinciding with an influx of townsfolk from Dingli County into the engineering team. After careful consideration, Li Xin decided to temporarily forego endeavors in Dingli County, as the current strength of the Royal Guard was insufficient to divide forces. If they were to be overwhelmed by the nomadic horse bandits, the losses would be irreparable. The influx of personnel into the engineering team significantly increased its numbers, thereby accelerating the pace of cement production, gravel extraction, and brick manufacturing for the entire city. The construction of the city walls progressed at an impressive rate. During this period, a radiant smile adorned Li Xion's face. At this rate, the city walls of Dongning would be fully completed before winter's arrival. He nodded in satisfaction, knowing that when he referred to the city walls of Dongning, he meant more than just the northern section. With the expansion of the engineering team and the retreat of the nomadic horse bandits, there was ample time for peace, allowing for the complete reconstruction of Dongning City. The western walls along the Shuabin River, the eastern walls near Dongshan, and the southern walls bordering the coastline were all under construction. With concrete and stone materials available, the pace of construction continued to accelerate. The new Dongning City will boast 3 or 4 watchtowers in each direction, forming a tightly knit defensive system. Once this magnificent city is completed, it will no longer fear the nomadic horse bandits. Simultaneously with the wall construction, Li Xian contemplated other matters. With the enlistment of 4 to 5,000 captured soldiers into the mining bureau, the speed of excavation had significantly increased. Additionally, 3 new mining projects were initiated. The remaining captured soldiers were tasked with repairing the road from the mining bureau to Dongning City, which would serve as a crucial route for coal transportation. With the groundwork laid, the subsequent phases would proceed much more smoothly and swiftly. Now, Li Xian's days have been filled with purpose and fulfillment. Following the onset of summer, a piece of good news arrived from the east. In a valley within the Dongning Mountains, a deposit of iron ore had been discovered. Following preliminary exploration, the standards for mining have been met. Upon receiving this news, Li Xian couldn't help but leap for joy. Coal is secured. Iron is secured. Next, steel can be refined and machinery produced. The prospects for Dongning City will undoubtedly grow ever brighter. Immediately, Li Xian issued directives to allocate a group of workers to the Dongning mountain range for iron ore extraction. Additionally, he personally selected a site along the Bin River in the west of Dongning City, destined to become the future base for the ironworks. During this period, Li Xian diligently searched through intelligent technology for all knowledge related to smelting. After extensive consideration, he decided on the use of blast furnace smelting equipment. This set of apparatus had been validated in the mid-20th century, making it convenient for production and operation. Once selected, Li Xin formally commenced the establishment of the Dongning Iron Works. A substantial number of workers were allocated within the city to the iron works. Zhang Hong, a skilled technician from the Armaments Bureau, was also transferred to the Dongning Iron Works, joining the preparatory team to partake in its construction. Chapter 63. Primitive steelmaking. After the establishment of the Dongning Iron Works, the initial constructions were the coke ovens and iron furnaces. Utilizing the iron smelting techniques discovered through intelligent technology, several blast furnaces were erected. Coupled with the experiences of Zhang Hong and others, and after some refinements, formal smelting commenced. The iron smelting technology of this era was still adequate. Under Li Xin's guidance, technical expertise saw a notable improvement. Within just a few days, the iron furnace had been completed, and the coal and iron are transported from the Western Mining Bureau and the Eastern Iron Mine were ready. The coke ovens began the process of coking, while workers managed the iron ore. Preparations were in full swing. Once the materials were adequately assembled, one morning, under Zhang Hong's supervision, the first batch of iron officially entered the process of smelting. Iron ore powder and coke powder were mixed in precise proportions and introduced into the iron furnace. The towering iron furnace was ignited and began its operation. Beside the furnace, a massive blower rhythmically churned, sending gentle breezes into the furnace. At the furnace mouth, brilliant sparks erupted, synchronized with the rhythmic motions of the blower. After an hour of roasting, the temperature was deemed sufficient. Open the furnace. With Zhang Hong's command, the workers, who had been eagerly prepared, opened the sealed furnace doors at the base. Instantly, a cascade of orange-red molten iron flowed forth into the mold. Success! Success! The surrounding workers erupted in cheers. Zhang Hong beamed with a radiant smile, and Li Xin joined in the celebration. This marked the first batch of molten iron from Dongning City. Iron is the very skeleton of industrial development. With iron, the long march holds the promise of victory. Excellent! Excellent! Patted Zhang Hong on the shoulder, Li Xin praised. Well done. It appears this method is indeed quite suitable. Zhang Hong, continue to build the iron furnaces and expand production. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Hong promptly replied. As long as there is an ample supply of, or, large-scale iron smelting can be achieved. With iron in abundance, the subsequent forging of iron agricultural tools and weapons is well supported by sufficient raw materials. Dongning City need not procure everything from Jiangnan and other regions. Inform Hetan Yuan. Li Xin instructed with a beaming smile. At noon, provide an additional meal for everyone at the Dongning Iron Works. Do not skimp on the meat. A hearty meal is essential for the strength to tackle significant tasks. Yes, the attendant replied promptly. The enthusiasm among all the workers at the Dongning Iron Works surged even more fervently. By afternoon, the second and third furnaces began to forge iron. Observing the bustling activity at the Dongning Iron Works, Li Xin felt a sense of solace, though a trace of worry lingered on his face. Your Highness, what occupies your thoughts? Zhang Hong approached and inquired. The iron smelting is now on the right track, and there is no need for excessive concern moving forward. Indeed, iron alone is insufficient. Li Xin nodded and remarked, steel is of utmost importance. Rest assured, Your Highness, Zhang Hong confidently declared. While I cannot claim to be exceptionally skilled in steel smelting, I assure you it is manageable. This afternoon, I have already arranged for the forging of steel. The steel forging Zhang Hong referred to involved the cast steel method. This technique entails bundling pig iron and wrought iron together for calcination. Following this process, the carbon content of both types of iron becomes uniformly blended, resulting in steel with an acceptable carbon content. In this era, this method has become quite mature. However, the speed of steel production is somewhat sluggish and inefficient. For Li Xin, such a method seems somewhat antiquated, failing to meet the future steel demands of Dongning City. After all, the advent of the industrial age necessitates a substantial supply of steel as its foundation. After much contemplation, Li Xin sought a method suitable for large-scale steel production within the realm of intelligent technology. After an extensive search, he discovered the blast furnace steelmaking method. Li Xin's approach to blast furnace steelmaking is, in essence, the technique utilized in later periods during the mass steel production era. The literature and knowledge he found within intelligent technology corroborated this. However, constrained by the limitations of contemporary technology, more advanced steelmaking methods remain unattainable for this era. After thorough investigation, Li Xin identified several different methods, intending to impart them all to Zhang Hong and others for experimentation. The first method is low-temperature steelmaking using traditional techniques. This is the simplest approach, involving the construction of a traditional reflective furnace, lined with refractory materials made from clay, and a mixture of refractory materials combined with coke powder as the interior lining. This design is both heat-resistant and prevents the adhesion of coal slag. The outer body of the furnace is coated with a mixture of yellow clay and straw to prevent gas leakage. This method has emerged as an effective technique through continuous experimentation during the later mass steel production era. Once the traditional reflective furnace is constructed, the materials are introduced for smelting. The advantage of this method lies in its low fuel requirements, as the fuel does not directly contact the raw materials, instead relying on the high temperature generated through reflection for forging. There exist 3 effective methods for the formulation of materials. The first method comprises 82 pig iron, 12 iron ore, and 6 limestone. The second method utilizes solely pig iron. The third method consists of 93 pig iron, 3 iron ore, and 4 limestone. In this formulation, iron ore acts as an oxidizing agent, while limestone serves as a solvent. The ratios from the first method were entrusted entirely to Zhang Hong for experimentation. The second method involves the traditional side-blowing converter steelmaking technique, which presents the challenge of establishing a clay converter. In accordance with the requirements of intelligent technology, Li Xin meticulously crafted a detailed diagram, complete with data parameters and construction specifics, which he submitted to Zhang Hong. The third method, known as the crucible steelmaking technique, is considerably more convenient than the traditional clay converter method. However, the sole obstacle lies in the absence of graphite mines near Dongning City. Without graphite, the production of graphite crucibles is unattainable, rendering this method unfeasible. Consequently, Li Xin instructed the Qingyu Trading Company and the Suanji Trading Company to procure suitable graphite from various regions. Once graphite is obtained, experiments with this method will proceed. All three approaches were imparted to Zhang Hong, who was also directed by Li Xin to allocate a team for testing these various methods in search of a viable technique for large-scale steel production, which could subsequently be promoted. Listening to Li Xion's earnest guidance, Zhang Hong was utterly bewildered. He had originally believed that being from a family of blacksmiths would make the processes of iron and steel production second nature to him. Yet, he was astonished to discover that His Highness possessed an even greater understanding. In that moment, Zhang Hong felt a profound admiration for Prince Xian. Rest assured, I shall guarantee the timely production of qualified steel. Chapter 64. All preparations complete, awaiting the sails to set forth after summer commenced. Zhang Hong from the Dongning Ironworks successfully produced the first batch of steel using the traditional reflective furnace method. This batch, while still significantly inferior in quality compared to modern steel, exhibited commendable properties after hammering and extensive refining. Observing the large steel ingot before him, Li Xion's face illuminated with joy. Wait a high take note, Li Xion declared, rewarding all employees of the Dongning Ironworks with a commendation. Each individual shall receive 10 guan of silver. Zhang Hong of the Dongning Ironworks is hereby promoted to a level 5 employee. Other commendable personnel shall also receive appropriate promotions. Level 5 employee? Zhang Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that within just a month's time, he would ascend from a level 4 to a level 5 employee. The advantages of this promotion extended beyond an increase in monthly remuneration from 800 won to 1,400 won, as well as receiving 2 stones of sorghum rice, 15 jin of meat, and half a bolt of cloth each month. Moreover, he would now rank as the highest level employee within the Dongning Ironworks. This level of remuneration was also among the finest in all of Dongning City. Zhang Gong. An assistant beside him gently tugged at Zhang Hong's sleeve, bringing him back to reality. Thank you, Your Highness. Zhang Hong hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, pledging to exert every effort to develop the Dongning Ironworks. Excellent. With a pat on Zhang Hong's shoulder, Li Xian encouraged him, saying, keep up the good work. In our revered Wang residence, we generously reward those who have rendered outstanding service. We strive to expedite our transition into the mass production phase. My subordinates will undoubtedly fulfill this mission, Zhang Hong promptly assured. Immediately, Li Xian also bestowed rewards upon several other commendable individuals. Furthermore, Li Xian granted Zhang Hong the authority to recruit a cadre of skilled workers within the city to bolster the workforce at the Dongning Ironworks. Presently, the Dongning Ironworks, beyond merely coking, smelting iron, and steel, is also experimenting with superior steelmaking methods. The workload is formidable. Moreover, to meet Li Xion's requirements, an abundance of talent is essential. To ensure the operational efficiency of the Dongning Ironworks, the Coal Mining Bureau of the Western City and the Iron Mountain Bureau of the Eastern City, alongside the engineering team, are diligently toiling away. The coal and ore extracted by the 2 mining bureaus are transported to Dongning City. The engineering team is also striving to repair the roads for more convenient ore transport. Meanwhile, Li Xian pondered the optimal application for the first batch of steel ingots. This singular ingot weighs an impressive 2,000 pounds, equivalent to 1 ton. Although the output pales in comparison to future standards, it nonetheless signifies the dawn of a long-awaited journey. The effective utilization of this inaugural steel ingot is of paramount importance. After much contemplation, Li Xian ultimately resolved to employ this ingot in the manufacture of industrial machine tools. Machine tools, encompassing lathes, drilling machines, planers, grinders, milling machines, boring machines, and pullers, are indispensable for the production of mechanical equipment. With machine tools, the manufacturing of machinery can be executed with greater speed, efficiency, and precision. Consequently, machine tools are often referred to as the mother machines of industry. In fact, this era has already employed rudimentary lathe equipment, albeit solely for the purpose of cutting wood and crafting furniture. No one had previously utilized lathes for steel cutting. Thus, the production of iron products was often labor-intensive, requiring manual hammering and polishing, resulting in rudimentary iron goods. The prospect of crafting intricate mechanical devices was even more daunting. Hence, Li Xian resolved to prioritize the creation of machine tools. With machine tools at hand, everything else would fall into place. Consequently, Li Xian searched through intelligent technology and unearthed methods for constructing lathes using traditional techniques. This set of methods is derived from the era of large-scale steel production, utilizing hard, dimensionally stable wood for the lathe bed, frame, and slideway, while employing steel for the bearing seat, tower wheel, headstock spindle, headstock, and tool feed mechanism. This traditional lathe-making approach significantly reduces steel consumption. Moreover, the results are exceedingly satisfactory. Therefore, Li Xian opted for this traditional method of lathe construction. Immediately, he requisitioned a team of carpenters and mechanical experts from the armory, Dongning Ironworks, and woodworking teams. Li Xin also organized this assembly into a dedicated manufacturing bureau responsible for the development of traditional lathes. In addition to the traditional lathe, Li Xin also sought out methods for the production of drilling machines, planers, grinders, boring machines, milling machines, and pullers. The manufacturing methods primarily stem from the technological texts of the Great Steelmaking era. These encompass not only the smelting of steel and the operation of lathes, but also the production of cement, bricks, tiles, and soap, all derived from the knowledge accumulated during the steelmaking age. During that period, extensive construction projects were undertaken nationwide, leading to the compilation and dissemination of experiential knowledge in book form, which subsequently became an invaluable asset for Li Xin. After imparting knowledge to the workers at the manufacturing bureau, these tasks were entrusted to skilled artisans. Some adept blacksmiths began to utilize the first steel ingots to produce steel tools and locomotive components. These tools, though rudimentary, were sufficient for fabricating coarse fittings. With these implements, the production speed of siege engines and crossbows would significantly accelerate. As for more advanced machinery, such endeavors would have to await the increase in skilled labor. Li Xin was convinced that the industrial age had taken its initial step. Only by laying a solid foundation could subsequent advancements be achieved more effectively. Once the number of skilled artisans grew, the production of firearms and artillery would soon follow. Innovations such as steam engines and ships would not be far behind. Contemplating these prospects, Li Xin felt a surge of excitement. Recently, they had triumphed in the second defense of Dongning City, inflicting severe damage on the nomadic bandits of the surrounding grasslands, thus granting Dongning City precious time for development. With time on their side, the infusion of capital and resources would enable the flourishing of Dongning City. As Dongning City expanded, a virtuous cycle akin to a snowball effect would ensue, growing increasingly substantial. By that time, the nomadic bandits surrounding Dongning province would be of little concern, let alone the entirety of the Daiqian dynasty. With this thought, a sense of ambition welled up within Li Xin. At such a moment, it would not be in vain that he had persevered in development for so long. It was time to hasten the pace. The establishment of a developmental base required time, money, and resources. Now, time was available. Financial backing was secured through enterprises like Qingyu Trading and Suanji Trading, which profited from soap, cement, and explosives in regions such as Jiangnan and Qiantang. Resources were also assured, as the grains procured by Qingyu Trading and Suanji Trading were sufficient to sustain Dongning City for a period. In the spring, the fertile fields to the southeast and southwest of Dongning City would be sown with sorghum, further supplementing the city's grain resources after the autumn harvest. The routes being established to regions like Annam and Kampa were nearing completion, promising a steady supply of rice to support Dongning City's growth. Everything was in readiness. It was time to set sail. Chapter 65. Artillery. With all preparations in place, it was natural to enter an era of rapid development. Although lathe technology remained rudimentary and precise gun manufacturing was unattainable, other types of firearms could still be produced. This included artillery. Li Xin recalled studying the iron mold casting artillery by the modern historian Gong Zhenlin in his history textbooks, which detailed the production of earthen cannons. Though they were muzzle-loading smoothbore cannons, in this age of cold weapons, artillery would undoubtedly prove to be far more effective than explosives. Immediately, Li Xin searched through the realm of intelligent technology and discovered the illustrated guide to iron mold cannon casting, which he meticulously transcribed. He even compared every diagram and parameter within it. In the current Dongning City, there existed the Dongning Ironworks, the Gunpowder Bureau, the Armaments Bureau, and the Manufacturing Bureau. By reallocating a portion of the skilled technicians from these establishments, they could form a cannon bureau capable of producing iron mold cannons in accordance with the guide. Without hesitation, Li Xin, alongside He Chaojun, He Tongyuan, Zhang Hong, and others, commenced the search for qualified talents. These individuals needed not only technical proficiency, but, most crucially, unwavering loyalty. In an era where artillery first emerged, it would undoubtedly create immense upheaval throughout the world. Therefore, confidentiality was paramount, more vital even than gunpowder itself. After a rigorous selection process, they initially identified around 30 individuals to constitute the first batch of technical workers for the Cannon Bureau. Li Xin promptly presented the illustrated guide to iron mold cannon casting to these artisans for their study and replication. The Gunpowder Bureau also collaborated with the Cannon Bureau to engage in research and production. The guide delineated the cannon's body into several components, necessitating the prior creation of a complete set of iron molds. Utilizing these molds for iron cannon production not only significantly increased efficiency, but also enhanced safety compared to those produced with clay models. After several days of development, the iron molds were finally produced. The Dongning Ironworks also delivered a furnace of high-quality molten iron. After applying a layer of lining clay within the molds, the molten iron was poured into several molds. Accompanied by a series of sizzling sounds, the molten iron gradually cooled. The following day, once the cannon bodies had cooled, the workers skillfully extracted them and subsequently fused the several bodies together. Carpenters also completed the carriage and wheels, affixing them to the cannon body. In just a day or two, a cannon of epic-making significance was born within the great Qin dynasty. Gazing at the rudimentary, front-loading smoothbore cannon before him, Li Xion's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Is the gunpowder ready?" Li Xion inquired hastily. "It is prepared," the workers responded, promptly producing several burlap packages containing black gunpowder. This was the pre-packaged gunpowder produced by the Gunpowder Bureau under Li Xion's guidance. "Let us proceed to the training ground for a test," Li Xion declared solemnly. Thus, the Divine Machine Battalion, under He Chaojun, transported the cannon to the training ground located on the eastern outskirts of the city. At the training ground, nestled by the edge of the eastern hills, the cannon was set up in an open area. The nearby woods and training ground had also been cleared of onlookers to ensure absolute secrecy. Once all preparations were complete, He Chaojun furrowed his brow and commanded, "Load the gunpowder." A soldier from the Divine Machine Battalion placed the pre-packaged gunpowder into the cannon's chamber, gently tapping it down with a long stick to compress it. "Load the projectile." Another soldier inserted a 20-pound solid iron ball into the cannon's bore. "Ready." The gunner held the torch, poised for action. "Fire." The torch was brought close to the fuse at the rear of the cannon, igniting it. The fuse crackled as sparks leapt through the crevices into the cannon's chamber, instantly igniting the preloaded gunpowder. Boom. Suddenly, a burst of orange light erupted from the cannon's mouth, and a black cannonball surged forth, hurtling towards the distant forest. The air was thick with smoke, its acrid scent permeating the atmosphere. The immense sound reverberated, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Li Xin squinted his eyes, gazing towards the forest in the distance. Before long, a multitude of birds took flight from the woods. Thud! A dull sound echoed back from the forest. Observing this scene, Li Xin let out a long breath of relief. Well done. He could not help but exclaim. It seems the cannon has been successfully tested. Even He Chaojun, standing nearby, was unable to contain his excitement. The cannonball that had just been fired was estimated to have traveled 3 to 4 miles. The fact that the sound could still be heard from such a distance showcased the immense power of this artillery piece. If more of these cannons could be produced and equipped in the Divine Machine Camp, there would be no need to worry about range issues when confronting the marauding horsemen of the plains, as they could strike the enemy encampments from beyond their reach. This would indeed be a revolutionary invention. A solid iron projectile weighing around 12 to 20 pounds would surely create a significant breach even upon striking a city wall. In such a scenario, sieges could yield unexpectedly favorable results. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated He Chaojun became. He turned to Li Xin and excitedly asked, "Your Highness, can we produce more cannons to fully equip our Divine Machine Camp?" In his excitement, He Chaojun noticed Li Xion's calm demeanor. Suddenly, he realized why His Highness had chosen their camp for the cannon tests. It was likely that His Highness had long intended to equip the Divine Machine Camp with these weapons. "Certainly," Li Xian replied nonchalantly, then pointed towards the distant forest, instructing, "Send someone to measure the range in that direction." "Yes." He Chaojun, suppressing his excitement, swiftly responded. Furthermore, Li Xian continued, "Record the distance for cannonballs fired at this angle with the current artillery. With this cannon, you must conduct extensive tests. Different amounts of ammunition and various angles should all be assessed for their range, and be sure to keep detailed records. Additionally, consider the effects of wind direction and speed. This will allow for quick adjustments to angle and ammunition on the battlefield. This will be your primary focus in the upcoming period." He Chaojun, "Do you have confidence in accomplishing this task?" "Rest assured, Your Highness." He Chaojun patted his chest and replied earnestly, "I will not fail your expectations." "Good." Li Xian nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the training ground, he also instructed the Artillery Bureau to devote all their efforts to cannon production. Moreover, he directed the Dongning Ironworks and the carpentry team to provide their support. To better coordinate the production of steel, gunpowder, and artillery, Li Xian decided to merge the existing Gunpowder Bureau, Mining Bureau, Armory, Manufacturing Bureau, Artillery Bureau, and Dongning Ironworks into a single entity, establishing the Dongning Manufacturing General Bureau, coordinating the production and manufacturing of steel, gunpowder, artillery, and military equipment. Artillery will also serve as another formidable weapon for the Royal Guard. Only by ushering in the era of firearms can we compensate for the deficiencies in the Royal Guard's manpower. Only in this way can we swiftly enhance the combat capabilities of the Royal Guard and expediently mobilize northward to reclaim the lost territories of Dongning Province. Chapter 66. The School, New Textbooks. As summer approached, the weather in Dongning Province grew increasingly hot. However, the nights remained somewhat cool. During this period, Li Xian led a fulfilling life. By day, he inspected various construction sites or met with high-ranking military and political officials in Dongning City to receive reports on military and governmental affairs. By night, he continued to explore technological advancements within intelligent technology. During this time, Li Xian was also preparing an extensive plan, the establishment of schools. Although he possessed the advantage of intelligent technology, the limitations of manpower were undeniable. Relying solely on himself and the skilled labor currently available in Dongning City was far from sufficient. The industrial age and the steel revolution are not the achievements of a solitary individual, but rather the result of the relentless efforts of generations. Therefore, prioritizing talent cultivation must be placed on the agenda without delay. Presently, Dongning City operates akin to a large enterprise. All personnel within the city receive their sustenance and lodging from the Dongning Royal Palace, necessitating that school construction be aligned with these provisions. After much contemplation, Li Xian ultimately dismissed the educational practices of the current era. After all, the teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics, and the rites of Zhou, could hardly steer the momentum of the industrial age. Thus, a new educational framework must be established. After searching within intelligent technology for some time, Li Xian transcribed the elementary and secondary school curricula from the future. As children begin their education, they will learn to read and write, acquire mathematical knowledge, and gather fundamental natural and scientific knowledge. This necessitates the inclusion of subjects such as language arts, mathematics, and natural sciences. Fortunately, the comprehensive textbooks from the future are the result of collective efforts by countless experts and scholars, having been validated through decades of practical application. Li Xin adopted them entirely, even incorporating certain fonts, spellings, and numerals from the advancements of the future. In secondary education, students will engage with subjects such as geography, history, politics, physics, chemistry, and biology. A wealth of essential scientific knowledge will also be fully assimilated. The mere compilation of these curricular materials consumed a considerable amount of Li Xin's time. Thankfully, the establishment of schools will occur gradually, prompting Li Xin to commence with the elementary textbooks. Simultaneously, Li Xin gathered Zhao Bingzhong, Lu Jingxian, He Tongyuan, and others to deliberate on the establishment of the school system. A school? Zhao Bingzhang's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this is a brilliant idea. Spreading the wisdom of sages in the borderlands is indeed a noble endeavor that will benefit future generations." Mr. Zhao, Li Xin gently shook his head, stating, "I have considered that, given our location in the borderlands, the knowledge imparted in our schools must be tailored to practical applications. While the writings of sages possess their own utility, they presently hold little relevance to the East Ning Manufacturing Bureau and the hunting team. I intend for the new school to adopt fresh textbooks. During this period, I have devised a new set of educational materials aimed at facilitating literacy and enhancing knowledge. I invite you to peruse them." With that, Li Xin instructed his attendants to distribute several sets of textbooks to those present. Upon receiving the textbook, Zhao Bingzhang opened it and was rendered speechless. The contents within were entirely unfamiliar to him. What were these symbols? And why did some characters seem to possess far fewer strokes? What could this mean? Zhao Bingzhang widened his eyes in bewilderment, gazing at Li Xin for clarification. "Mr. Zhao, do not rush. Please take a moment to examine it," Li Xin suggested, scratching his head. Zhao Bingzhang continued to scrutinize the textbook. After a thorough examination, he began to discern its structure. This series of textbooks commenced with basic phonetic symbols in the first grade, gradually introducing characters through these symbols. The process of learning characters began with the simplest forms, incrementally increasing in complexity. Interspersed with poetry and stories, the materials were both engaging and informative, indeed, quite commendable. However, he pondered, how were these phonetic symbols to be pronounced? Zhao Bingzhang shook his head slightly and turned to the mathematics section, only to find himself utterly bewildered by the symbols there. Nonetheless, being a perceptive individual, Zhao Bingzhang began to leaf through the first volume, slowly recognizing the meanings of numbers such as 1, 2, and 3. As he progressed, he came to a clear understanding of basic arithmetic operations such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In a remarkably short span, Zhao Bingzhang transitioned from confusion to astonishment. "Your Highness," he exclaimed, tapping the mathematics textbook in his hand. "This mathematics curriculum is genuinely remarkable. It is straightforward and easily comprehensible. Had I encountered such a book in my youth, my proficiency in the arts of calculation would not have been so lacking." Li Xin listened to Zhao Bingzhang's remarks with a hint of surprise. It seemed one should not underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Merely by glancing at the textbooks, Zhao Bingzhang had grasped their knowledge, which was truly impressive. It appeared that promoting systematic scientific knowledge in this era was indeed a feasible endeavor. At that moment, Zhao Bingzhang opened the natural sciences section. Instantly, he was as if struck by divine revelation, utterly astounded. He had never contemplated that various natural phenomena could be elucidated. Upon finishing his reading, he still felt somewhat dazed. He could not help but admire this set of textbooks. "Mr. Zhao, have you finished?" Li Xin inquired. Indeed, Zhao Bingzhang exhaled deeply. "The insights gained are profoundly beneficial and astonishing." "Mr. Zhao," Li Xin replied with a faint smile, "our East Ning city is unlike other provinces of the Great Qian dynasty. We are situated at the frontier with a sparse population, constantly threatened by marauding horse bandits from the steppe. Our military strength is limited. If we were to have all students study the writings of sages, would we expect them to combat these bandits in the future? Such a notion is simply inconceivable. Thus, I believe practicality should be our foremost priority. It is imperative for the students to acquire new knowledge in the manufacture of artillery and steel. Only by harnessing this knowledge can we triumph over the marauding horsemen of the steppes and safeguard our East Ning city. This is precisely the rationale behind my selection of this curriculum." "Mr. Zhao, what are your thoughts?" Listening to Li Xin's words, Zhao Bingzhang fell into a momentary silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. "The study of practical knowledge is commendable. As for the texts of sages, let us old scholars delve into them." With Zhao Bingzhang's endorsement, Li Xin proceeded to devise a plan for the educational system in East Ning city, following the model of future generations. The elementary school would consist of 6 grades, with children commencing their studies at the age of 6, gradually acquiring knowledge. Li Xin also instructed the printing bureau to commence the production of textbooks. Simultaneously, he directed Lu Jingxian to begin establishing elementary schools in East Ning city. All children of appropriate age from those employed by the prince's residence would be entitled to free enrollment. This policy, along with the school construction, was promulgated throughout East Ning city. Chapter 67. The Distiller. "My lord, do you think my work is satisfactory?" The princess, Ning Xiaoqian, inquired as she handed over her assignment book. Setting aside his task, Li Xin accepted the book and examined its contents. Neat characters boldly displayed numerical operations. During this period, in an effort to promote mathematics, Li Xin decided to first implement it within the royal household. After all, financial records within the residence necessitated such calculations. Ning Xiaoqian, displaying remarkable intelligence, had grasped the principles in a remarkably short span of time. After thoroughly reviewing her work, Li Xin nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Xiaoqian, you have done splendidly. Everything is correct." As he set the assignment book down, he asked, Do you comprehend the principles of mathematical calculations? I have mastered addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. However, the Pythagorean theorem and concepts like straight lines, rays, and elliptical coordinate systems remain rather elusive to me. Come here, Xiaoqian. Taking her delicate hand, Li Xin smiled and said, allow me to teach you. Observe this wooden board. To achieve a straight edge, one requires a ruler. A straight line is represented by this edge, while an ellipse corresponds to this shape. Holding the materials at hand, Li Xin patiently elucidated. He explained practical concepts while simultaneously referencing the textbook knowledge. After concluding, Ning Xiaoqian's eyes appeared somewhat dazed, still enveloped in confusion. Li Xin felt a pang of helplessness. In later years, many girls often struggled with geometry. For boys, geometry is easier while algebra proves challenging, and the plethora of physical and chemical formulas is overwhelming. Conversely, for girls, all of this presents difficulties, while subjects such as language, politics, history, and geography seem comparatively simpler. Such is the nature of gender differences. Afterward, immerse yourself in books and ponder. This requires time to comprehend and assimilate. Li Xin could only express his exasperation. Ning Xiaoqian ceased her inquiries, closing her textbook. She gazed at the wooden components in Li Xion's hands and curiously asked, my lord, what are these boards and pipes for? A distiller. Li Xion replied with a mysterious smile. A distiller? At this moment, Ning Xiaoqian was even more perplexed. What purpose did this serve? Li Xion affectionately touched the tip of Ning Xiaoqian's nose and smiled, saying, you will know shortly. Immediately, Li Xion began to assemble the wooden components that had already been prepared on the ground. This distillation apparatus consisted of 3 semicircular sealed ceramic jars, crafted by the potter from the engineering team. Each jar featured a small opening at the top, connected by tubes. The 3 jars served as a distiller, condenser, and storage unit, respectively. Although the apparatus appeared remarkably simple, it had taken the potter an extensive amount of time to create just 2 sets. After all, in this era, glass had yet to be invented, making the construction of a more refined distillation device exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, it was still satisfactory. Observing the distillation apparatus before him, Li Xion said with a smile, Qianer, allow me to demonstrate the function of this distiller. With that, he set up the apparatus and added sorghum liquor to one of the jars. He ignited wood beneath it and commenced the distillation process. Before long, a potent aroma of alcohol wafted throughout the royal residence. The sorghum liquor of this era had a remarkably low alcohol content, akin to a beverage. Upon heating, the alcohol evaporated, forming vapor that traversed through the tube into the condenser. There, the vapor condensed upon encountering the cool surface, dripping into the storage unit. Watching the clear, shimmering liquid fall drop by drop into the storage vessel, Li Xion nodded in satisfaction. Is this liquor? Ning Xiaoqian inquired, her skepticism evident. Indeed, it is liquor. Li Xion affirmed with a nod. After setting aside the initial distillate, he took a small sample of the freshly dripped liquor and brought it to his nose. Inhaling the rich aroma that intoxicated him, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a robust scent of alcohol. Why does this liquor smell so exquisite? Ning Xiaoqian asked in astonishment. In my childhood in Jiangnan, I never encountered such fine liquor. Here, give it a taste, Li Xion urged, dipping his chopsticks into the liquid and presenting it before Ning Xiaoqian. She extended her tongue and delicately licked it. Instantly, Ning Xiaoqian winced and jumped up, exclaiming, why is it so spicy? Ha ha ha, Li Xion chuckled. Distilled liquor is meant to be spicy. Spiciness is what defines liquor. If it isn't spicy, what can it be called? He gently patted Ning Xiaoqian's back and added, this is a drink specifically for men. Next time, I will prepare something for women. While one distillation apparatus was busy producing liquor, the other was not idle. Li Xion placed the agarwood, camphor, and jasmine he had collected during this time into the second distiller, added pure water, and began to heat it for distillation. Before long, droplets of liquid began to fall from the tube above the storage unit, and a rich, pungent fragrance spread throughout the room. This scent was even more intense than that of the liquor, intertwined with the aromas of agarwood and camphor. What is this? Ning Xiaoqian's elegant eyes were fixed on the distiller, her face reflecting a hint of confusion. However, Li Xion did not offer an explanation. His focus entirely on the storage unit. The liquid within the storage vessel was the essence extracted from the agarwood and camphor. A few drops of essence were extracted and placed into a delicate porcelain vial, into which were also added balsam and alcohol. After sealing the vial, it was shaken vigorously. Once the contents were thoroughly blended, Li Xion unscrewed the cap of the small porcelain bottle. In an instant, a fragrant aroma pervaded the room. Leaning closer to Ning Xiaoqian, she too was entranced by the rich scent. Your Highness, what is this? Ning Xiaoqian inquired, her eyes fixed on the porcelain vial. It is so delightful. Indeed, women have an innate love for beauty. Li Xion smiled and replied, this is perfume. It is far superior to scented cakes or sachets. As he spoke, Li Xion gently took Ning Xiaoqian's delicate hand and applied a drop to her slender wrist, rubbing it lightly. In that moment, the fragrance wafted forth, intense and lingering. The comforting scent left Ning Xiaoqian somewhat entranced. What do you think? Li Xion asked, his smile warm. This fragrance is truly exquisite. Moreover, it can last all day. Qianer, this is a gift for you. Really? Ning Xiaoqian exclaimed, clutching the porcelain vial with unbridled excitement, reminiscent of an innocent child. Thank you, Your Highness. After a moment, a blush crept onto Ning Xiaoqian's cheeks as she expressed her gratitude. Observing her joy, Li Xion felt a stirring in his heart, and as he embraced her, his hands grew restless. Your Highness, it is still bright outside, Ning Xiaoqian remarked, her face flushed with shyness in response to Li Xion's touch. The soft tone of her voice stirred something within Li Xin. He lifted Ning Xiaoqian into his arms and made his way toward the bedroom. Chapter 68. Perfume for the fair lady. The following day, the entire residence of the Prince of Exile was suffused with fragrance. Even Bai Fenglan, upon entering the estate, was captivated by the rich aroma surrounding her. This scent is quite pleasant. Bai Fenglan nodded and remarked, it seems the royal estate is truly exceptional. What makes it exceptional? A familiar voice came from behind her, and Bai Fenglan turned to see Prince Li Xin approaching. I pay my respects, Your Highness. Bai Fenglan quickly bowed. No need for such formality. Li Xin waved his hand, his gaze appraising Bai Fenglan, who was clad in a form-fitting uniform that accentuated her graceful figure, drawing attention. Sensing it was somewhat inappropriate, Li Xin averted his gaze and smiled, saying, the estate remains the same. What could possibly be different? Your Highness, Bai Fenglan chuckled. I was referring to the fragrance in the air. Oh, you mean the perfume? Li Xin inhaled the scent permeating the atmosphere. Perhaps due to his prolonged stay, he was less sensitive to its intensity. With a smile, he explained, this is a perfume recently developed at the estate. The aroma is what it emits. I shall gift you a bottle. With that, Li Xin entered the room and retrieved several small porcelain vials, presenting them to Bai Fenglan. Here, Li Xin elaborated. These vials contain scents of agarwood, camphor, and clove. A gift for you. When you return, do experiment with their use. As he spoke, Li Xin demonstrated to Bai Fenglan how to apply the perfume. The touch of the prince's broad hand sent a flutter through Bai Fenglan's heart, her eyes darting around in excitement. After an arduous teaching session, Bai Fenglan felt a twinge of embarrassment. When you return, give it a try. I believe the ladies will find it quite enjoyable. Li Xin remarked with a smile, then turned and made his way indoors. Watching his retreating figure, Bai Fenglan let out a long sigh, suppressing the excitement within her, and followed suit. Upon entering the room, Bai Fenglan presented the documents she held, stating, Your Highness, with the assistance of the Dongning Prefectural Office during this period, we have preliminarily drafted a set of legal provisions. Please review them. Let me see, Li Xin replied, accepting the legal text and examining it with great care. Bai Fenglan stood by in quiet anticipation. After a considerable time, Li Xin had perused the entire document, concluding that, overall, it was quite suitable. However, he found certain punishments for offenses to be excessively harsh. In Dongning City, there is no need for punishments such as death by 1,000 cuts, whipping, or caning. For particularly heinous crimes, decapitation may serve as a deterrent. Other penalties should primarily focus on labor reform. Our population in Dongning is still quite small. Those who commit crimes should be made to work in the factories and mines, earning their redemption through labor. We shall adhere to this principle moving forward. Understood, Your Highness. Bai Fenglan nodded in agreement. She grasped the principle Li Xin articulated, recognizing that the workers in the mining bureau were largely prisoners of war. If even these captives could be utilized effectively, certainly the citizens who err could be as well. Prince Exile, you are truly benevolent. Furthermore, after some contemplation, Li Xin continued, the legal provisions should be more accessible and straightforward. Avoid using classical Chinese. It is too obscure. These laws are meant for the common people to hear and understand, ultimately regulating their lives. If the populace cannot comprehend them, how can we expect compliance? Please revise the text accordingly. Additionally, we must assign members from our women's guard to explain these legal provisions to the citizens in the city, urging everyone to abide by the law. Your guidance shall be followed. Bai Fenglan promptly responded. After discussing a few specific articles, she returned to continue her revisions. On her way back, Bai Fenglan tightly clutched a small porcelain vial, her heart still fluttering with exhilaration, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Fenglan, what has you so jubilant? Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. Xiaomei, you startled me. Bai Fenglan exclaimed, lightly scolding her friend. Wow, Fenglan, you smell delightful today. Xiaomei giggled, eyeing Bai Fenglan mischievously. Did you visit the royal palace? Feigning annoyance, Bai Fenglan replied. This perfume was gifted by His Highness. Why did he only give you perfume? Xiaomei teased. Such feminine gifts for you, Fenglan. Could it be that His Highness has feelings for you? After all, you are exceptionally beautiful, yet still single. Bai Fenglan playfully kicked Xiaomei, responding, His Highness is already married. Do not speak foolishly. What of marriage? However, Xiaomei remained utterly unconcerned, continuing to jest. Your Highness is a prince. It is only natural for a prince to have several wives and concubines. After all, old Master Li had 2 wives. Go away, go away. Bai Fenglan retorted sharply. Xiaomei fled the scene as if in haste. Watching her retreating figure, Bai Fenglan shook her head with a bitter smile. Suddenly, recalling Xiaomei's earlier words, she pondered why she wasn't more furious. Could it be that? No. What was she thinking? Bai Fenglan shook her head, dismissing that thought from her mind. Upon returning home, she began to amend the legal statutes as per the prince's instructions. Within the royal residence, Li Xin directed the servants busily distilling perfumes and spirits. The successful trials of the perfumes and spirits had stirred a modest sensation within the palace. The perfumes, in particular, incited a fierce competition among the princess, Ning Xiaoqian, and her maidens. Li Xin understood that in this era, where women cherished beauty, the key to profit lay in catering to them. Perfume was one such avenue. Currently, only Li Xin possessed the knowledge to create perfumes. Monopolizing the perfume trade could yield profits far exceeding those from soap. Thus, it was imperative to produce a greater quantity of perfume during this period. When Hu Shuiyong returned, he would take a portion to Jiangnan and Xintang to test the market and gauge the profit margins. The spirits also required increased production. Although it was summer and consuming strong liquor might be harsh on the stomach, it would serve as a comforting companion in the winter months. It was anticipated that many who craved liquor would appreciate this particular spirit. Therefore, it was essential to procure more sorghum to brew additional spirits. Eventually, they would be transported to various provinces of the Daqian dynasty for sale, bringing in substantial profits. Perfume and spirits represented two lucrative products that Li Xin was introducing in this era. Similar to soap, they were expected to generate a considerable return. With profits in hand, the capital to support the growth of Dongning City would be secured, ensuring that acquiring food and supplies would no longer be a struggle. Chapter 69, The Liaowang Envoy. Chun Jixiong amidst the lush greenery and the long summer days, the reflections of towers danced in the pond. Seated in the carriage, Chun Jixiong gazed at the vibrant summer scenery outside, stroking the stubble on his chin with a contented expression. The gentle breeze wafting through the curtains into the carriage alleviated the sweltering heat of summer, bringing a refreshing coolness. Leaning back comfortably against the soft cushions, Chun Jixiong dozed off, thoroughly at ease. The carriage swayed as it continued its journey forward. After an indeterminate time, the coachman let out a long sigh and halted the carriage. The sudden jolt roused Chun Jixiong from his slumber. "What is happening?" he inquired lazily. "Sir, the road ahead has been blocked." The coachman alerted him. "This is the official road. Who would dare block it in broad daylight?" Chun Jixiong replied, irritated. As he lifted the curtain to peer ahead, not far in front of the carriage, two long beams were obstructing the official road. Upon the horizontal beam, a banner was affixed, boldly proclaiming the words "Danger, proceed with caution." Beside the beam sat an individual, anxiously glancing sideways. What was happening? Chun Jixiong felt a twinge of confusion mixed with indignation. Just as he was about to alight from his carriage to confront the situation, he was taken aback to see several horses galloping swiftly along the side of the road. The horses appeared strained, seemingly pulling something substantial. Shortly thereafter, several large carts emerged from behind, laden with dark, indistinct cargo. Was it coal? This only deepened Chun Jixiong's bewilderment. The horse-drawn carts traversed the thoroughfare without pause, moving directly onward. In no time, the individuals on the road raised the horizontal beam, signaling the waiting crowd to advance. Chun Jixiong stood momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind such actions. The driver urged the horses forward, and as the cart passed beneath the beam, Chun Jixiong leaned out to observe the areas flanking the thoroughfare. To either side, four straight tracks stretched across the ground, extending into the distance. Beneath the tracks lay timber, supported by sand and gravel. On the opposite side, several large carts were gradually receding. The wheels of these carts were perfectly aligned upon the tracks, progressing smoothly. The design was indeed quite ingenious. Chun Jixiong momentarily found himself lost in thought, puzzled as to why they would forsake the well-maintained thoroughfare in favor of such a route. "Hurry, hurry!" shouted the individual by the beam. "Do not linger by the tracks. Beware of danger." The driver cracked his whip, urging the horses onward. After a quarter of an hour, a colossal structure came into view. Was that the city wall? Chun Jixiong was taken aback. When had Dongning City grown so grand? He recalled visiting Dongning City a few years prior, when it was small and dilapidated, barely qualifying as the capital of Dongning Province. Now, it loomed like a magnificent fortress. It was even more imposing than Liaoyang City. It was simply unbelievable. Regardless of his disbelief, the large characters emblazoned upon the city gate proclaimed Dongning City. Evidently, His Highness the Prince of Faith had fared quite well in his time here, having renovated Dongning City in less than a year, a truly astonishing feat. "Let us enter the city," Chun Jixiong commanded firmly. The cart continued its approach toward the city gate. As they neared Dongning City, Chun Jixiong once again spotted the horse-drawn carts on one side of the city. Several carts were stationed in an open area, their dark coal cargo spilled across the ground. On the other side, a few horses were pulling empty carts along the tracks, heading off into the distance. These tracks seemed specifically designed for such horse-drawn vehicles. What a novel approach. In his astonishment, the cart arrived at the city gate. Several women clad in uniforms stepped forward to halt the carriage, their gentle voices ringing out. "Please stop for inspection." The discourse exuded politeness, distinctly contrasting with the demeanor of the soldiers stationed at other city gates. The coachman presented the passage document to a woman and spoke. "We are the envoys dispatched by the Liao Royal Palace, here to meet His Highness, the Prince of Faith. Kindly notify him." The mention of Liao Royal envoys momentarily startled the woman, who scrutinized the document in her hands before replying. "Please wait a moment while I inform my superior." Before long, another woman approached, eyeing the convoy of carriages, and inquired, "Are you the Liao Royal envoys? According to regulations, we kindly ask for your cooperation during the inspection. Captain Bai has instructed us that upon your arrival, we shall escort you to the Dongning Inn for rest." Consequently, the Liao Royal envoys complied with the inspection. Once completed, personnel from the Women's Guard led Chun Jixiong and his companions toward the Dongning Inn. Upon entering the city, Chun Jixiong was further astonished. The expansive open spaces within the city were bustling with various construction projects. To the west, near the Shui Bin River, towering chimneys loomed, belching dark smoke into the air. Several horse-drawn carts delivered coal and ore to the vicinity of the chimneys, unloading their cargo before departing. On the eastern side of the city, rows of new residential buildings were under construction, unified in design and adorned in warm colors. The streets were alive with townsfolk bustling about, each engaged in their endeavors, with not a single languid figure in sight. Accompanied by the clinking sounds of labor, Chun Jixiong and his group traversed the city. After a short while, they approached the old town of Dongning. At the edge of the old city stood a new 3-story building. In front of it hung a banner emblazoned with the words Dongning Inn. esteemed envoys. The personnel of the women's guard gestured, saying, "Please, come inside. The Prince of Faith has arranged accommodations for you, with several rooms prepared on the 3rd floor. As you are newcomers, it would be best to rest for a while. The prince has instructed that you shall be received tomorrow." In agreement, Chen Jixiong and his companions nodded. They parked the carriage in the courtyard behind the inn and ascended to the 3rd floor. The rooms were indeed spacious and bright, situated high with splendid views. Standing by the window, they could see the bustling activities of Dongning City. In the houses ahead, crowds were industriously engaged in crafting something. Meanwhile, at the massive chimneys, workers were transporting large, ebony objects. What marvels had Dongning City produced this time? In a vast expanse of land to the northeast, a regiment of neatly aligned soldiers was undergoing training. A glance revealed the entire visage of Dongning City, eliciting astonishment and admiration. Was this truly the Dongning City of yore? Chapter 70. Negotiations and cooperation. The following morning, Chen Jixiong and his party arose early. After freshening up and partaking in breakfast, they set out toward the Prince of Faith's palace, bearing gifts in hand. Upon their arrival in Dongning City, as envoys of the Liao King, they held significant responsibilities in their meeting with His Highness the Prince of Faith. Once they entered the ancient city of Dongning, Chen Jixiong was astonished by the bustling construction sites. One couldn't help but wonder how much the city would transform if they had arrived a little later. As they stepped into the royal residence, a rich and lingering fragrance filled the air, evoking a sense of comfort akin to that of the capital. "My lord, I never expected to encounter such delightful scents in Dongning," remarked a nearby attendant. "This aroma surpasses even that of our Liao princess." Chen Jixiong cast a sidelong glance at the attendant and continued deeper into the premises. Upon reaching the entrance to the grand hall, He Tangyuan hurried out to greet them with a beaming smile, saying, "Welcome, Lord Chun, to the Prince of Faith's residence. Please come in." With a slight smile, Chen Jixiong, accompanied by his entourage bearing gifts, entered the hall. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince of Faith." They immediately knelt in reverence. Though Chen Jixiong was an official of the Liao royal court, the Prince of Faith, being of a distinguished rank, commanded the utmost respect. "Please rise, no need for formalities. Have a seat." Li Xin gestured, signaling them to stand. "Thank you, Your Highness." Chen Jixiong returned the gesture and continued, "We have come on behalf of the Liao King, who has entrusted us with some gifts for Your Highness." As he spoke, the attendant opened the chest, revealing luxurious silks, jewels, and other opulent items, all befitting the lavish style of the Liao court. "My lord," Chen Jixiong stated, "these are exquisite jewelry pieces specially prepared by the Liao princess for the Prince of Faith. A token of our esteem." "Lord Chen, you jest," Li Xin replied with a faint smile. "If the Liao court's offerings were not commendable, then nothing worthy would exist in the world." With that, Li Xin burst into hearty laughter. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Jixiong directly addressed the matter at hand. "Your Highness, the purpose of our visit is to propose a business venture with the Prince of Faith's residence." "Business?" At the mention of this word, Li Xion's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What kind of business? Do enlighten me." "My lord, it is quite simple," Chen Jixiong replied with a smile. "The Liao territory is abundant in grain, which could be mutually beneficial with Dongning province. The Liao King suggests we establish trade relations to meet each other's needs." "An excellent idea, my lord." Li Xion nodded in agreement. "Given that our territories are neighboring, this is indeed prudent. Although Dongning province lacks unique products, we can trade sulfur, soap, and other goods. Once you have my consent, we can commence trade immediately. The Qingyu Trading House and the Sunji Trading House in Dongning City would be eager to profit from Liaodong province. Your insights are commendable," Chen Jixiong acknowledged. "If that is the case, then the trade arrangement is settled." "Agreed," Li Xion responded with a smile. "In truth, there are no major issues. We simply need to adhere to one condition. All trade must be subject to commercial and customs duties in compliance with local regulations." "That is understood," Chen Jixiong replied with a smile. After concluding discussions on trade, Chen Jixiong found himself unsatisfied. After all, his visit to the Wangfu was not solely for matters of commerce. He bore a special mission. Hesitating for a moment, he spoke directly. "Your Highness, I have heard that recently, in repelling the marauding horse bandits from the grasslands, you graciously supplied numerous thunderclaps to the princes of Qing and Su, including the formula for its creation. His Highness, the Prince of Liao, wishes to inquire whether the formula could also be made available to the Liao Wangfu." He continued earnestly. "The Prince of Liao assures that suitable compensation will be provided." At that moment, Chen Jixiong revealed his true intentions. Indeed, it was the formula for thunderclaps that he sought. Li Xion smiled subtly, understanding the underlying motives. Were it not for this matter, the Prince of Liao would not have dispatched envoys to this place, nor bestowed such precious jewels and silks. It was evident that there was no such thing as a free visit. Li Xion had his own plans regarding this request. After all, to ensure that the grassland bandits would not launch a full-scale assault on Dongning City, he had already shared the formula with the princes of Su and Qing. The formula had already spread, making secrecy a challenge. Thus, he was inclined to acquiesce to the Liao prince's request. However, as this was a negotiation, it was crucial to ascertain the conditions and secure a favorable price. Feigning contemplation, Li Xion said, "The formula for thunderclaps is a treasured secret of our Wangfu." At this, Chen Jixiong grew anxious and quickly responded, "We of the Liao Wangfu are prepared to offer Your Highness 10,000 pickles of grain. Furthermore, should the grassland bandits attack Dongning, we are willing to dispatch troops to restrain them in Liao Bay, alleviating the peril faced by Dongning." Without delay, Chen Jixiong articulated the conditions from the Liao Wangfu. 10,000 pickles of grain. A joint effort to repel the grassland marauders? These terms were indeed appealing and aligned with Li Xion's urgent needs. Prior to the second defense of Dongning City, Zhao Bingzhang had been tirelessly seeking alliances to combat the grassland bandits. The response from the Liao Wangfu was thus a favorable one. Li Xian felt a surge of joy and nodded in agreement. The formula for thunderclaps was indeed devised to counter the grassland bandits and safeguard our great Qin dynasty. Providing it to my esteemed uncle in Liao is merely my duty as a nephew. Upon hearing this, Qin Jixiong realized that Li Xian was inclined to agree. However, Li Xian then shifted the conversation, stating, "The formula cannot be given to you just yet. There is another matter for which I require your assistance. Your Highness, please feel free to speak," Qin Jixiong promptly inquired. Li Xian continued, "I have been a vassal in Dongning City for nearly a year now. With the recent repulsion of the grassland marauders, my father has issued a decree summoning me to the capital to meet with the emperor. I anticipate embarking on this journey to the capital shortly. Traveling to the capital is inevitably fraught with various occurrences. Thus, I hope that the Prince of Liao can mediate to avert unnecessary complications." Qin Jixiong, a remarkably astute individual, instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Li Xian's words. "Is the prince concerned for His Highness the Crown Prince?" Qin Jixiong refrained from responding directly and instead stated, "Your Highness, I must first confer with His Highness the Prince of Liao before reaching a decision." "I beg your pardon." Li Xian casually waved his hand, indicating that it was of no consequence and that there was no rush. After the negotiations concluded, Qin Jixiong and his companions took their leave. The outcome of this initial discussion, whether collaboration is feasible, remains uncertain. However, Li Xian was in no hurry, as he had contingencies in place. Chapter 71. The Prince of Liao in Liaoyang City. Within the Prince of Liao's residence, Prince Li Kaching sat in his chair. A slip of paper clutched in his hand, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "Your Highness, what did Prince Xian have to say?" inquired an elderly man with a grizzled beard, seated nearby. "Take a look," replied Prince Li Kaching, passing the note to the elder with a nonchalant air. The elder examined the paper briefly, his brow arching slightly. "Heh," he chuckled softly. "Though Prince Xian appears youthful, he possesses considerable depth of thought. How did I not perceive this during our time in the capital? I wonder how His Highness the Crown Prince would react if he knew of Prince Xian's maneuvers." Understanding the implications of the elder's words, Li Kaching pondered his own perceptions of Prince Xian. Last year, when Prince Xian traveled to Dongning City, he passed through Liaoyang City, and they had met. However, at that time, Prince Xian had appeared quite ill, pale and frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yet upon arriving in Dongning City, he showed no signs of such frailty. Rather, the city itself had flourished under his care. It seemed evident that Prince Xian was indeed a master of subterfuge. Perhaps, during their time in the capital, he had deliberately feigned weakness to deceive the current crown prince, thereby securing his position in Dongning City. The mere thought of this struck Li Kaching with astonishment. If this were true, then Prince Xian's cunning was truly formidable. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the elder and asked, "What should we do now?" The elder stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "The entanglement between Prince Xian and the crown prince may appear unrelated to us. However, it does concern us directly. After all, we are currently in negotiations regarding the Thunderbolt matter with Prince Xian's estate. If we accept the Thunderbolt proposal, regardless of external perceptions, we will be irrevocably linked to Prince Xian in the eyes of the crown prince. Should any disputes for power arise, we would find it impossible to remain uninvolved. Furthermore, Prince Xian's estate is pressuring us to make such a choice, effectively forcing us into opposition against the crown prince's faction. Now, Prince Xian exploits the threat posed by the prairie bandits, compelling us to make a choice. If there were no wise guidance behind this matter, Prince Xian would indeed be formidable." After thorough analysis, the elder gazed at Li Kaching, the king of Liao, and continued, "As for our decision, we must naturally consider the circumstances of our Liaodong region. In recent years, the power of the prairie bandits has surged, launching successive assaults. Not only have many counties in Dongning province fallen into enemy hands, but our Liaodong province is no exception. Currently, the prairie bandits have suffered setbacks in Dongning province. Yet it is precarious to assume they will not seek vengeance elsewhere. Their next target could very well be Liaodong. After all, if the prairie bandits were to capture Liaodong, they could sever the land route to Dongning province, thereby solidifying their rear. Therefore, we must also contemplate the threat posed by the prairie bandits. At this moment, with insufficient military strength in Liaodong, safeguarding our territory and populace will necessitate external assistance. An alliance with Prince Xian appears to be our sole option. Thus, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner." Sighing at the elder's words, Li Kaching lamented. He was acutely aware of Liaodong's plight. Although it seemed robust, it was merely a facade. Should the prairie bandits launch a full-scale assault on Liaodong, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend without external aid. Perhaps, as the elder suggested, an alliance with Prince Xian to combat the prairie bandits is indeed necessary. After a brief silence, the elder spoke once more. "Our alliance with Prince Xian is solely for the purpose of resisting the prairie bandits. It would be prudent to convey this rationale to the court. Perhaps we could even persuade the court to dispatch troops and collaborate with various vassal kings to jointly confront the prairie bandits. Such an arrangement would be equitable. In that case, the matters between us and Prince Xian would be rendered less ambiguous, and the crown prince would harbor no undue suspicions." Agreed. Li Kaching nodded. He understood that sometimes, transparency is essential to prevent unwarranted speculation. This way, they could remain above petty affairs, impartial and uninvolved in the power struggles. After all, such matters, if mishandled, could lead to the dismantling of their fiefdoms. Realizing this, Li Kaching spoke, Let us proceed accordingly. We shall provisionally agree with Prince Exine's court. Furthermore, we must candidly communicate with the court. I will personally draft a memorial to clarify this matter. Excellent. The elder hesitated briefly before suggesting, Your Highness, should we also inform the Crown Prince about this? Indeed. Li Xin tapped his head and replied, This is imperative. Clarifying matters in advance will facilitate future encounters. Immediately, Li Xin and his associates began to negotiate this affair. Meanwhile, news reached Dongning City. In a jovial atmosphere, both parties signed the relevant trade agreements. As May drew to a close, Dongning grew increasingly warm. After ample preparations, Prince Exine, accompanied by numerous gifts and the troops of the Tiger Bend camp, departed from Dongning City, journeying along the official road toward the capital. Accompanying Li Xin were Wangfu's counselor Zhao Bingzhong, the steward He Yuan, and Bai Fenglan from the women's guard. The princess, Ning Xiaoqian, who was with child, did not join them on this journey. As Li Xin embarked once more on the familiar road back to the capital after a year, a sense of trepidation filled his heart. The depths of the capital's waters were profound, and the struggle for power was intricately linked to one's very life. A moment's carelessness could plunge one into an abyss from which there was no return. Such matters were never Li Xine's forte, whether in his past life or the present. Thus, he endeavored to avoid any entanglements. Fortunately, with Counselor Zhao Bingzhong accompanying him, he felt somewhat reassured. After traversing the official road for 8 or 9 days, they crossed the mountain ridges and arrived at the outskirts of Liaoyang City. There, officials, including the chief of the Lai Wangfu and the governor of Liaoyang, had long awaited their arrival. Upon sighting the carriage of Prince Exine, the officials promptly rose and adjusted their attire. Soon, the carriage approached, and they bowed in unison. We pay our respects to your highness, Prince Exine. Although these officials were not subordinate to the prince's household, the decorum of respect could not be disregarded. Please rise. Li Xin gestured from within the carriage, signaling for them to stand. After a round of pleasantries, the coachman guided the carriage toward the Lai Wangfu. Chapter 72. Audience with the Liao Wang. Upon entering the Lai Wangfu, Li Xin spotted a middle-aged man waiting at the entrance of the grand hall. With a square face and a kindly demeanor, he greeted Li Xin with a warm smile. In the haze of memory, Li Xin recognized him as Li Xin, the king of Liao. Uncle, I have come to pay my respects, Li Xin said, bowing respectfully. According to lineage, the Liao Wang was of the same generation as the current emperor. They were brothers. Although there was a layer of kinship between him and Prince Exine, they were nonetheless of royal blood, and the formality of respect could not be overlooked. Do not be so formal, Li Xin replied, descending the steps and taking Li Xin by the arm as they walked into the hall together. It has been a tiring journey. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare a meal. Let us dine together tonight. Then I shall defer to your kindness, Li Xin responded with a clasped fist. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Xin shifted directly to the matter at hand. Uncle, during my time in Dongning City, I encountered Chen Jixiong, who conveyed your message. This time, as I passed through Liaoyang on my way to the capital, I wish to present you with the formula for the thunderbolt. Oh. Upon hearing the mention of the thunderbolt formula, Li Qing's eyes brightened with delight. This was precisely what he desired. However, he was also aware of Li Xine's expectations and promptly declared, You are too courteous. Should there be any matters in the future, do not hesitate to inform your uncle. Although I am of advanced years, I can still wield some influence in the capital. I have heard that you will be visiting your father. Please extend my regards to him. Li Qing's words were a clear indication of his support. Understanding the context, Li Xin naturally comprehended the meaning behind the words. Thank you, Uncle Wang, Li Xin said with a slight bow, subsequently retrieving a piece of paper from his bosom and handing it to Prince Li Qing of Liao. Uncle Wang, this is the formula for the thunderous explosive. Is it? Prince Li Qing of Liao took the paper, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the contents. This thunderous explosive formula, of course, differed somewhat from the one employed by the Gunpowder Bureau of Dongning City. The formula utilized by the Gunpowder Bureau consisted of 70% saltpeter powder, 15% sulfur powder, and 15% charcoal powder. The formula presented to the Liao prince not only included saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal, but also incorporated honey and realgar. The proportions altered to 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, with equal measures of honey and realgar. This formula harked back to the nascent days of black powder's invention. During his time in Dongning City, Li Xin had specifically instructed the personnel at the Gunpowder Bureau to conduct experiments, which yielded explosive results that were commendable, albeit slightly inferior to the optimal ratios. This formula was also the one Li Xin had imparted to Prince Su and Prince Qing. After all, it was prudent to retain a competitive edge. Only after the refinement of gunpowder should the best formula be gradually revealed to them. Maintaining a technological gap was essential to ensuring the absolute superiority of the Exine Wangfu, which was Li Xin's unwavering principle. Observing the formula in his hands, Prince Li Qing of Liao nodded slightly. Nephew, the materials for this formula appear to be quite common. Is it simply a matter of mixing them in the right proportions and then placing them into a ceramic jar for use? Indeed, Uncle Wang, Li Xin affirmed with a nod. You may enlist some trusted individuals. I can elucidate the specific operational methods to them. Once they grasp it, they will be capable of executing the process. That sounds splendid. Prince Li Qing of Liao exclaimed with enthusiasm. After some idle chatter, Li Qing summoned several of his confidants and instructed the servants to prepare the materials. In a courtyard, Li Xin gradually explained the method of crafting the thunderous explosive to these individuals. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal, with equal portions of sulfur, honey, and realgar. Once the raw materials were ready, they began the mixing and stirring process. After separating the mixture into small granules and allowing them to dry, they filled the ceramic jars. Li Xin also imparted several cautions, such as avoiding iron tools for stirring and filling, ensuring all instruments were made of wood. Upon successful trial production, Li Xin ordered further experimentation. Listening to the distant sounds of explosions, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Nephew, let us go." Prince Li Xin, brimming with delight, grasped Li Xin's wrist and said jovially, "Here at my residence, I may not possess many treasures, but in the royal kitchen, there is a master chef from Yangzhou whose culinary skills are unparalleled. Come, nephew, let me take you to savor his creations." In a garden of the main hall, a delectable feast had already been laid out. Nearby, 2 young boys of about 10 stood with clasped hands, quietly awaiting their turn. Additionally, there was a blossoming maiden of 16 or 17 years. Come, Tonger, Zheng'er, Kai'er, come forth and greet your brother Xinhuang." Li Keqiang, the king of Liao, beckoned, and 3 youthful lads approached, their tender voices harmonizing in unison. "We greet you, brother Xinhuang. Come, sit beside me," Li Xin warmly invited, his gaze affectionate as he regarded the trio of children. Regrettably, he had not brought any gifts with him on this occasion. He produced a small vial of perfume, extending it towards Li Kai with a smile. "Sister Kai'er, I have nothing of great value, but please accept this bottle of perfume from your brother. Next time, when the opportunity arises, I shall bring you some delightful treasures from Dongning City." "How wonderful!" Li Kai exclaimed, accepting the perfume and bringing it to her nose. "Oh, it smells delightful." She marveled at the fragrance, learning from Li Xin how to use it. In this era, a girl of 16 or 17 was already considered an adult. Her figure gracefully curvaceous and her beauty striking. Clad in a simple gauze dress, she possessed an enchanting charm. One could only wonder whose bride she would eventually become. Meanwhile, the 2 boys sat quietly. Before long, a sumptuous feast was served. "Nephew, come and sample the chef's exquisite creations." Li Keqiang gestured towards the dishes. Li Xin, taking a bite, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Incredible. The flavors rival those of a 5-star restaurant in later times." The dish bore a hint of natural fragrance and was truly delectable. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the king of Liao had a refined palate. It seemed he ought to find a skilled chef to bring back to Dongning City. "Nephew," Li Keqiang remarked with a smile, "in my lifetime, I have few indulgences, but I do have some expertise in the realm of food and drink. If you find it to your liking, consider taking an apprentice back to Dongning City to teach for a while. Then, you too shall enjoy delightful Huaiyang cuisine in Dongning." "Thus, I am immensely grateful to you, Uncle King of Liao," Li Xin replied, bowing respectfully. He then instructed his attendants to bring forth the distilled liquor from the Xinhuang residence. "Uncle, fine dishes deserve fine wines. Do sample our specialty, Dongning Xiaojiu." Upon opening the jar, Li Keqiang's eyes sparkled with delight. "This wine is exquisite." They raised their cups in joyous camaraderie, reveling in the moment. Chapter 73. Journey to the capital. After spending another 2 days in Liaoyang City, Li Xin presided over the opening ceremony of the Qingyu Trading Company's Liaoyang branch. Following the inauguration, an array of goods from Dongning City, including soap, cement, Dongning Xiaojiu, and perfume, was made available for sale, causing an immediate sensation throughout Liaoyang. Particularly, after the royal residents purchased 30 jars of Dongning Xiaojiu, a considerable stir ensued. The alluring fragrance of the wine captivated everyone, who clamored to taste its exquisite flavor. Yet, procuring even a single jar proved challenging. Li Xin, however, was oblivious to the commotion in Liaoyang. Following the establishment of the Qingyu Trading Company's branch, he once again embarked on his western journey. This time, he was accompanied by several companions: Li Tong, the heir of the king of Liao, and Li Kai, the princess. They represented His Highness the King of Liao in their pilgrimage to pay respects to the emperor. Traveling together allowed them to support one another along the way. Exiting the city of Liaoyang and journeying westward for several days, the party traversed the Shanhaiguan Pass and entered the interior. The surroundings transformed into a lush green landscape. As summer approached, the wheat fields glistened with golden hues, a sight most pleasing to behold. Zhao Bingzhang arrived at the edge of a field, plucking a head of wheat and rubbing it in his palm, a hint of sorrow gracing his features. Nearby, a farmer's household prepared straw ropes by the roadside. Zhao Bingzhang approached and inquired, "Elder, how is this year's harvest?" The elder looked up at the plainly dressed Zhao Bingzhang and sighed helplessly. This spring was met with drought just as the wheat was in the grain-filling stage. A severe drought will likely lead to a significant reduction in yield. If we manage to get 80 jin of wheat per mu, it will be quite fortunate. With a heavy sigh, the elder gazed at the distant sky with his murky eyes, lamenting, "Compared to previous years, we face a 50% reduction. Why does heaven not grant us a way to survive?" The desolation in his voice was palpable. Zhao Bingzhang remained silent for a long while, unsure of what words might offer comfort. Upon returning to the group, he exhaled deeply, unable to shake the heaviness in his heart. "Mr. Zhao, what troubles you?" Li Xin inquired. Zhao Bingzhang sighed and recounted what he had witnessed and heard. 80 jin per mu? Li Xin expressed surprise. It suddenly reminded him of stories his grandmother shared from her early married days, when a yield of 1 to 200 jin per mu of wheat was considered impressive. Wheat, being sensitive to drought, suffers greatly when the weather is unkind, resulting in diminished harvests. Thus, the common folk rarely enjoyed white steamed buns throughout their lives. Even during festivals, the dumplings were often mixed with sorghum flour. The plight of the common people is indeed dire. Li Xin sighed, contemplating. It seems that upon returning from the capital, I must begin researching fertilizers. Without fertilizers, grain yields cannot improve. It was only after the widespread production and use of fertilizers in later times that grain output began to rise significantly. While he could not produce compound fertilizers, he could still work with organic fertilizers. Reflecting on this, Li Xin mentally noted the matter. Your Highness, Zhao Bingzhong sighed. This year, achieving 80 gene would be commendable. Fortunately, the common folk have also planted sorghum. Come autumn, we shall see how much grain we can gather. If the sorghum also suffers a decline, the people may very well go hungry. The thought of starvation among the populace sent a chill through Li Xin's heart. In this era, external threats from nomadic horse bandits loomed over the borders, while internal calamities and misfortunes wreaked havoc on grain production, with troubles both internal and external. The suffering of the common people was beyond words. This era bore a resemblance to the twilight of a dynasty. Li Xin remained silent, grappling with his thoughts. Fortunately, the situation in Dongning City appeared relatively stable. Zhao Bingzhong took a deep breath and remarked, although the grain has yet to be harvested, the trade routes to Annan, Kampa, and Siam have already opened. Rice, cotton, and other supplies can continuously flow into Dongning City, which should alleviate some of the immense pressure there. However, the situation in other regions is rather bleak, particularly in the inland provinces. Should another natural disaster strike, the repercussions are unfathomable. The two sat across from each other, sighing, with no viable solutions at hand. After all, Li Xin is merely a prince, a vassal of Dongning province. His influence does not extend to the interior. After traversing the Shanhai Pass and journeying for another 7 or 8 days, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital. From a distance, the towering city walls of the capital were visible, far surpassing the modest Dongning City. Even the walls of the new Dongning City likely do not compare in height. The grand walls, adorned with azure bricks and yellow tiles, exuded the majesty of a unified dynasty. Upon reaching the Chaotian Gate in the eastern part of the city, officials from the Court of Imperial Sacrifices and the Ministry of Rites came forth to welcome them. After exchanging formal greetings, with the guidance of the officials, Li Xin and Li Tong entered the capital. The accompanying Tiger Ben camp remained stationed outside the city, with only a handful, including Wei Dahai, permitted to enter. Returning to the capital, memories began to clarify in Li Xin's mind. Despite the ongoing calamities in other prefectures, the capital remained a scene of prosperity. The streets bustled with traffic and pedestrians, including fair-haired, blue-eyed foreigners and dark-skinned Kunlun slaves, all conversing fluently in the official dialect as they bargained with merchants. The vibrancy and opulence were undeniable, befitting the capital of a unified dynasty. Li Xin couldn't help but admire the ancient city. While it may not rival the ultra-first-tier cities of later times, it was quite impressive for its era. Your Highness, look over here. Wei Dahai quietly pointed towards a shop by the street. Turning to gaze, Li Xin immediately noticed a bustling merchant store, crowded with patrons. The sign above clearly read Qingyu Trading Company. Oh, Li Xin was taken aback. Wasn't the Qingyu Trading Company closed? Sensing Li Xin's doubts, the official from the Court of Imperial Sacrifices whispered, Your Highness, following the great victory in Dongning, several officials jointly petitioned the throne, and His Majesty graciously permitted the reopening of the Qingyu Trading Company. I presume you have not yet received this news? Indeed, Li Xin nodded. As long as the Qingyu Trading Company remained operational, it could still generate profits. Entering through the Chaotian Gate, they found themselves in the commercial district of the capital, replete with extravagance. As they walked, Li Xin felt somewhat dazzled. After strolling for a quarter of an hour, the official led Li Xin to their destination, the Court of Imperial Sacrifices. The former residence of the Prince of Xin in the capital had long been reclaimed by the court. According to tradition, upon entering the capital, all vassal princes were required to lodge at the Court of Imperial Sacrifices, and Li Xin was no exception. Though somewhat modest, the court still retained a semblance of royal dignity and did not appear dilapidated. After settling in, the officials arranged for several attendants to cater to Li Xin's daily needs. Once everything was in order, Li Xin enjoyed his first meal in the capital, the taste of which was indeed incomparable to that of Dongning. It was a delightful experience. Chapter 74. The Crown Prince's thoughts in the East Palace. At the Duanban Hall, the news of Li Xin's arrival in the capital reached. The Crown Prince Li Ming furrowed his brow and inquired, When did this occur? The servant promptly replied, Just now, Your Highness. The guests have already taken residence in the Zongjing courtyard, and along with Prince Xin, the heir of the Liao Kingdom has also arrived in the capital. Oh, the Crown Prince Li Ming was taken aback. How has my brother become entangled with the Liao Prince? This is unexpected. Perhaps they merely crossed paths and decided to travel together. The servant speculated after a moment's reflection. Have the arrangements been made at the Zongjing courtyard? Li Ming asked after a brief silence. Your Highness, everything has been properly arranged, the servant assured him. We have our cooks, guards, servants, maids, and officials stationed there. Every action of Prince Xin will be under our vigilant observation. At least we have accomplished something worthwhile. Li Ming remarked with a faint smile. Maintain close surveillance and report any news immediately. Yes, the servant responded eagerly. Once the few individuals had departed the room, Crown Prince Li Ming turned and entered the study behind him. Within sat a man, the Crown Prince's trusted aide from the Eastern Palace, Song Xiansa. Mr. Song, Li Ming began as he took a seat. What do you think is the connection between Li Xin and the Liao Prince? Could it be that they are conspiring together? This matter remains uncertain for now, Song Xiansa replied, shaking his head. However, I have heard from the officials of the Tongzheng office that the Liao Prince submitted a memorial today, which likely has not yet reached His Majesty's desk. A memorial from the Liao Prince? Li Ming inquired. What does it contain? Do not be anxious, Your Highness. The palace staff is likely in the process of transcribing it. We should receive news shortly, Song Xiansa calmly responded. Yet, Li Ming could hardly contain his impatience. Recently, he had secretly contacted the nomadic horse bandits of the grasslands, hoping to enlist their aid in eliminating Li Xin. To his dismay, Li Xin had triumphed over them. These horse bandits were utterly disappointing. Moreover, despite his efforts to have the Shuntian Prefecture seal the Qingyu Trading Company and rally local officials to prohibit its operations after the victory at Dongning, numerous officials petitioned His Majesty to lift the restrictions on the Qingyu Trading Company. His meticulously laid plans had been rendered completely ineffective. What troubled Li Ming the most was that Li Xin had now formed connections with the Liao Prince, the Qing Prince, and the Su Prince. Were they forming an alliance? The mere thought of this caused Li Ming's brow to twitch in agitation. Your Highness, there is no need for concern, Song Xiansa stated calmly. No matter how formidable the power of the vassal kings, what of it? You are the crown prince, revered above all others. Even if the vassal kings dare to act, do they not remember the events of 30 years ago? 30 years ago, when the current emperor's father, Emperor Shizong, had just ascended the throne, he faced a formidable rebellion from the vassal kings. Emperor Shizong quelled the insurrections of the Chu, Wei, and Wu kings with the strength of the entire nation, stripping them of their titles and lands. Subsequently, he accused the Yu, Xiong, Han, Lu, and Qi kings of colluding with the Chu king, thereby revoking their territories as well. Ultimately, he eliminated all vassal kings within the provinces. The newly appointed vassal kings were all relocated to the borders to fend off the rising threats from the nomadic marauders of the grasslands. Following the formidable measures taken by Emperor Shizong, the prosperous lands of the great Qian dynasty were entirely claimed by the court. Even those vassal kings stationed at the frontiers, commanding armies of tens of thousands, found it impossible to sustain their troops without the court's financial support. Consequently, the court no longer harbored concerns regarding potential insurrections from these vassal kings. Crucially, the military forces under the control of various vassal kings, such as the kings of Liao, Shu, Liang, Su, Qing, and Qin, were relatively modest. Most of the military personnel stationed in certain border areas willingly submitted to the jurisdiction of the court. It was only in recent years, with the persistent incursions of the grassland marauders, that some vassal kings at the borders began to gradually strengthen their royal guards to resist these threats. Listening to Song Xiansa's words, Li Ming comprehended the underlying message. As the crown prince, he held a position of great esteem. Should any border vassal king dare to stir trouble, the court could swiftly strip them of their titles and reduce them to commoners. Could such vassal kings still contemplate rebellion? With this thought, Li Ming felt a sense of ease within himself. At that moment, an eunuch from the inner court hurriedly arrived at the prince's study. Upon seeing Crown Prince Li Ming, he promptly knelt and said, Your Highness, the memorial from the King of Liao has been transcribed and is ready for your review. Li Ming slightly nodded and inquired, Has Father Emperor seen it yet? Not yet, the eunuch replied, shaking his head. It has just been submitted to the imperial study. His Majesty is likely to review it by evening. Very well, you may leave, Li Ming said, casually waving his hand. He then opened the memorial from the King of Liao and examined its contents. After reading, he furrowed his brow and handed the memorial to Song Xiansa. As Song Xiansa perused the document, a smile appeared on his face. Your Highness need not worry. The memorial from the King of Liao is quite explicit. The King of Liao and the King of Exile are merely united in their efforts to combat the grassland marauders. Otherwise, why would the King of Liao have submitted such a memorial? This is not only for the Emperor's eyes, but also a declaration to you, indicating that there is no ulterior motive between the King of Liao and the King of Exile, only a shared public interest. It seems the King of Liao is quite perceptive. Does this mean we need not be overly concerned about the King of Liao? The Crown Prince asked. Indeed, Your Highness, Song Xiansa replied, pointing to the memorial. At the end of the document, the King of Liao mentions that Liaoyang City is located on the frontier and has a less than pure populace. Thus, he wishes for his heir to study in the capital. This clearly indicates that he intends to treat the heir as a hostage in the capital, ensuring your peace of mind. Excellent, excellent. Crown Prince Li Ming smiled and remarked, It appears that my uncle, the King of Liao, is quite understanding. Now, we must observe how my brother perceives this matter. Since he is in the capital, if he dares to secretly covet the position of Crown Prince, we shall eliminate the threat at its roots. Your Highness is astute. Song Xiansa immediately praised, saying, For now, we must closely monitor the movements of the King of Exile to ascertain whether he still harbors enmity towards you before making further decisions. Following their discussion, Crown Prince Li Ming began to make arrangements. In the Zhengzheng Yuan, upon entering the capital, news had already reached the imperial palace. However, His Majesty did not summon Li Xin immediately, as Li Xin wandered aimlessly through the capital. His purpose was not merely to stroll, but to observe the operations of the Qingyu Trading Company. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Qingyu Trading Company, he, along with his companions, entered directly into the courtyard. The manager, Hu Sheng, upon receiving the news, hurried to greet them. Your Highness, I pay my respects, Hu Sheng exclaimed, promptly kneeling. Rise, Li Xin gestured dismissively, taking a seat and calmly regarding Hu Sheng before him. Chapter 75, Audience at Court. Hu Sheng, a fellow townsman of Hushuiyou, was also his trusted confidant. His placement at the capital's headquarters was not solely due to its strategic significance. He was entrusted with another crucial task, intelligence gathering. From the inception of establishing the Qingyu Trading Company, Li Xin had envisioned leveraging its extensive network across the provinces of the Dacian dynasty to create an intelligence network of his own. dedicated to collecting and consolidating information from various provinces. Such foresight would prove beneficial for future endeavors. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Li Xin smiled warmly at Hu Sheng and inquired, "How has business been lately, Manager Hu?" "Quite well, Your Highness," Hu Sheng responded with a smile. "Even though we faced a temporary closure, the reputation of our soaps has already spread. For a time, in the underground market, our soaps were in such high demand that they were virtually priceless. With the lifting of restrictions, our stock has sold out instantly. Business has been exceptionally good." "That's splendid." Li Xin nodded with a smile. "The market for our soaps is now secure, and the reputation of the Qingyu Trading Company has been firmly established. From here on, we shall simply reap the rewards. Coincidentally, we have developed several new products in Dongning that will soon arrive in the capital." "New products?" Hu Sheng pondered, intrigued. "Are they similar to the soaps?" "Haha, I anticipate that the profits will surpass those of the soaps," Li Xin replied with a chuckle. This revelation sent Hu Sheng into a state of excitement, as he envisioned the influx of wealth. After discussing business matters, Hu Sheng briefed Li Xin on recent developments in the capital. Listening intently, Li Xin nodded slightly. Aware that the Qingyu Trading Company had caught the attention of the Crown Prince, complicating some operations, he understood the necessity of proceeding cautiously, taking one step at a time. Li Xin was not in a hurry. He advised Hu Sheng and entrusted him with the new products, including perfumes and Dongning liquor. He wished for Hu Sheng to devise strategies to swiftly penetrate the market with these items. True to his reputation as Hu Shuiyong's loyal aide, Hu Sheng demonstrated remarkable marketing acumen. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed an idea to Li Xin. Upon hearing Hu Sheng's suggestion, Li Xion's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent. This idea is splendid. Let us proceed as you have suggested." After reiterating several matters, Li Xian departed from the Qingyu Trading Company's main branch in the capital and returned to his residence at the Zongjing Institute. There, he received an imperial decree. He was to attend the Grand Court Assembly the following day, signifying that his father, the emperor, wished to meet him. That day, Li Xian began his preparations. At the break of dawn the next day, Li Xian had already risen, attending to his grooming and dressing. Adorned in the regal attire of a first-rank prince, embellished with a four-clawed golden dragon, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Once he was ready, it was still early morning. Li Xian boarded a carriage alongside the Crown Prince of Liao, making their way toward the inner city. Passing through the Vermilion Bird Gate, they entered the imperial city. Surrounded by resplendent red walls and yellow tiles, reminiscent of the grandeur of the Forbidden City, Li Xian felt as if he had returned to his childhood home. By the time it was the fifth watch, numerous officials, both high and low, were already gathered along the imperial way, bowing and whispering amongst themselves. Li Xian and Li Tong advanced, drawing the attention of the surrounding officials. "Is that the Prince of Sun Wang, recently returned to the capital?" they murmured. Li Xian paid no heed to their chatter. Soon, they arrived at the open space before the Tai Chi Hall. Gazing up at the majestic Tai Chi Hall, memories began to flood back to Li Xian. He had frequented this place last year. Just as he was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Turning around, his eyes narrowed as the memory of the speaker resurfaced. "Second brother, the Crown Prince Li Ming. Your Highness." Li Xian quickly offered his respects. "Please rise." "There is no need for such formality between brothers," the Crown Prince Li Ming replied warmly, grasping Li Xian's hand with an affable demeanor, inquiring with genuine concern, "Second brother, in this frigid winter of Dongning, how fares your health?" Though Li Ming wore a smile, a chill ran through Li Xian's heart. He understood that beneath the seemingly amiable exterior, the Crown Prince harbored a wickedness that ran deep. He was simply a master of pretense. With a smile plastered on his face, Li Xian responded, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My health has improved somewhat." "That is good to hear," Li Ming nodded, patting Li Xian's hand. "Do visit my palace when you have time. It has been too long since we last met." "Thank you, Your Highness." Li Xian quickly bowed in gratitude. At that moment, a court eunuch stepped forward, proclaiming in a loud voice, "Silence." Several eunuchs wielding long whips cracked them sharply, the crisp sound echoing before the Tai Chi Hall. The officials immediately quieted, arranging themselves according to rank. Summoned the esteemed ministers into the hall. The eunuch called out. Under the eunuch's guidance, the Crown Prince Li Ming, Prince Li Xin, the Crown Prince of Liao, Li Tong, and a multitude of civil and military officials stepped into the Tai Chi Hall. Inside, the hall was brilliantly illuminated, casting a radiant glow upon the towering structure. Once the officials had taken their places, the eunuch once again raised his voice, declaring, "His Majesty has arrived." The officials promptly knelt, exclaiming in unison, "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Kneeling upon the ground, Li Xian cautiously lifted his gaze and caught sight of the figure ahead. An elderly man, his hair and beard a testament to age, clad in a dragon robe, emerged before him. This venerable figure was none other than Li Xian's father, the current emperor of the Daiqian dynasty. After settling onto the dragon throne, the emperor gestured, saying, "Please rise." As Li Xian stood, he met his father's gaze. "My dear Xian," the emperor remarked, a hint of tenderness in his eyes, "it has been a year since we last met, and you appear more robust and manly than before. You no longer resemble the frail figure I saw last year in the capital. Is your health improved?" "Thanks to your grace, father, I am much better," Li Xian promptly replied. "That is wonderful to hear." The emperor turned to the eunuch beside him and instructed, "After our audience, have the imperial physician examine Xian's health once more. Recently, the victory at Dongning has indeed been remarkable. It has been ages since we achieved such a significant triumph over the prairie bandits." It brings great comfort to your father. Li Xin expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father. Chapter 76. A tribute, my dear Xin, the emperor said with a smile. I have heard that during the victory at Dongning, you utilized a remarkable device known as the thunderous explosive, which possesses formidable power. Pray, enlighten us about its efficacy. As you command, Li Xin replied, cupping his hands in respect. The thunderous explosive is a clay pot filled with gunpowder. When ignited, it detonates with a sound akin to thunder descending from the heavens. Hence its name. The battles at Dongning last year, as well as the recent victory, relied heavily on the power of the thunderous explosive. Thousands of prairie bandits perished, many due to its effects. I have brought the formula for the thunderous explosive to present to you, father. I earnestly hope that our Qian nation will soon vanquish the prairie bandits and reclaim our homeland. With that, Li Xin presented the formula for the thunderous explosive with both hands. This formula, of course, was identical to the one he had submitted to the king of Liao. Having already shared it with the kings of Su and Qing, it would have been remiss not to present it to his father as well. Thus, offering the formula during his visit to the capital was a matter of course. The thunderous explosive formula? The emperor paused, a flicker of delight crossing his features as he exclaimed, quickly, bring it forth for me to see. The eunuch hurriedly retrieved the formula and presented it to the emperor. The crown prince, Li Ming, observed with narrowed eyes, his thoughts complex. He cast a meaningful glance at Li Xin, but refrained from further comment. The assembled ministers praised Prince Xin's loyalty to the nation. Such a few ingredients? The emperor chuckled after reviewing the formula. Our Qian nation is abundant in these materials. With this, we can produce the thunderous explosive everywhere, and soon, defeating the prairie bandits will be but a matter of time. The emperor's excitement was palpable, a radiant smile gracing his face. Little Gizi, draft an edict, he commanded, gesturing. Prince Xin's offering of the thunderous explosive formula is a service to the state and the realm. He deserves a reward. Xin, state your desires, whatever you wish. Your father shall grant. At this moment, all the civil and military officials turned their attention to Li Xin. Even the prince's gaze bore an unmistakable intensity. Their curiosity was palpable. They yearned to discern the nature of the request that Prince Xin intended to present. Li Xin, too, sensed the fervent stares around him, tinged with an undercurrent of indignation. He understood that his demands must not be excessive, for he was currently in the capital. The adage the nail that sticks out gets hammered down resonated within him. Moreover, the struggle for imperial power was notoriously brutal. Should the crown prince feel threatened and take drastic measures, it would be too late to retreat. Thus, Li Xin spoke. I offer this formula for the prosperity of our great Qian kingdom. I seek no rewards for myself. I only wish for the longevity of my father, the emperor, and the enduring stability of our realm. Excellent, excellent. Emperor Tongshu responded with delight, a smile gracing his features. Let it be decreed. Prince Xin shall be awarded 10,000 taels of silver, 3,000 bolts of silk, and an increase in his official salary. Additionally, those who contributed to the victory at Dongning shall be duly rewarded. Furthermore, let a shipment of 10,000 stones of rice be allocated from the granary to Dongning city. The assembly was taken aback by the emperor's generous bestowals upon Li Xin. The crown prince, Li Ming, harbored a flicker of jealousy, his eyes betraying a hint of anger as he regarded Li Xin. Even Li Xin was astonished by the magnitude of his father's generosity, particularly the rice allocation, which was akin to providing life-saving sustenance in a time of dire need. Currently, Dongning city was in desperate need of food, having yet to cultivate their own crops while needing to support a substantial populace, leading to considerable daily expenditures. Immediately, Li Xin knelt and expressed his gratitude. I humbly thank you, father, for your immense grace. Rise, the emperor commanded. Following the morning court session, various matters were discussed before it concluded. Most were joyous announcements, devoid of reports of disasters from various regions. Li Xin was accustomed to this and could only feel sorrow for the common folk near Jizhou in his heart. After the court adjourned, Li Xin did not depart, but instead proceeded to the Ganlu Palace, bringing gifts. Ganlu Palace served as both the emperor's sleeping quarters and the venue for royal banquets. Prior to being in theft, Prince Xin had frequented Ganlu Palace to meet with his father. Now, returning to familiar grounds, he felt a unique sense of nostalgia. After a brief wait in the palace, the sound of jade pendants clinking outside signaled the emperor's arrival. He quickly composed himself and stood ready, awaiting the moment. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. A courtier announced loudly. Li Xin promptly knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to you, father. I pay my respects to you, mother. Though the current empress was not his biological mother, her position demanded that he honor her as such, and he adhered to the customs of respect. Exer, rise and take a seat, the emperor said, patting Li Xin as he settled beside the imperial couch. The empress passed by Li Xin with an air of indifference, her expression icy, offering him no warmth. After all, she was the biological mother of Crown Prince Li Ming, and she was acutely aware of Li Xin's status as a covert rival to her son's claim to the throne, especially today. The Emperor Tongshu's regard for Li Xin and his evident delight stirred a hint of jealousy within the empress. Upon rising, Li Xin noticed the empress's somewhat rigid expression, yet he paid it little mind, for it had always been thus in his recollection. Father, Li Xin said with a smile as he settled down, I returned from Dongning city without bringing anything of great worth. Knowing your fondness for fine spirits, I have brought a selection of Dongning's specialty, Dongning Xiaojiu, for you to savor. With a wave of his hand, Li Xin summoned the eunuchs to bring forth several jars of Dongning Xiaojiu. As the lids were lifted, the rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the palace. The emperor was momentarily taken aback, inhaling deeply. What a splendid fragrance. Truly exquisite. Father. This Dongning Xiaojiu has two notable characteristics, Li Xin elaborated. Firstly, its enchanting fragrance. Secondly, its potency, as it ignites the senses upon entering the stomach, thus earning its name, Xiaojiu. Is that so? The emperor, intrigued, informed the kitchen to prepare some appetizers. Today I shall indulge in this Dongning Xiaojiu with my son, Xian. At your command. After the eunuch departed, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Soon, Crown Prince Li Ming entered, dressed in his customary attire. I pay my respects to father and mother. Li Ming exclaimed as he knelt before them. Ah, Minger, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Come, let us enjoy the fine wine brought by your third brother from Dongning. The emperor smiled at Li Ming. Look at our family. Only Jir remains in Shu. Otherwise, we would all be gathered here. The empress rose, pulling Li Ming by the arm. Minger, come and take a seat. Li Xian could not help but smile wryly at the crown prince's warm reception, realizing once again the undeniable bond between a parent and child. He chose not to dwell on it. Before long, the kitchen had prepared an array of over 60 dishes, dazzling Li Xian with their opulence. It had been quite some time since he had laid eyes on such a lavish feast during his stay in Dongning. However, given the occasion, it was evident that they would not be able to fully relish the meal. After hastily consuming a modest portion, the eunuchs poured each guest a cup of Dongning Xiaojiu. As the rich aroma enveloped him, the emperor raised his glass and took a small sip. The sensation was overwhelming, and he could not help but smack his lips, his expression revealing his delight. This is indeed potent, truly exhilarating. The crown prince, taken aback, took a sip himself, a look of joy spreading across his face. Ah, this wine is remarkable. Is it a specialty of Dongning? Indeed, your highness, Li Xian nodded. I brought some with me this time. You should take a few jars back with you. Delightful. Crown Prince Li Ming responded with a smile. As the wine flowed and the meal came to a close, both the emperor and crown prince had indulged sufficiently. The distilled liquor, with its high alcohol content, was incomparable to the low spirits of this era. The fiery essence captivated everyone's senses, leaving them yearning for more. Observing the animated expressions of the two, Li Xian realized that Dongning Xiaojiu was poised to gain a foothold in the capital. After all, as those in authority express their preferences, so too do those beneath them follow suit. This notion was indeed suggested by Hu Sheng. The same principle applies to perfume. With this in mind, Li Xian retrieved several bottles of perfume and presented them to the empress, saying, Mother, during my recent visit to the capital, I have brought along some Dongning perfume. It is far more practical than sachets. You might like to give it a try. As he spoke, Li Xian uncapped a bottle, releasing an intoxicating fragrance that captivated the empress's senses. Mother, do take a whiff, he offered, extending the bottle towards her. The empress's expression shifted subtly. As she gently inhaled the scent, a smile blossomed on her face. My dear Xiner, this perfume is truly delightful. How is it used? Her tone softened considerably. Listening to her words, Li Xin chuckled inwardly, once more affirming that a woman's love for beauty transcends time and culture. Allow me to demonstrate, mother. He proceeded to illustrate its application meticulously. Observing this interaction, Crown Prince Li Ming's brow momentarily furrowed, a fleeting hint of displeasure crossing his features before vanishing. Mother. Li Xian cheerfully explained, the Dongning perfume comes in 6 exquisite fragrances. I have brought a sample of each for you. He then produced a large wooden box containing the various scents. Upon receiving the box, the empress eagerly sampled each fragrance, her face radiating joy. Xiner, I shall gladly accept these. The atmosphere thereafter became markedly more amiable, exuding a sense of warmth. Yet, Li Xian was acutely aware that this warmth was but ephemeral, shrouded by undercurrents of danger lurking beneath the surface. Following the family banquet, Li Xian also presented Dongning liquor and perfume to Crown Prince Li Ming, who accepted them graciously. After departing from the Ganlu Hall, Li Xian proceeded to the quarters of the imperial concubine and the other ladies of the court, instructing the attendants to bestow varying amounts of Dongning perfume upon each concubine. Li Xian understood that the inner palace was a sanctuary for the most beauty-conscious women of the entire Dacian nation. Only by allowing them to sample and fall in love with the perfume could a sensational buzz be ignited throughout the capital. This, too, was Hu Sheng's stratagem. As anticipated, within a mere 2 days of distributing the perfume, the rich aroma of Dongning perfume wafted throughout the inner palace. The concubines engaged in lively discussions, and the palace maids exchanged whispers. In no time, the reputation of Dongning perfume reached beyond the palace walls, sparking conversations among the gentry and aristocracy. The women of the noble families began to inquire about where to procure the perfume, seeking to acquire some for themselves. This, in turn, accelerated the dissemination of Dongning perfume's allure, akin to a tempest originating from Dongning City, stirring a whirlwind in the capital. As the fame of Dongning perfume spread widely, a merchant ship from Dongning City docked at Tongzhou port. Simultaneously, the Qingyu Trading Company began to erect signs at its various branches in the capital, officially commencing the sale of Dongning perfume. As the news emerged in the capital, it swiftly spread like a whirlwind, igniting a fervor throughout the city. What? The Qingyu Trading House is selling Dongning perfume? Let us hasten to see. In no time, numerous young ladies from affluent families emerged from their secluded quarters, eager to purchase the coveted Dongning perfume. Outside a shop on Kaoshiman Street, throngs of people gathered, including servants, maids, and several noble ladies. A newly arrived scholar, Huang Zhong, observed this scene with a hint of astonishment on his face. He approached a passerby and inquired, Good sir, may I ask what is happening here? Why are there so many people? The passerby sized up Huang Zheng and replied with a smile, "You must be a newcomer to the capital, right? This is the Qingyu Trading House, and today marks the official sale of Dongning perfume. The daughters of the city's noble families are all vying to purchase it." "Oh, I see. Thank you." Huang Zheng expressed his gratitude, though a sense of perplexity lingered within him. Dongning perfume? What could it be? Is it truly that remarkable? Shaking his head, he pondered, "The actions of the wealthy elite truly baffle me." Deciding to dismiss the thought, he made his way to a small tavern and settled down, ordering a bowl of noodle soup. "Noodle soup?" The waiter approached, a look of disdain etched on his face. "Do you take this for a rural backwater? This is the capital. Where would you find noodle soup?" "Huh." Huang Zheng was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Then what do you serve here?" "Look at the menu on the wall." The waiter retorted dismissively. Turning to the wall, Huang Zheng was struck dumb. The prices for the dishes were exorbitant. He couldn't help but feel the few coins in his pocket. It was sufficient for a meal, yet after this, he would likely go hungry in the capital. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he reflected on his situation. "What? Can't afford it?" The waiter scoffed, mocking him. "A pitiful scholar. Be gone, don't waste our time." Huang Zheng felt a flush of embarrassment, but was at a loss for words. Just then, a loud voice echoed from the street. "What's wrong with the poor scholar? Do not look down upon others. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not despise the youth for their poverty. Who are you?" The waiter shot back, turning to glare at the newcomer. However, as soon as he spoke, a look of concern crossed his face, quickly replaced by a mask of indifference. The man was dressed in fine silks, resembling a wealthy heir. Yet the waiter was no pushover. There were plenty of rich scions in the capital, and he wasn't concerned about this one. "Mind your own business." The waiter retorted with a huff, unperturbed. "Huh." The young man could not help but chuckle. "I am indeed taking an interest in this matter. Let me tell you, this scholar not only intends to dine here today, but he shall dine well. You think you can eat here? Just try." The waiter replied, unyielding. At that moment, a man clad in resplendent garments descended from the upper floor, coldly declaring, "What is all this noise? What is happening?" As the elegantly attired gentleman descended the stairs, his countenance transformed upon spotting the young man before him. He hastily approached, kneeling on one knee and proclaiming, "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Exile." The mere utterance of those 4 words left the innkeeper utterly astounded, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. This youthful figure was indeed the Prince of Exile? The innkeeper, his face a canvas of shock and a hint of trepidation, gazed at the prince, swallowing the words that had risen within him, his body trembling slightly. "Your Highness," the elegantly dressed man spoke with reverence, "His Highness has been awaiting you upstairs. Please, this way." "Very well," Li Xin replied in a calm tone. Casting a glance at the innkeeper, he added, "This scholar shall dine here. I will cover his meal." With that, Li Xin ascended the stairs without a backward glance. The innkeeper, momentarily taken aback, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. After a brief moment, he collected himself and, with a sycophantic smile, exclaimed, "Your Highness, how could I dare to let you pay? I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive my ignorance." Bowing deeply, he awaited the prince's departure with bated breath. Once the Prince of Exile had vanished upstairs, he exhaled a sigh of relief and, instead of dismissing the poor scholar, began to serve him with utmost care and hospitality. Seated at the table, Huang Zheng was still in a state of disbelief. The man he had just encountered was the Prince of Exile? He had spoken up on his behalf. Most astonishingly, the prince's words resonated deeply within him. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Was this not the very pursuit he aspired to? A sense of determination washed over Huang Zheng's face. He resolved to strive diligently and forge ahead. He would ensure that those who looked down upon him would learn the lesson of not underestimating the youth and hardship. With a newfound admiration for the Prince of Exile, he silently vowed to himself. On the second floor, in a private room, the crown prince, Li Ming, greeted Li Xin with a smile, saying, "Brother, you have finally arrived. What transpired downstairs?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It was nothing of great significance," Li Xin replied, waving his hand dismissively as he settled into the room. Observing his brother, Li Ming glanced at the elegantly clad gentleman and, noticing his unchanged demeanor, chose not to inquire further. After sitting down, Li Ming raised his cup, cheerfully stating, "Brother, this Dongning liquor is truly delightful. It has a robust flavor, perfect for enjoyment. This is a splendid gift for all wine enthusiasts." Li Xin offered a few polite laughs, replying, "Dongning liquor is hardly remarkable. It merely serves as a means for the people of Dongning to endure the harsh winters. If you enjoy it, I could arrange for the Qingyu Trading Company to send a larger supply to the palace," he suggested. "Oh, I couldn't possibly impose," Li Ming chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "In my opinion, I should purchase it myself. However, the business of the Qingyu Trading Company is thriving, and I hope you might advise them to reserve a bit more for me." Of course, Li Xin nodded in agreement. As the conversation turned to the Qingyu Trading Company, Li Ming savored a sip of the Dongning liquor, shaking his head in pleasure, exclaiming, "Their business is indeed flourishing. So much so that even I find myself envious." Recently, a trend has emerged in the capital regarding soap, and before this wave could dissipate, Dongning perfume has made its entrance. It is worth noting that when I last returned from the emperor with several bottles of this perfume, my sister-in-law was quite delighted, inquiring several times and expressing a desire to procure more. In recent days, Crown Prince Li Ming gazed into Li Xion's eyes and remarked that the palace had dispatched several groups to Qingyu Trading Company to purchase Dongning perfume. Yet they had not managed to acquire much. The price was exorbitant, and the supply was scarce. In the black market, a bottle could fetch as much as several dozen coins. Such inflated prices surely meant that the third brother was reaping considerable profits, was it not? Li Xin clearly discerned a flicker of eagerness in Li Ming's gaze. Profit from perfume? Could it be that Li Ming harbored intentions of such nature? Your Highness, the earnings from this perfume are not substantial, Li Xin said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. The black market prices are inflated due to scarcity. At Qingyu Trading Company, a bottle of Dongning perfume is priced at 2,999 coins, which merely covers the costs. It seems my third brother's statement lacks insight. Li Ming chuckled softly. Oh, not at all. Li Xin sighed ruefully and replied, Your Highness, you are unaware of the arduous process involved in creating Dongning perfume. The enchanting fragrance is derived from spices carefully extracted from sachets. Surely, you are well aware of the cost of these spices. It takes several pounds of spices to yield a mere fraction of perfume. The costs involved are quite substantial. Furthermore, the production of perfume necessitates precise temperature control, prohibiting excessive heat. Thus, it can only be manufactured in Dongning and transported to the capital via sea routes, incurring significant shipping and labor costs. When all is said and done, the expenses are quite steep, leaving little room for profit. Li Xion's words were a mixture of truth and deception, intended to confound Li Ming. After all, Li Xion was keenly aware of Li Ming's true desires, most likely. He was after the perfume's formula. This was Li Xion's golden ticket to wealth, and he would not relinquish it easily. Is that so? Li Ming regarded Li Xion with a knowing glance, sipping from his cup and falling silent. Before my elder brother, how could I dare to deceive you? Li Xion shook his head with a rueful smile. Your Highness, my endeavors in Dongning are merely to earn some coin. The conditions there are harsh, and life is quite challenging. I harbor no grand ambitions. I only wish to live comfortably as a wealthy man. In my leisure, I aspire to gaze at the snow, admire the sea, enjoy a drink, and spend pleasant evenings with lovely companions. That is sufficient for me. Establishing Qingyu Trading Company was for this purpose. Unfortunately, a recent incident has caused some setbacks. I hope that in the future, Qingyu Trading Company can earn a modest profit. I do not aspire to the same heights as you, Your Highness. I simply seek a peaceful existence. Chapter 79, The Crown Prince's Probing, Part 2. Upon hearing Li Xion's remarks, Crown Prince Li Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his brow as he regarded Li Xion. After a moment, his expression returned to its usual demeanor. He lowered his head, idly toying with the wine glass in his hand, while his mind pondered the profound implications of Li Xion's earlier remarks. Earning money and leading the life of a wealthy gentleman, lacking ambition? Such words conveyed a deeper meaning. Was it possible that the third brother was subtly indicating his disinterest in vying for the throne? How much of this statement was genuine, and how much was mere pretense? Li Ming lifted his glass, taking a small sip, and remarked lightly, Isn't the pursuit of my third brother rather trivial? After all, as a first-rank prince, his salary and the taxes from his fiefdom alone surpass those of countless affluent gentry. Having already attained such a lifestyle, how can he not aspire for more? A jolt ran through Li Xion's heart. He had not anticipated that the Crown Prince Li Ming would pose such an inquiry. This, without a doubt, had torn the veil of pretense. The time had come to test his acting skills. The wine glass in Li Xion's hand clattered to the ground, spilling its contents entirely. Witnessing this scene, Crown Prince Li Ming furrowed his brow, his eagle-like eyes fixated intently on Li Xion. Fear flickered in Li Xion's eyes as he exclaimed, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Although we are brothers, there exists a hierarchy that must not be transcended. Alas, it was but a casual remark. There is no need for you to take it so seriously. Crown Prince Li Ming offered a calm smile and said, Come, let us drink. After replacing his wine glass and sipping the Dongning liquor, Li Xion reflected on his earlier response, questioning whether it would allay the Crown Prince's suspicions. Alas, he feared it would not. After all, the threats he faced in Dongning City, assassination, schemes to eliminate him, were all too evident. The shadowy puppeteer behind it all was unmistakable. How could mere words dispel such deep-seated doubts? Nevertheless, Li Xion resolved to confront the situation with earnestness, acknowledging that some matters could not be evaded. My third brother, Crown Prince Li Ming continued with a knowing smile. If your aspirations are so modest, then as your elder brother, I shall extend my assistance. The business of the Qingyu Trading Company thrives, yet its costs are prohibitively high. How can one amass substantial wealth under such circumstances? Fortunately, I possess certain resources that could benefit you. Perhaps we could collaborate to produce perfume in the capital, thereby reducing its costs. We could share the profits. What say you? Li Xion was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Crown Prince's relentless pursuit of the perfume-making method. You see, Li Ming said, feigning nonchalance. Most of the spices in our great Qian kingdom come from the southern seas via the Ministry of Works. I have access to inexpensive raw materials. The emphasis he placed on the Ministry of Works was palpable. The Ministry of Works? Li Xion paused, suddenly realizing that the current Minister of Works was a loyalist of the Crown Prince. This meant the ministry was under the Crown Prince's control, and the spices sent from there were likewise in his grasp. Most crucially, the Ministry of Works possesses over 100 maritime vessels, dedicated to the trade routes between the Great Qian Kingdom and the southern seas. Such influence should not be underestimated. If the production of perfumes were to be relocated to the capital, it would be beyond one's control, even if the workers are steadfast loyalists. The Crown Prince could potentially deduce the method of perfume creation through the materials he uses daily. Should he manage to entice a couple of skilled artisans, the task would become even simpler. Regarding this notion from the Crown Prince, Li Xion felt a tinge of hesitation. However, he comprehended that the Crown Prince Li Ming's ambitions extended beyond merely delving into fragrances. he likely harbored intentions to manipulate the maritime vessels as well. If there were any mishaps in the land and sea transport from Dongning City, one might find themselves compelled to lower their head beneath the eaves. Li Xin took a deep breath, feeling a swell of melancholy. Yet, before he could respond, Crown Prince Li Ming continued. Third brother, contemplate this well. I hold a great fondness for perfumes, as does your imperial sister-in-law. Not only perfumes, but also Dongning liquor, soaps, and other items could be avenues for our collaboration. Imagine. United as brothers, we could amass a considerable fortune. At this revelation, Li Xin was taken aback. It dawned on him that Crown Prince Li Ming sought not only the method of perfume production, but also the processes for brewing liquor, crafting soap, and even cement. His appetite was insatiable. The pressure intensified. Nevertheless, Li Xin glimpsed a flicker of hope amidst the turmoil, a temporary peace with the Crown Prince. After all, since Li Ming had proposed a partnership, the potential for collaboration existed. If they could indeed work together and by time, perhaps in a few years, Li Xin could seize an opportunity for resurgence. For now, however, his strength was still woefully inadequate. Make way, make way. Urgent dispatch from 800 miles. At that moment, a commotion arose outside, accompanied by the clattering of hooves, racing into the distance. The urgency of the announcement startled those in the private chamber. An urgent dispatch? Crown Prince Li Ming furrowed his brow and glanced at the elegantly attired man beside him. Understanding the cue, the man opened the window and peered out onto the street. His gaze fell upon a filthy courier riding a swift steed. The triangular flag trailing behind him bore the character Huai. Huai River? The man's confusion deepened. What could have transpired there? Could it be a flood? Indeed, the Jianghuai region is currently prone to flooding, with incidents occurring annually. However, a situation warranting an urgent dispatch of such magnitude was unprecedented. What was the matter? What was happening? The Crown Prince inquired. Your Highness, the man replied with a bow. It is the courier from the Huai region, racing with an urgent message, possibly concerning a flood. Crown Prince Li Ming narrowed his eyes. A flood in the Huai region? Go, ascertain the details. Meanwhile, Li Xin felt a surge of shock within. Could the flooding in the Huai region be that severe? However, observing the anxious expression on Crown Prince Li Ming's face, Li Xin realized that the situation might indeed be quite serious. Perfect. This unexpected turn of events could alleviate the pressure that Crown Prince Li Ming exerted upon him. It also provided him with the opportunity to devise a strategy on how to cope with the Crown Prince's demands. Your Highness, Li Xin said, clasping his hands together. National affairs are of utmost importance. I implore you to prioritize the greater good. Allow me, your humble brother, to reflect on today's matter before providing a response. Very well. Crown Prince Li Ming shot a glance at Li Xin, his tone laced with a hint of menace, but do not take too long, for I shall await your news. With that, Crown Prince Li Ming departed from the tavern. Upon returning to the Zongjing courtyard, Li Xin promptly made his way to Zhao Bingzhang's residence. Your Highness, what news? Zhao Bingzhang inquired as soon as Li Xin entered. What did Li Ming want from you? He did not impose any demands upon you, did he? In broad daylight. Even if he wished to act, what could he possibly do? Li Xin teased, then added, however, the Crown Prince indeed sought me for a matter of importance. He is envious of the profits from our Qingyu trading company and wishes to partake in the gains from our perfume, Dongning liquor, soap, and other products. Huh. Zhao Bingzhang chuckled lightly. This Li Ming certainly has grand aspirations. He then raised his gaze to Li Xin and asked, what was your response? Under the eaves of another. What can one say? Li Xin replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Since the Crown Prince desires a share, he must demonstrate sincerity in collaboration. After all, merchants do not rise early without profit. I, Li Xin, am no exception. As he spoke, Li Xin shared the Crown Prince's propositions with Zhao Bingzhang. Listening intently to Li Xion's recounting, Zhao Bingzhang's eyes widened, and he coldly remarked, this Li Ming is overly ambitious. To suggest we establish a workshop in the capital, what could his true intentions be? The heart of Sima Zhao? Your Highness, you must not agree. Li Xian was genuinely taken aback by Zhao Bingzhang's reaction. Typically, Zhao Bingzhang was a man of great wisdom. Why, then, was he so irrational in this instance? Moreover, they were currently in the capital, which was Li Ming's domain, with the Ministry of Works and the maritime vessels under his control. Surely, Zhao Bingzhang understood the implications of being under another's roof. Li Xian gazed at Zhao Bingzhang in astonishment, suddenly recalling his background. Indeed, Zhao Bingzhang was the mentor of his elder brother and had been exiled due to crime, only returning after his brother's untimely death. From Zhao Bingzhang's words regarding Li Ming, it might indeed be as Lu Jingxian had previously suggested. Mr. Zhao, Li Xian began, seeking to clarify, there is nothing inappropriate about adopting a temporary measure. Besides, am I not astute? Why would I relinquish my own possessions without cause? I, Li Xian, will not engage in a losing venture. Without benefit, even if he is the crown prince, he shall not have it. As he beheld Li Xian before him, Zhao Bingzhang gradually calmed, contemplating the words of Li Xian. Indeed, perfume, liquor, soap, and scented soap are ultimately mere commodities. Since they are commodities, they ought to be utilized to their fullest potential. If one can leverage these items for substantial gain, why should one hesitate? Even a prince can engage in commerce. With this thought, Zhao Bingzhang squinted and inquired, Your Highness, aside from the materials promised by Li Ming, what additional benefits do you seek? I have yet to determine. Li Xian replied, shaking his head, deep in contemplation. After a moment, he recalled an incident that transpired as they departed from the tavern and spoke. Ah, Mr. Zhao. While we were leaving the tavern, a courier from the Huai River arrived. delivering urgent news with great haste. I wonder what transpired over there. The Huai River? Zhao Bingzhang's brow furrowed, his silence palpable. After a long pause, he finally articulated, Your Highness, this may present an opportunity. It is imperative that we swiftly ascertain what has occurred by the Huai River. We cannot afford to lag behind. Although Li Xin and his associates lack significant power in the capital, the news from the Huai River has already spread like wildfire, echoing throughout the city. Severe flooding in Zhanghuai, 90 prefectures, and 64 counties submerged? When this news reached Li Xin and his companions in the imperial clan court, it indeed took them by surprise. The Zhanghuai region, renowned as a land of fish and rice, is a primary grain-producing area with a dense population. This deluge would likely result in the destruction of countless households, leaving millions homeless and destitute. Should the situation in Zhanghuai be mishandled, it could incite a rebellion of the displaced populace. Indeed, this is a significant matter, particularly during the waning days of the Great Qian dynasty, when marauding horse bandits relentlessly harassed the borders and external threats abounded. Now, compounded by the flooding in Zhanghuai and the drought reported from Hebei, the nation finds itself beset by internal and external strife. In such precarious circumstances, any misstep could lead to total devastation. The Great Qian dynasty stands at the precipice of survival. Li Xin felt as if a great weight pressed upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Before long, the senior officials of the Prince of Xion's residence convened at Li Xion's quarters. Observing the group before him, Li Xin furrowed his brow and stated, You are all surely aware of the flooding in Zhanghuai. The most immediate consequence is the overwhelming number of refugees from Zhanghuai, with fields inundated, leading to a drastic reduction in this summer's and autumn's grain harvests. It is likely that grain prices will soar across the regions. This will have far-reaching implications for us in Dongning. He Yuan promptly write to the Qingyu Trading Company and the Sunji Trading Company, urging them to expedite grain procurement. Additionally, secure supplies from Annam, Kampa, and Siam to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Our local grain production is already limited, and even if a harvest occurs, it will not be until autumn, which is rather too late. We must prepare early for the sustenance of the people of Dongning. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall handle this matter, He Yuan replied hastily. Furthermore, Li Xian continued, It is not merely grain we require. We must also procure textiles, medicinal herbs, ironware, and other essential supplies. During this period, we should not hoard the profits, but rather utilize them entirely for procurement. Understood, He Yuan affirmed. In the capital, one must also remain vigilant. Li Xian turned to Bai Fenglan and advised, report any news promptly. After their departure, only Li Xian and Zhao Bingzhang remained in the room. The door closed, and outside, sentinels stood guard, the defenses formidable. Within, the two sat across from each other. Your Highness, this presents an opportunity, Zhao Bingzhang said. His brow furrowed. The floods in Zhanghuai seem fraught with peril. However, for us, it is an unparalleled chance. If managed judiciously, our predicament of scarcity in Dongning could be resolved. Scarcity? Li Xian narrowed his eyes, quickly grasping the implication. Are you suggesting we transfer the refugees from Jiangnan to Dongning? Such a blatant maneuver. Would the court agree? Would the crown prince consent? The court would have no choice but to acquiesce, Zhao Bingzhang explained. After the deluge, a great epidemic is inevitable. Millions of refugees alone would present a considerable challenge for the court. Should the situation be mishandled, the entire Zhanghuai region could descend into chaos. A scenario the court would seek to avoid. As for Li Ming, Zhao Bingzhang scoffed, stating, even if he is ruthless, would he truly wish to witness calamity in Zhanghuai? Moreover, Your Highness could leverage this situation as a bargaining chip with Li Ming. Your Highness, regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the influx of people into Dongning. With a populace, our strength will grow, and Your Highness will gain prestige. Understood. Chapter 81. The refugee crisis. News of the floods in Zhanghuai fell upon the capital like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, creating ripples of unrest. In just 2 days, reports from the Zhanghuai region flooded in, each more chilling than the last. The levees of the Huai River are in peril. The dams of Hongze Lake are at risk. The embankments of the Grand River are endangered. The barriers of Gaoyu Lake are compromised. As each report reached him, Li Xian's brow furrowed deeper. The journey from Zhanghuai to the capital, even with expedited measures, would take a day or two. This implied that the news he received was at least a day or two old. How dire was the situation in Zhanghuai now? Unlike the torrential rains plaguing Zhanghuai, the capital sweltered. In the summer heat, the temperatures soared, the sky a vast expanse of blue, the relentless sun scorching the earth. The willows lining the streets drooped, their leaves even showing signs of scorching. Li Xin, sitting motionless in the room, could feel beads of sweat forming. In recent days, Emperor Tongshu had summoned officials from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries repeatedly to deliberate on how to address the crisis caused by the floods in Zhanghuai. They had tentatively devised a relief strategy, reallocating grain from neighboring provinces such as Jiangnan and Xintang to support the afflicted regions in the north of the Huai River. He ordered the governments of the affected provinces and counties to open granaries, establish porridge kitchens, and aid the disaster-stricken populace. Furthermore, he called upon the local gentry in Zhanghuai to establish charitable granaries and distribute porridge. In addition, Emperor Tongshu decreed a 3-year tax exemption for the disaster-stricken citizens of Zhanghuai. Each policy was dispatched with urgency to the various locales in Zhanghuai. However, despite the commendable policies, local officials fail to enforce them rigorously. There are even corrupt officials and wealthy gentry who profit from national calamities. The following day, alarming news emerged from the Zhanghuai region. The levees of Hongze Lake, Gaoyu Lake, and Luoma Lake had all breached. The floodwaters surged forth uncontrollably, akin to untamed horses, wreaking havoc across the vast plains of Jianghua. The monstrous waves swept through the land, devouring the lives of the generations that had thrived there. In the blink of an eye, countless citizens were consumed by the deluge, while many others found their homes destroyed and became displaced. Worse still, the magistrate of Dontai County had appointed cronies to hoard supplies, igniting the fury of the populace. Thousands rose in rebellion, storming the county seat, executing the magistrate, and opening the granaries to distribute grain. This news struck the court like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves throughout. In the aftermath of the flood, disasters were rampant, making rebellion almost inevitable. Yet, no one anticipated the uprising would occur so swiftly. The court dispatched provisions to assist the victims while mobilizing troops from nearby regions to quell the rebellion. All officials were acutely aware that such measures would yield little effect. After all, it was improbable that the armies from adjacent areas could reach the disaster-stricken Dontai County within 10 days to half a month. By the time they arrived, the rebellion might have already spread to neighboring jurisdictions. Adding to the court's concerns, grain supplies from Jiangnan and Qiantang were dwindling. The flood struck just before the summer harvest, leaving the market stocked mainly with last year's yield. Meanwhile, the northern drought had necessitated the diversion of some grain from Jiangnan. Furthermore, Dongning province was aggressively procuring grain for transport. The entire Jiangnan and Qiantang regions were unable to spare much grain. This precarious situation loomed over everyone like a sword. With all aware of its urgency, yet feeling helpless, even Emperor Tongshu found himself in a state of disarray. He issued several edicts, calling upon officials in the capital to devise strategies to address the crisis caused by the floods in Jianghua. However, no one stepped forward to take the initiative. They all understood the problem was exceedingly complex. If handled adeptly, one could achieve great merit and fame. Yet, the current conditions were far from favorable. Jiangnan and Qiantang were bereft of grain, the imperial court lacked funds, and the Jianghua area was short on troops. Failure to manage the situation effectively was highly likely. Should the civil unrest escalate, with more rebels emerging, even a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Naturally, no one was eager to tackle such a daunting task. While Emperor Tongshu grappled with these challenges, Li Xin, Zhao Bingzhang, and others convened discreetly within the court of imperial sacrifices, drafting memorials. Their aim extended beyond merely addressing the plight of the flood victims. They sought to relocate these displaced individuals to Dongning province. Only in doing so could the strength of Dongning be augmented. In order to maintain a human advantage amidst the invasion of the grassland marauders, it is essential to march northward and reclaim the lost territories of Dongning. Zhao Bingzhang, a scholar of notable literary talent, despite having endured a prolonged exile, has not forgotten the art of drafting memorials. Within the span of a single day, he skillfully composed a memorial advocating for the relocation of displaced citizens to cultivate the lands of Dongning. Upon reviewing this document, Li Xin could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The text flowed eloquently, full of references and allusions, truly deserving of the title of a grand essay. However, Zhao Bingzhang did not instruct Li Xin to submit this memorial immediately. Rather, he chose to await the opportune moment. Following a few days of deliberation in the capital regarding the rebellion in Dontai and the grain shortages in the southern regions of the Qiantang River, Emperor Tongshu issued several edicts, calling upon officials to propose strategies. It was during this critical juncture that Li Xin, with an air of calm, presented the memorial to the emperor's desk. The memorial, titled Relocation of Displaced Citizens for Cultivation in Dongning, quickly captured the emperor's attention, especially in a time of crisis. Such news was akin to a timely delivery of coal in the midst of snow, stirring a sense of excitement within Emperor Tongshu. The following day, during the court assembly, the emperor shared the memorial with the assembled civil and military ministers for discussion. When Crown Prince Li Ming laid eyes upon the memorial, his gaze narrowed slightly, and an intriguing possibility crossed his mind, prompting him to observe Li Xin more intently. Yet, Li Xin merely bowed his head in silence. Although he maintained a composed demeanor, the murmurs of the surrounding ministers reached his ears. The relocation of displaced citizens could indeed mitigate the unrest in the Jianghua region. However, such a relocation necessitated funds, personnel, and resources. In the present circumstances, it did little to alleviate the pressing issue of financial scarcity. My lord, Li Xin interjected. Might I suggest that you read through the entire memorial before passing judgment? The subsequent sections provide a detailed explanation of the implementation process. Surprised, the minister paused momentarily before perusing the latter part of the document. Upon doing so, he was utterly astonished. What? Your Highness intends to utilize the financial resources and provisions of Dongning for the relocation of citizens, without requesting a single coin or grain from the court. Indeed. Li Xin replied calmly, nodding. In recent times, the deluge in Jianghua has devastated 9 prefectures and 64 counties, compounded by the rebellion in Dontai, which poses a threat to neighboring jurisdictions. The situation in the entire Jianghua region has deteriorated rapidly. The court faces the dual threats of marauders from the north and the disastrous floods in Jianghua, leading to a precarious state of affairs both internally and externally. Furthermore, with the impending drought in northern Ji after spring, the court's financial resources are already stretched thin. How can we possibly manage expenditures across so many fronts? Without funds, we cannot resolve the crisis of the floods in Jianghua. Hence, I have proposed to His Majesty the relocation of displaced citizens using the resources of Dongning. In order to address the issues arising from the floods, alleviate the impact of the rebellion, provide relief to the displaced, and cultivate the frontier to defend against the grassland marauders. Moreover, it would alleviate the financial burdens of the court. Truly, this is a matter that yields multiple benefits. As they listened to Li Xion's words, the assembled officials nodded in agreement, praising His Highness's astute strategy. Even the Emperor Tongshu's face beamed with a radiant smile, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope, a potential solution to the calamity wrought by the floods in the Jianghuai region. Well done, Exiner, the Emperor exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. If only all the princes of our great Qian could emulate you. Your dedication to alleviating the nation's troubles is commendable. Exiner, this memorial is approved by your father. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Your father shall lend his full support. Thank you, father. Li Xian promptly bowed in gratitude, responding, indeed, relocating the displaced populace and cultivating the East Ning region is a commendable policy. However, given the vast expanse of the Jianghuai floods, some individuals may inevitably obstruct this initiative. Therefore, I humbly request that father issue an edict directing local officials to assist in the relocation of the displaced, ensuring they do not hinder the migration process. That is only natural, the emperor nodded in agreement. I shall draft an edict immediately, instructing the officials in the Jianghuai area to refrain from obstructing the migration of the populace. Thank you for your great kindness, father. Li Xian expressed his gratitude once more. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince Li Ming, with narrowed eyes, contemplated Li Xian's actions. The strategy of relocating the displaced and cultivating East Ning was indeed unexpected. However, did East Ning possess the capacity to sustain such a large number of displaced individuals? Not to mention the costs associated with transporting them there. The expenses along the journey would be substantial. It seems that Prince Xian has amassed considerable wealth during his time at the Qingyu Trading Company. This cannot be allowed to remain unresolved. After the court session, many officials extolled Prince Xian's benevolence. The Crown Prince Li Ming approached Li Xian with a smile, remarking, indeed, you are truly compassionate, third brother. However, the transportation of the displaced is a lengthy endeavor and quite costly. I wonder how you are preparing for the necessary funds. It is still in the planning stages, Li Xian replied respectfully. Your Highness, this matter also requires the assistance of your royal brother. Without your support, I fear I would be unable to accomplish so much. Oh, the Crown Prince chuckled, inquiring, speak freely, third brother. Whatever I can assist with, I shall do my utmost. Your royal brother, Li Xian said cheerfully, I would like to borrow the maritime vessels under the Ministry of Works to transport the displaced to East Ning. Of course, I have already communicated with the Qingyu Trading Company regarding this matter. His words, though light, clearly outlined the terms of the trade. Utilizing the ships in exchange for a partnership with the Qingyu Trading Company was a proposition that had not crossed the Crown Prince's mind. However, after a moment's reflection, he replied thoughtfully, this matter can certainly be arranged. Third brother, having been in the capital for so long, you have yet to meet your imperial sister-in-law. Come, let us visit my palace today. Thank you, your highness. Li Xian readily agreed, knowing that visiting the East Palace to see his sister-in-law was merely a pretext. Upon meeting the Crown Princess, after exchanging pleasantries, Prince Li Ming and Prince Li Xian commenced discussions regarding a collaboration with the Qingyu Trading Company. The prince's side would provide workshop space and raw materials in the vicinity of the capital, while Prince Xian's side would furnish production methods and skilled laborers. Together, they would manufacture perfumes, Dongning spirits, soaps, and other products for sale throughout the Great Qian Empire, with profits to be evenly divided. An additional stipulation of this agreement was that the 100 maritime vessels under the Ministry of Works, managed by the prince, would be lent to Prince Xian for the transportation of refugees from Jianghuai to Dongning. Furthermore, the prince's lineage would not obstruct the organization of the migration in Jianghuai. Following the signing of this agreement, the two hosted a family banquet at the Eastern Palace. After the feast, Li Xian returned home. The next morning, he instructed Hu Sheng to hand over the accounts of the Qingyu Trading Company to Prince Li Ming. In turn, Prince Li Ming ordered that the 100 maritime vessels be prepared for Prince Xian's command. With all preparations in place, Li Xian did not linger. After bidding farewell to his father, he departed the capital and journeyed to Tongzhou Port. At Tongzhou Port, he met up with the merchant vessels under Hu Shuiyong's command. Together, alongside the ships docked at Jinyu, the Grand Fleet set sail southward along the maritime route. The voyage across the sea proceeded at a commendable pace. In the cabin, Li Xian turned to Hu Shuiyong and inquired, Shuiyong, how much grain have we procured during this period? Your Highness, Hu Shuiyong replied with a shake of his head. The amount of grain is not particularly substantial. We are still sourcing grain from regions such as Annan, Kampa, and Siam. This grain will be transported to the Jiangnan area. Additionally, all the silver earned by the Qingyu Trading Company during this time has been allocated for grain procurement, with an expected total of 420,000 stones of grain. 420,000 stones of grain. Li Xian nodded in contemplation and asked, how many lives can this sustain? Your Highness, He Tongyuan interjected, if each person consumes 5 to 6 taels of rice daily. The journey from Jiangnan to Dongning will take at least 15 days, requiring around 8 to 9 jin of rice. Therefore, if all the grain is used for transporting the common folk, it could accommodate several 100,000 individuals. However, this is evidently unfeasible, as so many people arriving in Dongning will also require sustenance. Considering the capacity of the maritime vessels and the time constraints, transporting 100,000 individuals would already be quite a challenge. Indeed, Li Xian acknowledged, this task is formidable and requires patience. One must take things step by step. Haste will not yield fruitful results. Shuiyong, how are preparations proceeding for the Qingyu Trading Company in Jiangnan and other regions? In response to your command, Your Highness, Hu Shuiyong replied, we have already dispatched messages to the Qingyu Trading Companies in Jiangnan, Qiantang, and Huabei, instructing them to commence preparations. Once the maritime vessels arrive in Jiangnan, we can disseminate news and begin recruiting refugees. Li Xin nodded approvingly. That is splendid. 3 days later, Li Xin and his entourage arrived at the Nantongja dock. Once the vessel docked, Hu Shuiyong instructed the Qingyu Trading Company from Jiangnan and Huaibei to disseminate the news that those willing to settle in Dongning would be provided with free relief grain. When this announcement reached Nantong, it garnered significant attention from the displaced populace, especially at the riverside wharf. A large crowd gathered outside the prominent sign of the Qingyu Trading Company, families waiting in anticipation. This was merely the first day following the news release, yet it had already captured the attention of the entire Nantong region. On this day, Li Xin also arrived at the Nantong dock. Standing on a raised platform and gazing at the dense throng, Li Xin proclaimed, "Fellow villagers, I am the Prince of Exile. I am here today to announce good news on behalf of the Prince's residents in Dongning Province. Anyone willing to journey to Dongning for settlement will receive free relief grain from the Qingyu Trading Company and complimentary transportation to Dongning Province. Once in Dongning, as long as you engage in agricultural work, the province will generously allocate land for you to cultivate." Encouraged by Li Xion's call, more and more citizens gathered around the tables set up by the Qingyu Trading Company near the riverbank, inquiring with great interest. Some unattached refugees began to register. After signing up, they boarded the vessels at the dock. On board, a large pot was set up to cook porridge, which was distributed to those willing to travel to Dongning. Meanwhile, Li Xian organized a group of literate individuals to conduct outreach among the gathering of refugees. Within a single day, over 6,000 people had registered, filling 6 ships to capacity. That night, the first batch of 6 ships, laden with Huaibei refugees, set sail for Dongning Province. On the other side, personnel remained at the riverside dock, tirelessly recruiting more citizens throughout the night. The news spread swiftly, especially after the imperial edict was issued, prompting various official levels to promote it, whether intentionally or inadvertently. After all, relocating the refugees would mitigate potential factors for rebellion in the locality. Most importantly, it would alleviate the financial burden of relief grain and funds for the local government, while also curbing acts of robbery against local gentry by the populace. For local officials, this was a multifaceted benefit. Thus, various officials were subtly encouraging this initiative. As the number of refugees gathering at the outskirts of Nantong increased, Li Xian directed Hu Shuiyong to establish 6 additional settlement points near Nantong. Furthermore, He Tongyuan, accompanied by a group, ventured to Yangzhou, Jingjiang, Taizhou, Puku, Hezhou, Haiyan, and Xi'an to establish settlement points. After setting up over a dozen such locations, the pressure on Nantong was significantly alleviated. Simultaneously, the Qingyu Trading Company publicized the locations of the Dongning settlement points across various prefectures and counties. Many homeless refugees began to migrate towards these settlement points. In just a few days, news of the resettlement of migrants in Dongning Province swept through regions such as Jiangnan and Huaibei like a tempest. In the severely afflicted 9 prefectures and 64 counties of Huaibei, a considerable number of people began migrating towards the resettlement points. These displaced individuals understood that reaching the resettlement sites was essential for their survival. Living was their sole hope. Within this brief span, Nantong Prefecture had already transported 9 batches of over 60,000 refugees. However, in comparison to the ever-growing number of migrants gathering near Nantong, this figure still felt inadequate. The incessant rains that had persisted for more than 10 days had finally begun to cease, yet the fields remained inundated. Houses lay in ruins, and farmland was submerged. This year's harvest was rendered impossible. Thus, to survive, they had to flee from famine. News spread rapidly, and the number of people arriving far exceeded Li Xion's expectations. That evening, aboard a coastal vessel in Nantong, Li Xion, Hu Shuiyong, He Tongyuan, and Wei Dahai convened. "How many refugees are there at the other resettlement sites?" He Tongyuan. Li Xion inquired. "Reporting to your highness," He Tongyuan responded. "The areas around Yangzhou, Taizhou, and Puku, being closer to the disaster zone, have a relatively higher number of refugees. Other regions do not have as many as Nantong. Perhaps the populace is more inclined to trust Nantong, as it is the first resettlement point. This cannot continue." Li Xion sighed deeply, realizing that if too many refugees congregated in Nantong and the registration process lagged, they would be left to languish there. Prolonged hunger could lead to dire consequences, including starvation among the populace. If someone were to incite unrest, the situation would become grave. He Tongyuan, Li Xion instructed. "We must establish additional registration points in Nantong. If there are literate individuals among the refugees, we should recruit them to assist with the registration and maintain order. Currently, there are numerous vessels in Nantong, capable of dispatching several batches daily. Additionally, we must enhance our outreach to the other resettlement points to alleviate the pressure on Nantong. You are hereby entrusted with full responsibility for affairs here. Stability is paramount. Report any needs promptly, and do not permit any disturbances. Rest assured, your highness." He Tongyuan nodded in affirmation. Hu Shuiyong, Li Xion reiterated. "Please communicate with the branches of Qingyu Trading Company to inform them that all resettlement points are open to refugees. They are all established by our Dongning Province. Just ensure they recognize the name of Dongning Province and the Qingyu Trading Company." Understood. Hu Shuiyong nodded in agreement. "Your highness, are you returning to Dongning?" "Indeed," Li Xion confirmed. "With tens of thousands of people, accommodating them is a pressing issue. Moreover, I am uncertain if the grain reserves in Dongning will suffice. We must prepare for all contingencies." "Your highness," Hu Shuiyong began. "The merchant vessels of our Qingyu Trading Company traversed the regions of Annan, Kampa, and Siam, returning with shipments of grain. Recently, All the grain we have brought back has been sent to Dongning City. There is no need for your highness to be overly concerned. After all, we endured such hardships last year, and we have persevered. Indeed, Li Xin nodded in agreement. Upon our return, there are other matters to attend to. With so many people, land will become scarce, which could lead to complications. Given our numbers, we must contemplate a counteroffensive to reclaim our lost territories. Once we regain these lands, there will still be ample space in Dongning to accommodate these displaced individuals. Hitan Yuan, I entrust you with the task of settling the immigrants. Do well. Yes, your highness. Hitan Yuan responded promptly. Chapter 84. Han Wenin and Han Yi. In early July, several ships arrived at the Dongning seaport. Dongning City has arrived. Everyone, assemble and prepare to disembark. A soldier clad in the attire of the prince's guard called out from the bow of the ship. Line up in a single file, one at a time. Do not rush. Do not push. Under the direction of the prince's guard, the displaced individuals formed a line and began to descend from the ship. Among the crowd, a man in his 30s surveyed his surroundings, carrying his belongings as he walked forward. Beside him, an 11 or 12-year-old boy held his hand. Following closely behind, as they set foot on solid ground, the man gazed around and immediately spotted several tall watchtowers rising in the northwest. Father, look. That watchtower is almost as tall as Jiangning City. The boy exclaimed excitedly, pointing toward the distant structure. Be quiet, the middle-aged man admonished, continuing to lead the child onward. However, his peripheral vision was deliberately scanning the formidable Dongning City to the northwest. Indeed, this was an impressive fortress. Though still under construction, it could rival Jiangning City. It seems that Dongning is quite remarkable. After disembarking, they turned eastward at the seaport. In a vast open area to the east stood a large sign. Those who can read, come this way. The sign bore bold characters, and nearby, a young man in his 20s called out loudly. Father. The boy gently tugged at his father's garment, glancing toward the sign. However, the middle-aged man did not deviate from the line, continuing to follow the procession. Among the crowd of displaced individuals, some literate people heard the call, breaking away from the line to head in that direction, while those who could not read continued onward. After walking several dozen paces, a soldier stationed at an intersection shouted, Blacksmiths, those who can forge or smelt iron, come this way. Next to him stood another sign, clearly marked with the word blacksmith. Few among the displaced had experience in blacksmithing, and most continued straight ahead, while some veered toward the blacksmith sign to register. The procession of displaced individuals pressed on, passing through several more intersections. At every intersection, the signs erected differ significantly. Carpenter, miner, charcoal burner, stonemason, potter, weaver. Each crossing serves as a means to filter out a portion of skilled laborers. Ultimately, a considerable number of individuals within the throng of refugees continue their trek forward. The remaining populace consists of common folk, devoid of any particular craft. Back in their hometowns, they primarily toiled in agriculture to sustain their families. After proceeding for some time, they encountered a high platform, upon which stood a fully armed soldier of the Royal Guard. A soldier called out in a booming voice, the Royal Guard is recruiting. Those who pass the test shall receive provisions, lodging, uniforms, weapons, and a monthly stipend of 2 coins, along with 10 pounds of meat. This announcement sent ripples of excitement through the ranks of the refugees. Having endured poverty and hunger in their homeland, the mere mention of a monthly stipend was astonishing. Upon hearing the soldier's words regarding such generous benefits, all eyes widened in astonishment. Those wishing to enlist, come forth to take the test, the soldier proclaimed. In an instant, many refugees formed a line, eager to try their luck. The test was straightforward. Large stones measured strength, sandbags gauged speed and endurance, small stones assessed throwing ability, and a short run evaluated overall fitness. This simple assessment was sufficient to eliminate some unfit individuals. Nevertheless, hundreds managed to pass the test. Observing the scene, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow but continued to lead the young boy onward. After leaving the recruitment site, the crowd grew sparse, as the majority had been drawn in by the allure of enlistment. As they progressed further, they eventually halted beneath a grand tree at the northeast corner of Dongning City. Several large tables were arranged side by side, behind which sat a number of scholars. One scholar stood at the forefront of the queue, calling out, Everyone, please line up. One at a time. After registering your household information, the exile in Wangfu will allocate land for cultivation. Each household will receive 50 acres to clear and farm. Tax exemption for 5 years. Working for the exile in Wangfu allows for earnings to purchase farming tools. Under the guidance of the scholar, refugees registered their household information. The middle-aged man led the young boy to the table and stood before it. Name, Han Wenin. Age, 36, born in the year of the tiger. Place of origin, Hanjiabin. Sisui County, Hengzhou Prefecture, Huaibei Province. Are you a farmer? Yes. And your child? Indeed. His name is Han Yi, 13 years old. Born in the year of the ox. Has he attended school and learned to read? Han Wenin hesitated for a moment, glancing at Han Yi, and replied. He has attended a private school briefly. Good. The registrar nodded and said, District 12, Community 3 of Dongning Prefecture. 50 acres of uncultivated land for you to develop. As he finished speaking, the registrar tore off a portion of a certificate and handed it to Han Wenin. Please wait a moment. Someone will come to guide you. The document continues. The Prince of Faith's residence has been recruiting laborers, offering the opportunity to earn money while working for the palace. Within the city, one can purchase farming tools, fabrics, and grains. 50 acres of land are tax-exempt for 5 years, and one can occasionally venture into the mountains for hunting. Thank you. Han Wenin expressed his gratitude and took his son Han Yi aside. Shortly after, another group of individuals completed their registration and joined Han Wenin and the others. All these individuals were assigned to the 13th district, 3rd community of Dongning Prefecture. Once 50 people had gathered, an elderly man spoke. All right, let us depart. The 13th district, 3rd community is not far. We should arrive before nightfall. Following the elder, Han Wenin and his group proceeded forward. Indeed, the 13th district, 3rd community was not far away. Upon reaching this barren land, one could easily spot the towering Dongning city in the distance. The earth pits here were recently excavated. The elder pointed to the nearby earth pits and said, each household will have one. You shall make do for now. During this time, the palace is also recruiting laborers to excavate earth pits, offering 1 liter of rice and tin won per day. You can earn some money first, purchase farming tools, and then gradually cultivate the land. Thank you, elder. Han Wenin and the others expressed their gratitude. After the 50 or so individuals were assigned their earth pits, they began to settle their homes. Gazing at the earth pit before him, Han Wenin took a deep breath, caressing his son Han Yi's head, and calmly said, this will be our home from now on. It is a pity that your mother cannot see it. Chapter 85. The new development of Dongning in mid-July. When Prince Li Xin returned to Dongning City, the entire city had already welcomed over 70,000 refugees in 10 batches. Under the arrangements of Li Xin, Wei Jun, and others, these more than 70,000 refugees underwent job classification. Upon his return to the palace, Li Xin, upon hearing Li Xin's report, could not help but feel astonished. So many? Li Xin exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Are there various job types available? Indeed, Your Highness. Li Xin presented a document to Li Xin, stating, among the over 70,000 refugees, more than 2,300 can read and write. From this group, 936 individuals were selected, and after a brief training, they have already taken up positions in Dongning Prefecture, responsible for registering household information and screening refugees. Among other tasks, the remaining literate individuals are also undergoing training, and they will serve as reserve teachers for the school. Excellent, excellent. Li Xin nodded in satisfaction. Li Xin, with a smile, continued. Additionally, there are 647 blacksmiths, 1,200 carpenters, 3,100 charcoal burners, and over 1,000 potters. Furthermore, the palace guard has recruited 5,000 new soldiers. Is that so? Li Xion's eyes widened, his face filled with joy. We have 5,000 already? Yes, Your Highness. Wei Jun nodded in response. The monthly salary standard set by our palace guard has attracted a considerable number of citizens to enlist. These 5,000 have been carefully selected. We expect the numbers to continue increasing. Quality is more valuable than quantity in warfare. Li Xion pondered for a moment before speaking. Now, we must raise our standards and strive to select individuals who are honest, reliable, and capable of enduring hardship to join the Wanfu Guard. The training of newly recruited soldiers must also be expedited. Wei Jun, instruct the Xunwei Camp, Xunwu Camp, and Xunyong Camp to take charge of the training. We must swiftly cultivate combat effectiveness. Understood. Wei Jun nodded eagerly. He was aware that following the expansion of the Wanfu Guard, the total troop strength would exceed 10,000. It would soon be time to march north and reclaim lost territories. Hence, Wei Jun was particularly attentive to these matters. After arranging the affairs of the Wanfu Guard, Li Xian turned his attention to the other skilled workers. Newly recruited blacksmiths, carpenters, miners, and others were to utilize their expertise. After all, with an increase in manpower, production must also expand. Coal mines, iron mines, charcoal kilns, cement kilns, lime kilns, brick kilns, pottery kilns, iron smelting plants, steel mills, and manufacturing bureaus all required proficient craftsmen. These individuals would also bolster the various branches of the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau. Li Xian was confident that with this ample workforce, the production capacity of the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau would significantly improve. However, as the number of people increased, so did the challenges. Mr. Liu, Li Xian inquired with a furrowed brow, what is the status of the grain reserves in Dongning City? I fear they may not suffice for such a large population. Indeed. Your Highness, there is a considerable shortfall, Li Xin sighed. Fortunately, we have learned from last year's winter experience. During this period, after settling the new refugees, we also dispatched some elders to various villages to guide the newcomers in hunting in the mountains and fishing in the lakes. We are adept at striking deer and scooping fish. While our grain supply may be limited, the rivers and ponds are abundant with fish. Additionally, there are some wild game and chickens that can sustain us for a while. The hunting team is also in the process of recruiting personnel. We can manage for some time. Furthermore, in a month or two, we will be able to harvest the sorghum we planted in the spring. By then, we should be able to hold out for a while longer. Moreover, the Qingyu Trading Company and the Suanji Trading Company have opened routes to Zhancheng, Annam, Siam, and other regions, bringing back a substantial supply of grain. Recently, they have been actively procuring rice. According to our plan, we aim to stockpile enough grain for the upcoming spring. Rest assured, my lord, Li Xin reassured him. Indeed, Li Xian nodded, recognizing Li Jingxuan's commendable efforts. The primary concern lay with the procurement of grain. After contemplating, Li Xian instructed, communicate with the Qingyu Trading Company and the Suanji Trading Company. They may appropriately increase the prices for grain purchases. At present, we must not be frugal with our finances. Grain is of utmost importance. The more, the better. We must spend money. As long as Dongning can thrive, we need not worry about finances. Yes, Li Xin affirmed. After listening to the reports from Li Xin, Wei Jun, and others, Li Xian began to rest. Traveling to the capital and back to Dongning, he realized he had not been in Dongning for nearly 2 months. During this period, Dongning City has undergone significant transformations. Following the successful repulsion of the prairie marauders, the city has experienced a newfound tranquility. With no external threats, the construction teams have markedly accelerated their pace. In a remarkably short span, all 6 watchtowers of the new Dongning city have been completed, and the northern city wall has been finished as well. The western and eastern walls have also reached a height of 6 to 7 feet, while the southern wall, adjacent to the sea, has had its foundation laid. The entire project is now on the brink of fruition. What brings the greatest joy to Li Xin is the establishment of 12 iron smelting furnaces and 4 traditional steel reflecting furnaces at the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau's ironworks. They now produce 64,000 pounds of wrought iron and 12,000 pounds of steel daily. Although this output pales in comparison to future steel mills, it has at least found its footing. Moreover, the techniques employed at the iron and steel plants are continuously being refined and matured. Li Xin is confident that with the establishment of more advanced and higher quality furnaces and reflecting furnaces, steel production will once again double. With a substantial amount of steel now available, the capacities of the Armaments Bureau, Manufacturing Bureau, and Artillery Bureau are gradually increasing. The new steel knives and forks crafted for the Royal Guard have entered mass production and are now standard issue for the Royal Infantry. Following the successful trial of lathes and grinders at the Manufacturing Bureau, steel arrowheads are being rapidly produced. These new arrowheads are sharper and capable of penetrating 3 layers of beast hide armor and a layer of plate armor. Equipped with these innovative bows and arrows, the combat effectiveness of the Divine Strategy Camp has risen to a new level. Steel is indeed remarkable. What delights Li Xin even more is that the Artillery Bureau has utilized molten steel to manufacture 10 cannons in accordance with the iron mold cannon diagram. Each cannon, cast entirely from pure steel, weighs 800 pounds and boasts considerable firepower. When combined with the newly developed fixed ammunition by the Gunpowder Bureau, which fires solid iron projectiles, these cannons achieve a range of over a mile. These 10 cannons have been aptly named the Invincible General Cannons and are now deployed within the Divine Machine Camp. Presently, the standard equipment of the Divine Machine Camp includes 10 general cannons and thunderclaps. In terms of firepower alone, they have stepped decisively into the era of firearms. Li Xin firmly believes that with these new weaponry, the combat prowess of the Royal Guard will be significantly enhanced. Chapter 86. Han Yi enters the city. Be cautious as you enter the city. Han Wen reiterated his advice once more. I know, father. Han Yi promptly replied. I'm already 13, so you needn't worry. Watching Han Yi head towards Dongning City, Han Wen cast a few more concerned glances before he set off towards the village entrance with his tools. During this time, Han Wen has been diligently following the officials in the nearby district, excavating earth for shelters. Each day, he earns a measure of rice and 10 won. Though the remuneration is modest, a measure of rice is sufficient for 2 people with a little left over. After saving for several days, the 10 won can also be used to purchase essential supplies. This time, Han Yi is entering the city to procure a few items. As summer is drawing to a close and autumn is approaching, upon arriving in Dongning City, Han Wen quickly realized that winter sets in early here, necessitating the procurement of tools for land clearing without delay. Otherwise, they would face hunger once more in the coming year. Taking a deep breath, he followed the procession onward. Han Yi also departed from District 12, Section 3, making his way towards Dongning City. The city was vast, its towering watchtowers visible from afar. After traversing for over half an hour, Han Yi finally reached the outskirts of Dongning City. As he approached, he was captivated by the sight before him. In the eastern training ground, a contingent of soldiers clad in azure military uniforms from the Royal Guard stood rigidly under the sun, perfectly aligned and utterly still. Despite the scorching sun and beads of sweat cascading down their bodies, they remained unmoved. After an indeterminate time, an officer's voice broke the silence, commanding, at ease. At this, the soldiers relaxed their stances, yet remained largely motionless. Today, you have performed admirably. Your military posture is commendable. The officer continued. Everyone will receive an extra meal at noon, 1 egg per person. Dismissed. Following the announcement, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of soldiers. 1 egg? Han Yi momentarily lost himself in thought, recalling the enticing benefits of enlisting, provisions and accommodation, along with a monthly stipend of 2 coins and 10 pounds of meat. Such favorable conditions made military service seem appealing. Ah, father, I must return and discuss this with him. With this thought in mind, Han Yi turned and headed into the city. Hello, good lady. Could you kindly direct me to the Qingyu Trading Company? Upon entering the city, Han Yi approached a woman and inquired. Young man, follow this street and continue straight for a bit, and you'll arrive, she replied. Thank you, he expressed gratefully. Continuing on his path, not long after, he spotted a large sign displaying the name Qingyu Trading Company. Just from the exterior, he could see throngs of people bustling inside, seemingly engaged in purchasing supplies. Once inside, Han Yi made his way to the agricultural tools section, observing the various displays. Recalling his father's instructions, he selected a hoe, a pickaxe, a rake, 2 sickles, and an axe. To his surprise, each item was clearly priced. After a quick mental calculation, he realized that the total came to 1,320 coins, which was slightly beyond his budget. He thus chose a few essential tools for land clearing. Preparing to check out when he noticed a curved plow set displayed nearby. The entire set was priced at 888 coins. Glancing into his pocket, Han Yi shook his head in dismay. You seem to be short on funds, young man. At that moment, a sales associate approached him with a friendly smile. If you're short on cash, you can apply for an interest-free loan, generously provided by the royal house, to purchase these tools. As long as you can repay the loan within a year, you are eligible. Is that so? Han Yi's eyes widened as he recalled the words of an elder upon their arrival in District 12, Section 3. After a moment of contemplation, the sparkle in his eyes faded as he asked, "What is the process for applying for this loan?" It was quite simple. The sales assistant explained with a smile. "Does someone in your household have a job?" "Indeed." Han Yi nodded. "As long as you work for the Wangfu, you just need to register your parents' information." The sales assistant inquired, "Which district are you from? We can arrange delivery for your purchases." "Really?" Han Yi's eyes widened in surprise as he hurriedly replied, "We are from the 12th district, 3rd community of Dongning Prefecture." After the sales assistant took note, Han Yi selected some agricultural tools, reminding her to deliver them in the evening if possible. After leaving the Qingyu commercial house, Han Yi felt the coins in his pocket. This time, he had not spent much at the Qingyu commercial house. Most of his purchases were made through interest-free loans. With the remaining money, he could buy something else. But what should he buy? While pondering, Han Yi found himself outside a bookstore. He hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. "Young man, what kind of books are you looking for?" A friendly sales assistant approached him. Han Yi hesitated briefly and replied, "I'm just browsing." As he gazed at the books within, Han Yi was taken aback. This bookstore was unlike those in Jiangning City or Hongzhou Prefecture. The titles of the books were completely unfamiliar to him. What were language, algebra, geometry, natural science, physics, and chemistry? What kind of books were these? Picking up a book titled Natural Science, Han Yi opened it and was immediately captivated. What was written inside? As he began to read from the beginning, he gradually understood the content. Before he knew it, Han Yi had lost track of time, engrossed in the fascinating material. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent 2 hours in the bookstore. Looking outside at the darkening sky, Han Yi jolted back to reality. It was time to return. Regrettably, as he held the books close, he softly inquired, "Excuse me, how much do these books cost in total?" "In total, it comes to 620 coins. The sales assistant replied quietly, "If you are a student of Dongning School, the school provides books for free." "Dongning School?" Han Yi was taken aback and asked, "What is the enrollment process?" "As long as you work for the Wangfu, all eligible children can attend for free," the sales assistant patiently explained. "Working for the Wangfu? Does digging holes count?" Han Yi asked eagerly. The sales assistant shook her head and replied, "You must work for the Wangfu Guard, the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau, the government, or various work teams. Once enrolled, you must attend school every day." Upon hearing this, Han Yi's expression dimmed. He knew it was impossible for him. "Thank you," Han Yi said, expressing his gratitude. He chose a book on algebra, one on geometry, one on physics, and one on chemistry, settled the bill, and headed towards the 12th district, 3rd community of Dongning Prefecture. Along the way, Han Yi pondered, why was his father unwilling to work under the Prince of Letters? Nevertheless, since his father was reluctant, he would not press further. Chapter 87. Han went in as soon as he returned home. Han Yi heard his father's voice. Thank you. Please take care." Upon entering the house, Han Yi noticed several men departing, leaving behind an assortment of farming tools at the doorstep. These tools were the very implements acquired through a loan today. "Father, how do we repay the loan?" Han Yi inquired as he approached. "I heard it is an interest-free loan. I calculated that over the course of a year, we would need to pay an average of 5 to 6 won daily." "Indeed." Han went on nodded, replying, "It's 180 won each month, to be repaid over 12 months. Those men mentioned that if we encounter difficulties, we may apply for an extension." "Father, the policies from the Xinfang mansion are truly commendable," Han Yi expressed with surprise. "Yes," Han went on acknowledged with a slight nod. "Now wash your hands. It's time for dinner." Setting down his bundle, Han Yi hurried to wash his hands. Upon returning, he retrieved several books from his package, saying, "Father, I bought a few books today." Upon glancing at the titles, Han went on was momentarily taken aback and replied nonchalantly, "You may read them." "Father, you have no idea. These books have never been seen before in Jiangning City or Hongzhou Prefecture." Han Yi exclaimed excitedly. "This one on algebra discusses numerical calculations. It is extraordinarily intricate. And this one on nature is exceedingly fascinating." "All right, let us eat first," Han went on interrupted softly, adding, "After dinner, we must retire early." "Oh," Han Yi nodded, understanding that his father, having toiled throughout the day, was quite fatigued. "Father," Han Yi began, "tomorrow, while you go to work, I shall commence clearing our field." Although the household consisted solely of Han Wenon and Han Yi, they managed to live quite well, tiring yet fulfilling. At the very least, it was far better than their days in Jiangning City or Hongzhou Prefecture. The night passed in silence. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Han Wenon set off to work again. Meanwhile, Han Yi, armed with a rake and a sickle, ventured into the wasteland to begin the arduous task of clearing. The land was overgrown with weeds, which he diligently cut down and gathered into piles. Once dried, these weeds could be used as fuel for cooking. Among the thickets, Han Yi discovered several nests of bird eggs, which he collected, hoping to enhance their meals when he returned home. The days were busy yet fulfilling. At noon, Han Yi did not return home. Instead, he hastily consumed some provisions with cool water before resuming his labor. Throughout the day, he managed to clear the weeds from several acres and additionally cultivated a small plot of land. They had been granted 50 acres, a quantity far too great to manage solely by human effort. Thus, his father had advised him to clear a few acres first to plant some grains sufficient for their sustenance. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Han Yi made his way home with the farming tools in tow. Once back, he would prepare dinner for his father. Admiring the vibrant hues of the sunset, Han Yi recited aloud, "In the morning, I clear the wasteland. By moonlight, I return with my hoe." It had been a fulfilling day. Upon arriving home, Han Yi approached the stove and skillfully began to prepare the meal. At 13 years of age, Han Yi was not tall, barely surpassing the height of the stove. His slender frame appeared somewhat diminutive in front of the cooking area. Before long, the meal was ready. Yet, Father Han Wenin had yet to return, and Han Yi had grown accustomed to this reality. He retrieved a book, positioning himself before the flickering candlelight, diligently engrossed in its pages. After a prolonged wait, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Han Yi to hastily open the door. "Father, you have returned," he exclaimed. Han Wenin set down the tools he had been holding, stretched languidly, and replied, "I was held up at work today. We had to put in extra hours. The foreman announced that we would have a day off tomorrow. Has the construction at the site of District 12, Section 6 been completed?" Han Yi inquired. "Not yet." Han Wenin shook his head. "It will likely take another day. I had hoped to finish the work there tomorrow before resting. It seems there are matters in Dongning City. The Royal Guard is preparing to march north." As he spoke, Han Wenin's brow furrowed, indicating his concern about the strength of the prince's forces. "I heard that. Earlier this year, the nomadic horse bandits from the grasslands descended southward, causing both Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiangda Prefecture to fall into their hands. Almost all of Dongning Province has been reduced to the solitary city of Dongning. Remarkably, in less than a year, Dongning City has experienced significant growth. I've heard that the Royal Guard now boasts over 10,000 men, and many citizens are eagerly volunteering to enlist. At this rate, it won't be long before His Highness the Prince can reclaim lost territories." As he spoke, a grave expression settled in Han Wenin's eyes. "Father, let us visit Dongning City tomorrow," Han Yi suggested. "When I was there a few days ago, I noticed that the soldiers in the training grounds seemed markedly different from before. They appeared far more spirited." "Is that so?" Han Wenin responded, somewhat perplexed. "Let us finish our meal. We shall see tomorrow." After dining, the father and son retired for the night. The following morning, they awoke early, and after partaking in breakfast, set forth toward Dongning City. Upon their return to Dongning City, Han Yi was once again struck by a sense of awe. At that moment, in the northern expanse of the city, a dense throng of individuals stood clad in uniforms of deep blue, fully armed, members of the Royal Guard. To Han Wenin's astonishment, 10 peculiar iron constructs loomed at the edge of the training ground. "What are these?" he pondered, furrowing his brow in silence. Despite having traveled extensively in Jiangnan and Huaibei for decades, Han Wenin had never encountered such apparatus. Could they be a new type of weaponry accompanying the Royal Guard? His confusion deepened. At that moment, the city gates swung open, and a young man in his 20s, seated upon a horse, ambled toward the exit. Instantly, the surrounding crowd erupted in fervent exclamations. "His Highness the Prince! His Highness the Prince!" Their shouts could not conceal their exhilaration. Han Wenin even noticed some citizens with glistening tears in their eyes, tears of joy. It was evident that His Highness the Prince commanded immense respect in Dongning City. Indeed, in less than a year, the transformation of the city had been remarkable, a feat that astonished all. Moreover, His Highness Prince Xin has saved countless citizens of Dongning Province. It can be said that Prince Xin is akin to the rebirth of the majority of the populace in Dongning. This individual is indeed remarkable. Han Wenin narrowed his eyes, fixating on the young man atop the steed. At that moment, Prince Li Xin casually waved his hand, and once again, a resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. The hooves of the horses moved slowly. Before long, Prince Li Xin and his entourage had arrived before the Royal Guard. The crowd came to a halt, and Li Xin raised both hands, gently pressing them down as he addressed the assembly. "Fellow villagers, please quiet down." Chapter 88. Marching north. "Fellow villagers, please calm yourselves." Li Xion's calm voice resonated, gradually silencing the surrounding citizens, who turned their gazes toward him. "Dear compatriots," Li Xion inhaled deeply and began to speak. "Years ago, the marauding horse bandits invaded, causing our Dongning province, including Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiangda Prefecture, to fall one after another into their hands. Our lands were lost, our homes shattered, and the common people were displaced. The places where our ancestors lived have been seized by these horse bandits. I am aware that many families have suffered the cruel slaughter of their wives, children, and parents at the hands of these marauders. This enmity has not been forgotten by you, my fellow villagers, nor has it been forgotten by me, Li Xion. Years ago, I promised you that when the time was ripe, I would lead our forces northward to reclaim our lost territories and restore our homeland. Now is that time. Today I, Li Xion, vow that this battle will surely expel the horse bandits and restore Shuangqing Prefecture, Xiangda Prefecture, and our homes. Long live Prince Xion! Long live Prince Xion!" The surrounding citizens erupted in cheers. Han Wenin could even see glistening tears welling in the eyes of some of the people. A significant portion of the populace in Dongning City had fled from Shuangqing Prefecture and Xiangda Prefecture during the previous year. Naturally, upon hearing the prospect of reclaiming their homeland, they were filled with excitement. Li Xion, unhesitating, stepped forward before the Royal Guard and solemnly declared, "Soldiers, let us march." With a single command, the soldiers of Shenwei Camp, Shenwu Camp, Shenyong Camp, Shinji Camp, Xiaoqi Camp, and Hubin Camp set forth toward the north. Thousands of soldiers, in grand formation, marched forth with an awe-inspiring presence. The palpable aura of ferocity emanating from the ranks astonished all in Dongning City. Indeed, Han Wenin nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Such military might is truly astonishing. Compared to the armies in Jiangnan and other regions, they hardly resemble an army at all. Father, why not?" Han Yi, standing nearby, raised his head to speak. However, before he could finish, he caught the cold gaze of Han Wenin, which instantly caused him to swallow his words. "My dear Yer." Sensing the disquiet in his own expression, Han Wenin let out a long sigh and said, "Let us wait a while longer." "Oh." Han Yi promptly fell silent. Yet his eyes remained fixed on the distant Royal Guard as it gradually moved away. The 13-year-old Han Yi silently resolved. In the future, I must join the Royal Guard. This time, in the Northern March, Li Xin took with him the elite forces of the Royal Guard. Within the entirety of Dongning City, only the newly established Xinyu Camp, and Xinxi Camp remain. Although merely 3 camps housing over 2,000 soldiers exist, Li Xin is assured that as long as the townsfolk are present, Dongning City will not fall into chaos. Following the arrival of the refugees from Huaibei, the Royal Guard expanded its ranks by an additional 5,000 to 6,000 men. The majority of these reinforcements were allocated to the Shunwei Camp, Xinwu Camp, and Xinyong Camp, significantly enhancing the strength of these infantry divisions. The total strength of Shunwei Camp has even reached nearly 2,000 soldiers. At present, Shunwei Camp stands as the elite among the Royal Guard. Even the Xinwu and Xinyong camps have been bolstered to over 1,000 personnel each. Observing the fully armed troops behind him, Li Xin felt a sense of confidence. After all, he possessed a formidable weapon, the general cannon equipped in the Xinji camp. Li Xin firmly believed that with these divine weapons and valiant soldiers at his disposal, reclaiming lost territories would be an effortless endeavor. The Royal Guard set forth northward, progressing along the official road. Their pace was commendable, and 2 days later, they successfully arrived at the outskirts of Shuangqing Prefecture. At present, Shuangqing Prefecture lies under the dominion of the Prairie Bandits. With 2,000 of these marauders and over 3,000 accompanying soldiers within the city, the commander of the city, the renowned leader of the Prairie Bandits, Haji Lang, has gained notoriety for his prowess. From a young age, he followed his ancestors to traverse the plains, earning the title of commander through his military achievements. Following the defeat of Commander Inbok at Dongning City, he faced the wrath of the Khan and was demoted to vice commander, returning to the prairie. Subsequently, Haji Lang succeeded Inbok, tasked with guarding Shuangqing Prefecture while preparing forces for another assault on Dongning City. However, just as Haji Lang was diligently preparing for battle, he received troubling news. The Dongning army had set forth northward. Haji Lang scoffed, questioning their intentions. Did they dare to attack Shuangqing Prefecture? I have yet to launch my offensive against Dongning City, and they come knocking at my door? They are courting death. Inform the men within the city to prepare for battle. This time, we must avenge our previous shame. Yet, beside him, Kuntai hesitated momentarily, advising, Commander, we ought to exercise caution. Recently, over 10,000 troops advanced south towards Dongning City, only to return in utter defeat. The strength of the Dongning army should not be underestimated. I suggest we proceed with caution, first gathering intelligence on their troop composition and intentions before making any plans. Foolish Kuntai, Commander Haji Lang rebuked sharply. Do not let a single defeat embolden the enemy, no matter how formidable the Dongning army may be. They cannot compare to our might. Do not forget, we were raised on horseback, battling across the plains from a young age. When it comes to warfare, those in the Dongning army are insignificant. Yet Kuntai persisted, Commander, the Dongning army possesses the thunderous cannons. Mentioning the thunderous cannons made Kuntai uneasy, as the recent battle at Dongning had seen the Prairie Bandits suffer significant losses under their devastating bombardment. Over 10,000 troops disintegrated in a mere instant, retreating in disarray from Dongning City, leaving them in a pitiful state. Consequently, Kuanertai earnestly cautioned them. However, the commander Haji Lang paid no heed to Kuanertai's warning. What is merely a thunderous roar? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Haji Lang's eyes as he coldly declared, I, Haji Lang, am neither ignorant nor reckless. I am fully aware of the power of the thunderous roar, yet I also comprehend its weaknesses. No matter how formidable it may be, it is inconsequential. Once the Dongning army exits the city, the advantage shall be ours. Inform the men within the city to fortify the defenses. Additionally, send a message to the Khan, notifying him of the Dongning army's movements and requesting support. If we can annihilate this Dongning army outside the city this time, the capture of Dongning City will be within our grasp. Our mission in Dongning province will soon be accomplished. After listening to Haji Lang's words, Kuanertai remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Yes, Commander. Chapter 89. The artillery reveals its might. Shuangqing Prefecture, situated in the northern region of Dongning City, serves as a crucial thoroughfare to other prefectures in Dongning Province and stands as the northern gateway to Dongning City. Ever since Shuangqing Prefecture fell, Dongning City has remained in a passive defensive stance, with all strategic opportunities firmly in the hands of the Prairie Marauders. After the Marauders seized Shuangqing Prefecture, they established it as a significant stronghold, stockpiling provisions as a primary base for their assault on Dongning City. Particularly after the recent defeat in the Dongning battle, Shuangqing Prefecture's importance has escalated, becoming a vital bastion to thwart the Dongning army's advance northward. Despite Commander Haji Lang having implemented numerous protective measures, he was momentarily stunned upon witnessing the Dongning army outside the city. Commander, his trusted aide interjected, the Dongning army outside is estimated to number around 7,000 to 8,000. The majority are infantry, with a smaller contingent of cavalry. Furthermore, the unit equipped with Thunderous Roar has also arrived. Observations indicate that they are hauling some unfamiliar iron tubes. Their purpose remains a mystery. Upon hearing his aide's words, Commander Haji Lang furrowed his brow and inquired, is the Dongning army preparing to assault the city? Not yet. The aide shook his head. They are currently setting up camp outside. Let us go take a look. Haji Lang commanded. Immediately, he, along with his aide, ascended the walls of Shuangqing Prefecture. Upon reaching the ramparts, Haji Lang beheld the well-ordered Dongning army standing resolutely before the city, 7,000 to 8,000 strong. Enveloped in an eerie silence that exuded an air of foreboding, the sheer presence of such a force astonished Haji Lang. Just then, the Dongning army commenced their movements. Soldiers from the Dongning forces pushed a massive object toward the front of Shuangqing Prefecture, its dark, gaping mouth pointed ominously at the city. What could this contraption be? Could it be yet another new weapon from the Dongning army? The supreme commander, Hajilang, furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Soon, these ominous objects had lined up before the troops. Upon counting, there were 10 in total. A chill coursed through Hajilang upon seeing these items, igniting an unsettling feeling within him. What could this mean? Drawing a deep breath, the supreme commander inquired, "Has there been a response from the Khan?" "Yes, commander," replied a trusted aide. "The Khan has ordered Kalongbu to lead 10,000 cavalry to our aid, expected to arrive at Shuangqingfu in 3 days." 3 days? Hajilang inhaled deeply, his voice somber. "Tell the men to hold out for 3 days. Reinforcements will arrive." Understood. Once the aide departed, a lingering unease settled in Hajilang's heart. Could they withstand for 3 days? "Your Highness, the Divine Machine Battalion is ready." Commander He Chaojun hastily approached Li Xin, proclaiming, "Please, Your Highness, give your orders." "Very well," Li Xin nodded, raising his telescope to observe the distant Shuangqingfu. This telescope had been crafted from glass recently produced by the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau. Although glass production was still in its infancy, the technology had matured sufficiently to grind lenses. With a telescope, military maneuvers became significantly easier. After a moment of observation, Li Xin noted the meticulous defenses of Shuangqingfu. 3,000 to 4,000 prairie bandits, alongside thousands of retinue soldiers, had prepared ample supplies for defending the city. It was evident they intended to hold Shuangqingfu steadfastly. It seems the last battle at Dongning has instilled fear in these prairie marauders. Otherwise, why would they abandon the advantage of cavalry for a defensive strategy? Yet, what does it matter? The invincible general cannon, crafted by the Artillery Bureau, was specifically designed for siege warfare. In this age of cold weapons, none had witnessed the might of artillery. Li Xin smiled faintly, envisioning the prairie bandits fleeing in disarray under the bombardment of cannon fire. "He Chaojun," Li Xin commanded solemnly. "Prepare for the siege." "Yes," He Chaojun responded promptly. Returning to the front of the Divine Machine Battalion, He Chaojun called out, "All personnel, prepare." At his command, soldiers began to load the powder charges into the cannons, while others skillfully used tamping rods to compact the gunpowder within the barrels. Soon, all preparations were complete. "Aim," He Chaojun commanded. 1 round calibrated. "Fire." In an instant, a gunner from the Divine Machine Battalion ignited the fuse. The fuse crackled, flames engulfing the cannon's mouth. Boom. In an instant, a burst of fire erupted from the cannon, propelling the solid shot skyward toward Shuangqingfu. A piercing shriek reverberated through the air, capturing the attention of Commander Hajirang atop the city wall. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on the distant black speck in the sky, a chill creeping into his heart. Thud! In an instant, the dark object plummeted, striking the earth below the wall. It created a vast crater, sending sand and debris swirling into a murky cloud. What manner of weapon is this? How could it reach such a distance? Commander Hajirang was utterly taken aback. By mere estimation, it must be 2 or 3 miles away. To traverse such a distance is simply terrifying. A wave of unease washed over him. At that moment, the soldiers of the Shinji Battalion also observed the impact of the first shell. "Calibrate the parameters," He Chaojun commanded in a grave tone. "Second round, prepare. Target the city wall of Shuangqingfu. Fire." With his command, the gunners of 10 artillery pieces simultaneously ignited their fuses. In an instant, 10 solid iron projectiles, each weighing between 15 and 20 pounds, ascended into the sky, hurtling toward Shuangqingfu. As he gazed at the darkening sky, Commander Hajirang squinted. "Take cover." A foreboding sensation surged within him, prompting him to urgently warn his men. Yet, at that very moment, the black specks descended. Thud, thud, thud. The enormous iron projectiles struck the walls of Shuangqingfu, creating massive indentations in the brick and stone. A few of the projectiles smashed into the wall, instantaneously reducing several prairie bandits to mere pulp, leaving them lifeless at the scene. The rich crimson of blood splattered across the ground, rendering Hajirang momentarily speechless. The formidable depressions in the wall left him at a loss for words. What on earth is this weapon? Chapter 90. Bombardment of Shuangqingfu. Thud, thud, thud. The resonant sounds echoed atop the city wall. Even the stone fortifications could not withstand the assault of 20-pound iron projectiles. As massive indentations formed, bricks began to crumble, revealing the packed earth behind them. How much longer could the city wall of Shuangqingfu endure under such relentless bombardment? Doubt clouded Commander Hajirang's mind. He had initially placed his hopes in the wall to defend Shuangqingfu, believing they could hold out until reinforcements sent by the Khan arrived. If they could just endure, they might even launch a counterattack against the Dongning forces. Capturing Dongning City was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet now, everything had changed. As Commander Hajirang witnessed the solid iron projectiles raining down, a chilling dread gripped his heart. Should the walls of Shuangqingfu crumble, those outside, the mighty Dongning forces, bolstered by the devastating power of their artillery, would surely overwhelm even the finest cavalry within the walls. What to do? What to do? The commander felt a surge of anxiety. "Commander, it's bad." Just then, a frantic officer rushed over, exclaiming, "The southern gate wall has collapsed." What? Commander Hajirang stood frozen in disbelief. How could this have happened so swiftly? What he was unaware of was that in its youth, Shuangqing Prefecture had already endured the ravages of war. At that time, the city walls bore signs of wear and tear, and to this day, they had not been properly restored. Consequently, under the relentless bombardment of the artillery from the Divine Machine Battalion, the walls began to fracture and crumble. If this continued, it would not take long for the walls of Shuangqing Prefecture to collapse with a resounding crash. Just as Haji Lang was contemplating this, another shell descended from the sky, striking the city walls with a dull thud. Chunks of brick and stone splintered off, hitting the prairie bandits and instantly unleashing a spray of crimson mist. The crumbling masonry cascaded down, rendering the entire structure perilously unstable. At that moment, the Eastern Ning army in the distant open ground advanced. Captain Zhang Cheng, leading nearly 2,000 soldiers from the Divine Might Battalion, encircled Shuangqing Prefecture. Simultaneously, the remaining soldiers of the Divine Machine Battalion pushed forward with their trebuchets. Upon reaching the range of their artillery, the soldiers readied the explosive shells and hurled them toward the walls of Shuangqing Prefecture. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions echoed continuously. The shrapnel propelled by the blasts whirled at high velocity, striking the concealed prairie bandits and bursting forth with a spray of blood. In an instant, dozens of the bandits lay mangled and lifeless. This was the first time Commander Haji Lang witnessed the devastating power of the explosive shells up close, leaving him utterly stunned. "Commander, be cautious," a trusted aide beside him warned. Haji Lang turned to glance at his confidant, his expression still somewhat dazed. Thud, thud, thud. The muffled impacts continued to resonate against the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous explosions showed no signs of abating. In a brief span, the brick walls had developed countless fissures, and as the masonry crumbled and peeled away, the packed earth beneath was revealed. However, the earth was not resilient. Under the impact of 20-pound iron projectiles, it crumbled like dust. After an indeterminate period, the southern section finally succumbed to the relentless bombardment. With a resounding crash, a section of wall over 20 zhang in length collapsed, burying the bandits atop it beneath a mound of earth. Witnessing this scene, Commander Haji Lang was left utterly bewildered. How could such a short interval lead to the downfall of the city walls? How much longer could Shuangqing Prefecture withstand this onslaught? Quick! Haji Lang shouted in a fit of desperation. Tell the men to fill the breach. Act swiftly. We must not allow the Eastern Ning forces to exploit this opportunity. After issuing several urgent commands, the soldiers within the city responded, hastily carrying sandbags towards the breach. One by one, they tossed the bags into the opening. However, in the face of a 20 zhang wide breach, these sandbags were but a drop in the bucket, failing to seal the gap adequately. In that moment, Haji Lang felt a surge of anxiety. Fortunately, the Eastern Ning army did not launch an immediate assault. Although the infantry refrained from an assault, the Divine Mechanism Battalion continued its relentless bombardment. The artillery shells from the Grand General's cannon fell like thunderbolts, raining down upon the Twin Cities with an abundance that seemed limitless. In a brief span, the breaches in the city walls of Twin Cities were perpetually widened, with collapses reaching heights of 30 to 40 zhang. At this moment, the valiant officer Zhang Cheng approached Li Xin, saying, "The walls of Twin Cities have crumbled. The time is ripe for an assault, is it not?" "Not yet," Li Xin replied, waving his hand nonchalantly. "Let us bombard for a while longer. We must strive to shatter the spirit of resistance among the prairie bandits within the city. Let them be gripped by terror. When the infantry eventually assaults, it will be significantly easier. Spare no shells. The lives of our soldiers are paramount. We must seize Twin Cities with minimal casualties." "Understood." Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement, his admiration for Li Xion's strategy growing. Despite the Royal Guard now numbering over 10,000, these were precious soldiers honed through months of training. Achieving the capture of Twin Cities with minimal losses would be ideal. In the distance, Commander He Zhaojun directed his troops in continuing their bombardment. "Fire! Saturate the walls with our barrage," he commanded gravely. Solid iron projectiles arced through the air with piercing shrieks, hurtling towards Twin Cities. Concurrently, the trebuchets unleashed thunderous projectiles in a seemingly endless stream upon the city walls. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with explosions as the walls crumbled, inflicting heavy casualties upon the prairie bandits. Their once systematic defenses lay in utter ruin. The commander, Haji Lang, evaded the cannon fire while directing the bandits to fill the gaps and reinforce their defenses. Yet, such measures proved largely futile. The prairie bandits thrived in cavalry and open field combat, but now confined within the walls of Twin Cities. They had forsaken their advantageous strengths in favor of a flawed defensive stance. This disparity left many elite prairie bandits disoriented. Amidst the unrelenting bombardment, especially following the significant casualties on the city walls, the prairie bandits were left in shock. Was this truly war? No, this was not war. This was a one-sided massacre. In a moment of panic, some prairie bandits murmured in fear, "Oh, eternal sky, swiftly save your people." Chapter 91. The Siege of Twin Cities. Eternal sky? Yet at this moment, even if they called upon deities, it would avail them nothing. The brutality of war was starkly revealed in this instant. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, segment after segment of the Twin Cities' walls shattered and collapsed. Regardless of the number of attendants within, their presence was futile. For those segments of the walls, their efforts were but a drop in the bucket, merely adding to the toll of casualties. The artillery continued its relentless bombardment for a considerable duration, leaving the defenses of Shuangqing Prefecture utterly devastated. Meanwhile, at the distant command post, Prince Xin, Li Xin, surveyed the situation through his telescope and calmly declared, "It is time to launch the attack. Divine Might Battalion, advance." Upon hearing these words, the officer Zhang Cheng of the Divine Might Battalion felt a surge of excitement as he rubbed his hands together and made his way towards the battalion. Arriving at the forefront of his troops, he bellowed, "Brothers, the moment to showcase our prowess has arrived. Follow me into battle." With Zhang Cheng's command, Over 2,000 soldiers from the Divine Might Battalion surged forth towards the southern city of Shuangqing Prefecture. The vast expanse of the wilderness was shrouded in a dense throng of warriors. Witnessing this formidable sight, the remaining prairie bandits atop the city walls felt a flicker of panic. "Commander, look! The Dongning army is commencing their siege," one of his trusted aides urged. Commander Haji Lang squinted towards the open ground outside the southern city. After a brief glance, the gloom on Haji Lang's face dissipated, replaced by a chilling smirk. "Finally, they are attacking. As long as they lay siege, the thunderclaps and cannon fire will be rendered ineffective. Now, let us see how our men perform. Inform them to prepare for the enemy." "Yes," the aide responded promptly. However, at that very moment, the defenses of the southern city were on the verge of collapse. The surviving prairie bandits, gripped by an overwhelming dread, were paralyzed with fear. Faced with the onslaught of the Divine Might Battalion, they struggled to organize any effective defense. What they did not anticipate was that even as the Divine Might Battalion advanced, the distant thunderclaps and artillery continued their relentless assault. Infantry and artillery must work in unison. This had become a critical element of training since the arrival of the general's cannons. It was essential for the soldiers to muster the courage to attack under the cover of artillery fire, so they would not be intimidated by the barrage. Only when the Divine Might Battalion drew near the walls of Shuangqing Prefecture did the distant Divine Machine Battalion cease their bombardment. As the cannon fire and thunderclaps fell silent, the Divine Might Battalion launched their final charge. Kill! With a series of fierce cries, the soldiers of the Divine Might Battalion, weapons in hand and fierce determination in their hearts, surged towards Shuangqing Prefecture. The relentless bombardment had already rendered the southern city walls in ruins, with the collapsed stones now forming a pathway for their assault. Rushing up the fallen walls, the soldiers of the Divine Might Battalion pressed onward. "Hold the line! Hold the line!" A deputy commander of the prairie bandits shouted from atop the walls. A few bandits armed with curved sabers charged forward to confront them. However, at that moment, several soldiers from the Divine Might Battalion, brandishing long spears, lunged forward with deadly precision. With a sharp thrust, the spear pierced the abdomen of the prairie bandit. The Divine Might soldier twisted the weapon forcefully, creating a gaping wound that shredded the bandit's insides. The prairie bandit's expression turned to one of sheer terror, his face paling as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, leaving him utterly deflated. "Die!" With a thunderous roar, the soldier of the Divine Might camp forcefully drew his firearm, sending the prairie bandit crashing heavily to the ground. "Kill!" The soldiers of the Divine Might camp surged forward from the rear. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of clashing swords and knives, a sound that made one's teeth ache. In the wake of the earlier bombardment, the prairie bandits in the southern city had already suffered heavy casualties, their spirits crushed by fear. Now, confronted with the charge of the soldiers from the Divine Might camp, trained and fiercely aggressive, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The prairie bandits, renowned for their cavalry prowess, now dismounted, found their advantages utterly obliterated. The infantry's defense and offense could not compare to the rigorously trained soldiers of the Divine Might camp. Gradually, the dynamics on the city wall began to shift. Dismembered limbs of prairie bandits lay scattered across the ground, mingling with blood and flesh in a grotesque tableau that turned the stomach. "Left flank," a soldier called out. Li Xin, a young officer in his 20s, turned to the left and saw a prairie bandit brandishing a curved blade charging towards him. Reacting swiftly, Li Xin met the attack with his steel knife. The dull thud of their clash resonated as the immense force coursed through the blade, shattering the curved weapon in the bandit's hand. This steel knife, crafted from the latest high-quality materials by the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau, proved its worth with a single blow. Advancing a step, Officer Li Xin swung his steel knife downward once more. With a sickening thrust, the blade buried itself into the bandit's neck, blood gushing forth. With a sudden, forceful tug, Li Xin severed the bandit's head cleanly. Sheathing his knife before him, he wiped the blood from his face, his cold, piercing eyes fixed resolutely ahead. "Forward! Secure the line!" Officer Li Xin commanded in a deep voice. The soldiers behind him rushed forward, beginning to establish a defensive line atop the city wall. Before long, Li Xin and his men had completely occupied this section of the wall. With a foothold established, the soldiers of the Divine Might camp intensified their onslaught. Increasing numbers of them surged onto the battlements. "Third squad, regroup. First and second squads, expand the defensive line to the flanks," the sergeant ordered as he ascended the wall. Although the third squad was regrouping, Li Xin and his companions remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the surroundings. At that moment, soldiers from the first and second squads charged up, racing along the flanking walls, slashing at their foes. As they fought, blood splattered wildly, a harrowing sight to behold. Meanwhile, other sections of the wall were also being secured by the soldiers of the Divine Might camp. Despite the damage to the southern city wall, no matter how many prairie bandits or their retinues there were, they could not match the prowess of the Divine Might soldiers. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, the southern city wall finally fell into the hands of the Divine Might camp. "Prepare for defense." Lieutenant Zhang Chung ascended the wall, squinting as he surveyed the situation and commanded, "Stabilize the line. Remain alert for a counterattack from the prairie bandits." "Yes," the soldiers replied solemnly. The Divine Might camp was an elite force of the Royal Guard infantry, and this was not their first battle. The seasoned troops of the Divine Might camp swiftly established their defenses and commenced a brief respite. A grand banner emblazoned with the character for faith fluttered proudly above the southern city walls of Shuangqing Prefecture, rustling in the caress of the southeast wind. Chapter 92. Kuntai's strategy upon seeing the banner flying atop the walls, Prince Li Xin understood that the Divine Might camp had firmly entrenched itself within Xuanqing Prefecture. The next step was to broaden their gains and reclaim the entirety of the territory. Lu Zheng Wang Zhong, Li Xin commanded softly. Your servant is here, responded the valiant officers Lu Zheng and Wang Zhong, clasping their fists in salute. I hereby order you to assault the city from the left and right flanks, providing support to the Divine Might camp. Li Xin instructed. Understood. They replied promptly. Without delay, Lu Zheng and Wang Zhong led their respective troops from the Divine Might and Valiant camps to assist Zhongcheng's forces at the southern city. Mu Yunyan. Li Xin called out next. Your servant is here, answered the cavalry officer Mu Yunyan in a deep voice. Relax, relax, Li Xin said with a smile. Glancing at Mu Yunyan, our primary objective is the southern city. Should the prairie bandits within Xuanqing Prefecture choose to flee, it will be necessary for the cavalry to pursue them. Focus on eliminating as many prairie bandits as possible to diminish their fighting force. Li Xin continued. Prepare your cavalry. Mu Yunyan. Yes, Mu Yunyan replied. By the way, Li Xin added, the cavalry are our treasured guardians. Safety comes first. If the situation turns adverse, do not pursue. Understood, Mu Yunyan affirmed, leading the cavalry to circle around and take up an ambush position in the northwest of Xuanqing Prefecture. Inside Xuanqing, the prairie bandits boasted only a few thousand elite cavalry who had already suffered significant casualties due to the relentless bombardment. Coupled with the fierce assaults from the Divine Might camp, their numbers had dwindled severely. The remaining bandits were gripped by terror. For these elite cavalry, total annihilation was imperative. It was essential to eradicate their fighting capability to ensure the safety of Dongning City and the entire Dongning province. Thus, Li Xin had prepared multiple contingencies. With the support of the Divine Might and Valiant camps, the battle in the southern city progressed more smoothly. The spirited soldiers of the Royal Guard surged onto the city walls, charging into the heart of the city. Although the Divine Might camp was comprised of fewer soldiers, many of their sentinels were equipped with thunder bombs. This served as a trial initiative by Li Xin. As the soldiers advanced, they utilized the thunder bombs to clear the way, dismantling the enemy's stubborn defenses. With these formidable weapons, the pace of the Divine Might camp's assault quickened considerably. In a short span, they had secured several streets, with their vanguard steadily approaching the city's administrative offices. What was once the hall of Xuanqing Prefecture had now become the residence of Haji Lang, the chief of the prairie bandits. After retreating from the southern city walls, Haji Lang commanded his attendants and cavalry to mount a counteroffensive, hoping to preserve Xuanqing Prefecture. However, the sounds of explosions reverberating through the streets and the fierce battles left Haji Lang feeling a chill in his heart. He understood that the situation had become increasingly dire. The commander, a trusted confidant, rushed in and reported, the southern city has fallen completely. The Eastern Ning army has reached Wanyao Street. Wanyao Street was merely 2 streets away from the government office. With such proximity, it would not be long before the Eastern Ning army could invade. What to do? For a moment, Commander Haji Lang felt overwhelmed, unable to devise a solution. It was at this moment that he recalled Kuntai's warning before the war. The Eastern Ning army was formidable and should not be underestimated. Yet it was too late. The Eastern Ning army had already breached the city. Haji Lang was filled with regret. Where was Kuntai? Taking a deep breath, Haji Lang commanded in a solemn tone, immediately summon Kuntai. His mind felt muddled, as if filled with thick paste, rendering him incapable of formulating a sound strategy. Perhaps Kuntai could offer a brilliant idea. Soon, Kuntai hurried into the room. Commander, Haji Lang grasped Kuntai's hand anxiously and said, I regret not heeding your advice earlier, which has led to the current state of Xuanqing Prefecture. What do you suggest we do now? Kuntai, too, felt somewhat at a loss. This was his second encounter with the Eastern Ning army, and this time it was even more perilous. After all, during the last battle in Dongning City, they had not faced artillery and the accompanying terror. This time, the circumstances were notably different. After a long contemplation, Kuntai exhaled deeply and said, Commander, defending the city is our weakness, a disadvantage for us. Engaging the Eastern Ning army on their terms will inevitably lead to our failure. Commander, we must change this status quo and leverage the advantages of our cavalry. How can we do that? Haji Lang inquired. Abandon the defense of Xuanqing Prefecture. Kuntai replied resolutely. Consolidate the elite cavalry within the city and engage the Eastern Ning army in open battle outside the city. Only in this way can we capitalize on the strengths of our cavalry. Whether we advance or retreat, the initiative will remain in our hands. We cannot afford to remain in such a passive position. Abandon Xuanqing Prefecture? Haji Lang's brow furrowed, and he fell silent for a moment. Such a suggestion was indeed startling to him. After all, they had toiled hard to capture Xuanqing Prefecture. Could they simply relinquish it? What punishment would the Khan impose if he were to learn of this? Yet, refusing to abandon it offered no viable alternative. They could all perish here. Perhaps surrendering might provide a slim chance of survival. Sighing, Commander Haji Lang's expression grew grave. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice. Notify everyone that the militia will hold the Eastern Ning army at bay within the city. All cavalry, gather immediately and follow me to engage in battle outside the city. Yes, Kuntai replied promptly. At that moment, the elite cavalry of the prairie horse bandits began to assemble within the government office. Haji Lang, leading these cavalrymen, united with the horsemen inside the city and hastened towards the northern city gates. The swift withdrawal of the elite cavalry triggered an immediate alert among the retinue soldiers within the city. What? Has the leader of the Nahir tribe, Nahir Duo, exclaimed in disbelief. Questioning, have all the prairie horse bandits left the city? What are they planning? To flee? This will leave us exposed. The Nahir tribe, one of the 8 local tribes in northern Dongning province, had submitted to the prairie horse bandits since their invasion, becoming the vanguard of their retinue soldiers. Hearing this news, Naherduo's expression shifted dramatically. This is utterly intolerable. He fumed. What shall we do now, chief? Inquired a trusted confidant, furrowing his brow. What can we do? Naherduo scoffed. The prairie horse bandits have fled. What fight remains for us? Retreat. Chapter 93. The collapse. The Nahir tribe was unwilling to be the scapegoat. As they began their gradual withdrawal, the other tribes within the city were likewise stirred into commotion. Like the final snowflake that triggers an avalanche, the defense mechanism of the city crumbled in an instant. All tribal retinue soldiers frantically rushed towards the northern gate, desperate to escape the Twin Cities. The flight of the elite prairie horse bandits and the tribal retinue soldiers caused the battlefield to disintegrate. Countless retinue soldiers scrambled to flee, wishing they had more legs to hasten their escape. Yet, they were limited to 2 legs. As they fled, they were also subjected to the pursuit of the formidable troops from the Divine Martial and Divine Courage battalions, and in no time, the ground was littered with dozens of corpses. Zhang, the prairie horse bandits are in disarray. A deputy officer on the city wall exclaimed, pointing towards the distance. Is that so? Zhang Cheng, the Divine Might officer, furrowed his brow, gazing into the city. Upon discerning the situation, Zhang Cheng decisively commanded, instruct the soldiers of the Divine Might battalion to forego rest. Immediately enter the city and encircle the prairie horse bandits. We must act swiftly. If not now, then when? Zhang Cheng's orders were executed with remarkable speed. Within a short span, 1,000 to 2,000 soldiers from the Divine Might battalion stormed into the Twin Cities, expanding their victories within. The disheartened tribal retinue soldiers could no longer muster effective resistance and found themselves utterly helpless against the relentless pursuit of the Royal Guard. In mere moments, the 3 major battalions of the Royal Guard had swept through more than half of the Twin Cities. Those who could not escape had no choice but to discard their weapons and kneel and surrender. At this moment, outside the northern gate, the Grand Commander Haji Lang had just gathered the remaining 2,000 elite cavalrymen from the city when he beheld the retreating tribal soldiers spilling out from the northern gate. What is happening? A flicker of fear crossed Haji Lang's face. Why are the retinue soldiers leaving the city? What is their intent? Grand Commander, at that moment, a distant cavalryman galloped towards him, declaring, the retinue soldiers within the city have collapsed. The Twin Cities are lost. What? Haji Lang was utterly stunned. Originally, he had hoped to gather his cavalry and launch a counterattack against the Dongning army, striving to preserve the city of Xuanqing. However, Haji Lang could scarcely have anticipated that shortly after he left the city, the defenses of Xuanqing would completely collapse. Those cursed tribal vassal soldiers, inept in their endeavors, only to bring about failure. Haji Lang cursed vehemently within, wishing fervently to slay every last one of those vassal troops. Commander, look! A cavalryman pointed towards the northern gate. Drawing his attention, Haji Lang glanced up, finding the scene both laughable and tragic. A throng of tribal vassal soldiers surged at the northern gate, all eager to escape the city. Yet, the gate was but a narrow opening, and a dark mass of bodies pushed and shoved, trampling one another. In mere moments, the ground was littered with countless corpses, reduced to mere pulp. Damn it! Commander Haji Lang cursed, his fury igniting. Block their escape. Quickly. Yet, at this juncture, his orders came too late. The fleeing tribal soldiers streamed out of the city, scattering in disarray. As they fled, their cries echoed, heavens! The Dongning army is too formidable. We cannot withstand them. Run, run. If we do not flee now, it will be too late. Home. We're not fighting anymore. This wave of despondency stirred even the elite cavalry of the grasslands. Some of the seasoned riders recalled the earlier ferocious bombardment, exchanging glances that conveyed tumultuous thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the explosions near the northern gate jolted the grassland cavalry back to reality. Their steeds fidgeted beneath them, the riders feeling a flutter of unease. Is the Dongning army already at the northern gate? So close. Just then, battalions of the Divine Martial camp surged onto the northern city walls. A colossal banner emblazoned with the character for victory waving in the wind, resonating with a triumphant roar. Upon witnessing this, Haji Lang's expression transformed drastically. It was over. The northern gate was lost. Xuanqing was doomed. His heart sank, his complexion ashen. Commander, one of his trusted aides urged anxiously, what should we do now? If we do not escape soon, it may be too late. Damn it, you dare speak of fleeing. In a fit of rage, Haji Lang drew his curved blade and severed the head of his aide, sending it tumbling to the ground. Anyone who speaks of retreat shall be met with the same fate. Haji Lang's voice was cold and resolute. The sight of the crimson blood sent a shiver through the hearts of all the elite cavalry. Prepare yourselves. Haji Lang commanded, his voice resounding. We must hold back the Dongning army. As he observed the dwindling number of tribal soldiers near the northern gate, he realized the Dongning forces were nearly upon them. His brow furrowed tightly. Gripping his blade, he fixed his gaze ahead, yearning to charge forth and slay a few foes himself. However, before the grassland cavalry could mobilize, a cacophony of hooves echoed from the southwest. Plop, plop. The sound reverberated, shaking the ground. What is happening? Haji Lang's heart raced as he turned to see the dust rising from the southwestern direction. Cavalry? The Dongning army's cavalry? Kill. Before long, the distant echoes of battle cries resounded, as the valiant cavalry of the Xiongqi camp, under the leadership of Mu Yunyan, surged forth. Simultaneously, the warriors of the Shunwei camp, Shenwu camp, and Shinyong camp erupted from within the city of Xuanqing. In the wilderness, Thousands of soldiers from 3 infantry camps fixed their fierce gazes upon the prairie bandits riding in the distance. Faced with such a daunting situation, the prairie bandits found themselves gripped by panic, their steeds restlessly pacing in place. Charge! The thunderous battle cries erupted from the 3 infantry camps, their momentum formidable and soaring to the heavens. The majestic soldiers of the royal guard advanced resolutely. Thud! Thud! The sound of their synchronized footsteps reverberated like war drums, resonating in the hearts of all. Even the warhorse beneath Haji Lang exhibited signs of distress. Do not panic. Haji Lang brandished his curved saber, striving to maintain formation. Just then, a series of piercing shrieks sliced through the air. Haji Lang's expression shifted dramatically as he looked skyward, noticing several dark shapes hurtling towards them. Thud! 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 In an instant, the dark shapes descended upon the ranks of the prairie bandit cavalry, solid iron projectiles weighing 20 pounds each crashing to the ground, rolling and crushing several bandits. The earth was stained with blood, a sight most harrowing. In an instant, chaos erupted among the prairie bandits. The ferocious bombardment acted as the final straw that broke the camel's back, akin to a drop of water falling into a pot of oil. The prairie bandit cavalry disbanded in an explosive panic. Chapter 94. The recapture of Shuangqing. The prairie bandits, who had intended to hold their ground, could no longer sustain their resolve. Rout. An unending rout became the singular theme for the prairie bandits. Those in the rear turned their horses northward and fled. The tide of panic spread, and more prairie bandits began their hasty retreat. Even the leader, Haji Lang, found himself unable to control the chaos and, in resignation, turned his steed to flee. In that moment, the northern wilderness of Shuangqing was overrun with the fleeing prairie bandits. Pursue! The soldiers of the Xiongqi camp, led by Mu Yunyan, relentlessly chased after them. Though they could not catch the fleeing prairie cavalry, the disbanded tribal auxiliaries were no match for the 4-legged cavalry. Before long, some tribal auxiliaries were overtaken. Faced with the encroaching forces of Dongning, these auxiliaries had no choice but to surrender, casting down their weapons. By evening, Nahadorwo found himself utterly exhausted. Chief, the Dongning army is upon us again. He had barely rested after sitting on the ground when news of the Dongning forces reached him once more. Damn it! Nahadorwo seethed with frustration. The Dongning soldiers were relentless, like a persistent adhesive. We must flee. Just as he rose to escape, the sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance. A contingent of soldiers from the Xiongqi camp charged forth, surrounding Nahadorwo and his companions. Submit and spare your lives. A cavalryman barked, brandishing his steel blade. Nahadorwo cast a glance at the valiant cavalrymen surrounding him, a trace of anguish etched on his face. After a brief moment, he relinquished his weapon, knelt upon the ground, and resignedly declared, "We surrender." With their leader's words, the retainers of the Nahadorwo had no choice but to capitulate. The pursuit continued unabated. As the last rays of the setting sun faded into oblivion, Li Xin commanded a halt to the chase. The soldiers of the royal guard, scattered throughout the northern woodlands of Shuangqing Prefecture, began their return to the city. After a day of relentless combat, the entire Shuangqing Prefecture lay in ruins. Following this battle, Shuangqing Prefecture once again fell under the jurisdiction of Dongning Province. Furthermore, the spoils of war were exceedingly bountiful, with the capture of over 3,000 tribal retainers, a veritable treasure trove of free labor. That evening, Li Xin took respite in Shuangqing Prefecture. The following morning, Zhang Cheng and others reported the casualties and outcomes from each regiment. In the conflict at Shuangqing, the royal guard suffered over 600 casualties, a significant loss. He instructed each regiment to return the fallen soldiers to Dongning City and provide for their families. Additionally, the wounded were to receive immediate care. Once these matters were arranged, Li Xin also directed Zhang Cheng's unit to dispatch scouts to investigate the movements of the prairie marauders throughout Shuangqing Prefecture. Shuangqing Prefecture was the first city reclaimed after the Dongning army advanced northward, and it was a significant stronghold. As the gateway to the north of Dongning City, its management was of paramount importance. After capturing over 3,000 tribal retainers, Li Xin ordered the valiant Captain Wang Zhong to oversee these captives, tasking them with quarrying stone, constructing cement kilns and brickworks, and felling trees. Simultaneously, he commanded Governor Lu Jingxian of Dongning to dispatch a contingent of engineers and officials to Shuangqing Prefecture. A gateway must be constructed with care. However, as Shuangqing Prefecture had just been reclaimed, Li Xin decided to station the valiant battalion there, with Captain Wang Zhong concurrently managing all military and administrative affairs of the prefecture. Wang Zhong, upon receiving Li Xin's orders, nodded with determination. "Your Highness, rest assured. I shall faithfully uphold this mission and not betray your trust." "Relax, take a seat," Li Xin instructed, inviting Wang Zhong to sit. He continued, "Shuangqing Prefecture holds great significance, and thus it must be developed diligently. Fear not, for I have already instructed Governor Lu to send reinforcements from Dongning City to assist you. With support, you will find your tasks much easier." During this period, in addition to solidifying Shuangqing Prefecture, the primary focus would be on constructing the city walls. The aim was to transform Shuangqing Prefecture into the gateway fortress of Dongning City. In doing so, should the prairie marauders invade again, we could repel them beyond the borders of Dongning Province, preventing them from pillaging the surrounding populace. Li Xin licked his lips and continued, "The cement kiln, the brick kiln, and the quarry are all under construction. We must make good use of these tribal soldiers. If manpower is insufficient, I shall recruit some engineers from Dongning City to assist in the affairs of Shuangqing Prefecture. Other supplies will also be transported from Dongning City." After providing detailed instructions, Li Xin entrusted Shuangqing Prefecture into Wang Zhong's capable hands. By the way, he said, glancing at Wang Zhong, in addition to fortifying the city, make sure to eliminate the bandits in and around Shuangqing Prefecture whenever you have the time. Both suppression and appeasement are essential. We must strive to reclaim the entirety of Shuangqing Prefecture as soon as possible. I understand. Wang Zhong promptly replied. After making the necessary arrangements, the next day, the neighboring counties of Shuangqing Prefecture were completely recaptured. The counties around Shuangqing Prefecture had not been overrun by many prairie cavalrymen. Especially after the defeat of the prairie bandits at Shuangqing, those within the county voluntarily abandoned their defenses and retreated northward. The valiant Captain Wang Zhong dispatched personnel to take control of these counties. With the lost territories reclaimed, the jurisdiction of Dongning Province began to expand. Simultaneously, a portion of the refugees transported from Huaibei was allocated to settle and cultivate land in the vicinity of Shuangqing Prefecture. The task of relocating immigrants and constructing homes is an arduous and long-term endeavor. Only through gradual efforts can these areas be transformed into the core region of Dongning City. Li Xin was not anxious about the construction. What troubled him were the reports coming from the north. So many cavalry? Li Xin was taken aback by the scout's report. He had not anticipated that the prairie bandits would send Kalunbu and his 10,000 cavalry to provide support. However, before Kalunbu's cavalry arrived at Shuangqing Prefecture, they encountered the debacle that had befallen it. As a result, Kalunbu, having joined forces with the remnants of Haji Lang and Kuan Tai near Xiongda Prefecture, was deliberating on how to respond to the current situation. Upon receiving this news, Li Xin was surprised but not intimidated. Huh, Li Xin scoffed. They come at an opportune time. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. He instructed the Xinji and Xunwu battalions to remain vigilant and to be on constant alert for any movements from the prairie bandits. Prepare for battle. Chapter 95. If the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Upon Kalunbu's arrival with his 10,000 cavalry at Xiongda Prefecture, he encountered Haji Lang and Kuan Tai, who were fleeing from Shuangqing Prefecture. Observing their disheveled state, Kalunbu's expression darkened, and he scolded them in a low, furious voice. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. With so many of you, you couldn't even defend a single city? Haji Lang, where is your former glory? Listening to Kalunbu's tirade, Haji Lang remained silent. Although both were leaders of great stature, Haji Lang understood he had no grounds for retort after suffering defeat. Haji Lang, how do you explain this? Kalunbu fixed his gaze on him, demanding an answer. Taking a long breath, Haji Lang replied, the battle at Shuangqing Prefecture was indeed a lapse in my considerations. However, the strength of the Dongning army cannot be underestimated. Since last winter, when Nahatai led his forces to attack Dongning City, as spring approaches this year, Nahatai once again led 10,000 troops to assault Dongning City, only to face consecutive failures. Now, I find myself defending Shuangqing Prefecture, having also suffered defeat. We have been vanquished thrice at the hands of the Dongning army, which clearly indicates that they are no longer the same force as before. Particularly alarming is the fact that the current Dongning army is equipped with formidable weapons such as the thunderbolt and artillery. Kalunbu, you have not witnessed the might of artillery. Its range extends 3 to 4 li, and a heavy shell can create a significant crater upon striking a city wall. Such weaponry is insurmountable. Kalunbu, I urge you not to repeat the missteps of Nahatai and myself. We must treat the Dongning army with utmost caution and never act recklessly. I stand as a testament to the consequences of underestimating them. Listening to Haji Lang's earnest warnings, Kalunbu furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. It is important to note that although Haji Lang is indeed young, his military accomplishments from relentless campaigns across the grasslands are undeniable. His courage in battle has led to consistent victories, earning him the position of commander at such a young age. However, the recent battle at Shuangqing Prefecture resulted in a thorough defeat, raising suspicions about the circumstances. Perhaps Haji Lang is correct. The Dongning army possesses formidable strength. Kalunbu, with a furrowed brow, turned to Kuntai and inquired, Kuntai, you have clashed with the Dongning army thrice. What are your thoughts? Commander, Kuntai replied promptly. The Dongning army surpasses even what Commander Haji Lang has expressed. Their might is indeed formidable. From last winter to this spring, and now this encounter, we have returned from each engagement with devastating losses. Such catastrophic defeats are unprecedented in our campaigns on the grasslands. Once could be attributed to luck, but what are the second and third times? I may have survived by chance, but I am growing increasingly apprehensive and timid. Yet I have witnessed the Dongning army's remarkable prowess. Their artillery, such as the Thunderbolt, is immensely powerful, and their infantry's combat capabilities are formidable, rivaling our elite cavalry. Even their cavalry, though fewer in number, is agile in tactics and excels in horsemanship, often surpassing seasoned veterans in ferocity. Commander, I advise against maintaining a rigid perception of the Dongning army. We must conduct thorough reconnaissance to understand their capabilities before making any further plans. Otherwise, we may face yet another dismal defeat. Kuntai's words were somewhat alarming, causing Kalunbu's expression to shift subtly. However, reflecting on the insights from Haji Lang and Kuntai, Kalunbu took a deep breath and pondered deeply. Indeed, once or twice could be attributed to luck, but 3 times cannot be dismissed so easily. Moreover, in this recent battle at Shuangqing Prefecture, the Dongning army took the initiative. It seems imperative to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Dongning army. Tantai, Kalunbu commanded solemnly. Immediately dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate the detailed situation of the Dongning army. Remember, I require comprehensive information, and also about Dongning City. Understood, replied a nearby officer promptly. Since the arrival of the cavalry reinforcements from the grasslands, they have remained stationed at Xiongda Prefecture, focusing solely on fortifying the city walls and enhancing defenses, showing no signs of movement. In contrast, numerous scouts from the grassland cavalry have been spotted in the wilderness. Upon receiving this news, Li Xin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, It seems the grassland cavalry has become quite astute. Are they preparing for battle? Mr. Zhao, what do you suggest we do now? Your Highness, replied the advisor Zhao Bingzhong, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Since the grassland cavalry is not in haste, we too should remain patient. This time, the majority of the reinforcements are elite cavalry, which is a significant advantage for them. Their mobility is unparalleled, allowing them to come and go swiftly, a feat our infantry cannot match. Furthermore, our position at Shuangqing Prefecture lacks the trench, city walls, and watchtower defense system that East Ning City possesses. Thus, a rash sortie could place us at a disadvantage. I propose we bide our time and observe the situation. Taking a sip of tea, Zhao Bingzhong continued. Given the current circumstances, the grassland cavalry has refrained from immediate action, evidently spooked by recent skirmishes. They are likely weighing the extent of the disparity between our forces and their own. Until they identify a clear advantage, they are unlikely to strike. Our strength lies in defensive and siege warfare, while we are at a disadvantage in open field battles. Therefore, we must avoid engaging in field combat and strive to maintain our existing advantages. After the battle at Shuangqing Prefecture, the grassland cavalry will surely refrain from attempting to breach our defenses, making future sieges improbable. In light of this, we should focus on fortifying our defensive strategy. This is the perfect opportunity to enhance Shuangqing Prefecture, transforming it into a vital bastion in the northern part of East Ning City. As long as we can withstand the grassland cavalry's assaults, we can ensure the livelihood and prosperity of the citizens in the East Ning region. Time is on our side. As long as the grassland cavalry does not initiate an attack, we will grow stronger over time, thereby seizing the initiative in future confrontations. Hence, we need not rush. While the enemy remains still, so shall we. We shall focus on our construction efforts. Indeed, hearing Zhao Bingzhong's words, Li Xin felt a surge of clarity. For the exile Wangfu, the most pressing issue was time. Given ample time, I shall transform East Ning City into an impregnable fortress. And when the time comes, no matter how many grassland cavalry there may be, we shall not fear them. Since they choose to remain idle, let them wait. Immediately, Li Xin commanded. At once, instruct the Xinwei camp, Xinwu camp, and Xinrong camp to excavate a trench defense system outside Shuangqing Prefecture. Let us meticulously arrange the defenses of Shuangqing Prefecture, aiming to mold it into a second East Ning City. Chapter 96. Flintlock in the Era of Cold Weapons. The advantages of cavalry are extraordinarily significant. They can be likened to armored divisions of that age. Whether in offense, harassment, or flanking maneuvers, they excel in every endeavor. It is precisely for this reason that the periods dominated by elite cavalry were the zenith of dynasties. In the annals of history, every dynasty seeking to counter the forces of the steppe has recognized the necessity of establishing formidable cavalry. Emperor Wu of Han repelled the Xiongnu. Emperor Taizong of Tang obliterated the Turks. The Yongle Emperor of Ming launched campaigns into the northern deserts. The success of these endeavors largely relied on the prowess of cavalry. Only cavalry could traverse the vastness of the steppes and forge an enduring era of prosperity. However, in the present-day Dongning City, the majority of the military forces consist of infantry, with cavalry being alarmingly scarce. This precarious situation hinders Dongning City's ability to confront the marauding horsemen of the steppe. Engaging in open battle without adequate cavalry could very well lead to the downfall of the royal guard itself. To alter this predicament necessitates time. Historically, cavalry truly exited the stage of warfare only after the widespread adoption of firearms. Thus, Li Xin comprehended that merely holding the city was a temporary measure. Only through advancing technological prowess could they decisively defeat the steppe marauders and reclaim the lost territories of Dongning Province, while fortifying the defensive trench system in Shuangqing Prefecture. Li Xin also sought methods for the production of firearms within the realm of intelligent technology. Currently, Dongning City possesses high-quality steel, albeit in limited quantities. Machine tools are also available, though their precision remains inadequate. Nevertheless, this marks a significant initial step, laying a solid foundation. While they may not yet produce groundbreaking machine guns, bolt-action rifles, or automatic rifles, flintlock guns can certainly be manufactured. In history, the British Empire thrived for over a century and a half with the production of the Brown Bess flintlock musket and its variants, establishing an unrivaled global dominion. This particular flintlock musket stands as an exemplary model of a rifle, cost-effective, simple to manufacture, and relatively easy to operate. It is indeed a remarkable product for this era. Consequently, Li Xin commenced meticulously transcribing the production techniques and procedural steps for the Brown Bess flintlock musket from intelligent technology. Some components were even illustrated in detail. The entire production process of the musket was segmented into over 60 distinct steps, each accompanied by comprehensive parameters and production workflows. Li Xin undertook various optimizations, delegating different components to specialized workshops for standardized production. Upon completion, all components would be returned to the assembly plant for final assembly. The method of standardized production represents one of the greatest innovations for enhancing production efficiency in subsequent eras. In this epoch, achieving standardized production necessitates the standardization of measurements. Thus, Li Xin crafted standard measuring instruments based on the scales of future generations. Once all preparations were complete, he imparted final instructions for Shuangqing Prefecture. The oversight of this area was entrusted to Zhang Cheng, Lu Zhong, Wang Zhong, Mu Yunyan, and others. Their primary responsibilities included excavating trenches, erecting watchtowers on the city walls, and reinforcing the defensive system of Xuanqing Prefecture. To ensure the steady progress of the city's fortifications, Li Xin also dispatched chief engineers, such as Qiao Junqian and Dong Haibao from Dongning City, to assist in the construction of Xuanqing. In addition to construction, the authorities of Xuanqing must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the prairie bandits. Given the temporary peace between both parties, Li Xin no longer needs to linger here. Upon returning to Dongning City, Li Xin did not immediately seek out the technicians at the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau. Instead, he summoned Li Xin within the royal palace. Li Xin, a veteran of the palace, had joined the Xian Wangfu during the winter defense of Dongning City last year and had been diligently working there ever since. He is known for his cautiousness, meticulous nature, and, most importantly, his unwavering loyalty. Observing Li Xin, Li Xin inquired, "How have the recent endeavors progressed?" "Your Highness," Li Xin responded, "I have secretly recruited 23 individuals during this period, and some tasks have already commenced. Currently, our focus is on the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau. I am preparing to continue recruiting personnel." "Well done," Li Xin acknowledged with a nod. In fact, the responsibilities assigned to Li Xin had been communicated long ago. This task is of paramount importance: the security of Dongning City. The primary objective is to ensure that vital technological documents remain intact, preventing any internal traitors from stealing information, while also scrutinizing the loyalty of key technical workers. This operation effectively serves as the Xian Wangfu's own version of the Jinui, the elite guard of the era. The organization led by Li Xin is similarly named Jinui, yet it must operate with much more discretion. After praising Li Xin, Li Xin produced a list and handed it to him, instructing Li Xin. The main task of the Jinui during this period is to prioritize the covert investigation of the actions of these individuals, ensuring their absolute loyalty. Upon examining the list, Li Xin promptly affirmed, "Understood." The names on the list predominantly belong to outstanding technicians at the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau. Additionally, Li Xin has alternative plans for these individuals, specifically to establish a firearms bureau dedicated to producing the revolutionary flintlock gun. Thus, the reliability and loyalty of these individuals are of utmost importance. The flintlock gun represents an epic-making invention, surpassing even cannons and gunpowder in significance. Therefore, Li Xin is particularly invested in this matter. Over the past few days, the Jinui, under Li Xin's leadership, covertly scrutinized the individuals on the list. Those without any suspicious signs were approved, while those with even the slightest ambiguity were eliminated. Ultimately, 16 individuals were preliminarily vetted. Li Xin nodded slightly at the names on the list. Although the number is modest, it nonetheless establishes a foundational team for the Firearms Bureau. One day, Li Xin called each individual on the list for discussions. As Su Hido stood before him, Li Xin smiled and asked, "How are things progressing at the Artillery Bureau?" "Thanks to your Highness," Su Hido replied with some trepidation. "The work at the Artillery Bureau is progressing quite smoothly. During this period, the monthly output has increased, allowing us to produce 16 cannons each month. Furthermore, the technical department has been diligently researching new artillery as per your directives." "Excellent, excellent." Li Xin nodded in satisfaction and said, "Su Hido, let us set aside matters concerning the Artillery Bureau for now. The reason I summoned you here is to entrust you with a significant task, one that must remain absolutely confidential. Are you capable of this?" As he spoke, Li Xion's gaze bore into Su Hido's eyes. A serious expression flickered in Su Hido's eyes as he nodded earnestly. "I can." "Excellent." Li Xion then proceeded to elaborate on the production process and blueprints for the brown shell flintlock musket, instructing Su Hido to begin assembling a foundational team for the Musket Bureau and to commence trials for the flintlock musket. Chapter 97. Chemical Layout and Domestic Fertilizer Production. The trial production of the flintlock musket is no trivial endeavor. Given the technological constraints of this era, it will require some time. However, Li Xion was not in a rush. After all, the marauders from the northern grasslands had not launched an immediate attack. Meanwhile, in Xuanqing, with Zhang Cheng, Lu Zhong, Wang Zhong, and Mu Yunyan present, there was no need for concern. Provided there was ample time, once the trench system in Xuanqing was completed, they would be able to keep the grassland marauders at bay. By then, the entire vicinity of Dongning City would be secure, making it an opportune moment to relocate some immigrants to Dingli County and other regions under the jurisdiction of Dongning Prefecture. Construction is of paramount importance. Only by effectively managing one's own base can one respond adeptly to external threats, avoiding panic in the face of invasion. Currently, various enterprises in Dongning City are steadily progressing. In terms of profitability, products such as soap, liquor, and perfume yield remarkable profits sufficient to cover the city's expenses. In construction, materials like cement, bricks, and timber are being produced in abundance. Militarily, explosives, artillery, and archery equipment have also proven to be remarkably effective. Even in the realm of technology, coal, steel, railcars, glass, and telescopes are gradually being manufactured. The foundation for technological advancement has been established. Coal and steel are the cornerstones of the Industrial Revolution, and both industries are flourishing. However, Li Xion understood that beyond these two sectors, it was crucial to lay the groundwork for another vital industry, the chemical industry. Although the chemical industry is relatively complex and challenging, early planning is essential. It is imperative to select specialized personnel for experimentation and experience accumulation. By establishing a solid chemical foundation, they would be poised to develop the chemical industry when the time is right. Currently, the production of soap relies on caustic soda. The caustic soda available now is primarily sourced from natural mineral extraction, with Dongning lacking local production. most is procured from regions such as Jiangnan. These products can all be industrially synthesized, constituting the chemical foundation. The chemical foundation hinges upon the 3 acids and 2 bases: nitric acid, sulfuric acid, hydrochloric acid, caustic soda, sodium hydroxide, and soda ash, sodium carbonate. With these, one can produce fertilizers, yellow gunpowder, and other innovative products, forming the basis for new industrial developments. After a considerable period of exploration within intelligent technology, Li Xin sought out a cadre of researchers dedicated to the laboratory study of producing a mixture of 3 acids and 2 bases. Whether they would succeed depended largely on their ingenuity, as embarking on such a chemical endeavor in an era devoid of foundational knowledge proved exceedingly arduous. Li Xin did not harbor grand expectations. Aside from establishing a foundation in chemical engineering, his second critical task was the production of organic fertilizers. Currently, the influx of migrants from regions such as Huaibei had swelled to nearly 80 or 90,000, with new arrivals continuously streaming in. This burgeoning population was steadily cultivating previously uncultivated lands. Furthermore, following the reclamation of Shuangqing Prefecture, the fertile fields surrounding the entire Dongning Prefecture and its constituent counties were ripe for cultivation. With such abundant arable land, the imperative to plant crops became evident. However, relying solely on the whims of nature for agricultural success was impractical. Despite the absence of superior seeds, chemical fertilizers, and irrigation facilities in this era, conditions could be gradually improved. In lieu of quality seeds, efforts could commence with fertilizers and irrigation systems. Li Xin had already instructed the engineering teams in Dongning Prefecture to commence surveying the surrounding areas, with plans to initiate irrigation projects post-harvest. As for fertilizers, while modern compound fertilizers were unattainable, the production of organic fertilizers remained feasible. After an extensive search within intelligent technology, Li Xin discovered several methods for creating organic fertilizers. Firstly, there was the preparation of ammonium water. One could take 100 pounds of fresh cow dung, 1.5 taels of soybean flour, and 10 pounds of hydrated gypsum powder, mix them thoroughly, and seal the mixture for 3 days to ferment. After fermentation, it could be diluted with 3 times the amount of water before use, yielding a fertilizer that surpassed even ammonium water in efficacy. Secondly, the creation of ammonium sulfate involved mixing 100 pounds of human urine, 10 pounds of hydrated gypsum powder, and 50 pounds of water, allowing the mixture to sit sealed for 10 days before application, providing a fertilizer with comparable effectiveness to ammonium sulfate. Lastly, for the production of compound fertilizer, one would begin by grinding limestone into calcium carbonate powder, sifting it, and mixing it with 200 to 300 pounds of human urine. The resultant mixture would be piled into a mound and covered with earth, sealed tightly for 7 days. This compound fertilizer was suitable for both basal and top dressing applications. These 3 organic fertilizers represented the most common methods of production, with a straightforward manufacturing process. Li Xin fondly recalled witnessing his ancestors engaging in composting during his youth, an era when chemical fertilizers were scarce. Organic fertilizers had once become an indispensable resource in rural households, ensuring bountiful harvests during those times. It was imperative to promote such techniques in the present era. After imparting this knowledge to the technical personnel in Dongning Prefecture, Li Xin urged Governor Lu Jingxian to dispatch individuals to various districts and communities to share these practices with the populace. Once the citizens mastered the art of composting organic fertilizers, they could potentially enhance crop yields in the coming spring. With increased agricultural output, Dongning City would no longer need to rely on external grain purchases, thereby securing food safety, a vital lifeline for the entire city. Thus, Li Xin remained particularly attentive to this endeavor. What captured Li Xin's attention was also the glass industry. Recently, after successfully trial-producing glass, Li Xin established a glass bureau to oversee its production. Additionally, he instructed the Dongning Manufacturing Bureau to grind lenses and mass-produce telescopes. Once these telescopes were produced in bulk, they would serve as essential supplies for the various battalions under the Royal Guard. After laying out these industries, Li Xin arrived at the outskirts of Old Dongning City. Observing the large piles of coal stacked on the vacant land, he furrowed his brow, suddenly reminded of the harsh winter he endured in Dongning City a year prior. At that time, the city had just faced an invasion by prairie bandits, leading to a scarcity of resources and dire conditions. The lengthy winter had been a struggle to survive, a hardship Li Xin was unwilling to endure again. Now, with coal available, the prospect of heating during winter had become feasible. Reflecting on this, Li Xin searched through intelligent technology and discovered 2 new products, one of which was the heated Kong. The heated Kong, an essential facility in every household in northeast China, had ensured that the local populace could withstand the biting cold. With the availability of coal, utilizing the heated Kong had become more convenient. After locating the blueprints, Li Xin allocated a portion of personnel from the engineering team to construct several heated Kangs at the prince's residence. "My lord," a servant joyfully approached, exclaiming, "The heated Kong is completed." Chapter 98. Triple joy. The heated Kong was indeed one of Li Xin's strategies to combat the bitter winter. In some regions of the future, the heated Kong is an indispensable item for every household. Upon hearing that the heated Kong was ready, Li Xin eagerly said, "Let us take a look." Upon entering the bedroom where the bed was originally placed, he found it had transformed into a newly constructed heated Kong. He touched the surface of the heated Kong, which was pleasantly cool. "Very good," Li Xin remarked, then inquired, "Has it been tested? Light a fire and see." "Certainly," the servant replied, hastily stepping outside to ignite kindling, which he placed inside the Kang's opening. The wood crackled and soon the heated Kong warmed up, making the entire room exceedingly comfortable. Quite impressive, Li Xin commended. Autumn has arrived, and the nights are becoming chilly. This heated Kong will prove invaluable in the cold. Excellent. After praising the servant, Li Xin turned to him and instructed. You have done well in this matter. Afterward, you shall receive your reward. Thank you, my lord. The servant quickly responded. By the way, Li Xin continued. There is another task I wish to assign to you. The heated Kong should not be limited to our residents alone. You will lead a team of subordinates to the residential areas within the city and the outer districts to impart knowledge to the common people. It is our duty to ensure that all the cold and impoverished citizens find warmth during the winter. Work diligently. If you perform well, there will be rewards. Thank you, my lord. The servant replied promptly. I will do my utmost to fulfill your expectations. The heated Kong was merely one of the solutions to the challenges ahead. Fortunately, the abundant mountains and forests surrounding Dongning allow the locals to gather firewood, enabling them to endure the harsh winter. However, Li Xion's second method for winter survival involves the use of coal. Last winter, while basking in the warmth of the Wang residence, Li Xion contemplated the creation of a coal briquette stove. This would be far superior to a simple fire pit, as it would also facilitate cooking and boiling water, thus serving multiple purposes. Regrettably, he had yet to discover a coal mine near Dongning at that time, and the idea was shelved. Now, however, Dongning boasts a coal mining bureau that extracts a substantial quantity of coal daily. This abundant coal not only supports the cement kilns, brick and tile factories, and steel plants, but also leaves a significant surplus, which could be put to good use. After conducting a thorough search in intelligent technology resources, Li Xion discovered the method for crafting a coal briquette stove. He promptly instructed his servants to gather the necessary materials, planning to first experiment with one in the Wang residence. Once successful, he could initiate mass production for sale in Dongning, potentially reaping considerable profits. The coal briquette stove is quite simple in design, featuring an iron shell with a ceramic inner core. Between the iron shell and the inner core, insulating materials are packed, and a metal mesh is placed on the base to facilitate ash drainage. This type of stove was commonly used during Li Xion's childhood and later years. However, some farmers, seeking to save costs, opted not to install chimneys. Li Xion, aware of the dangers of carbon monoxide poisoning when such stoves are used indoors, commissioned a blacksmith to forge a thin iron chimney to be affixed to the stove. With the kettle and iron pot prepared, even the mold for the honeycomb coal was ready. The coal was mixed uniformly, and Li Xion stood by, directing his workers. Each servant diligently toiled, aspiring to earn the prince's favor and reward, much like the young Wang. Before long, the crushed coal and yellow earth had been thoroughly blended. Like this, Li Xion exclaimed, guiding them step by step. Press the coal firmly, then push it out to dry. One servant took the mold, mimicking Li Xion's actions, and before long, a standard honeycomb coal briquette appeared on the ground. Excellent. Li Xion nodded in approval. Continue in this manner and work diligently. As the servants engaged in their tasks, Li Xion found himself enjoying a moment of leisure, seated nearby to oversee the proceedings. In no time, all the honeycomb briquettes were completed. Although they remained damp and required a day or two to dry, autumn had already arrived, with the skies clear and crisp. The sorghum fields outside the city were nearing harvest time, marking Li Xion's first grain harvest since taking up his post in Dongning. Eager not to miss such a significant occasion, he, accompanied by officials from the Dongning government, visited a field in the northern part of the city. Observing the vibrant red sorghum, a broad smile spread across his face. Let us begin the harvest, he declared, seizing a sickle and commencing the cutting of the sorghum ears. The entire field was bustling with activity. These fields, primarily cultivated by the agricultural team of the Prince of Xion, yielded a harvest that belonged to the entire estate. In preparation for the autumn harvest, the women and children of Dongning City joined in the effort, cutting and transporting the sorghum. Nearby, several strong men operated a threshing machine, processing the sorghum into golden grains. Watching the vast expanse of sorghum being harvested and transformed into shimmering grains brought a radiant smile to Li Xion's face. The Dongning agricultural team had reclaimed a large tract of wasteland, and after 2 continuous days of harvest, they finally completed the task. Outside the city, team members spread the sorghum grains on open ground to dry, which would subsequently be weighed and stored, serving as sustenance for the winter. The sight of the ripe sorghum filled Li Xion with joy. Even more delightful was the successful creation of the honeycomb coal. Come, let us give it a try. He instructed his subordinates, igniting the honeycomb coal and placing it into the coal stove. After fully opening the air vents, the coal burned even more vigorously. Li Xion then reminded his assistants to add another coal ball on top, filling the kettle with water and placing it above. His subordinates stood anxiously by, watching. Moments later, a smile broke upon Li Xion's face. Ha ha ha, the coal stove has been successfully manufactured. You all shall be rewarded, he exclaimed. With the successful trial of the coal stove, we can now produce them in bulk. I have decided to establish a coal stove manufacturing bureau, dedicated to the production of coal stoves and coal balls for sale in Dongning City. You shall all take positions within this bureau. Thank you, your highness. The subordinates hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Today, Li Xion was exceptionally joyful. The heated Kong had been successfully created, the sorghum harvested, and the coal stove manufactured. With these provisions, the upcoming winter would no longer be so arduous. It could be said that 3 great joys had graced him. Li Xion wore a radiant smile as he made his way home. My lord, what brings you such happiness? Upon seeing Li Xion enter, Princess Ning Xiaoqian inquired with a smile. Surely, it is good news. Li Xion approached her, embracing her burgeoning belly and planting a kiss, saying, Our precious son is soon to arrive. Just one more month. Princess Ning Xiaoqian playfully pushed him with her delicate hand, laughing, so impatient. Chapter 99. Conditions for tribal allegiance after the autumn harvest. The weather grew increasingly frigid. Nighttime temperatures dropped below freezing, enveloping Dongning City in a chilly atmosphere. This cold weather ironically led to a surge in the popularity of coal stoves. Hearing of such an invention, many skilled workers flocked to purchase them. A coal stove was reasonably priced at 801, and the coal was also affordable. For families able to afford new homes, a little frugality would enable them to make the purchase. Most importantly, the winter would not be so unbearable. Despite the coal stoves being in high demand, the heated Kong also became a sought-after item. Xiao Wang and his technical team vigorously promoted the construction methods of the heated Kong in the surrounding districts of Dongning City. As autumn descends, numerous households have begun to construct heated platforms within their abodes. With these warming measures in place, they appear poised to withstand the impending winter. Simultaneously, while the coal stoves and heated platforms proliferate, the horse bandits of the northern grasslands have settled into a more subdued existence. It seems they have become aware of the formidable might of the eastern Ning City's royal army, for during this period, the grassland marauders have refrained from mobilizing their main forces. Instead, they have been dispatching small units to exploit their cavalry's high mobility, roaming and harassing along the official roads between Shuangqing Prefecture and eastern Ning City. Such tactics have rendered the supply convoys rather beleaguered. In order to ensure the unimpeded flow of supplies, Mu Yunyan has taken the lead in escorting the valiant cavalry regiment along the official roads. Even the scouts from the infantry regiment have dispersed throughout the forests, ready to report any sightings of the grassland marauders' cavalry. Furthermore, armed personnel have been assigned to the supply convoys as a means of self-protection. With these multifaceted strategies in place, the safety of the supply convoys has been secured. Notably, the valiant cavalry regiment has had numerous encounters with small units of the grassland marauders in the wilderness. Although the soldiers of the cavalry regiment have sustained some injuries, their combat capabilities and skills have been gradually honed. Thus, a state of equilibrium exists between the two factions, each refraining from initiating an offensive, opting instead for harassment tactics with small detachments. Upon receiving news from the northern Shuangqing Prefecture, Li Xin furrowed his brow, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "This is not favorable news for us. Our valiant cavalry regiment is outnumbered and lacks strength. Despite our adeptness in guerrilla warfare within the mountains and forests, we cannot withstand the relentless attrition posed by the grassland marauders. Over time, I wonder if our regiment can endure. Your Highness, there is no need for excessive concern," Zhao Bingzhong reassured, waving his hand. "In matters of guerrilla warfare within the mountains and forests, I doubt anyone could rival the prowess of our cavalry regiment. Even with our smaller numbers, self-preservation should not pose an issue. If necessary, we could also dispatch Zhang Cheng, Lu Zheng, and Wang Zheng to send some infantry soldiers out of the city to engage in guerrilla warfare within the mountains. While the infantry may be less mobile, we still possess advantages in mountain guerrilla tactics. We also have the thunderclap bombs at our disposal. If the situation becomes untenable, we can retreat and gradually wear down the strength of the grassland marauders." "Indeed, that is a viable plan." Li Xin nodded, stating, "Mr. Zhao, please write a letter to Shuangqing Prefecture, providing them with guidance." "Certainly." Zhao Bingzhong promptly agreed. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Your Highness, given that there are numerous infantry regiments in Shuangqing Prefecture, along with the valiant cavalry and divine machine regiments, the lack of unified leadership and multiple orders may lead to complications. I propose dispatching General Wei Jun to Shuangqing Prefecture to establish a unified command. With his esteemed reputation, I believe he Chao Jun, Mu Yunyan, and the infantry regiment will be inclined to follow his orders." "That sounds reasonable." Li Xin nodded in agreement, concluding, "There should not be any significant military engagements in Shuangqing Prefecture for the time being. Let Wei Jun proceed to Shuangqing Prefecture. In addition to ensuring the smooth transport of supplies and engaging in guerrilla warfare within the mountains and forests, he must also expedite the fortification of the city defenses. Furthermore, it is imperative to enhance the training of the various battalions." "Yes." Wei Jun promptly rose in acknowledgement. "Sit down." Li Xin waved his hand and continued, "During this period, we have fought several battles against the nomadic horse bandits from the grasslands. While we possess certain advantages, our shortcomings are equally conspicuous. Our cavalry is still insufficient. With only a few hundred men in the elite cavalry battalion, how can we possibly compare to the horse bandits? Therefore, while we strengthen the royal guard, we must also intensify the recruitment and training of cavalry. The recent victory at Shuangqing Prefecture allowed us to capture the leaders of the northern Nahe tribe, Nahe Duoluo, and the Nalin tribe, Nalin Bulu. Mr. Zhao, how has the communication with the Nahe and Nalin tribes progressed? Is it possible to bring them back under the auspices of our Dongning province?" "Your Highness," Zhao Bingzhong could not help but chuckle when one is under the same roof. How can they not bow their heads? Nahe Duoluo and Nalin Bulu are not invulnerable. With a mix of persuasion and coercion, how could they possibly resist? "We have reached an agreement. The Nahe and Nalin tribes will relocate their entire families to Dongning City, after which Nahe Duoluo and Nalin Bulu, along with 100 trusted followers, will return to their respective tribes. Upon their return, the Nahe and Nalin tribes will once again pay homage to the great Qian dynasty and obey the orders of the Dongning Prince's mansion. Additionally, I have negotiated with Nahe Duoluo and Nalin Bulu for their tribes to pay an annual tribute of 500 excellent war horses. Furthermore, we will purchase war horses from the Nahe and Nalin tribes at market prices and engage in mutual trade. Your Highness, we have tentatively established these conditions." Li Xin nodded slightly, These terms are acceptable. However, we cannot release the tribal retainers we previously captured. Additionally, each tribe must send at least 100 children aged 6 to 12 to Dongning City for education each year. Both of these conditions must be added. The captured tribal retainers have now become free labor for Dongning and cannot be released. Moreover, returning them would provide the Nahe and Na Lin tribes with a means to rise again. If they were to oppose Dongning once more, it would pose a significant problem. As for sending 100 suitable children for education, this is crucial for the long-term transformation of the tribes. Allowing the tribal chieftains to govern indefinitely is not a viable solution. 10 or 20 years may suffice, but what about 100 or 200 years? To ensure their complete loyalty, there is but one thorough method: assimilation. Only by integrating these tribes with the people of the Great Qian dynasty and achieving complete assimilation can we prevent tribal rebellions. For the sake of long-term strategy, I have included this stipulation. There are 8 tribal prefectures in Dongning, and we have only addressed 2 thus far. Li Xin continued to admonish. Relay the message to the other tribal prefectures as well, urging them to recognize the situation and submit to Dongning sooner rather than later. I will not hold past grievances against them. If they wait until the army arrives, such favorable terms will no longer be available. Zhao Bingzhang nodded in agreement. Understood. Chapter 100. The schemes of Hajilang under the eaves. One must bow their head. This principle was well understood by Najlo and Nalimbulu. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to ally with the Eastern Ning prince's residents. Upon their first encounter with the young prince, they hastily prostrated themselves on the ground. Bowing deeply as they greeted, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince. Raise your heads and respond." Li Xin glanced at the two, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Are you the leaders of the Na and Na Lin tribes?" "Indeed, we are but humble servants," they replied in unison. Oh, Li Xin did not allow them to rise. Merely continuing, "I have been pondering. The Daiqian dynasty has treated you well. Why then do you choose to serve the enemy? Your Highness, please quell your anger. Please, Your Highness." Upon hearing his calm words, Najlo and Nalimbulu felt a surge of alarm in their hearts, quickly knocking their heads to the ground in frantic supplication. "We were blinded by our own ignorance, ungrateful for your kindness. We implore Your Highness to forgive us. I assure you, from this day forth, we shall serve you loyally, without a trace of disloyalty." Li Xin merely continued to clean his ears, offering no reply. The two, still kneeling, continued to bow and plead for mercy. After a considerable time, Li Xin finally spoke with indifference. "All right, rise." As they stood, their foreheads were marked with red, clearly a result of their fervent kowtowing. "I understand your intentions. It is commendable that you recognize your mistakes," Li Xin remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. "As long as you adhere to our agreement henceforth, serving faithfully as subjects of the Daiqian dynasty, you shall be well. I permit you to redeem yourselves. Upon returning to the Na and Na Lin tribes, work diligently. Should you falter again, I shall show no mercy. Rest assured, Your Highness," they hurriedly assured him, "upon our return, we shall remain steadfast by your side, with no thoughts of betrayal." "Very well, you may leave," Li Xin said, dismissively waving his hand. After the Na and Na Lin tribes sent their relatives to Li Xin, he permitted the two to return to their respective tribes. With hostages in hand, Li Xin felt little concern for a potential rebellion. After all, the Na and Na Lin tribes had suffered significant losses during the double city battle, leaving them without the strength to cause further upheaval. As for the matter of 500 warhorses and the enrollment of school-aged children, that would be addressed upon their return. Having settled tribal affairs, Li Xin began to prepare for another matter. Currently, the Eastern Ning province had reclaimed the double city prefecture and the nearby counties. The territory under its jurisdiction had expanded significantly since last year. However, the prolonged loss of the Eastern Ning province had left it vulnerable not only to marauding horse bandits from the grasslands, but also to local brigands wreaking havoc. Presently, the horse bandits around the double city and Xianda prefectures remained in a standoff, neither side daring to initiate an attack. Nonetheless, Li Xion's royal guard could not afford to remain idle, particularly the newly expanded infantry regiments, Shun Yi and Shunyu, primarily composed of fresh recruits. After several months of training in Dongning City, it is now time for the troops to embark on a practical exercise, coinciding with the autumn season. They will engage in an operation to eliminate bandits and safeguard the peace of the populace. Thus, Li Xion entrusted this task to the Divine Might Battalion and the Divine Protection Battalion. Additionally, he commanded the Divine Strategy Battalion to accompany them, both for the sake of safety and to provide support to the new recruits. Autumn marks the season when banditry is most rampant, as the majority of the grain cultivated in their mountain strongholds is scant. With winter approaching and heavy snow soon to seal the mountains, foraging for sustenance will become exceedingly challenging. Consequently, autumn is the peak season for bandit activity, necessitating the Royal Guard's protection of the citizens. Upon receiving the command from Prince Xian, Captain Zhao Chun of the Divine Might Battalion, Captain Li Qiu of the Divine Protection Battalion, and Captain Zhong Xia of the Divine Strategy Battalion led their respective troops into the surrounding mountainous regions. This expedition to eliminate bandits was bolstered by the presence of numerous guides, individuals who had surrendered during the spring campaign against banditry in the Dongning mountain range. These guides, having spent considerable time within the strongholds, were well acquainted with the local terrain. The spring campaign had largely eradicated the bandits near Dongning City, with the current operation focusing on the recently reclaimed county seat of Dongning Prefecture and the vicinity of Shuangqing Prefecture. The advance of the troops to the north stirred some apprehension among the mounted bandits of Xinda Prefecture, who began to take notice. Over 10,000 elite cavalry roamed the area, conducting reconnaissance. However, Upon learning that the Dongning forces were not headed towards Xinda, they breathed a sigh of relief. Within Xinda Prefecture, the commander, Qintai, furrowed his brows and remarked, "We have ascertained the composition of the forces emerging from Dongning City. They consist of the Divine Might Battalion, the Divine Protection Battalion, and the Divine Strategy Battalion, totaling over 3,000 troops. According to the scouts' reports, these forces have entered the mountainous areas near Xuanqing Prefecture, targeting the forest bandits, not us. They maintain a considerable distance from Xuanqing." Commander Kalunbu's eyes glinted with concern as he gravely stated, "These Dongning forces have completely disregarded us." "Indeed, General Kalunbu." Hajilang nodded in agreement, adding, "Based on recent reconnaissance, the army in Dongning has expanded to over 10,000 troops. The elite units include the Divine Might Battalion, the Divine Protection Battalion, the Divine Valor Battalion, the Divine Strategy Battalion, the Cavalry of the Gallant Battalion, as well as the Divine Machine Battalion. Furthermore, there are the Royal Guards of Prince Exile, the Tiger Bin Battalion. Currently, the Divine Might, Divine Protection, Divine Valor, Gallant, and Divine Machine Battalions, numbering 6,000 to 7,000, are positioned in Xuanqing, poised against our forces. Now, with the Divine Might, Divine Protection, and Divine Strategy Battalions totaling over 3,000 having departed Dongning for the mountains, it appears that only the Tiger Bin Battalion remains in Dongning City, consisting of fewer than 1,000 men. Even with the addition of the local populace, our numbers are still insignificant. Meanwhile, we possess an elite cavalry force of 10,000. If we seize this opportunity to march south towards Dongning City and conquer it in one fell swoop, the Dongning forces in the vicinity of Xuanqing Prefecture would be like a tree without roots or a floating weed without water, unable to pose any significant threat. General Kalunbu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We shall catch them off guard, and the Dongning army in the area will undoubtedly be unable to come to their aid. Dongning City will be within our grasp." Upon hearing Hajilang's words, Kalunbu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is a chance. Dongning City is practically an empty fortress. We must seize this moment to take it." "Commander, absolutely not." Upon hearing this, Qintai became anxious and interjected, "We cannot do that." Kalunbu was taken aback, staring at Qintai, and questioned, "Qintai, what do you mean? Do you have any objections?" "Commander," Qintai said, furrowing his brow, "last year, I followed Commander Natai with an army of 10,000 to attack Dongning City. Although we had only 3,000 elite cavalry at the time, Dongning City was defended by merely a few hundred old and weak soldiers. It was the Prince of Faith who organized the citizens of the city and utilized the thunderous cannons to hold Dongning City. There were not many defenders then. If they could hold it then, how much more difficult would it be now? Indeed, while the main forces of Dongning City are currently away, there are still tens of thousands of citizens within its walls. If organized, these citizens would constitute a formidable force. Moreover, Dongning City is equipped with thunderous cannons and recently constructed high walls. With such a stronghold and powerful artillery, how could we possibly take Dongning City merely through a surprise attack? If we find ourselves in a stalemate outside Dongning City for 2 or 3 days, waiting for the Dongning forces to return, we could easily become trapped outside. In that case, we would likely face defeat." Qin'ertai's words fell upon Kalunbu like a bucket of cold water. He regained his composure and contemplated Qin'ertai's statements. Indeed, the Dongning forces are no longer what they used to be. The current Dongning city has become exceedingly fortified. To capture such a city, with its tens of thousands of united citizens, in a short span of time would be exceedingly difficult. If we truly become entrenched until the Dongning army surrounds us, we might very well meet the fate Qin'ertai has warned us about, defeat. At this moment, even Hajilang was roused to awareness. "It was my oversight." Hajilang sighed, saying, upon reflection, "Dongning City is indeed a challenging target. However, we are not devoid of options. The Dongning army is currently out of the city hunting bandits. Once they enter the mountains, that will be our domain. Can they still compete with our elite cavalry in the forest? If we cannot capture Dongning City, then let us venture into the mountains and annihilate this Dongning army." "Yes," Kalunbu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "If we cannot conquer Dongning City, can we not deal with the isolated Dongning forces? Let us proceed with this plan. Kunturda, do you have any further inquiries?" Kunturda appeared momentarily bewildered, parting his lips to murmur, "None that remain." A lingering sense of unease gripped him, though he could not articulate the source. Upon reflection, it indeed echoed Hajilang's assertions. In the wilderness, the realm belonged to the elite cavalry. Moreover, they possessed a formidable force of 10,000 elite horsemen. Even should they encounter difficulties, retreat would remain an option. Contemplating this, Kunturda refrained from further discourse. At that moment, Kirenbu spoke up, instructing, "Convey the message to closely monitor the movements of the Divine Courage, Divine Grace, and Divine Strategy battalions of the Dongning army. Command the elite cavalry within the Xianda mansion to depart discreetly from this location. This time, we must strike unexpectedly." "Understood," Hajilang replied promptly. At this juncture, Hajilang was brimming with martial fervor, envisioning the complete annihilation of the Dongning forces and the fulfillment of vengeance. Kunturda exhaled deeply, choosing silence. Preparations commenced within the Xianda mansion. Before dawn the following day, while darkness still enveloped the land, a grand army departed the Xianda mansion, venturing into the forest. Everything unfolded silently, with deliberate efforts to obscure their movements. Throughout the journey, Kirenbu, Hajilang, and Kunturda reiterated their cautions. Yet, no matter how meticulous their precautions, escaping the reconnaissance of the royal guard proved impossible. Before long, news of the Xianda mansion's cavalry mobilization reached the Xuanqing mansion. Within the military headquarters of Xuanqing Mansion, an officer hastened in, handing a note to Wei Jun before swiftly departing. Wei Jun unfurled the note, and his stern countenance softened marginally upon reading its contents. "What news do you bring?" a voice inquired. Wei Jun quickly clasped his fists in respect and replied, "Your Highness. Just as we anticipated, the prairie bandits from the Xianda Mansion have mobilized." Indeed, seated within the room was Li Xin, who had recently arrived from Dongning. This time, drawing the main forces of Dongning out of the city to combat bandits was not a genuine eradication of banditry. Rather, it served as a ruse to lure the prairie bandits from the Xianda Mansion using the divine courage, divine grace, and divine strategy battalions as bait. Li Xin and his allies had already laid a meticulous trap, awaiting the bandits to fall into their snare. Draw the snake from its hole. Set the ambush. Such was Li Xin's stratagem. Now, upon hearing of the prairie bandits' movement from the Xianda Mansion, a radiant smile graced Li Xin's face. The fish was about to take the bait. When performing, one must deliver the complete act. We cannot afford to falter. The bait must be ample, ensuring the fish does not escape. Rest assured, Your Highness. Wei Jun nodded, stating, "Over in the forest, Zhao Chun, Li Qiu, and Zhong Xia have been thoroughly briefed. They are proceeding methodically, and no errors will ensue. Here in Xuanqing Mansion, there are no vulnerabilities. The walls are still under construction, and the soldiers continue their drills. The valiant cavalry and the divine might battalions are also engaged in guerrilla operations in the vicinity. When performing, one must deliver the complete act. Your Highness. Sit back and enjoy the spectacle." Ha ha. Zhao Bingzhang also broke into laughter, exclaiming, "The grand performance is about to commence. Should we achieve a resounding victory in this battle, we will have the opportunity to reclaim the entirety of Dongning province." Li Xin nodded in agreement, clearly satisfied. In truth, this strategy had been devised by Li Xin upon his return to Dongning City. For the sake of this plan, he had meticulously prepared in advance. At the designated ambush location, every necessary measure had been taken. Even during this departure from Dongning City to Xuanqing Prefecture, Li Xin ventured alone, without the company of the Tiger Ben camp. The intention was to convey to the prairie bandits on the Xianda Prefecture side that Dongning was still in a standoff with Xianda, and that the troops departing from Dongning were genuinely on a mission to eradicate the bandits. Under this elaborate scheme, as long as the prairie bandits ventured out of the city, whether to launch a surprise attack on Dongning City or to encircle the rear of the Xinyu camp, they would inevitably fall into the meticulously laid trap of Li Xin. The only alternative for the prairie bandits would be to remain immobile within Xianda Prefecture. However, if they chose to remain there, they would be confined throughout the winter. After all, missing this opportunity would make any further actions exceedingly challenging once the heavy snowfall sealed the mountains. It can be said that Li Xin had prepared for every conceivable aspect. Fortuitously, these fish had indeed taken the bait. Chapter 102. Shall we first devour this Dongning army? In the forest, Zhao Chun, Li Qiu, and Zhong Xia huddled together, examining the rudimentary map laid out on the ground. The map displayed a series of crooked illustrations. Li Qiu pointed at the designs, stating, "Old Zhao, Old Zhong, the forest has been adequately arranged. This area features steep terrain on both sides and a narrow passage in the middle, serving as the only route into the woods. According to our preset plan, Old Zhao and I will ambush from either side of the forest. The thunderclaps have already been concealed within. Once the prairie bandits arrive, we will ensure they are in for a surprise." "Excellent." Zhong Xia of the Shin's camp nodded, saying, "You focus on your ambush. The success of this battle hinges on us, ensuring the prairie bandits are drawn into the encirclement." "Old Zhong," Zhao Chun cautioned, "the mission of the Shin's camp is critical. You must exercise caution." "Rest assured," Zhong Xia replied with a smile. "If we cannot contend with the prairie bandits, surely we can make our escape. Our daily rigorous training with 20-mile weighted cross-country runs has not been in vain. Our achievements are evident." "Enough boasting." Zhao Chun waved his hand, declaring, "We await the signal from His Highness. Our scouts have already dispersed. Any intelligence discovered must be communicated promptly and relayed to His Highness." "Understood." Zhong Xia and Li Qiu responded promptly. "All right." Zhao Chun took a deep breath, glancing at the two. "Brothers, take care. We shall meet again after the battle." After parting ways, each camp commenced preparations for the battlefield. Since the aim was to lure the enemy deeper, the performance had to be executed in full. In this expanse of woodland, the soldiers of the Shin's camp advanced with bows in hand. In order to execute the entire plan effectively, there were individuals masquerading as bandits ahead, engaging in a spirited pursuit with one another, quite convincingly, I must say. Meanwhile, at the Xuanqing Prefecture, Li Xin and his companions were closely monitoring the movements of the prairie bandits. Despite the bandits' stealthy progress, some residents of Dongning City, who had lived in this region for generations, were well acquainted with the surrounding mountains and forests. With these locals as guides, they could closely follow the trajectory of the prairie bandits. "We are almost there," Wei Jun remarked, pointing at a rudimentary map. "Your Highness, we must set off." "Indeed." Li Xin nodded, instructing, "Inform all camps to maintain discretion. We must advance swiftly. Let us depart." "Yes," Wei Jun promptly responded. Once the orders were disseminated, the Divine Might Camp, Divine Valor Camp, Divine Courage Camp, and the elite cavalry camp stationed within Xuanqing Prefecture marched forth, heading into the eastern woodlands. The only force remaining within the prefecture was the Divine Mechanism Camp. However, all stockpiles of thunderous explosives had been entrusted to Wei Jun. Their rapid march was impressive, a testament to their rigorous training and endurance. As they advanced, they diligently sought information regarding the prairie bandits while also sharing timely updates with Zhao Chun and others. By the following morning, Li Xin and Wei Jun's force had reached their predetermined location, now a mere 30 miles from the prairie bandits. Let us rest briefly before proceeding to the designated site, Li Xin urged. Concurrently, amidst a forested area, Zhong Xia of the Divine Strategy Camp received a piece of news. Is it true? The prairie bandits have arrived? Yes, we have spotted the vanguard of the prairie bandits, a soldier replied. Very well. Zhong Xia inhaled deeply. A hint of gravity crossing his gaze. Let us commence our operations. Inform the soldiers to prioritize safety. After issuing his orders, the Divine Strategy Camp continued to hunt the bandits nearby, feigning ignorance of the prairie bandits' presence. Unbeknownst to them, this maneuver did not go unnoticed by the prairie bandits. Commander, we have detected the traces of the Dongning army ahead. Upon hearing this, Kalunbu's eyes brightened, and he swiftly inquired, how many? Where are they located? What is their equipment status? Commander, the soldier responded, there are approximately 1,000 of them, just over 10 miles ahead, all equipped with bows and arrows. Seemingly from the Divine Strategy Camp of the Dongning army. According to our reconnaissance, they are engaged in hunting down a group of bandits. Divine Strategy Camp? Kalunbu furrowed his brow, asking, what about the Divine Might Camp and Divine Blessing Camp? Any news? Not at the moment, the soldier shook his head. But there were reports yesterday of the Dongning army being spotted 40 miles to the south. It is highly likely that they are dispersing within these woodlands to hunt bandits. Indeed, Kalunbu nodded. The Dongning army's strength is notable. It is unlikely they would deploy thousands to encircle mere woodland bandits. This presents an opportunity for us. Indeed, Commander. Hajilang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of brilliance as he smiled, and said, since the forces of Dongning are so dispersed, we shall strike them down one by one. As we gradually dismantle their strength, our opportunity to conquer Dongning City will arise. Indeed, Kalunbu nodded emphatically, just as he was about to issue a command. He turned to his companion, Kuntai, and inquired, Kuntai, what are your thoughts? Although Kuntai held a lower rank, he had engaged in several battles against the Dongning army and had gained valuable insights, offering numerous candid yet unpalatable truths. Upon hearing Kalunbu's question, Kuntai furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, the Dongning forces at Xuanqing have not made any movements, correct? None. Hajilang waved his hand dismissively. Haven't we been monitoring the Dongning army's activity in Xuanqing these past few days? You are aware of the reports from our scouts yesterday. What further doubts remain? Moreover, during our covert march, we have encountered no scouts from the Dongning forces. How could they possibly know of our presence here? Kuntai, you mustn't let suspicion cloud your judgment. Hajilang cast a glance at Kuntai and continued, even if the Dongning forces from Xuanqing were to emerge from the city, what of it? This wilderness is the very terrain where our elite cavalry can excel. Are we to fear them in the open fields? He chuckled coldly. Kuntai paused, reflecting on this, and indeed realized the truth in Hajilang's words. Fighting in the wilderness was the very opportunity they had longed for. If the Dongning forces from Xuanqing were to venture out, it would be a welcome chance. Thus, Kuntai refrained from further dissent. Meanwhile, Kalunbu slightly nodded and declared, since there are no objections, let us proceed to eliminate this contingent of the Dongning army. Chapter 103. It is time to close the net charge. The soldiers of the Shun Tzu camp roared, surging forward. Not far ahead, some bandits fled in disarray, exhausted from the relentless pursuit. Spare those who surrender. Kneel to be spared, the soldiers of Shun Tzu shouted. Yet, the bandits remained unyielding, continuing their frantic escape. Hurry, surround them, instructed Zhong Xia, waving his hand amidst the mountains and forests. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed in the distance. The earth trembled as thousands of warhorses thundered through the forest, their hooves pounding the ground with a resounding roar. Zhong Xia's expression changed dramatically upon hearing the sound. They have arrived, he exclaimed, swiftly commanding, inform the brothers to retreat. He understood that, despite the Shun Tzu camp's remarkable capabilities in heavy terrain, they were still mere men on foot, about to face the renowned cavalry of the grasslands, mounted on exceptional warhorses. Thus, Zhong Xia acted decisively. A mournful horn sounded from afar, and the soldiers of the Shun Tzu camp, alerted by the blaring horn and the rumbling of hooves, instantly became vigilant. Retreat. Run. At that moment, the soldiers of the Shun Tzu camp scattered throughout the forest hastened towards the valley entrance. The bandits, who were initially exhausted, suddenly became invigorated and fled rapidly. The mission of the Shun Tzu camp soldiers was to lure the enemy deeper into an encircled trap. They had originally intended to engage the prairie horse bandits for a brief skirmish. However, upon hearing the thunderous sound of hooves behind them, Zhong Xia abandoned this thought. He realized that lingering even for a moment could lead to catastrophic losses for the Shun Tzu camp. The sound of galloping horses reverberated through the forest, causing birds to take flight into the sky, audible from a great distance. Zhao Chun and Li Qiu, positioned at the entrance of the ambush, naturally heard the commotion in the woods. Zhao Chun's expression shifted slightly as he commanded in a low voice, tell the brothers to hide well. No one is to move without orders. Lure the enemy in and ambush the prairie horse bandits. They could not afford to reveal their whereabouts. In the distant forest, the figures of the Shun Tzu camp soldiers were becoming visible. Hurry, hurry, Zhong Xia shouted, the prairie horse bandits are coming. As he called out, he dashed into the ambush zone. The pursuing prairie horse bandits were blissfully unaware of any anomaly. Huh, do you think you can escape? Kalunbu sneered, keep chasing them. On the other side, Haji Lang smirked, you shall face your reckoning today. Let my cavalry show you our might. Men charge. With that, Haji Lang spurred his horse, wielding his curved saber, racing through the forest with fierce determination. His eyes glinted with a killing intent, fixated on the distant soldiers of the Shun Tzu camp. longing to take flight and exact revenge. The sound of hooves echoed incessantly. Before long, Haji Lang and his men drew ever closer to the soldiers of the Shun Tzu camp. Haji Lang glanced at his companions and suddenly noticed that the terrain on both sides was growing steeper. Yet, he quickly returned his gaze forward, commanding, "Quickly pursue. Do not let them escape." At that moment, more and more prairie horse bandits streamed through the gap, entering the encirclement. As Kuan-Urtai arrived at the valley mouth and surveyed the towering mountains on either side, an ominous feeling crept into his heart. Could the Eastern Ning army have set a trap for them? But that seemed implausible. My elite cavalry numbers over 10,000. Even if the Eastern Ning army were to mobilize in full force, they could not hope to devour so many of us in these mountains. With this thought, Kuan-Urtai took a deep breath and continued to advance. By midday, the entire prairie horse bandit cavalry had entered the encirclement. While it was termed an encirclement, the valley was quite vast. Li Xin had no intention of annihilating all these prairie horse bandits in one fell swoop. After all, he did not possess such a colossal appetite. This deployment aimed to severely weaken the prairie horse bandit cavalry. Only in doing so could the safety of Dongning City be assured. In the distance, a plume of smoke rose ominously, its dark tendrils stretching straight towards the heavens, visible even from afar. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Li Xin realized that the fish had indeed been ensnared in the net. It was time to haul it in. Without hesitation, Li Xin commanded in a deep voice, "Sound the horn. Begin the retrieval." The resonant blast of the horn echoed through the surrounding valley. Soon, a chorus of horns followed, each call rising and falling like a wave. This unexpected cacophony startled the cavalry of the grassland bandits. "Where's that horn coming from?" Kalunbu halted his steed, demanding an explanation. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation. Meanwhile, Kuan-Urtai's expression shifted dramatically, a foreboding thought creeping into his mind. "Are we surrounded?" he uttered, his face pale. "Surrounded?" Kalunbu paused, quickly regaining his composure with a scoff. "And so what if we are? Do these Eastern Ning troops, with their meager numbers, truly believe they can devour us in this wilderness? They must be dreaming. Tell the men to prepare for battle." No sooner had the command been issued than a series of deafening explosions erupted around them. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp crackle of detonations resonated through the forest. Dense black smoke billowed into the air. The violent blast sent dirt cascading from the ground, while countless steel shards whirled through the woods, striking the flesh of the grassland bandits with lethal precision. In an instant, an arm was severed, blood spraying forth, leaving a gruesome scene. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, relentless and overwhelming. These detonations were, of course, the result of the heavenly thunder mines secretly planted by the Divine Might and Divine Protection battalions within the encirclement, designed to catch the grassland cavalry off guard and inflict maximum damage. The outcome was nothing short of spectacular. The cavalry, caught unawares, suffered devastating losses. Their steeds whinnied and wailed, some bolting in panic through the forest. Within moments, the once fierce and formidable bandit force had descended into chaos. Even Kalunbu was struck by a flying shard, leaving a crimson mark across his cheek. Wiping the blood from his face, his expression darkened with fury. "Damn it," Kalunbu growled. "How dare they ambush us? These Eastern Ning scoundrels are courting death. Tell the men to kill. Kill without mercy." Chapter 104. The Valley Ambush at Kalunbu's command. The grassland cavalry brandished their curved sabers and surged towards the periphery. The valley reverberated with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves. Countless bandits cheered and shouted. Yet, it was evident that Kalunbu had grossly underestimated the Eastern Ning army's preparations. If they were capable of laying such an ambush in this valley, the hidden mines beneath were surely far more numerous than he anticipated. As the cavalry of the grassland bandits surged forward, the valley floor erupted once again with deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous blasts shook the ground, sending plumes of black soil cascading through the air. The thick smoke, laden with a pungent odor, enveloped the surroundings. Shrapnel from the explosions whirled at high speeds, piercing the bodies of the grassland bandits. In an instant, several bandits were struck by debris, tumbling from their mounts. The relentless detonations inflicted heavy casualties upon the bandits in the valley, with some warhorses meeting their demise on the spot. The once ferocious cavalrymen had turned exceedingly agitated. "Damn it," Haji Lang cursed. "How many thunderous blasts do these Eastern Ning troops possess? How much have they set up in this valley?" No one could answer the questions that plagued his mind. "Steady the formation. Steady. Do not panic," Kurunbu shouted hoarsely. He understood that only by maintaining their formation could they preserve their combat effectiveness. Observing the disorderly ranks beside him, Kurunbu rode through, calling out loudly. Under his commanding shouts, the chaotic formation gradually began to stabilize. However, the explosions in the valley continued to resonate. Boom, boom, boom. The ceaseless detonations reverberated like a soul-shattering drum, striking terror into the hearts of every grassland cavalryman. Thud, thud, thud. Some of the cavalrymen, confronted with this scene, looked around in a state of panic. Even their steeds grew restless. Forward, forward. A deputy commander brandished his curved sword, shouting, "Lads, over there lies the position of the Eastern Ning troops. Follow me and charge." As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy commander spurred his horse and galloped ahead, with hundreds of cavalrymen trailing closely behind. "Captain Wang, the grassland bandits are coming," shouted the soldiers lying in ambush at the valley's edge. "Huh, just in time," Captain Wang Zhong sneered. "Our preparations will come in handy." He instructed his men. "Prepare the crossbows." "Yes." The soldiers responded promptly, relaying the command. In an instant, nearby soldiers retrieved the hidden crossbows concealed beneath the foliage. A series of crossbows aimed at the approaching grassland cavalry, and several heavy crossbows were positioned within the woods. As the grassland